Axing, the eldest brother is dead. It is said that he was beaten to death by several workers at the construction site because he defaulted on the project payment. Shangjiang, in an office building. Chao Xing heard someone calling his name and glanced at the person. He was a young man in a suit with a slicked back hair. Then, Chao Xing lowered his head again. He is playing a survival adventure game on his tablet called Frozen Age. The painting style is more realistic and it can be regarded as a relatively hardcore survival game. Players will appear next to a bonfire at the beginning. Due to the extreme low temperature weather in this world, it is safe to move only within the coverage of the fire. If you leave the fire range for a long time, the game character will freeze to death. Players need to build shelters and unlock various basic buildings. These buildings can also be upgraded by collecting various materials. For example, bonfires can be upgraded to large bonfires, furnaces, and even energy towers in the later stages. In addition, players can also unlock different schools by developing troops or developing technology in the territory. According to the official, a team mode will be launched later. However, because the game is still in the closed beta stage, Chao Xing didn't see anyone around him playing the game, and he couldn't even find it online. At this moment, a prompt appeared on the tablet screen. This game will open public beta in 2 hours and will enter maintenance status soon. More content is being released, stay tuned. Is the public beta finally going to start? Chao Xing's heart moved. At this time, the young man with the slicked back hair naturally sat next to him. Wu Jiawei put his arm around Chao Xing's shoulders and said, "Axing, after all, you have followed your eldest brother for a while, and he is still your boss. Aren't you sad that he died?" Chao Xing put down the tablet, glanced at him and said, "Come on." After he established the Yongxing group to clear his name, he broke off the relationship with us. After being around for so many years, I just acted as his exclusive driver, and I didn't really have any feelings. Besides, he originally had no feelings. It's normal to be beaten to death if you have a dark heart. That's right. Wu Jiawei nodded. At this time, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. It's a pity that the eldest brother has been chasing Lu Muxue for so many years. He finally caught up with her and was ready to get married, and this happened. Speaking of which, Lu Muxue is really what a rare beauty. That figure, and those long legs, wow, it's really confusing for everyone. It's a pity that I can't bear it. Chao Xing didn't accept this question, because of his. The phone vibrated for a while. After seeing the message, Chao Xing sat up from the sofa, turned around and prepared to leave. Xing, where are you going? Chao Xing spread his hands, I'm a driver, where can I go? Of course I'm going to pick up people. Chao Xing came to the underground garage of Yongxing Group. Among a bunch of luxury cars, skillfully found a dark brown Maybach. After opening the door, the interior is extremely luxurious. The value of this car, including the interior, is at least more than 7 million. Of course, this car is definitely not his. Chao Xing is alone and helpless. In a city like Shangjiang, just living is very difficult, not to mention having the money to buy such a luxury car. Half an hour later, the Maybach stopped in front of a 5-star hotel in the city. Chao Xing took out his cell phone and sent a message. "Sister-in-law, I'm already downstairs." A message came back from the other side. "Yeah." A few minutes later, a tall woman in a black dress walked out of the hotel door. Her manners were dignified, her tight-fitting dress outlined the perfect curves of her body, and her slender legs looked like a pair of exquisite jade objects as they moved. This woman is Lu Muxue. Chao Xing didn't get out of the car, so the woman naturally got into the back seat of the Maybach. Xing, go to the funeral parlor." Chao Xing nodded and the car started. Halfway through, Lu Muxue answered the phone and frowned slightly, as if something was bothering her. "I said, I agreed to marry Yongxing Group at your request. Now that Xinjiang is dead, I have nothing to do with him. Don't think of using me as a bargaining chip for profit anymore." She seemed very angry, but because he was well educated, he quickly calmed down his anger. "Axing, I'm sorry," Lu Muxue said softly. Chao Xing shook his head. He knew Lu Muxue's character. She was not the kind of person who would scold the people below just because of her status. On the contrary, she has always had a good attitude towards her subordinates, and she is also well regarded by the outside world. Since Lu Muxue quickly became popular, the media has also made detailed reports on her family and personal experience. Her family of origin was not wealthy, but because of his outstanding appearance and figure, he quickly became popular as an adult. Naturally, it has attracted a lot of attention from people with ulterior motives. Chen Jiang, chairman of Yongxing Group, Chao Xing's eldest brother, is also one of them. Soon, the car arrived at the funeral parlor. Before getting off the bus, Lu Muxue tried her best to make a sad expression. She knew that no matter how much she hated that man in her heart, she still had to show up. Chao Xing was still sitting in the car waiting. An hour later, Lu Muxue returned to the car. It could be seen that she seemed to have cried a lot, and her makeup was a little smudged, with a faint smoky look. The elegant temperament exudes a sense of decadence and has a different kind of beauty. Lu Muxue returned to the car, her face combed down again, and then said, "Axing, take me back to the hotel." "Okay." Chao Xing nodded. And just when he was about to start the car, his vision suddenly went dark. Then, everyone heard a mechanical synthesized sound in their ears. The update of the new version of Frozen Age has been completed, and the public beta period has officially started. In 1 minute, all humans on Blue Star will be involved in this game. Instructions for the game: this is a world where the sun does not shine. It is vast but shrouded in severe cold all day long. Your task is to try to survive in this world. After the game starts, you will appear next to a bonfire. This is your fire for survival. Remember, don't leave the fire easily. The scope of illumination. Your goal is to collect more materials, expand territory, and develop more units. The new version is a family survival mode, with families as a unit, with a maximum of 4 people in a group. If there are no relatives, they will be randomly matched with group the people around you. Then, I wish you all to work hard to live in this new world. When Chao Xing regained his vision, he suddenly found himself in a field of ice and snow. There is a vast expanse in front of us, and everything in the world is covered in ice and snow. What the hell, where's my Maybach? Before he finished speaking, a biting chill hit him. Chao Xing only felt that he would be frozen in place in an instant. Hiss! Chao Xing took a deep breath, and he quickly subconsciously approached the burning bonfire in front of him, and then he felt a hint of warmth. At this time, a character panel appeared in front of him. Name: Chao Xing, race, Blue Star human race, level 10/100, occupation, none, HP, 100. Strength, 4, agility, 3, spirit, 5, constitution 5, Lord interface, not open, current status, cold, current temperature, -31, I'm going to. This system panel, follow me. Playing exactly the same on a tablet. Then, the second system prompt appeared. All survivors are asked to choose their own career system as soon as possible. There are currently 5 major systems: Cold Iron Mechanic, Polar Warrior, Frost Mage, Aurora Knight, and Snow Hunter. Chao Xing's eyes flashed with joy. You can choose a career. Obviously, these professions are the same as those he has played before. Of course, Chao Xing knew that these 5 professions did not have much combat effectiveness in the early stage. For example, the Cold Iron Mechanic's early skill is to summon a small self-destructing robot, which is not even as powerful as the firecrackers we used to blow up latrines when we were children. As for the Polar Warrior, he can perform a simple slashing move. The Frost Mage is a little better, with an initial Iceball skill. As for Aurora Knight and Snow Hunter, they are Purification and Hunter Perception respectively. If you want to truly possess extraordinary power, you need to acquire more skills through continuous development. Chao Xing thought, when I played this game before, I experienced all 5 professions. The strongest one is naturally the mechanic, but this is a late-stage profession and consumes too many materials. In the early stage, Polar Warriors and Snow Hunters are very strong, but they become very weak in the later stages. At this time, a look of surprise appeared on Chao Xing's face. I see, this game launches the so-called family survival mode just to allow us survivors to reasonably allocate occupations, safely survive the early, middle and late stages, and then survive better. However, Chao Xing glanced beside him. Apart from herself, there is only one Lu Muxue here. Although I don't know why I was assigned to a group with her, now is not the time to think about this. At this time, she was looking at the bonfire with a blank expression, as if she was trying to digest the information prompted by her system. Chao Xing understood clearly. It seems that it is impossible to realize the 4-person cooperation mode. So, what profession should I choose? After thinking for a moment, Chao Xing directly chose Frost Mage. A system prompt appears. Congratulations! You have successfully selected the profession, Frost Mage. The elemental affinity has been unlocked, and the initial equipment has been placed in the storage box. Chao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to find the initial storage box, the second system prompted, appear solemnly. It has been detected that the fate of survivor Chao Xing matches this world, and his personal talent, Eternal Power, has been activated. Eternal Power, hidden unique talent, makes all friendly units in the territory become permanently amplified when they obtain a temporary amplification state. Chao Xing was stunned for a moment, and then exclaimed, I'm super. I'm stuck. Obviously, for the talent, Eternal Power, to be effective, it is natural to recruit more territorial troops. It seems that I will develop into the mainstream in the future. Chao Xing thought to himself. At this time, Chao Xing noticed a countdown above his head. Before dark falls, 4 hours and 32 minutes. Note, during the novice protection period, monsters will not attack the camp. The remaining novice protection period is 5 days and 17 hours. There are only 4 hours left before dark. Chao Xing's scalp tightened instantly. He knew that in this extremely cold world, the temperature would drop sharply at night. Chao Xing looked at the bonfire in front of him. Campfire, Level 1, Bonfire Effect, can increase the temperature by 520 in a 10-meter radius. Consumption, 15 minutes/1 wood. Materials required for upgrade, stones *5. The temperature near the campfire has reached -32 degrees Celsius, and at night the temperature will drop by more than 20 degrees. Obviously, the heat emitted by this level 1 bonfire would not allow him to survive the night safely. Chao Xing looked at a collapsed small house next to him. Damaged Lord's hut, reparable, materials required for repair, stones *10, wood *20. Chao Xing's eyes lit up instantly. This is it. As long as it is repaired, the territory interface can be opened, and you can get in at night to escape the freezing cold temperatures. However, the materials of stone and wood are needed to restore the Lord's hut. Chao Xing looked at the snow around him. There was a pile of white stones and some cut wood near the bonfire. Stone, white, a basic material. Wood, white, a basic material. Chao Xing was just about to pick up wood, but Lu Muxue asked softly, axing, "That prompt told me to choose a career. What should I choose?" Obviously, this woman has digested the system information and accepted it. The fact that he came to the new world. Chao Xing nodded secretly. Her ability to adapt was quite fast. "Sister-in-law, you choose Aurora Knight." Chao Xing had selfish motives in asking her to choose this profession. Because Aurora Knight will have many powerful amplifying skills in the later stage, but the effects are short-lived. And with your own eternal power, talent, you can turn these amplifying effects into a permanent state. You can imagine how terrifying the combat effectiveness will be when Chao Xing controls a group of troops with permanent buffs. Although Lu Muxue couldn't match the knight's temperament or appearance. Especially, she wore a pair of white silk today. When Chao Xing thought of the image of Lu Muxue wearing armor on the back and white silk on her lower body, she felt a sense of dissonance. No, it seems good? White silk knight. He. Okay, then I will choose Aurora Knight. Lu Muxue did not doubt Chao Xing's decision. In this strange world, Chao Xing is the only person she knows. Chao Xing nodded, and then he saw a small wooden box next to the bonfire. Territorial storage box, level 1, storage box capacity, 40 cells. Note, there are some supplies and tools needed in the early stage. Please open it as soon as possible. Chao Xing stepped forward and opened it, and a lot of supplies suddenly appeared inside. Open successfully. Get bread *20, get iron pot, white, *1, get stone axe, white, *4, get stone hammer, white, *4, get wooden staff, white, *1, get wooden buckler, white, *1. The materials inside are for 4 people, and the system did not deduct the materials because they were only a team of 2. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. With the stone hammer in hand, they can start building the Lord's hut, which is the key to whether they can survive the first night safely. Then he began to seize the time to collect nearby stones and wood and move them piece by piece. System prompts keep appearing. Stone +1, stone +1, wood +2. These stones are quite heavy. After moving them for a while, Chao Xing was sweating profusely. As a modern person, the physical fitness is still a bit poor after all. However, after nearly 20 minutes of hard work, he finally had all the materials to repair the Lord's cabin. Chao Xing came to the small house. Whether to start repairing the damaged Lord's lodge, this repair will take 17 minutes. Yes. Then, Chao Xing began to swing the stone hammer by himself, and started banging it according to the prototype given by the system. There is no other way. Only after the Lord's hut is repaired can other buildings in the territory be opened. Before recruiting the polar people, Chao Xing could only do it himself. Look at his busy figure. Lu Muxue was squatting on the ground beside her. The severe cold made her hug her arms tightly. At this moment, her perfect body curves were clearly on display. She asked with curious eyes, axing, "Do you need my help?" Chao Xing looked at the fire on the ground, then looked at the stones and wood scattered on the snow, nodded and said, "You go collect nearby stones and wood first, and then upgrade the campfire as soon as possible." After hearing this, Lu Muxue did not hesitate at all. He stood up directly and started walking towards the outside of the fire. After a while, I saw her moving a stone clumsily. It was obvious that the weight of the stone was a bit difficult for her. Lu Muxue hugged her, her arms turned red from the cold. But she still gritted her teeth and continued to move the rocks. Stone +1, the high heels on her feet were inconvenient, so Lu Mushua took them off and walked on the snow with her bare pink feet, her face turned pale from the cold. Chao Xing, who was building the Lord's cabin, did not stop him. In this world, in order to survive, everyone must contribute. Well, when Lu Mushua put the stone down, her straight buttocks were facing Chao Xing, showing off her round curves, which made people's blood rush. Chao Xing quickly looked away and concentrated on his work. On his side, he is restoring the Lord's cabin. Lu Mushua carried stones to upgrade the bonfire, and the two worked together. After a while, Chao Xing heard a system prompt. Your camp bonfire has been upgraded to level 2. Camp bonfire, level 2, bonfire effect. It can increase the temperature by 10-20 in an area with a radius of 20 meters, consumption, 13 minutes/1 wood. Materials required for the next level, stones *10. The coverage area of the upgraded bonfire is obviously much larger. Even Chao Xing, who was working, felt a little warm, and his work efficiency became faster. After a few minutes, a system prompt appears. The Lord's hut has been successfully constructed and the territory interface has been unlocked. Congratulations! You can now build more infrastructure. Chao Xing's face lit up. He could finally build other buildings. The next step is to build the Polar Man's hut, and then summon a few polar men to officially start your journey to become a lord. At the same time, the second system prompt appeared. Because you are the first survivor in the server to build the Lord's hut, you will be rewarded. Ice therapy, skill book, ice therapy. White, consume a certain amount of mental power to cast ice therapy on the target. Every second restore spirit *08 health. The effect lasts for 3 seconds. Bang! A yellowed skill book appeared on the snow in front of Chao Xing. Good guy. It's actually a skill book, and it's for my own use. Although there were few battles during the novice protection period, this skill book undoubtedly gave Chao Xing a lot of confidence. Whether to learn ice therapy, white, yes. Chao Xing clicked on learn directly. At this time, many function panels appeared in front of Chao Xing. They are territory, building, rucksack, production, channel, personal, territory troops. These interfaces cover almost all functions. Chao Xing was the first to click on the Yi backpack, which only had 20 storage spaces. Of course, it was empty inside. Then, he clicked on building. After clicking on it, a lot of level 1 buildings suddenly popped up, such as level 1 simple stove, level 1 simple stove, level 1 smelter, level 1 lumber mill, level 1 blacksmith shop, level 1 polar hut, etc. Others. Let's not look at the infrastructure for now. Chao Xing took the lead in clicking on the introduction of Polar Man's cabin. Level 1 Polar Man hut. You can summon polar men to work for you by consuming food. Occupied area, 12 square meters. Capacity, 4 people. Materials required for construction, stones *10, wood *30. Repair time, 45 minutes, can increase the population to participate in the repair, speeding up the repair time, upper limit, 2 people. Chao Xing thought to himself, it's necessary 45 minutes is a bit slow if you build it alone. There are only 3 hours until dark, and I need to do something else. So, he looked at Lu Mushua aside. Sister-in-law, come here and help me. Lu Mushua was physically exhausted from carrying stones and wood, and her dress was soaked with sweat. Through the skirt, you can see the outline of her white lace underwear. Hearing Chao Xing calling her, Lu Mushua put down what she was doing and walked over slowly. Axing, what do you need from me? Chao Xing pointed to the open space in front of him and said, I want to build a polar hut here, but the construction takes too long. If you help me build it together, the speed will be much faster. Lu Mushua's eyes were slightly stern. Confused, she seemed not to understand, but nodded anyway. Then, the two began to work together to build a polar hut. Dang song. Dang song. In this empty snowfield, bursts of rhythmic knocking sounds suddenly sounded. Half an hour later, a system prompt appears. Successfully built, polar hut, territory population +4, now. You can recruit polar people to work for you by consuming food. Note, as a lord, you need to provide food for your men every day. If you leave them hungry for a long time, they will abandon you. On the snow in front of the two of them, a hut less than 2 meters high, similar to a tent in a camp, suddenly appeared. At this time, a system prompt appeared in Chao Xing's ear again. Because you are the first survivor in the server to build the polar hut, you will be rewarded, bread *50. Seeing this system prompt, Chao Xing's eyes flashed with surprise. Good guy. A full 50 pieces of food, this reward is really good. Chao Xing couldn't help but feel lucky that he had played this game before, so he was able to build these buildings in the shortest time, ahead of everyone else. Chao Xing thought to himself, it takes 5 food to recruit a polar man. Without this system reward, I can only recruit 2 at most. But now, I can directly recruit 4 polar men. Thinking of this, Chao Xing clicked on recruitment directly. Do you want to consume food *20 and recruit polar people *4? Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, the camp tent in front of him began to tremble. Then, the door was pushed open. 4 dwarfs with a height of less than 15 meters and wearing thick snow-padded clothes and rough shapes emerged from inside. These are the GD people. After they came out, they looked at Chao Xing and bowed respectfully. Dear Lord, the GD people serve you. Lu Muxue on the side looked at this scene of being transformed into a living person, and fell completely into a daze. She opened her little mouth slightly and exclaimed, Xing, come out. Come out. Anyone who has been a lord knows that this is a normal thing. At this moment, the 4 polar men were looking at Chao Xing expectantly with big eyes. Chao Xing began to check their attributes. Polar Man, a fantasy, can be renamed, level 10/100, can gain experience points through combat and other methods, detailed attributes, click to expand. Polar Man, Zack, can be renamed, level 10/100, detailed attributes, click to expand. Polar Man, Mamato, can be renamed, level 10 out of 100. These 4 polar regions, the attributes of people are similar, but one of them, a polar man named Zack, has a slightly higher physique. Because these names are all in Western style, Chao Xing doesn't want to bother to remember their names. So, Chao Xing pointed at the polar man named Zack and said, from now on, you will be called De Zhuang, and you will be the captain of your team. The others are called Air Zhuang, San Zhuang, and Si Zhuang. They are all. Do you understand? Lu Muxue burst out laughing, seemingly laughing at Chao Xing's simple and crude naming style. However, joy appeared on the hairy faces of several polar people. I understand. Thank you, Lord, for the name. You successfully gave the name to the polar people, and the big Zhuang's loyalty to you increased by 5 points. You successfully gave the name to the polar people, and the second Zhuang's loyalty to you increased. Loyalty increased by 5 points. Chao Xing was stunned. Can this increase loyalty? 75 points of loyalty is already very high, at least he will not disobey Chao Xing's orders. After the polar people are recruited, they must be put to work. Chao Xing clicked on the building interface and began to check the buildings that could be built there. Level 1 simple stove can be placed indoors to increase the temperature by 15-20 degrees Celsius. Consumption 20 minutes/1 wood. Materials required for construction stones *6. Note, if you don't want to freeze to death at night, I suggest you build it immediately. Level 1 simple stove can be used for cooking, steaming and other actions. Materials required for construction stone *8, wood *4. Note, brother, this is a guy who eats. I think you should know its importance, right? Level 1 lumber mill, logs can be processed inside. Area 30 square meters, materials required for construction stone *30, wood *50. Note, if you want to get rich, cut down the trees first. I suggest you put the lumber mill on your agenda immediately. Level 1 sewing shop, simple cold-resistant clothing or armor can be made there. Occupy area 30 square meters, materials required for construction stone *40, wood *60. Note, Lord, you don't want your men to go into battle naked, right? Level 1 or processing plant, it can smelt and sort the ore collected in the wild. Processable ores, coal, iron. Upgrading the level of the processing plant can smelt higher grade metals. Occupy area 50 square meters, materials required for construction stone *80, wood *150. Note, to create more advanced equipment, process the factory is essential. Level 1 blacksmith shop, you can forge weapons or tools inside. Occupy area 30 square meters, materials required for construction stone *100, wood *200, iron *20. Note, listen, brother, there are no weapons. The soldiers are like toothless tigers. There are many types of level 1 buildings. In addition to the above, there are infirmary, small shelter, wall, gate, and so on behind. But these buildings require a lot of stone and wood, as well as the higher grade material refined iron. Obviously, Chao Xing doesn't have a piece of iron. Moreover, the rocks and wood near the campfire are now exhausted. Is there any other place where I can obtain resources in this world of ice and snow? Chao Xing looked around, and suddenly his eyes lit up. About 100 or 200 meters away, you can see a small forest shrouded in snow and several large rocks. These should be the early resource points. So Chao Xing took out 4 stone axes and 4 iron pickaxes from his backpack and handed them to the 4 polar men respectively. Then he said, Big Zhuang, Second Zhuang, you form a team and go chop down the wood over there. Third Zhuang, fourth Zhuang, you bring your tools and collect more rocks and come back. The four polar men suddenly he straightened his body and said respectfully, yes, Lord. After saying that, they each took their tools and walked toward the snow outside the bonfire. Because of their talents, they spend more time outside the campfire than Chao Xing and others. The four polar men were all sent out by Chao Xing to collect supplies. Lu Muxue blinked her beautiful eyes, asking, what are we going to do now? Looking at her skin that was red from the cold and her face that was gradually turning pale. If this continues, even if Lu Muxue won't freeze to death, she will get seriously ill. Getting sick in the snow is a very troublesome thing. Chao Xing said, sister-in-law, you can go work indoors next and build the stove and stove first. Yes. Lu Muxue responded softly, and walked into the room without further forcing. Chao Xing checked the remaining supplies. Food *50, wood *27, stone *17. The most lacking material at present is probably stones, and wood is also indispensable. It is needed for heating at night. Although the current temperature can barely survive the first night, it is still not safe. Then, just let's upgrade the campfire. The system prompt appears. Do you want to consume 10 stones to upgrade the campfire level? Chao Xing clicked yes, and then started knocking. 10 minutes later, Chao Xing saw that the bonfire in front of him had been built with stones to a height of more than 1 meter, and gradually turned into the prototype of a furnace. The fire burned brightly. The campfire has been upgraded successfully. Current level, level 3. Camp bonfire, level 3, bonfire effect. It can increase the temperature by 10-20 in an area with a radius of 40 meters. Consumption, 10 minutes/1 wood. Materials required for the next level, stone *20, wood *10. Very good, although the temperature has not increased, the heating range has doubled. But similarly, the consumption is also greater, and it takes 10 minutes. It consumes 1 wood. If this continues, the wood in the camp will not last long. Once the wood runs out, they will lose their heating source and face harsh weather of at least -60 degrees Celsius. Before long, they will be frozen to death. Chao Xing frowned. I hope those polar people can collect wood smoothly. After working outside for too long, Chao Xing felt like he was almost freezing. So, he also got into the Lord's cabin. Inside the hut, it seemed a little dark because there was no lighting equipment. A graceful figure is building a stove in the corner. She bowed her body, her slender white silk legs were straight, and looking up, she saw her buttocks wrapped in the dress. This posture made her as round as a bowling ball. I'll go. It's really big. Chao Xing couldn't help but sigh. Lu Muxue thought that Chao Xing was here to supervise the work, so she wiped the sweat from her forehead and said softly, axing, the stove will be built soon. Chao Xing shook his head, sister-in-law, let me help you together. Yes. Lu Muxue responded softly. With the addition of Chao Xing, the construction progress of the stove has been greatly accelerated. After a few minutes, a system prompt appears. Level 1 furnace was constructed successfully. However, this time, Chao Xing did not hear the reward prompt. My heart suddenly dawned. It seems that basic buildings like furnace will not trigger rewards. Of course, it is also possible that other survivor teams have been built in advance. This time, more than 7 billion people from all over the world have descended into the world of ice and snow. Naturally, there will be many people with amazing adaptability among them. Crack! As the sound of wood being ignited appeared, the stove gradually emitted orange-red firelight, illuminating the entire Lord's cabin. The current Lord's cabin is empty, with the exception of a stove. By the fire, the two felt waves of warmth coming over them. Chao Xing took a look at the indoor temperature. Current temperature -16, although it is still very cold, it is much better than the low temperature of tens of degrees below zero outside. Lu Muxue curled up, her whole body trembling. I had been working just now and felt nothing. Now when I came back to my senses, I realized that my body was already blue and purple from the cold. Chao Xing frowned and thought to himself. It seems that the sewing shop will be put on the schedule as soon as possible. The thin clothes we have on us are no different from being naked. If this continues, let alone Lu Muxue, I myself will freeze to death. In my heart, there was a strong sense of crisis again. Chao Xing began to study other functions of the Lord interface. Click on the production interface, and a lot of basic tools suddenly appear in it, such as stone axe, stone hammer, stone pickaxe, wooden bowl, wooden table, wooden chair, wooden bed, etc. Chao Xing checked it over and made a decision. From here, you can make some simple work or furniture. Then he started to check the chat channel function, and 4 options suddenly appeared on it. World channel, all servers, each person is limited to 1 statement per day. Regional channel, This is a square area of 500 by 500 kilometers. All survivors in this area are in it. There is no limit to the number of speeches. Team channel, only survivors who join your territory can speak here. There is no limit to the number of speeches. Private chat channel, unlimited one-on-one chat. Chao Xing clicked on the world channel, and a lot of information suddenly appeared. Zhao Shangbing, oh my god. Why did I suddenly come to this ghost place? I'm freezing to death. Chen area, help. It's so cold, so cold. Zhang Chang, didn't the system say that people are allocated according to family members? Who are these people? I don't know them at all. Bear Grylls, I like it. This is an unprecedented challenge for me. Blooming brilliantly. Ma Donshi, Shiba. Don't let me know whose prank this is, I have to crush his balls. Chao Xing thought to himself, as I expected, no one except me has played this game in advance, and everyone is in a state of ignorance. If they don't take action to adapt to this world, a lot of people may die on the first night. Although it is now in the novice protection period, no monsters will attack the camp. But the low temperatures at night are no joke. At this moment, Chao Xing heard a frantic knock on the door. Bang bang bang. Lord! Something happened. Lord, help me. Hearing the cry for help, Chao Xing frowned and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He hurriedly threw the small wooden shield to Lu Muxue, then took out a wooden staff and entered a fighting position. After pushing open the door of the Lord's cabin, he saw two polar men huddled together with fear in their eyes. Chao Xing asked, what happened? Air Zhuang on the side quickly replied, Lord, there is a snake. There was a big snow snake in that forest area. It bit De Zhuang, and De Zhuang was already there. I'm dying. Chao Xing looked over, and De Zhuang's face turned purple and his whole body was shaking. At the same time, purple numbers -2 continued to appear on De Zhuang's head. This is a sign of too much intoxication. Seeing this scene, Lu Muxue also had a look of worry in her eyes. Chao Xing looked at De Zhuang's attributes. Polar Man, De Zhuang, level 10/100, HP, 52/140, current status, poisoned, level 1 snake venom. When Chao Xing saw this poison state, he felt relaxed. Don't worry, it's just level 1 snake venom. Sister-in-law, just use the purification technique. Lu Muxue seemed a little confused, but she came to her senses after a moment. Then, Lu Muxue raised her right hand, and a ball of colorful aurora condensed in her palm. May the holy aurora bless you. Lu Muxue's cold voice sounded. As soon as he finished speaking, the aurora fell into De Zhuang's body. At the same time, De Zhuang felt an influx of holy power, and the snake venom in his body melted like ice and snow. His complexion gradually improved. De Zhuang said with gratitude, thank you, great and loving lords. However, although De Zhuang was relieved of the snake venom, his face still looked weak. The health value has been reduced to half, and he is already injured. In the absence of a medical room, injury treatment is more troublesome. Chao Xing looked at his skill bar. In addition to a ice ball skill, there is also a ice therapy skill. Then, Chao Xing raised his staff, and bursts of strange frost power gathered in his staff. He waved one hand, and the power of frost poured into De Zhuang's body. The next moment, green numbers +3 and +3 kept popping up on De Zhuang's head. Then, a system prompt appears. The cast of Ice Healing was successful, the talent, Eternal Power, has taken effect, and the skill has become permanent. Upon hearing this prompt, Chao Xing was stunned. Holy! Can healing be used too? He remembered the introduction of this talent. Eternal Power makes all friendly units in the territory become permanently amplified when they obtain a temporary amplification state. But the healing technique was actually classified as a type of amplification state, which Chao Xing never expected. At this moment, a look of ecstasy appeared in Chao Xing's eyes. Because in other words, De Zhuang now has a buff with unlimited blood recovery. Looking at De Zhuang's continuously recovering health, Chao Xing couldn't help but sigh. Boy, you are invincible. Of course, Chao Xing's current mental strength is not high and he can only recover 3 points of health. Even if De Zhuang can regenerate unlimited blood, if the enemy he encounters is too strong, he can be killed with a slap, which is not truly invincible. After a while, De Zhuang's health returned to full value, and he became lively again. At this moment, De Zhuang said with an excited expression, Lord, I feel a healing force in my body. It is constantly restoring my life. Chao Xing nodded. Thank you, Lord, your power is so great and vast. Da Zhuang's loyalty to you has increased, current loyalty, 80. Chao Xing began to think about a question. Ice healing technique can restore the polar man's blood infinitely, but can it be applied to him or Lu Muxue? Chao Xing thought for a moment and threw another ice healing technique at Lu Muxue. The same system prompt appears. The cast of Ice Healing was successful, the talent, Eternal Power, has taken effect, and the skill has become permanent. Chao Xing and Lu Mushue's eyes widened, and then they both saw the shock in the other's pupils. This talent can actually work on human survivors as well. Chao Xing just wanted to say, it's so awesome. In this way, your ability to survive will make a qualitative leap. He couldn't wait to throw a green light on himself, but just when he was about to lift the staff, he felt waves of dizziness coming to his brain, and he almost fainted. Chao Xing shook his head, and he quickly figured out the reason. Because I don't have enough mental power. Will releasing 2 ice healing spells reach my limit? The recovery of mental power requires rest or food. However, the top priority now is to expel or kill the venomous snakes in that forest area. Otherwise, the source of wood in the territory will be cut off. Currently, there are 2 entities in the team with unlimited health recovery, which should be able to deal with ordinary wild monsters. Chao Xing said directly, let's go, follow me to kill that poisonous snake. The 2 polar men raised their stone axes and shouted, follow the footsteps of the Lord. Then, he took De Zhuang, Er Zhuang, and Lu Muxue. They walked out of the Lord's hut together. As for the 3 strong ones and the 4 strong ones, they were working hard to carry the stones into the territory. Stone +1, stone +1, system prompts appear continuously. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. After a while, they stepped out of the bonfire. In an instant, the temperature dropped by more than 10 degrees. The cold air suddenly struck, like invisible blades, constantly cutting through everyone's bodies. Waves of tingling sensation came over me. Lu Muxue shrank instantly, her body shivering from the cold. Even Chao Xing felt waves of stiffness coming from his body. The weather of -50 degrees is so terrible. Without the physique of polar people and cold-resistant clothing, they would be frozen into popsicles within a few minutes. Fortunately, the forest area Chao Xing was going to was not far from the fire, only more than 100 meters away. A group of 4 people walked on the snow, leaving footprints one after another. After a while, they came to this small forest, where dozens of white birch trees were sparsely planted, and the branches were covered with ice and snow. Lord! That poisonous snake is right there. Following the direction De Zhuang pointed, Chao Xing saw a big snake about 2 meters long, with its entire body coiled on the branch of a big tree. Hiss! Hiss! The venomous snake was all white and spat out scarlet slugs at the 4 people, making a threatening gesture. The attributes of this poisonous snake appeared in front of Chao Xing: Snow Viper, Level 2, Race, Beast, HP 160-160, Attack 810, Attributes, Strength 4, Agility 7, Spirit 5, Constitution 8, Skills, Assault, Nerve Toxin. Note, this is a venomous snake that has adapted to the polar environment and completed unknown evolution. A Level 2 beast creature, no wonder the big strong and the second strong combined can't defeat it. Even if Chao Xing is added, he may have to be careful in order to compete. But now, it is no longer what it used to be. Because in his team, there are 2 beings with unlimited health recovery. Of course, Lu Muxue has no fighting ability now. Chao Xing brought her here just to let her adapt to the fighting rhythm of this world. Lu Muxue is a smart woman. She understood what Chao Xing meant and was accepting everything in this world as quickly as possible. Big Zhuang, come on! Chao Xing ordered directly. As soon as he finished speaking, De Zhuang rushed forward with the stone axe in his hand. With a loyalty level of 80 points, he can basically do what is forbidden and will not disobey Chao Xing's orders. Hiss! The snow viper's body arched instantly, and then suddenly ejected. Call out! Like a white shadow passing by, it instantly bit into the strong shoulder. The sharp fangs pierced through the thick snow cover and penetrated into the strong flesh. -6, the next moment, purple numbers -2 and -2 appeared again on De Zhuang's head. De Zhuang was poisoned again. However, after a while, the green +3 numbers appeared. A happy look appeared on De Zhuang's face. I have the blessing given to me by the Lord. You evil guy, you can no longer hurt me. After saying that, De Zhuang directly stretched out his big hand and grabbed the snow viper's neck. Then he struck with an axe. This axe struck directly on the smooth body of the snow viper, leaving a mark, and the skin and flesh were torn open in an instant. -8, a damage number floats up. The snow snake was in pain, so the force of its bite became even stronger. However, in the state of unlimited blood regeneration, being strong is like having chicken blood. Catching a snow venomous snake means slashing it wildly. Puff! -10, -9, -9. The sounds of physical hits sounded one after another. After a few bites, the snow snake seemed to notice something was wrong. Its health value was constantly decreasing, and soon fell below 80. However, this opponent is obviously weaker than himself, but until now, he is still vigorous and vigorous. The viper was confused. It also realized that something was wrong with the enemy in front of it. He twisted his body, turned around and tried to slip away. Chao Xing had been watching the snow snake's movements from behind. When he saw the situation, he quickly said from behind, "Don't let it escape, Erzwang, you come too." "At your service, my lord." The two strong men obeyed the order, rushed forward together, and got entangled with the snow snake. With the addition of two strong men, this snow viper loses its health faster. Puff! The two stone axes kept slashing at the poisonous snake's body. After a while, its health dropped below 30. At the same time, Chao Xing also recovered a little mental strength after a short rest. So, he raised his staff, and the power of frost gathered nearby. After a while, a fist-sized ice ball was formed on the top of Chao Xing's staff. "Go!" Chao Xing waved his staff. The ice ball was instantly thrown out. Then it landed on the body of the snow viper and exploded with a pop sound. 21. An exaggerated damage figure emerged from the snow viper. The enemy's health points returned to 0 and he fell completely. A system prompt appears. Successfully killed the snow viper LV2, and you gain 30 experience points. Combatants, Big Zhuan gained 15 experience points, and Second Strong gained 15 experience points. Congratulations! You are the first creature in this area to kill wild monsters, and you will receive the first kill reward, Snake Priest Recruitment Scroll *1. Seeing the power of Ice Ball technique, both De Zhuang and Erzwang had shock in their eyes. "Look, Lord, your power is full of intimidation. Lord, you are so powerful." Chao Xing glanced at them lightly. These polar people are rare and strange. This is the profession of frost mage. High damage also brings high consumption. This ice hockey technique directly drained away the mental energy he had finally recovered. At the same time, Chao Xing came to the body of the snow snake, and a system prompt appeared in front of him. Snow viper corpse, decomposable. Chao Xing clicked on the decompose directly. In an instant, the snow snake's body disappeared. Then, a torn snakeskin, a dozen sections of bright red snake meat, and a purple poison sac appeared on the cold snow. Damaged snakeskin, white, *1, although it is damaged, it can also be used to make simple leather clothes. Fresh snake meat, green, *17, fresh snake meat, 1 piece of snake meat equals 5 pieces of food, venom sac, green, *1, snake venom sac, when applied to the weapon, seems to have unexpected effects. Effect? When he saw what was on the ground, a look of surprise appeared in Chao Xing's eyes. "I'll go. There's a lot of snake meat and a piece of snake skin. This is a big explosion. 17 pieces of snake meat is a full 85 pieces of food. And the most important thing is that they now have new food besides dry bread. And it's still delicious snake meat." At this moment, De Zhuang and Erzwang stared directly at the bright red snake meat on the ground, and there were waves of swallowing sounds. "Meat. It's meat. Oh my god. We haven't seen meat in years. Erzwang, pinch me, am I dreaming?" Polar people are a kind of people who live in the underground world all year round. Living creatures rarely have access to fresh meat. Chao Xing didn't know their way of life, but through previous conversations with some polar people, he could tell that their environment must be very difficult. Erzwang pulled a handful of De Zhuang's goatee and exclaimed, "Da Zhuang, you are not dreaming, this is real meat. Oh my god, if anyone can let me eat a bite of delicious meat, I will give up your life for him." Chao Xing also knew that these polar people were telling him, "Okay, you all speed up your work, and let's all drink snake soup together tonight." After hearing this, the big and the two strong suddenly climbed up from the ground and shouted, "Long live the Lord! Let's go to work now." Then the two polar men held up stone axes and went to chop down the trees with great enthusiasm. Seeing their enthusiasm, Chao Xing put away all the materials on the ground. He looked at Lu Muxue on the side and said, "Sister-in-law, do you remember? If you encounter an enemy in the wild, you have to fight like this to kill him." Lu Muxue held the shield in her arms and nodded firmly. He said, "Yeah, I remember, axing." Chao Xing nodded, and then took her back to the campfire. The moment he entered the area covered by the bonfire, the chill was instantly dissipated. Hiss! The two of them suddenly became excited. This time, they were out for almost 7 minutes. According to Chao Xing's estimation, their longest activity time now is 15 minutes. If cold-resistant clothing could be made, their activity time could be extended much longer. Chao Xing took a look at his territory's resources. Food *135, wood *36, stone *54, there are still not enough materials to build a sewing shop. It seems that we can't build it today. So, are there any other ways to resist the cold? Chao Xing turned his gaze. Looking to the side, he saw a polar man wearing a thick snowsuit. Obviously, the clothes these polar people brought with them were very thick and had a very good cold resistance effect. It is estimated that at this time, most of the survivors wanted to use some coercive means to away the clothes from these polar people. Come over. But I advise you not to do this. Because once you kill the first polar man, the favorability of this race will directly drop by 50%. When you kill the second polar man, you will become completely hostile to this race. Not only will you no longer be able to recruit polar people to work for you, but the polar people you meet on the road will also attack your camp. Chao Xing thought to himself, forget it, let's carry it like this today. I estimate that by tomorrow, we will be able to gather enough wood and stones to build a sewing shop. At this time, Chao Xing remembered the first priority given by the system just now. Kill reward, it seems to be a recruitment scroll. After taking it out of the backpack, the properties of the scroll appeared in front of me. Snake Priest Recruitment Scroll, a level 5 Snake Priest can be summoned to assist the Lord in fighting. Occupies 2 people. Seeing this system introduction, Chao Xing suddenly looked happy. Good guy, it's actually a scroll that can summon level 5 creatures. This reward is really good. However, Chao Xing had never encountered the snake tribe before when he played games, so he didn't know what they were like. Of course, it may also be because Chao Xing did not develop to a later stage and did not explore the full picture of the game at all. The vastness of this world exceeds Chao Xing's imagination. Consume the scroll to summon the snake priest? Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, a 6-pointed star array appeared out of thin air in front of Chao Xing. The next moment, the 6-pointed star array emitted a dazzling light. Lu Muxue was also watching Chao Xing's actions curiously. At the same time, they suddenly felt that there seemed to be a powerful and cold breath coming. Then, a cold wind blew. A creature with a sinuous body and a white body appeared. The 5-meter-long snake was covered with scales, and its slender tail swayed casually in the snow. But on top of this snake body is the head of a human female. The slender eyes and 3-dimensional facial features are full of charm at first glance. Chao Xing and Lu Muxue on the side looked at this huge and beautiful snake in shock. What a big snake! Lu Muxue opened her mouth slightly. It was also the first time for Chao Xing to see this kind of creature, which was beyond his imagination. So this is the snake tribe? It really lives up to its name. At this moment, this creature with a snake body and a human head was staring at Chao Xing with its green pupils, then opened its purple lips and said softly, "Dear Lord, priest of the snake tribe, Irina is at your service." The attributes of this snake man appeared in front of Chao Xing, discovering a wild coal mine, snake priest, Irina, race, snake, level 5 132/4000, HP, 480, attack, 5154, weapon bonus, attributes, strength 21, agility 17, spirit 18, constitution 24, skill, scale armor, can provide an additional 10 points of armor for yourself or a friend, cooling time 90 seconds. Snake People's Madness, gives yourself or friendly units a madness effect, within 60 seconds, movement speed plus 20%, attack speed plus 20%, cooling time 120 seconds. Talent, Ice Bloodline, can be used in extreme survive longer in the weather, hunger, 67, loyalty, 68. I'll go. Such powerful attributes, it really deserves to be a level 5 creature. Chao Xing was surprised. And the most important thing is that Chao Xing saw 2 skills of Ilena, Snake Human Race Madness, and Scale Armor. These 2 skills are actually amplification buff skills. Coupled with their SS level talents, they are equivalent to permanently increasing their armor by 10 points. For the convenience of calculation, 1 point of armor offsets 1 point of attack power. For an ordinary creature like the Polar Man, 1 point of strength is roughly equal to 2 points of physical attack power. According to different occupations and racial talents, the attack power of the strength bonus is also different. The bonus of 1 point of strength ranges from 15 attack power to 3 physical attacks. In other words, except for Dezhuang, several other it was difficult for the Polar Man's attack to even cause effective damage to Chao Xing. This shows how terrifying the improvement this skill brings in the early stage. The other, Snake Tribe Madness, skill, which increases movement speed and attack speed by 20%, is an even more terrifying percentage increase skill. At this moment, Chao Xing felt that he had really found a treasure. Suppressing his excitement, Chao Xing said, "Elena, you can use the Snake Human Race's madness skills on us first." In this world, of course, he must seize every bit that can improve his strength. Ilena spat out a scarlet letter and said, "With pleasure, my lord." After saying this, Ilena raised her spear, and a ball of red power gathered on her spear. Then she pointed her spear, and a ball of energy fell on Chao Xing. In an instant, Chao Xing felt a surge of hot energy in his body, which greatly increased his shooting speed and movement speed. The cast of Snake Man Madness was successful, the talent, eternal power, has taken effect, and the skill has become permanent. Seeing this prompt, Chao Xing clenched his fists in excitement. Sure enough, it can. At the same time, Ailina raised her spear again, and a ball of white energy fell on her body. Chao Xing only felt that there was an extra layer of invisible scales on his body. The cast of Scale Armor was successful, the talent, eternal power, has taken effect, and the skill has become permanent. This layer of scales is very hard and smooth, and it will only appear when it is attacked. In other words, in normal times, Chao Xing is still just like a normal person. Chao Xing said excitedly, okay, this way, my defense has greatly increased. After waiting for the skill cooling time to end, Chao Xing asked Ailina to add 2 more to himself and Lu Muxue respectively. Status. After the talent activation prompt, Ailina also discovered that the power in her body would not disappear like before, but would remain forever. She was a little confused, and then when Chao Xing cast a permanent, ice healing technique on her, Ailina understood the reason. Lord, your power is so vast and unpredictable. It will stay in my body forever. Chao Xing's eyes were a little strange. Why do you feel that this sentence is weird? Shaking his head, Chao Xing began to think about other issues. This madness skill can increase the speed by 20%. In other words, if you can add them to all 4 polar people, you can increase their work efficiency. So, Chao Xing asked, Ailina, can you continue to use skills? Ailina shook her head slightly. Lord, these skills consume my mental power, and I need some time to recover. Chao Xing nodded. Then, he looked at the 4 polar men working in the distance. At this time, Dazhuang and Erzwang were trotting over each carrying a bundle of processed wood. The 3 strong ones and the 4th strong ones are holding a few stones. The scene of 4 dwarfs spreading their legs and running in the snow always feels a bit joyful. Then, when they put the materials near the campfire, they will automatically disappear and system prompts will appear one after another. Wood +5, wood +5, stone +3, stone +3. Chao Xing calculated that the round trip time for the 4 of them was about 10 minutes. It's still an hour and a half before dark. In other words, before dark, up to 90 pieces of wood and 54 stones can be collected for Chao Xing. I need more labor now, but I can only build 1 polar hut. If I want to recruit more polar people, I can only upgrade the polar hut. Level 2 polar huts can recruit more. The presence of 4 polar people can greatly increase work efficiency. But at the same time, these polar people will consume more food and occupy my population limit. Chao Xing looked at his population. Population, 8/50ths, the maximum population limit for a level 1 territory is 50. You can increase the population limit by upgrading the Lord's hut. At this time, the 3 strong men opened their calves and ran to Chao Xing's side. Lord, I have something to report to you. Chao Xing looked at San Zhuang. What's the matter? San Zhuang replied, where Si Zhuang and I collected stones, we found that the front right was about 300 to 400 meters away. There is a small coal mine in that place. However, there seem to be 2 snow wolves guarding it, and we dare not approach it. I am worried that those snow wolves will threaten our camp, so I came here to report to the Lord. Chao Xing's eyes lit up when he heard the word coal mine. You must know that coal is a higher grade energy material than wood. It not only burns longer, but also emits higher heat. If he could capture the coal mine, he could save a lot of wood and use it to build other facilities. Chao Xing quickly asked, what are the strengths of those snow wolves? Do you know how many there are? San Zhuang nodded. We observed for a while, and we only saw 2 snow wolves coming out so far. The strength of these snow wolves, it feels a little stronger than that poisonous snake. After hearing this, Chao Xing's lips became even more joyful. The 2 snow wolves, according to San Zhuang, are a little stronger than the snow vipers, that is, they are about level 3 to 4 monsters. Before summoning Ailina, Chao Xing really had no confidence in dealing with them. But now, we can find a way to occupy that coal mine first. So, Chao Xing nodded and said, 3 Zhuang, you performed well. I will give you and Si Zhuang a piece of snake meat as a reward tonight. When he heard that there was snake meat to eat in the evening, little eyes almost popped out of San Zhuang's eyes. Star. He nodded excitedly and said, thank you Lord for your generosity. San Zhuang will do his best to contribute to you. After saying that, San Zhuang continued to move his short legs and began to collect stones. Lu Muxue also heard the conversation between the 2, and asked nervously, Axing, are you going to fight? Chao Xing nodded. Well, the coal mine is an important resource point, the sooner it is captured, the better. There was some fear in Lu Muxue's eyes, but she still mustered up her courage and said, I will fight with you. Chao Xing did not refuse. Although Snow Wolf is powerful, Lu Muxue has been blessed with 3 permanent buffs. Both defense and recovery abilities have been greatly improved. With the level 5 Ailina, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with 2 snow wolves. However, before the battle, he can also use some props to increase his combat effectiveness. Chao Xing took out a purple poison sac from his backpack. Snow Viper's Venom Sac, green, effect. When applied to the weapon, it will add level 1 poisoning status to the next 15 attacks. Remaining number of uses, 10 times. Chao Xing applied the venom effect to both Ailina's trident and Lu Mushue's ordinary stone axe. Their weapons have a faint purple light attached to them. After making these preparations, Chao Xing nodded and said, "Then, let's set off now." After saying that, he raised his white wooden stick and walked towards the snow. Ailina walked in the front, holding a 3-pronged spear. The snake-like body twisted on the snow, leaving a clear mark. Chao Xing and Lu Mushue followed her. Sand. Sand. The farther away from the bonfire, the thicker the snow on the ground becomes, almost reaching the ankles. The chill came in waves. It took about 4 minutes for them to arrive at the place where Sanjuan mentioned. There was indeed a dark mine there, and next to it there was a pile of mine coal. Small coal mine, special resource point, number of remaining mineable resources, coal *1754, stone *754, soil *5360, current status, unoccupied. Chao Xing's eyes lit up instantly when he saw the introduction of this coal mine. So many resources. If this coal mine can be occupied, there will be no worries about resources in the short term. However, the coal mine is now in an unoccupied state. This is because there are enemies in the mine. They saw 2 snow-white figures moving inside the mine. It seemed that he felt the dangerous aura on Ailina's body. 2 snow wolves came out one after another. Ouch! The snow-white hair, the 2-meter-long body, and the exposed fangs give people a strong sense of oppression. 2 snow wolves stood at the entrance of the mine, their limbs tensed, looking at Ailina warily, and growling menacingly. Chao Xing saw the attributes of Snow Wolf. Snow Wolf, Level 3, Race, Beast, HP, 220-220, Attack, 16-18, Attributes, Strength 8, Agility 9, Spirit 7, Constitution 11, Skills, Bite, Pounce Attack, Racial Talent, Wolf Pack Effect. If the number of snow wolves participating in the battle reaches more than 10 at the same time, the Wolf Pack talent can be activated, and the attack power and movement speed will increase by 20%. It is indeed a level 3 snow wolf. The attributes of the other snow wolf are similar to it. Chao Xing felt relieved. Fortunately, there are only 2 snow wolves here. If there are too many wolves, the racial talent will be activated, and Chao Xing will have no choice but to turn around and run away. But now, Chao Xing looked at the thick fur on the 2 snow wolves, as if he were seeing a naked young woman. He. Little snow wolf, please contribute your fur. At this moment, Lu Mushue and Ailina turned their heads to look at Chao Xing at the same time. Chao Xing froze in place, embarrassed. What the hell? Why did you say what was in your heart? The 2 snow wolves seemed to know that Chao Xing and others were not to be trifled with. They lowered their heads and kept making threats. The snake man Ailina opened her scarlet letter, unwilling to be outdone. Hiss. Hiss. The atmosphere on both sides was tense. Lu Mushue, on the other hand, was a little nervous, holding up her wooden shield. After a few seconds of confrontation, the 2 snow wolves were the first to lose patience. They rushed toward them fiercely. Ouch! Lu Mushue held up the shield. The snow wolf's 2-meter-long body made her feel full of pressure. The slender and slightly voluptuous legs were trembling slightly. At this moment, Chao Xing's voice appeared from behind. Sister-in-law, raise your shield and block its attack. Don't worry, your attributes can withstand it. Lu Mushue, who was in panic, heard this and immediately, as if she had found her backbone, she subconsciously followed suit. She raised her shield, and the snow wolf's claws swiped across it. Bang! Well! Lu Mushue let out a soft cry. After a crash, the expected scene of Lu Mushue being blown away did not appear. A layer of snow-white scales appeared on her arms, which reduced a lot of impact on her. Blocked. Blocked? Lu Mushue looked at the scene in front of her in surprise. Chao Xing praised from behind. Sister-in-law, you did a good job. With Chao Xing's encouragement, Lu Mushue became more confident. She took a deep breath, making her proud chest grow larger. Lu Mushue raised her shield again and again to resist the attacks of the snow wolf. Bang! 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 Collisions sounded one after another, but Lu Mushue still gritted her teeth and did not take a step back. The muscles of the legs covered with white stockings were tight, and the round cheeks were trembling. It can be seen that Lu Mushue should exercise regularly, and her perfect body curves are clearly exposed in the shield-holding posture. Sister-in-law, in addition to resisting the attack, you must also remember to use the weapon in the other hand to fight back against the enemy. Chao Xing was teaching Lu Muxue how to fight. Lu Muxue complied completely. She took advantage of the snow wolf's claws to hit him in the air, raised the stone axe in her hand, and struck at the snow wolf's head. Puff! -8-2-2. The first number is the slashing damage caused by Lu Muxue, and the latter number is the accompanying snake venom effect. Although the damage was very low, it was nothing compared to Snow Wolf's more than 200 health points. But it also allowed Lu Muxue to find confidence. It turns out that I can also block these monsters. Then, Lu Muxue gradually began to find her own attack rhythm. Puff! -8. -9. -14. Crit damage. While blocking the Snow Wolf's attack, she looked for opportunities to counterattack. Chao Xing is condensing his ice hockey skills from behind. Snap! -19. This time the damage of the ice hockey technique is not as high as the first time. This is because the Snow Wolf is a level 3 creature with higher defense than the Snow Viper. The two of them worked together to deal with this Snow Wolf, but they seemed to be in danger. As for the Snake Man Ailina next to her, she was unilaterally suppressing another Snow Wolf. Her spear was so sharp that every thrust of the spear would poke several holes in the Snow Wolf's body. -37-2-32-2. After a while, the Snow Wolf's health was reduced to less than half. On the other hand, looking at Ailina, every time the Snow Wolf claws hit, most of the damage will be reduced by her scale shell, and the damage caused is only single digits. At this time, green +3 will appear above Ailina's head. Her life points were replenished in no time. This scene directly made the Snow Wolf in front of him feel desperate. How can you fight against such an enemy with unlimited blood regeneration? In less than 30 seconds, Ailina killed the Snow Wolf. Member of your territory, Ailina killed Snow Wolf LV3 and gained 40 experience points. You gained 20 experience points. Lu Muxue also received the same system prompt. When Ailina resolved the battle here, she quickly twisted her body and came over to help Chao Xing fight. With the addition of Ailina, there will be no suspense in the next battle. The last Snow Wolf let out a mournful cry, then fell to the ground dead. Chao Xing and Lu Muxue breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. As modern humans, this is the first time they have fought in this way. Although Chao Xing acted calm, he was actually panicking inside. If Lu Muxue couldn't bear it, then with her small body, she would be even less able to withstand Snow Wolf's attack. Fortunately, Lu Muxue did not disappoint. Chao Xing came over and saw the pale Lu Muxue, patted her on the back and said, "Sister-in-law, thank you for your hard work. You performed very well this time." After hearing this, Lu Muxue nodded lightly, feeling nervous inside. It also dissipated some. Chao Xing moved his gaze over. At this moment, there were 2 wolf corpses on the ground. Snow Wolf Corpse *2, decomposable. Chao Xing clicked on decompose directly. A ray of white light enveloped the 2 wolf corpses, and a second later, a large pile of materials suddenly appeared on the ground. Slightly damaged wolf skin, green, *2, thick wolf skin can be made into a coat and has good cold resistance. Fresh wolf meat, green, *134, chewy wolf meat, 1 piece of wolf meat equals 5 food, snow wolf skeleton, green, *32, hard bones, you can use them to make simple armors and weapons, or make soup. Wolf fangs, green, *11, sharp wolf fangs, you can use them to make arrows, or tie them to a wooden stick to make a spear. Frost Wolf Knight Recruitment Scroll, blue, *1, a scroll containing the power of the contract, you can immediately summon a powerful level 10 Frost Wolf Knight, but before that, please make sure you have enough food. Seeing the materials here, the shock in Chao Xing's eyes became more intense. This wave is really big. Chao Xing was pleasantly surprised. The 2 wolf skins directly used the raw materials they used to make cold-resistant clothing. It can be said that it solved his urgent need. Needless to say, there is no need to mention the wolf meat, which is enough for more than 100 servings. If you eat sparingly, it will be enough for them to survive for half a month. And the most exaggerated thing is naturally the Frost Wolf Warrior Recruitment Scroll. It can actually summon a level 10 creature, which is more powerful than Ailina. Lu Muxue's face also showed joy. She also knew how valuable these resources were. That's great, Axing. Chao Xing nodded. He picked up a piece of snow-white wolf skin from the ground and put it on Lu Muxue. Although not made into clothes, these 2 wolf skins alone can have a very good effect in keeping out the cold. Lu Muxue instantly felt a warmth wrap around her. She looked at Chao Xing gratefully. "Thank you, Axing." "You're welcome, sister-in-law." After Chao Xing finished speaking, he handed over the other wolf skin. "Put it on yourself." In an instant, a lot of the coldness in this world was dispelled. At this time, Chao Xing couldn't help but sigh. Finally, I no longer have to wear short-sleeved shorts and fight in the snow. After that, he came to the coal mine with great expectations. I found an unowned small coal mine, do you want to occupy it? Yes. Occupied successfully, obtained a small coal mine *1, and a bronze treasure chest *1. Congratulations! Because you are the first survivor in the server to occupy resource points, you will be rewarded, Ancient Weapon Barrett, purple, *112, 7mm ammunition *10. Chao Xing, ? What the hell? Barrett? Did I hear that right? However, when Chao Xing looked at the heavy sniper rifle with a black body and a 1-meter-long barrel on the snow in front of him, he confirmed his suspicion. This is really Barrett. But after thinking about it, it's normal. After all, this world is a world where technology and magic are mixed. In the later stages, Hantai Mechanic can still drive Gundam and summon a group of bombers. What does a Barrett mean? Thinking of this, Chao Xing happily put away the Barrett and the bullets on the ground. Ancient Weapon Barrett, purple, quality, rare, attack power, 967-993, attack interval, 2 seconds per time, with special effect 1, armor penetration. When attacking, there is a 50% chance of ignoring the enemy, 100 points of armor, with special effect 2, headshot. When attacking the head, an additional 50% damage is caused. Oh my god! It's so awesome! There is no doubt that this is a real big gun. Killer weapon. With an attack power of more than 900 in the early stage, it is almost as if a god can kill a god if he blocks it, and a Buddha can kill a Buddha if he blocks it. Coupled with the latter two special effects, if they are all triggered, monsters below level 20 will not be able to resist a single shot. Although he is a mage, who stipulates that mages cannot use Barrett? But it is a pity that Chao Xing only has 10 ammunition in his hand. Chao Xing thought about it. I remember that after the territory level reaches level 4, some new technological buildings will be unlocked, such as bullet factory, small snow robot production workshop, etc. At that time, there will be no need. I'm worried about bullets. Chao Xing put the Barrett into his backpack with satisfaction. At this time, he remembered another prompt from the system. In addition to the coal resources, there is also a bronze treasure chest. In other words, there is probably a treasure chest inside. So, Chao Xing turned his head and said, "Sister-in-law, I'm going to take a look inside the mine. You collect the scattered coal outside first." Lu Mushua nodded lightly, yes. After Chao Xing finished speaking, he jumped into the mine. This is just a small mine, only 4 or 5 meters deep inside. Some black coal and stones can be seen in the middle of the nearby soil. It is indeed rich in resources. According to the system, more than 1,700 pieces of coal can be mined here. According to the standard of 1 coal equals 5 wood, the resources here are enough for him to use for a long time. Chao Xing even wants to send a few polar people to mine now. However, the 4 polar people in the territory now have tasks, and there are no extra manpower at this stage. Chao Xing thought to himself, it seems that the upgrade progress of the polar man's hut will also be put on the agenda. More labor must be recruited, otherwise no one will mine the veins. However, what is more important at the moment is, or look for the treasure chest in this coal mine. Chao Xing walked to the end of the mine and found a bronze treasure chest in the darkness. That's it. The system prompt appears. Unlocked bronze treasure chest *1 found, please open it. Chao Xing clicked yes directly. Opened the bronze treasure chest successfully, obtained believer's walking stick, green, *1, obtained snow boots, white, *2, obtained medical kit *1, obtained food *15, obtained fine iron *5, obtained market construction drawings *1. Ha! Are the market construction drawings out? Chao Xing's eyes lit up. Only after building a market can you trade with other survivors. Although it has only been a few hours since Chao Xing came to this world. But in the case of more than 7 billion people across the entire blue star, with such a large population base, many people must have built a market. Chao Xing checked the introduction of this drawing. Market, after construction, resources can be traded with other survivors. Note, before merging areas, you can only trade with other survivors in the area where the survivor is. Occupied area, 20 square meters. Materials required for construction, stones *15, wood *30. Chao Xing thought thoughtfully, can we only trade with survivors in this area first? But it won't have much impact. 174 There are tens of thousands of people in the area, and there are a lot of materials circulating in the market. Chao Xing began to check the other 2 pieces of equipment he had just obtained. Believer's cane, green, quality, excellent, attack power, 1518, spirit +3, with special effect, believer's grip, when attacking, there is a 20% chance of increasing one's own spirit by 10. Note, the cane of a fanatical believer. When you are fighting, shout, Black Silk is justice, it will have unexpected effects. Who the hell wants to shout? Bicey is justice, okay? Chao Xing was speechless, always feeling that the system notes seemed a bit unfair. He started looking at the second piece of equipment. Snow boots, white, quality, ordinary, armor, none, special effects, none. Note, snow boots with good cold-resistant effect can help you walk better in ice and snow. Another piece of cold-proof equipment. Chao Xing was happy. There were 2 pairs of these snow boots, and he and Lu Muxue each had a pair. So he took off his black leather shoes and put on snow boots covered with fluff. The soles of my feet, which were almost numb from the cold, were now wrapped in waves of warmth. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. There is another item in the treasure chest. Medical kit, white can be used to treat injuries or common illnesses and restore 100 health points. Note, a simple medical kit can treat some common symptoms caused by the weather, such as colds, fevers, frostbite, etc. This is also a good thing. Before the medical room was built, this medical kit it's a life-saving thing. After all, there are some diseases that even the Aurora Knight's purification technique cannot dispel. After continuing to check around and confirming that there was nothing else in the coal mine, Chao Xing prepared to go out. However, before leaving, he also disassembled the treasure box, successfully deconstructed the bronze treasure chest and obtained copper *5. Chao Xing got out of the mine. After seeing him come out, Lu Muxue said softly, axing, all the coal on the ground has been collected. There are 112 pieces of coal, which is enough for us to use for a long time. Her face was filled with the joy of harvest. Chao Xing nodded and said, well done, sister-in-law. I'll give you these snow boots first. After saying that, Chao Xing placed the boots at Lu Muxue's feet. He noticed that Lu Muxue's legs were already red from the cold, her 10 jade toes were clasped tightly, and her buttocks were constantly trembling. 5 or 6 minutes have passed since they came out. Lu Muxue's legs might be completely frozen if she didn't return to the campfire in a few minutes. Although Lu Muxue also longed for these snow boots, she also knew how precious these boots were in such an extreme environment. Can you really give me these boots? Lu Muxue asked tentatively. Chao Xing smiled and said, of course I can give it to you. I already have a pair. Ailina has no legs. Who else can wear it besides you? Lu Muxue no longer shied away, but whispered, thank you. Chao Xing waved his hand and motioned for her to change quickly. At this moment, Lu Muxue said with some embarrassment, axing, can you help me? My legs are a little bit unruly. After saying this, her cheeks were already red to the roots of her ears. Chao Xing didn't think much, walked directly to him and put one of Lu Muxue's hands on his shoulder. A faint fragrance comes from the tip of the nose. Lu Muxue held Chao Xing's neck and raised her right leg with some difficulty. Looking at her look like this, Chao Xing knew that her legs were frozen. Sister-in-law, let me put it on for you. After saying that, before Lu Muxue could react, Chao Xing directly lifted her legs covered with white stockings. Well, Lu Muxue's body trembled, and her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Without any extra thoughts, Chao Xing quickly helped her put on 2 pairs of snow boots, and then bent down. Sister-in-law, I will carry you back to the camp. Hearing this, Lu Muxue became even more shy. But she also knew that in her current state, she had to return to the camp to keep warm as soon as possible. Ma, I'm sorry to trouble you. Lu Muxue responded softly. The next moment, a pair of slender arms wrapped around Chao Xing's neck. Then, she felt a pair of big, powerful hands grabbing the top of her thighs. It seemed that this was the first time that another man had touched this part. Lu Muxue let out a slight gasp, and her face suddenly turned red to her neck. Lu Muxue lowered her head deeply. Chao Xing felt a delicate and soft touch between his hands. He thought to himself, this woman. Her body is so soft. Then, Chao Xing carried Lu Muxue on his back and took Ailina with him. The 2 of them returned to the camp. The warmth from the campfire came again. The stiffness in the body is gradually dispelled. After placing Lu Muxue in place, Chao Xing looked above his head and saw that the sky was getting darker. There was still half an hour until dark. He wanted to build a small shelter before dark for Ailina to live in at night. Otherwise, if these territorial residents are left to freeze at night, their loyalty will decline. In addition, he also wants to build a market for trading with other survivors. Chao Xing took a look at the current territory resources. Food, bread *50, snake meat *17, wolf meat *134, wood *97, coal *112, stone *62, it's okay. There are enough construction materials for the lumber mill and market, and the remaining materials are also we can build a small residence. So, Chao Xing shouted in the distance, Dazhuang and Erzwang, please come back. After hearing the order, the polar people put down their work and returned to the campfire shivering. Lord, what's the matter? Chao Xing nodded, and then began to give orders. Dazhuang and Erzwang, you two go and build the lumber mill. Third Zhuang, I'll leave the task of building the market to you. Si Zhuang, you go build a small residence. At this point, Chao Xing added, after you finish this, you can eat. Hearing the last sentence, the four polar people's eyes lit up. Don't worry, Lord, I promise to complete the task before dark. Yes, we will do the work, Lord, don't worry. It wasn't him who sent it, but Lu Muxue on the side. She was not a physically strong person to begin with, and she had just experienced another battle, which consumed a lot of energy. It's normal to be hungry. Seeing Chao Xing's gaze, Lu Muxue blushed and buried her head deeply. No, I'm sorry. Chao Xing shook his head and said, sister-in-law, let's go in first and get ready to cook. Lu Muxue nodded lightly. Then, they got into the empty lord's cabin. If you want to cook, you must first build the stove. So, Chao Xing directly found a corner, then clicked on the building interface to start building. Whether to consume materials, stones *8, wood *4, to build a level 1 simple stove. Yes. Chao Xing began to build according to the sketch given by the system. Within a few minutes, a simple stove made of stones appeared in front of Chao Xing. Stove, level 1, defense value, 30, occupied area, 1 square meter. Chao Xing took out the initial equipment given by the system from the storage box. Pot, white, don't look at it, it's just a big one. It is a black pot, but if it is decomposed, it can be broken down into 2 pieces of iron. This time, Chao Xing planned to make a pot of snake soup first. In this world of ice and snow, there is naturally no shortage of water. Chao Xing only had to go outside, use a hammer to knock some ice cubes back, put them in the pot, and they would melt in a short while. After the water boiled, Chao Xing threw 2 pieces of snake meat as big as a palm directly into the pot. These 2 pieces of snake meat are equivalent to 10 pieces of food, which is quite luxurious. After thinking for a moment, Chao Xing threw in 2 more pieces of snake meat. 10 minutes later, the rich aroma of meat began to permeate the entire cabin. Lu Muxue, who was huddled aside, couldn't help but raise her head, looked at the pot and swallowed her saliva. Sister-in-law, it's almost done. Just wait a moment. Lu Muxue lowered her head in embarrassment and responded softly, axing, leave the cooking to me in the future. Chao Xing listened. He smiled and said, you are a woman who will become a lord in the future. How can we do these things? We don't have enough manpower now. If we recruit more troops in the future, we won't need to cook. Lu Muxue listened, also showed a gentle smile, axing, you know so much. Chao Xing shook his head, it's nothing, I usually play more games. The sky outside became darker and darker. The temperature also began to drop sharply. Originally, after lighting the stove, the temperature in the room had risen to -11 degrees Celsius. And now, it has dropped to -16 degrees Celsius in the blink of an eye. The outdoor temperature reached an astonishing -50 degrees Celsius. The cold wind howled, like a bone scraper, constantly passing over the bodies of the polar people. At this temperature, it is impossible to work even if there is a campfire. Unless you upgrade the bonfire into an energy tower later, you can get through it safely even if there is a snowstorm. At this time, Chao Xing saw the territory interface, and several prompts appeared one after another. Your territory building, lumber mill, was successfully constructed. Your territory building, market, was successfully constructed. Your territory building, small shelter, was successfully constructed. Chao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. The work he assigned to the 4 polar men was finally completed before dark. So, he walked to the door of the Lord's hut and said, Big Zhuang, Zhuang, you can come over and eat. The 4 polar men swarmed into the Lord's hut. Even Elena curled up and squeezed in against the wall of the wooden house. The Lord's cabin only had a total of 30 square meters of space, and it suddenly became very crowded. Lu Muxue had already filled 6 wooden bowls with broth, with boiled snake meat still floating in them. The eyes of the 4 polar men were shining, and their hands holding the wooden bowls were trembling. But because Chao Xing didn't speak, they didn't dare to make any overstep. At this time, Chao Xing came to the stove, picked up one of the wooden bowls and said, although it's just the first day for everyone to get along, I'm very satisfied with your performance. To reward you for your hard work, this pot of snake soup, you can enjoy it to your heart's content. Then, let's enjoy the food. At this moment, the 4 polar people raised their hands to the delicious broth and salivated wildly. Then, they shouted at the same time, Praise to the great Lord! Praise to the great Lord, second Lord. After saying this, the four polar men drank the broth directly. The sound of gula gula came. After a while, happy looks appeared on the faces of the four polar people. God, I swear, this is the most delicious meal I have ever eaten in my life. Zhuang, me too. I have never eaten such delicious broth underground. Everyone, we have to remember, come on, all this is given by the Lord. We must work hard and give back to the Lord. We are willing to go through fire and water for the Lord. The four polar people were moved. A system prompt appears. Your territory member, Dazhuang, tasted the delicious snake soup, and his loyalty to you has been improved. Current loyalty, 85. Your territory member, Zhuang, tasted the delicious snake soup, and his loyalty to you has been improved. Current loyalty, 80. The favorability of the four polar people has soared, all reaching above 80 points. Under this favorability level, they would basically do whatever Chao Xing asked them to do. Chao Xing also noticed Ailina next to him. Her hunger level has dropped below 50. Ailina narrowed her narrow eyes. Nobuko kept spitting out, and seemed to be very eager to eat. Chao Xing came to Ailina and asked, Ailina, do you eat raw meat or cooked meat? Ailina spat out a scarlet letter, eat raw meat, respected Lord. Chao Xing nodded. I want to take out 2 pieces of snake meat from my backpack. After thinking about it, Chao Xing put it back again. So, he threw 2 pieces of the wolf meat he had just harvested to Ailina. Ailina bit it down and swallowed it. She licked her lips and said with a satisfied smile on her face, thank you, Lord. Your territory member, Ailina, has tasted the delicious wolf meat, and her loyalty to you has increased. Current loyalty, 71. Chao Xing noticed that Ailina's hunger level has increased by 10 points, and she is now in a bad state. Only reaches 60 points. It's not okay to continue like this. If you don't reach the full state for a long time, your loyalty will also be reduced. Ailina is powerful, but also consumes more food. Chao Xing thought for a moment, then fed 4 more pieces of wolf meat, raising Ailina's hunger level to 80. Thank you for your generosity, Lord. Chao Xing nodded. Fortunately, this time, they went out to hunt 2 snow wolves. Otherwise, with Ailina's appetite, the food stored would not be enough for them to survive for 2 days. Moreover, Chao Xing also has a more powerful recruitment scroll, Frost Wolf Warrior. It is conceivable that by then, the daily food consumption of 2 guys with big appetites will reach astonishing figures. Starting tomorrow, I have to find a way to collect more food. Chao Xing thought to himself. Since it's night now, I can't work or go out to explore. So, Chao Xing asked Ailina and the 4 polar people to return to their residence to rest. After they left, the Lord's cabin became empty again. As for Lu Muxue, she could only stay with Chao Xing until a new residence was built. Lu Muxue seemed a little nervous at this moment. This seemed to be her first time in the same room with a member of the opposite. However, Chao Xing had no extra thoughts. Sitting in front of the fire, Chao Xing opened the chat channel on the system interface. He wanted to see how other survivors were doing. Opening the World channel, an overwhelming amount of information suddenly came flooding in. Lin Zixuan, cold. So cold. I'm freezing to death. Lawrence, God. What kind of world is this? Our family has finished eating the food, and the bonfire is about to go out. Who can come and save us? Andre, it. There was a monster outside the camp, and it bit me. Akiko Fujiwara, my husband has frozen to death. His body is so stiff and cold, woo-woo. Most of them died from low-temperature weather, and a few were attacked by monsters in the wild. The entire human environment is in a state of panic and uneasiness. There are also other calmer survivors on the World channel, sharing their experiences there. Zhang Huayan, brothers, you must build the Lord's hut as soon as possible. Only after building the Lord's hut can other buildings be unlocked. Ed Stafford, I suggest that you build the Lord's hut as soon as possible. Collect stones and wood first, and then upgrade the campfire level. Shang, if you encounter monsters in the wild, don't try to attack. Remember to run back immediately and reach the campfire range, and those monsters will not attack you. Just as Chao Xing had predicted, there are more than 7 billion people in the world, and there are many people with good adaptability. However, compared to Chao Xing, they were still a step slower. Not only have they not played the game in advance like Chao Xing, they also do not have SS-level hidden talents. In these 4 hours, Chao Xing not only built the Lord's hut and the Polar Man's hut, but also built a lumber mill, a market and other buildings, and raised the bonfire to level 3. Moreover, after 2 battles, Chao Xing's resources have reached a rich level. Chao Xing thought for a while and added something inside. Chao Xing, the lowest temperature at night will reach -60 degrees Celsius. Don't go out casually. If you don't have time to build the Lord's hut, you can first build a simple shelter with wooden boards and stones, which can barely withstand the low temperature on the first night. After Chao Xing finished speaking, he closed the world channel. He didn't know how many people would see his message. I don't know if anyone can survive the first night using his method, but no matter what, just take it as a kind reminder to yourself. Then, he opened the regional channel. According to the system description, this is a square area of 500 kilometers * 500 kilometers. Shown above. Regional channel 174, number of people online, 38224/40173. Chao Xing was silent for a moment. Obviously, many people had died on the first day after arriving. Nearly 2,000 people have died in his area alone. As you can imagine, the death rate among survivors around the world is high. But there is nothing we can do about it. In a survival game, many people will be eliminated. Moreover, as long as you get through the first day and everyone adapts later, the death rate will not be that high. Of course, once the novice protection period expires, monsters wandering outside may take the initiative to attack the camp. By then, the death rate may spike again. So, it's not just other survivors. Even Chao Xing must cherish the novice protection period and develop his territory as soon as possible. Clicking on Regional Channel, a lot of information was immediately passed through. Wenjie, brothers, are you all from Shangjiang? Guborin, I am not from Shangjiang, but I am from Shenzhen and Hong Kong next door. Chao Pingwei, I am from Shangjiang. Pan Fei, me too of Shangjiang. After reading the chat above, Chao Xing suddenly nodded. This regional division should randomly allocate people from several adjacent cities together. At this time, Wenjie continued, compatriots, I am in trouble. My sister suddenly passed out due to hypothermia. The high fever does not go away now. Who has cold medicine or antibiotics? Please save my sister. Shi Chang, my family is also sick. My parents have passed away, and only my brother and I are left. What should we do if this continues? Lu Jizhong, it's troublesome. After tonight, there won't be enough food for tomorrow. I don't have warm clothes yet. Fong Long, I am Fong Long from the Sanying Association. Other brothers in the gang should contact me as soon as possible. In the chat channel, many people are telling about their current difficulties and hoping to get help from others. Of course, there are also some developed survivors in this area. Chen Tianhao, ha, you are a bunch of cowards, just huddle around the campfire. I have already found a treasure box in the snow, and I also opened an iron sword and a bunch of food in it. Ji Wenlong, I opened it too. There is a treasure chest, and a medical kit is also found in it, which can cure colds and fevers. If you want, exchange it with me for food or weapons. Chang Lei, cold-resistant coats are for sale. I need food, a lot of food. From it can be seen from the information of these people above that everyone is short of supplies. Chao Xing closed the regional channel, and now he is going to the market to trade some supplies. Chao Xing clicked on the market interface of the territory building. As soon as you open it, you will see many transaction information appearing on it. Consignment items, stones *20, required items, food *10 or medical kit *1. Consigner, Zhaojiaxing, seller's note, basic materials, price is negotiable. Consignment items, rust spear, white, *1, items required, food *20. Consigner, anonymous, seller's note, although the iron spear is rusty, it has stronger attack power than the initial weapon given by the system. It needs food. Food. Consignment item, opened bronze treasure chest *1. Items needed, warm clothes. Consigner, 1, seller's note, although the treasure chest has been opened by me, it can be decomposed into rare materials such as copper. Give me some warm clothes, I'm freezing to death. Very apparently, this is the first day of global advent. In this world of extreme environments, the most scarce things are naturally food, warm clothing, and medicine. Everyone is exchanging the only resources they have. Chao Xing only had one medical kit in hand, and he lacked even warm clothes. So of course it is impossible to trade these things. He continued browsing to see if there was anything he needed. At this time, he saw a consignment message. Item for consignment, Ice Armor Skill Book, white, *1, items required, food *50, or medical kit *5. Consigner, Maloth, seller's note, Early Frost Mage Skill Book, okay give it a proper chop, hurry up if you wanna buy it. Chao Xing's eyes moved slightly. It's actually the Frost Mage's Ice Armor technique. This skill can increase the armor value to a certain extent based on the user's mental strength. The effect lasts for 20 seconds, but it consumes a lot of money. For other Frost Mages, this may be useless, but for Chao Xing, this is a magical skill. Because this skill can be turned into a permanent improvement skill by combining it with your own talent. Then combined with Eilena's scale armor, Xiaoxing's defense will reach a terrifying level. At this moment, Xiaoxing even wanted to take a photo of the skill book on the spot. But it was obvious that this guy was asking for a lot of money, and he just asked for 50 pieces of food. Fortunately, the seller's note said that the price can be negotiated, which shows that there is still room for negotiation. So, Xiaoxing opened the consignment private chat interface. Xiaoxing, 10 food in exchange for the ice armor skill book. Within a few seconds, Melasar sent a speechless expression. Melasar, I'm asking you to bargain, not to kill people. I want 10 pieces of food in exchange for a skill book. Why don't you go and grab it? Go and have fun. Xiaoxing replied, I know. You're in a hurry, but don't worry. What if I tell you that this is not ordinary food, but meat? Melasar, meat? Did you get the meat so quickly? Strong surprise. Xiaoxing knew that the other party didn't believe it. After all, at the current stage, food like meat could only be obtained from those wild monsters. Obviously, basically no one can defeat those wild monsters on the first day. Xiaoxing directly posted the item information on the private chat window, but what he sent was snake meat information. It was only then that Melasar finally believed the fact that Xiaoxing had meat on his hands. Okay, brother. I actually let you get the snake meat. Xiaoxing asked directly, how is it, do you want to sell it? Maloth, I will definitely sell it, but what you gave me is too little. At least 40 pieces of food, that is, 8 pieces of snake meat, otherwise there is no need to talk about it. Xiaoxing said, what are you thinking about? 8 pieces of snake meat, I don't have that much, at most 3 pieces of snake meat. Ming Melasar insisted that there should be at least 6 pieces of snake meat. After hearing this, Xiaoxing replied directly, forget it, you can keep it for yourself. Ice armor is just an early stage skill, and the explosion rate is not low. After tomorrow, you won't be able to exchange it for food. Hearing this, the other person seemed to be hesitant. Melody asked in confusion, are you telling the truth? The skill, ice armor, is one of the basic skills of the mage in the early stage. Although it is relatively useless, it is also of great value. Xiaoxing replied directly, believe it or not. After hearing this, Melasar said helplessly, forget it, just 3 pieces of snake meat. Eat sparingly, it's enough for my family to last another day. Yes. Upon hearing the last sentence, Xiaoxing's eyes moved slightly. After thinking for a moment, he sent a message, let's do this, you change it to 20 food items, and I will provide 5 more breads. Melasar on the other side was stunned after hearing this, but still said, okay. Xiaoxing, then go directly to the market and modify the transaction information, I will take a photo immediately. Soon, the price of the skill on the market became, food, *20 and Xiaoxing took a photo directly. The transaction is successful, you get the ice armor skill book *1, you lose the fresh snake meat *3, and you lose the bread *5. Ice armor, consume a certain amount of mental power to improve yourself or your allies, spirit *06, armor, the effect lasts for 30 seconds, and the cooldown time is 60 seconds. Xiaoxing's eyes were filled with joy, this is it. My current mental strength is 5, plus the blessing of, believer's cane, it is 8 points of mental strength. In other words, Xiaoxing can permanently increase his armor value by 5 points. He clicked study directly. Successfully learned, ice armor technique. After the system prompt ended, Xiaoxing was secretly happy. Then, he took the lead in releasing the ice armor technique on himself. Dai Jia. Pass. Release, ice armor, successfully, armor plus 5, talent, eternal power, takes effect, this skill has become permanent. The next moment, Xiaoxing felt an invisible layer of frost armor wrapping himself. A sense of security surged into my heart. The effect of ice armor is similar to that of scale armor. They are both invisible defense methods that will only appear when being attacked. Now that his armor has reached 15 points, attacks from monsters below level 3 cannot even cause damage to him. To put it simply, it means not breaking the defense. Xiaoxing nodded with satisfaction. After waiting for 60 seconds, Xiaoxing added another layer of ice armor to Lu Muxue. As the team's human shield, of course her defense should be as high as possible. At this moment, the two of them were in the same room. Lu Muxue also learned about the current situation of other survivors through the chat channel. Now she understands that not everyone is like her and has lived in the Warm Lord's cabin. More survivors are still living a life of hunger and cold. If she hadn't been with Xiaoxing, then she, Lu Muxue, would probably have suffered the same thing, or even worse. Then at night, experienced the bitterly cold hell of ice and snow. Lu Muxue looked at Xiaoxing with gratitude in her eyes. Thank you, Axing. If it weren't for you, I might have frozen to death outside. Xiao Xing shook his head and said, "It's okay, sister-in-law, since the two of us are assigned to a group, then we must cooperate with each other to live better in this world. When I help you, I am also helping myself." Lu Muxue nodded solemnly, "I will adapt to this world as soon as possible and won't hold you back." Xiao Xing nodded. Then, the two fell into a state of relative silence. The atmosphere seemed a bit awkward. At this time, Lu Muxue didn't know what she thought of, and her pretty face suddenly turned red, and her body was trembling slightly. After a while, she took off her snow boots and retreated to the small wooden bed. Lu Muxue was wrapped in a wolf fur coat and buried her red head deeply, leaving only a pair of pink feet exposed. Between the two of them, there was a warm stove. After a while, Xiao Xing said, "Go to sleep, sister-in-law." It was night. The coals in the stove are burning brightly. Through the Lord's cabin, you can hear the sound of wind coming from outside. At this time, both of them were wrapped in wolf skins and used as quilts to cover themselves. Lu Muxue looked at Xiao Xing's back and didn't know what she was thinking. At this moment, Lu Muxue received a video call. I saw the name of the caller, Bai Yunlan. It's her mother. A trace of solemnity flashed across Lu Muxue's face. After thinking for a moment, she clicked answer. "Xiao Xue, how are you doing over there?" As soon as the video was connected, a woman's voice came from the other side. Lu Muxue was a little surprised that the other party actually cared about her. However, before Lu Muxue could speak, Bai Yunlan on the opposite side continued, "Hey, Xiao Xue. Our family suddenly came to this world. It's really unlucky. You don't know, you and I brother, and your father are in trouble. There is only so much food in that box, which is not enough for Debao and Xiaobao to eat for a meal. The food is almost finished now, and your father and I didn't eat anything at night. I'm cold and hungry. Xiao Xue, do you have any extra food? Please support us." A wry smile appeared on Lu Muxue's lips. Is this really still the case? Before he said a word, his true nature was revealed. He didn't care about his own life or death and just asked her for food. Lu Muxue remembered that it seemed to be the same on Blue Star before. They have always been subject to strict requirements. All their income is controlled by them, and they even have to intervene in their own lives. So in the end, she was forced to marry the man she hated. Lu Muxue took a deep breath and seemed to muster some courage. She shook her head and said, "Mom, I don't have any extra food." After hearing this, Mother Lu suddenly asked in doubt, "Is it really true that there is no more food? Xiao Xue, your two brothers have been hungry all day. You know, both the big and small babies are very good eaters. They used to eat 4 or 5 meals a day, but now in this world, they only eat 1 meal, and your dad and I only ate half a piece of bread," Mother Lu said. As he spoke, his eyes were still darting around, seemingly checking the situation on Lu Muxue's side. Lu Muxue said firmly, "No more." At this moment, another middle-aged man appeared in the video screen. He looked at Lu Muxue's background and wondered, "Xiao Xue, are you lying to us? You've already lived in the house, and you still said you have no food? Also, where did you get the fur you are wearing?" The voices of 2 children rang next to them. They pointed at the picture and said, "Mom and Dad, I know the fur on my sister. It's wolf fur. Sister, I've already killed a wolf. There's meat there." Upon hearing this, Mother Lu said angrily, "Okay, you're a murderer, but you still dare to lie to me. You don't want to share it with your family, right? You white-eyed wolf, I raised you in vain." At this moment, Lu's father was also accusing him, and there were 2 children making noises next to him. "Xiao Xue, what do you want to do? Your mother and I are starving to death, and you are not willing to share any food. Is your conscience eaten by a dog?" Faced with the accusations from her family, Lu Muxue bit her lower lip lightly. There were tears in the corners of his eyes, and he seemed a little at a loss for a moment. Mother Lu on the opposite side became more serious. "Are you still wronged? We have been hungry all day and we are still not wronged. Lu Muxue, I think your wings are really stiff." Lu Muxue's eyes were red and she was about to cry. At this moment, a figure squeezed into the screen. "2 old guys, what are you barking at?" Hearing the curse, the voice on the other side suddenly fell silent. Then, they saw a young man appearing next to Lu Muxue. Lu's father saw Xiao Xing's scene and asked, "Xiao Xue, who are you staying with? Who is this man?" Before Lu Muxue could speak, Xiao Xing was the first to reply, "You don't need to know who I am. If you want food, go find it in the snow." The middle-aged man opposite said, "I'm talking to my daughter. What qualifications do you have to interrupt?" Xiao Xing said with a smile, "What qualifications do I have? I killed the wolf, and the meat is mine, how about it?" The middle-aged man said angrily, "Then I don't ask for it from you, I ask for it from Xiao Xue, she is my daughter." Xiao Xing sneered, You ask her for it. No, I keep the food. As long as I'm here, I won't give you a crumb. You have your own hands and feet and don't know how to get food. Do you want to come to your daughter to blood? Face? You. What are you doing? You're so shy and you're still stalking me. You're worse than a woman. After Chao Xing scolded him, the middle-aged man on the other side turned around. The person's face turned red from holding back. Next to them, the cries of two children also sounded. Mother Lu on the side seemed to want to help her husband and attacked Chao Xing with words. However, at Chao Xing's signal, Lu Muxue directly hung up the video call. Beep, the world suddenly became quiet. Lu Muxue huddled on the bed, her shoulders shaking constantly, as if she couldn't control her emotions. A slight sob could be heard in Chao Xing's ear. After a moment, wait until the sobbing stops. Chao Xing comforted, it's okay, sister-in-law. Lu Muxue raised her head, looked at Chao Xing gratefully with red and swollen eyes and said, Axing, thank you for helping me out. Chao Xing shook his head and said, it's okay, these you guys want to get something for nothing and take away supplies from me, no way. You must also remember that no matter who asks you for food or other resources, you must not give it to them. After the first time, there will be a second time. They will ask for it endlessly in the future, understand? Lu Muxue heard a trace of bitterness in her eyes. Why doesn't she understand this? When she was on Blue Star, her family members controlled all her appearance expenses, including funds. Lu Muxue also wanted to refuse, but under the constant mental pressure from her parents, she endured it all silently. Coming to this world now seems to have given her a chance to get rid of her original family and start over. After a moment, Lu Muxue nodded solemnly and said, I will, Axing. After saying that, the two of them sat on the bed. But because of what happened before, I couldn't sleep at all for a while. At this time, Lu Muxue remembered something. She suddenly stood up and came to the stove. The stove was lit and hot water was boiling in the iron pot. After a while, Lu Muxue came to Chao Xing with a small bucket of hot water. With a shy look on her face, she said softly, Axing, I see your feet are a little red from the cold. Soak your feet in hot water before going to bed to make it more comfortable. Chao Xing was stunned, and he really felt that the soles of his feet were red. Almost numb from the cold. Okay, sister-in-law. He was about to reach out and take the bucket, but she heard Lu Muxue say softly at this time, let me help you. Her voice was so soft that Chao Xing even thought he heard wrongly. However, at this time, Lu Muxue had already knelt down and put the small wooden bucket next to the bed. While blushing, she awkwardly lifted Chao Xing's feet to the edge of the bucket. This was the first time for Chao Xing to let another girl soak his feet, and he felt a little strange in his heart. Sorry to trouble you, sister-in-law. Lu Muxue said shyly, no trouble. The warm water hit Chao Xing's cold soles, and the heat continued to rise. Lu Muxue squatted down, her buttocks were straight up, and her waist curve was fully exposed. She had a devilish figure. The delicate palms kept stroking the instep of Chao Xing, and Chao Xing felt an electric shock every time. The heat continued to rise, and Chao Xing clearly felt that the body temperature of both of them had risen somewhat. Sister-in-law. Hearing the call, Lu Muxue raised her head with a hazy look on her face. Well. At this time, she noticed that Chao Xing's face was getting closer. Lu Muxue seemed to realize something, her face suddenly turned red, and she lowered her head. But soon, she looked up at Chao Xing again. In addition to shyness, there seemed to be some expectation on the delicate face. From this angle, Lu Muxue's red cheeks were so delicate and charming, and her slightly trembling lips made people want to take a bite on the spot. The distance between the two gradually got closer, and they could even feel each other's warm breath. Although Lu Muxue was nervous, she seemed to have some expectations. Lu Muxue wanted to say something else, but she saw that the man's face in front of her had quickly enlarged and blocked her lips. Lu Muxue made a seductive sound from her mouth. Moaning, her mind almost went blank. After a while, Lu Muxue started to respond slowly from the initial indifference. The night is like fire. In the small room, the temperature gradually increased. A few minutes later, Lu Muxue's chest continued to rise and fall, and she collapsed in Chao Xing's arms, exhaling like blue. Then, she stood up from Chao Xing's arms and got into her own quilt with a face full of shame. And after Lu Muxue hung up the phone, Father Lu and Mother Lu were immediately furious. They tried calling Lu Muxue many times, but were rejected directly by the other party. Lu's mother said dejectedly, Old man, what do you think we should do now? That girl Xiaoxue refused to give us food. Debao and Xiaobao kept crying from hunger. We don't know what to eat tomorrow. Lu's father Lu Jinjie also said in thinking. At this time, He seemed to have remembered something, and suddenly said, Yunlan, do you feel that the boy who stayed with Xiao Shui looks familiar? After hearing this, Mother Lu's eyes also fell into reminiscence. After a moment, Mother Lu was startled and said, I seem to have remembered it. This boy seems to be a driver from Chenjiang Company. He was often sent to pick up our daughter by him before. The two of them were suddenly shocked. Lu's mother said angrily, Okay. Even a little driver dares to scold us. Let me find an opportunity and see how I teach you a lesson. Lu Zhenjie calmed down and said, Don't worry, I just saw Fong Long speaking, he seems to be in the same place as us. Lu's mother was surprised. Fong Long, is that Fong Long from the Sanying Association? Lu Zhenjie nodded, yes, he seems to have started to unite with the Sanying Association. I've met other members, and it seems like it's going well. Mother Lu suddenly smiled, that's great. I remember that this Fong Long was also a fan of Xiao Shui before. Let's contact him first and see if we can ask him for some orders. Food. The next dia system prompt appeared. Attention all survivors, you have passed the first night of the Ice Age. Novice protection period remaining, 4 days at 2200 hours. There are still 5 days of safety time. Xiao Xing opened his eyes and saw the beauty lying next to him. There seemed to be a hint of fragrance still lingering on her lips. Last night, they did not break through the final bottom line. On their first day in this world, neither of them were mentally prepared. Xiao Xing shook his head and put away the messy thoughts. Then I looked at the regional channels. Regional Channel 174, number of people online, 38024/40173, compared to yesterday, more than 1,000 people died. None of them survived the first night in this world. The World Channel and regional channels are filled with calls for help. Lu Muxue also woke up at this time. She seemed to remember what happened last night, and suddenly she became shy again. She stuck her head out and asked softly, Xing, what are we going to do today? Xiao Xing said, Today, we will first upgrade the Polar Man's hut, and then recruit 4 Polar Man to work. Then open up the tailor shop, blacksmith shop, etc., but we don't need to do these. Now, let's go out and arrange work for those polar people. Well, Lu Muxue responded softly. Then, the two of them got up from the small wooden bed and walked out of the Lord's cabin. The sky in this apocalyptic world is still gloomy, and even at dawn, sunlight is rarely seen. 4 polar men were already standing outside the campfire waiting. Lord, be well. Good morning, Second Lord. The 4 polar men shouted respectfully. Xiao Xing nodded and assigned tasks to them all. He divided the 4 polar men into 2 groups and began upgrading the polar men's huts at the same time. A system prompt appears. Do you need to consume materials, wood *50, stone *30, to upgrade the polar hut to level 2? Yes. Upgrading, Polar Man's hut, 27 minutes remaining. The polar man started working. Xiao Xing, on the other hand, took out the recruitment scroll that was revealed yesterday from his backpack. Frostwolf Knight recruitment scroll, blew through this scroll, you can recruit a level 10 Frostwolf Knight. The reason why he was not recruited yesterday was because it was approaching night and he was not needed to fight. Moreover, such a powerful creature consumes a huge amount of food every night, so every little bit can be saved. A system prompt appears. Do you want to use the scroll to recruit Frostwolf Knights? Yes. Xiao Xing clicked OK directly. The next moment, a huge 6-pointed star array appeared under his feet. Then, the 6-pointed star array began to shine even more dazzlingly. I'll go, this movement seems even scarier than when Irina was summoned. Xiao Xing's eyes were filled with surprise. Through the dazzling light curtain of the teleportation array, Xiao Xing faintly saw a huge figure over 2 meters high, full of oppression. A powerful aura appeared. Then, the light faded. A giant white wolf, covered with snow-white hair and nearly 3 meters long, appeared. The thick and powerful limbs and exposed fangs demonstrate the strength of this giant wolf. And look upward. On the back of this white wolf, there is also a Frostwolf Knight wearing white armor and holding a long sword. At this moment, the Frostwolf Knight pulled the reins. The Frost Wolf below suddenly raised its head and roared. Ouch! The sound was impactful and loud, spreading for several kilometers. Compared to the oppressive power of the snake-human priests, it was more than twice as powerful. When noticing Xiao Xing below, the Frostwolf Knight took off his helmet, revealing dark brown hair as wild as weeds. Then, he turned over and gave a standard knightly salute to Xiao Xing. Frostwolf Knight Assam is at your service. Xiao Xing looked at the combination of 1 man and 1 wolf with shocked eyes. Then, properties appeared in front of me. Frostwolf Knight, Assam, not advanced. Note, after reaching level 10, you can advance to a 2nd level creature through the Heart of Power. Race, human race, level 10 1722/10,000, HP, 1020, attack, 137 146, armor, 2427, attributes, strength 57, agility 54, spirit 48, constitution 51, skill, riding mastery, when fighting on a mount, strength and agility are increased by an additional 10%. Frost Wolf Sword Technique, when attacking the enemy with a sword weapon, an additional 20% damage is caused. Talent, Polar Physique, Hunger, 72, Loyalty, 71. Frostwolf, Winter, not advanced, Race, Beast, Level 10 273/10,000, HP, 1540, Attack, 134 138, Armor, 1214, Attributes, Strength 67, Agility 71, Spirit 57, Constitution 77, Skills, Cold Frostbite, when the attack hits, add 1 layer of frost effect to the enemy. When the number of frost layers reaches more than 5, the enemy's blood will be frozen, and he will fall into a frozen state for 3 to 5 seconds. Frost Claw, when the attack hits, when the enemy is hit, a layer of bleeding effect will be added to the enemy, and the health value of agility *03 will be lost every second. The effect lasts for 3 seconds. Talent, Will of the Wolves, when the number of frost wolves gathered at the same time exceeds 10 or more, the movement speed is increased by 20%, attack power increased by 20%, hunger level 65. Xiao Xing looked at the attributes of these two behemoths, with strong joy flashing in his eyes. Good guy, is this buy one get one free? They are such powerful creatures, this wave is really profitable. 2 level 10 creatures suddenly appeared, which Xiao Xing did not expect at all. At this moment, the Frostwolf Knight still maintained his saluting posture, as if waiting for Xiao Xing to give instructions. Xiao Xing thought for a moment and did not rush to give orders to the Frostwolf Knight. Instead, he first added Ice Armor, Ice Healing, Scale Armor, and Snakeman Madness to Asam the Frostwolf next to him, a total of 4 permanent buffs. The Frostwolf Knight felt that 4 magical energies suddenly appeared in his body, which greatly enhanced his survivability and combat capabilities. Asam immediately knelt down on one knee and said in shock, "You are the lord with the greatest power I have ever seen. Asam is willing to dedicate his loyalty to you. You help the members of the territory." Asam improves his strength and his loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty, 80, Asam's loyalty has skyrocketed. Xiao Xing was very excited. This SS level talent is so easy to use. No matter what kind of troops you recruit in the future, you can give them a round. Then, Xiao Xing looked at the Frostwolf Knight and said, "Asam, I will give you an exploration mission next. You go to the northeast of the camp and mark the resource points or wild creatures you encounter along the way. After the exploration range reaches 10 kilometers, come back and report to me." The Frostwolf Knight stamped his feet and said respectfully, "I obey your order, Lord." After saying this, he jumped onto the wolf's back and raised it high. He raised his sword and pointed it forward. "Frostwolf warriors, move out." Boom! Boom! Frostwolf took heavy steps and rushed in the direction ordered by Han Xing. Seeing the man and the wolf retreating away, Xiao Xing nodded with satisfaction. After a few minutes, a system prompt appears. Your territorial building, Polar Man's Hut, has been successfully upgraded. Current level 24/8 of the number of Polar Men that can be recruited. Xiao Xing's eyes lit up with joy. Okay, the Polar Man's Hut has also been upgraded successfully. In this way, more people will work for me. After a while, 4 Polar Men came to Xiao Xing with tools in hand. "Lord, the mission has been completed." Xiao Xing nodded, and then came to the level 2 Polar Man's cabin. The upgraded Polar Man's Hut has changed from a small tent to a small bungalow nearly 3 meters high and covering an area of almost 20 square meters. In front of you, the properties of this building appeared. Level 2 Polar Man Hut, you can summon Polar Men to work for you by consuming food. Occupied area, 30 square meters, maximum number of recruits, 4/8 people, required for upgrade, level 3 Lord Cabin, stone *100, wood *200, iron *50. Xiao Xing thought, the level 2 Polar Hut can only recruit 4 more Polar people, and the manpower is still not enough. If you want to continue upgrading, you need a level 3 Lord's Hut, which cannot be built in a short time. Xiao Xing shook his head. Spending 20 food again, summoned 4 Polar people. The cabin shook. 4 Polar people rushed out. "Dear Lord, the Polar people are reporting to you." Lu Muxue on the side shouted softly, "Ah! A few more Polar people have come out." Xiao Xing nodded, and then continued to name these Polar people. From 5 strong to 6 strong, it didn't stop until 8 strong. The Polar people said respectfully, "Thank you, Lord, for giving me the name. You have successfully given the Polar people a name, and the 5 heroes' loyalty to you has increased by 5 points. You have successfully given the polar people a name, and the 6 heroes have been loyal to you. The loyalty level is increased by 5 points. System prompts for increasing favorability keep appearing. Xiao Xing took the lead in looking at De Zhuang, and then said, Da Zhuang, you lead the 2nd to 4th Zhuangs, 4 of them, to mine the coal mine with all their strength. 5th Zhuang and 6th Zhuang, your task is to cut down the wood next to it with all your strength. Then it will be transported to the lumber mill for processing. Shi Zhuang and Ba Zhuang, your task is to collect more stones and build an ore processing plant. Do you understand? The 8 polar people looked at each other after hearing this. At one glance, they saluted respectfully and said, Understood, Lord. Then, under the leadership of De Zhuang, the polar people began their work in full swing. Axing, do you need me to do anything? Lu Muxue asked softly from the side. Xiao Xing glanced at Lu Muxue's current equipment. In addition to the small wooden shield given by the system, there was also a stone axe. This small wooden shield also had cracks on it due to the battle. It feels like one more battle and it will be completely damaged. Thinking of this, Xiao Xing said, Sister-in-law, I'll go to the market to see if there's anything useful. Lu Muxue nodded lightly, well, I'll listen to you. Xiao Xing looked at his food reserves. Food, bread *45, snake meat *10, wolf meat *132, there is still plenty of food. You can use some of it to exchange for supplies or equipment. He clicked on the market channel. There are dozens more pages of consignment items above. It seems that there are more and more survivors, or teams have built a market. Xiao Xing entered the word equipment in the search interface and then filtered. There are some whiteboard equipment scattered on it, such as stone axes, stone spears, etc. Several pieces of ironware were sold at quite high prices. Xiao Xing shook his head. The attributes of these equipment were too poor and there was no improvement at all. At this moment, he saw a consignment message. Consignment item, rusty iron shield, white, *1. Required items, food *50 or medical kit *1. Consigner, Chen Yuan, seller's note, the best iron shield, with amazing defensive power, first come, first served. Xiao Xing took a look at the properties of this iron shield. It has an armor value of 5 to 8 points, which is better than Lu's. The small wooden shield in Mushua's hand was almost twice as tall. Although it's not the best, it's pretty good. So, Xiao Xing followed the usual practice and directly made a price first. Xiao Xing, 20 pieces of food for a rusty iron shield. After a moment, the other party said one word back. Get lost. I'll go. This guy has a pretty bad temper and is even impatient to bargain. Xiao Xing was amused. He shook his head and didn't care. So, he posted a consignment message himself. Consignment items, fresh wolf meat, green, required items, equipment, weapons, skill books, consigner, Xiao Xing, seller's note, fresh wolf meat, 1 piece of wolf meat equals 5 food, requires Aurora Knight. Let's chat privately with the equipment and skill books that Frost Mage can use. Not long after wolf meat was put on the shelves, someone among the survivors immediately noticed the information on the market. Holy! Someone is selling food in the market, and it's green-grade wolf meat. Wolf meat? I remember that wolves in the wild are all monsters with a minimum level 3 level? What kind of boss is this? Kill the wolf. It's too strong. I'm still eating dry bread, but others are already eating the meat. This boss wants equipment and skill books. If any of you have them, go and trade with him. At the current stage, when everyone is worried about food, someone actually sells food, which is precious wolf meat, which immediately caused a sensation. Sure enough, after a while, Xiao Xing received the first private message. Renishu, brother, I'm surprised to see your skeleton. I have a top-quality sword with plus 18 here. I only sell you 5 pieces of wolf meat. What do you think? Xiao Xing was overjoyed and said, send it over and take a look. Rusty iron sword, white, quality, ordinary, attack power, 6-8, attached special effects, none, Xiao Xing. Is this the plus 18 ultimate sword you said? Renishu smiled and said, I forgot to mention it, this is the future plus 18 strengthened sword. With my own strength, I can definitely strengthen it to 18 in the future. Xiao Xing was speechless and said directly, 2 pieces of wolf meat. Renishu was stunned, so little? Will you sell it? Sell it. Renishu agreed decisively. Xiao Xing silently modified the transaction information. The transaction is successful, you get the rusty iron sword, white, and you lose the fresh wolf meat, green, *2. Then, Xiao Xing received many more private messages. There are not many people selling equipment here. Most of them want to trade materials from other territories, such as wood, stones, and a small amount of iron. For these survivors, Xiao Xing would remind them of the importance of these basic materials, which are the basis of survival and cannot be sold easily. Some survivors will listen to the advice and give up the deal, but others insist on trading with Chao Xing. They told Chao Xing that people were starving to death, and who was thinking about the future development. They must fill their stomachs first. After seeing the information about these people, Chao Xing thought to himself, since they want to sell, they can indeed collect a batch of materials first. But I don't have much wolf meat reserves in hand, so I can't buy those stones and wood in large quantities. However, they can exchange some of the iron first, and then build the blacksmith shop. After the blacksmith shop is built, you can make some simple iron tools in it, such as iron axes, iron picks, iron spears, etc. Like other equipment, you need corresponding drawings to build it. However, the survivors currently have too little iron in their hands, only 2 or 3 pieces at most. If you exchange a piece of wolf meat for 2 pieces of iron, Chao Xing will definitely suffer. So, Chao Xing asked the system, can the wolf meat be broken down into smaller portions? A system prompt appeared. 1 piece of wolf meat can be broken down into up to 10 small pieces of wolf meat, and 100 G is 1 serving. Chao Xing was stunned for a moment. It's really okay. So, he took out 5 pieces of wolf meat in his hand and broke it into 50 parts. Then, Chao Xing modified the transaction conditions. The consignment ratio is 1 piece of wolf meat for 2 pieces of iron. Attention has again been raised on regional channels. Brothers, this big boss has changed the conditions. You can trade wolf meat with iron. If anyone has iron, go and exchange it. I happen to have 2 pieces. I'll go trade with such a big guy right away. WTF, I really want to eat meat, leave some for me. Chao Xing kept receiving transaction requests. The transaction is successful, you get iron *2, you lose wolf meat *100G. The transaction is successful, you get iron *4, you lose wolf meat *200G. The transaction is successful, you get an iron buckler, white, 1, you lost fresh wolf meat 5. In addition to a large amount of iron, Chao Xing also received a shield as he wished. Chao Xing looked at the attributes. Iron round shield, white, quality, ordinary, armor, 911, attached special effects, none. Although it is only a white shield, it has much better properties than the wooden shield in Lu Mushua's hand. After a while, all the dozen pieces of wolf meat that Chao Xing hung up were eaten in seconds. And there was an extra 100 pieces of iron in Chao Xing's backpack. Now, the iron in my hand is enough to build the blacksmith shop. There was joy in Chao Xing's eyes. Compared to collecting slowly, it is faster to trade with other survivors. Of course, this method only requires that you have enough resources. Now that the population of the territory has increased so much, the daily food consumption is a large amount. So he could only sell a small portion of his food in exchange for supplies. Just when Chao Xing was about to end the transaction, the survivor named Chen Yuan sent a message again. Brother, I sold you that iron shield for 10 pieces of wolf meat. He seemed to have noticed the movement in the market. Seeing this news, Chao Xing couldn't help laughing. This guy really dares to raise a price. He is using this broken shield in his hand as a treasure. Chao Xing just acquired the shield in a trade. Not only did it have better properties than this rusty iron shield, but it also only cost 5 pieces of wolf meat. So, Chao Xing replied, no, you can keep it for yourself. Upon hearing this, the survivor named Chen Yuan suddenly became anxious. Goodbye, brother. We have something to discuss. 8 yuan, right? Chao Xing didn't want to talk to him at all. The person on the other side said anxiously, 6 yuan, it really can't be less, people can't be too greedy. Chao Xing still didn't reply. Chen Yuan said anxiously, I am Chen Yuan from the Sanyingui. To save my face, please take away this shield with 5 pieces of wolf meat. Chen Yuan seemed to have lost his patience. 4 pieces of wolf meat. This is my minimum. I advise you not to be shameless. His tone became increasingly impatient. At this time, Chao Xing replied calmly, get lost. After saying this, Chao Xing blocked the other party directly. Hundreds of kilometers away from Chao Xing, a human survivor was about to continue sending messages when he saw a system prompt. You have been blacklisted by the other party and cannot continue to communicate. He froze on the spot, and then said angrily, brat. After the transaction was over, Chao Xing first gave the iron sword and iron shield to Lu Mushue. Then, he began to teach Lu Mushue step by step the fighting postures. Chao Xing took Lu Mushue's arm and said, sister-in-law, you should hold the shield with your left hand, and use your right hand to hold the weapon to attack the enemy. With the iron sword you are using now, just remember 3 simple steps, stabbing, chopping, and slashing. Just move. Lu Mushue nodded shyly, she stabbed forward awkwardly, and then looked at Chao Xing. Is that so? Chao Xing looked at her soft and weak stabbing movements. Not only was there no lethality, it seemed to be a little cute. Is this going to be a gangster show with a sword? Chao Xing shook his head, came behind Lu Muxue, held the shield with one hand, and raised her right hand with the other. Sister-in-law, your sword-drawing posture should be like this. At this moment, Lu Muxue felt Chao Xing appearing behind her, with a face full of shame. He grabbed Lu Muxue's wrist and stabbed directly forward. Aha! This sword made a sound of breaking through the air. Well, Lu Muxue let out a sigh of relief. The movement just now was too large, and their bodies were pressed tightly together. Chao Xing even felt the touch from his round buttocks. Ahem! Chao Xing quickly took half a step back, keeping a safe distance. Lu Muxue naturally felt the contact from behind just now. Her face became extremely red, and her legs even felt a little weak, but she still gritted her teeth and kept studying. Chao Xing began to teach Lu Muxue how to practice swordsmanship. Because she was trying hard to absorb the knowledge taught by Chao Xing, Lu Muxue quickly entered the state. Half an hour later, both of them were sweating slightly, and then they gradually separated. Lu Muxue followed the movements instructed by Chao Xing and practiced them again and again. Chao Xing, on the other hand, nodded with satisfaction. Then, he checked the resources of his territory. Food, bread *45, snake meat *10, wolf meat *111, wood *92, coal *107, stone *45, iron *100. Chao Xing thought about it. Last night, the bonfire and stove were consumed. I bought a lot of coal, but it also saved me a lot of wood. Now the 8 polar people are mining resources together, and the efficiency is much faster. After today, we should be able to use both the sewing shop and the blacksmith shop. It's done. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. This progress is still very fast. While most of the survivors are still in the exploratory stage, Chao Xing's territory has begun to take shape. Next, as long as we continue to develop at this pace, it won't be long before we can upgrade our territory and build higher-level buildings. Then, you can set up a barracks and train these polar people into combat arms. Coupled with Chao Xing's talent, there are monsters that can recover unlimited blood. The future is full of hope. At this moment, a system prompt interrupted Chao Xing's train of thought. Members of your territory, Assam is under attack. Seeing this prompt, Chao Xing's heart sank. Holy! My milk tea. No, my knight was attacked? Who is it? You know, Assam is already a level 10 knight. With the frost wolf at his feet, there is basically no opponent below level 1. This situation now shows that Assam has encountered a strong enemy. Lu Muxue on the side also heard the same prompt. She came to Chao Xing's side with a worried look in her eyes. Chao Xing comforted, it's okay. Assam has 4 permanent states we have imposed on him. As long as he is not instantly killed by one blow, it shouldn't be a problem to save his life with his ability. After waiting for a few minutes, he didn't hear anything. Assam death information. Chao Xing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them stared at the place where Assam left before, hoping that he would return safely. 10 minutes later, Chao Xing saw a strong figure limping back. It is the Frostwolf Knight, Assam. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing took out Barrett and came to Assam. Lu Muxue and Eilina also walked over quickly. What happened? Chao Xing carried Barrett and looked around with vigilant eyes. Assam jumped off the Frostwolf's back, then knelt on one knee and said, Lord, I'm so sorry. My subordinate encountered a powerful enemy outside, and neither I nor Winter can be a single blow to him. If it weren't for the power you gave us in advance, we might not be able to come back. Upon hearing this, Chao Xing frowned, and then he looked at Frostwolf's state. It was discovered that there was a change in the health value column of Winter. Frostwolf, Winter, HP, 1386/1540, status, fractured, maximum health reduced by 10%, movement speed reduced by 20%, Chao Xingdao, tell me specifically what you encountered. Yes, Lord Sir. Then Assam began to tell what happened to them. After hearing this, Chao Xing frowned and said, You mean, there is a powerful snow bear about 3 kilometers away from the camp, and that bear can also discharge electricity? Assam said respectfully, Yes, Lord, that violent bear is so powerful that it can knock me and Ling Dong away with one slap. It is so powerful that only the second-level knights in the clan can defeat it. Chao Xing Ruoyue. Think. Only a second-level knight can deal with it, which means that this monster must be at least level 10 or above. And according to Assam's description, this violent bear can also discharge electricity. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Thinking of this, Chao Xing nodded and said, Assam, treat your Winter's injuries, and then take me to see where you found the violent bear. Assam seemed a little surprised. Lord, you mean, you want to deal with that violent bear? Chao Xing shook his head and said, I didn't say that we must deal with it. Let's observe its strength first. The snowstorm bear is only 3 kilometers away from their camp, which makes people sleepless and sleepless. Once the novice protection period ends in 4 days, this violent bear will easily destroy Chaoxing's territory. Moreover, even during the novice protection period, if the snowstorm bear comes close, it will pose a strong threat to Chaoxing. The polar people who collect supplies outside the camp will be poisoned by the other side. Even Lu Muxue had a worried look in her eyes. Xing Chaoxing shook his head and said, "Don't worry, sister-in-law, we'll just take a look from a distance. But it shouldn't be a big problem. If it dares to come over, I'll make a few holes in its body," said after finishing. Chaoxing showed the Yi Barret in his hand. With this big killer, monsters below level 20 basically have no opponent. Lu Muxue nodded. On the side, Assam was already treating Frostwolf's fracture injuries. Just listen to a click sound. Ugh! Frostwolf groaned, and a damage number of -172 appeared above his head. Soon, green, +5 appeared one by one. Having the talent, eternal power, is convenient. Otherwise, with the huge blood volume of Assam and Frostwolf, recovering would not only cost them a lot of supplies, but also take more time. 2 or 3 minutes later. "Lord, Winter has recovered," Assam said respectfully from the side. Chaoxing nodded. "Now, let's start leading the way." "I obey, Lord." Assam rode the Frostwolf again and headed out of the snow. Boom! 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 Heavy footsteps sounded. Chaoxing approached with Ilena and Lu Muxue. Half an hour later, they came to the foot of a snow-capped mountain. And in front, it seems that a deep cave can be seen. There was a faint ferocious aura inside. They continued to approach, and a system prompt appeared in front of them. Snowfield Storm Bear's lair, blue. There is a powerful creature living inside. It is the overlord nearby and is extremely dangerous. Please approach with caution. Chaoxing frowned. Even the system warns of extreme danger. The monsters here are not ordinary powerful. Lord, do you need me to lure it out? Frostwolf Knight Assam volunteered. Chaoxing asked, "Can you guarantee your own safety?" Assam nodded and said, "Lin Dong and I both have the power that the Lord has added to me. As long as we are careful, escaping will not be a problem." Chaoxing thought for a moment and nodded. "Then you go over." "Yes." Assam rode the Frostwolf and began to quickly circle to the other side of the snow, about 500 meters away from Chaoxing and the others. Then, the Frostwolf under his feet raised his head and roared. Ouch! The voice was loud and penetrating. The next moment, a roar like an ancient beast also sounded in the cave. Roar! The roar was too powerful, and the sound wave was like substance, shaking away the snow near the cave. Chaoxing and others felt a terrifying sense of oppression. He immediately set up Barret and lay down on the snow. At this moment, Chaoxing suddenly felt the ground beneath him shake. Boom! Boom! It seemed like something was rushing toward them. Then, a giant creature that was all white and at least 8 meters in size suddenly jumped out of the cave. Roar! The terrifying roar echoed throughout the snowfield. It was a white raging bear covered in snow-white hair and as big as a small truck. With a body nearly 6 meters long and thick limbs like buckets, just one look at it shows that it is full of destructive power. The attributes of this white bear appeared in front of Chaoxing. Snowfield Storm Bear, level 15, race, beast, level, second level elite creature, HP, 4080/4080, attack, 347/356, attributes, strength 189, agility 154, spirit 173, physique 204, skill, bear paw slam. The violent bear attacks the enemy with its powerful forelimbs, with a 100% knockback effect on enemies whose strength is lower than itself. Wild roar, the violent bear emits a terrifying sound wave, causing enemies 30 meters around will be stunned for 3 seconds. Lightning slap, condensing the power of lightning in the body, slapping the ground, causing 130% lightning damage to enemies 20 meters around, and causing all enemies to be stunned for 1 second. Paralysis state. Talent, cold resistance, talent, lightning body, can control weak lightning power. Note, this is a violent bear with special power activated. It is extremely powerful, please be careful. Respond. Good guy, a level 15 elite creature. Chaoxing was shocked. This guy's attributes alone are already comparable to those of a level 20 ordinary monster. With the addition of those 3 skills, his actual combat power is even more terrifying. At this moment, after sensing Assam's aura, the violent bear roared and rushed over immediately. Boom! Boom! While running, it was like cannonballs being thrown on the snow, with constant explosions. Such power made Assam, who was waiting on the spot, feel a little nervous. Chaoxing, on the other hand, began to quickly measure the attributes and distance between the two parties in his mind. This guy's HP is too thick. Without a headshot, Barrett would have to fire at least 5 shots to kill him. And I'm still 500 meters away from him. According to the running speed of this violent bear, it will take at least 10 seconds for it to get closer. And Barrett has 2 seconds between attacks. Counting the aiming time, 10 seconds is enough for me to launch 5 attacks. After coming to this conclusion, Xiaoxing thought to himself, dating. That is, he can use Barrett to get rid of this violent bear before the opponent rushes over. The premise is that all 5 shots can hit. However, with the huge size of this violent bear, if Xiaoxing can still miss, then he is too good. At the same time, the limbs of the frost wolf under Assam tightened. It is ready for a fight to the death with the snowstorm bear. Roar! The figure of the violent bear rushed over quickly. Just when it raised its paw and was about to slap it down. Bang! There was a gunshot. A stream of blood suddenly burst out from the snowstorm bear's back. -872. A terrifying damage figure floated up. Roar! The violent bear suffered from pain, lost its center of gravity in midair, and fell directly to the ground and rolled more than 10 meters away. So fierce! Xiaoxing looked at the big guy in his hand in surprise. When Barrett shot just now, a powerful repulsive force hit his shoulder. At this time, a layer of ice armor and a layer of scale armor appeared at the same time. Not only did Xiaoxing not suffer any damage at all, but even the countershock force was offset. Okay. This way I don't have to worry about the backlash injuring myself. Xiaoxing was pleasantly surprised. Woo! At this moment, the violent bear quickly got up on the ground, staring with red eyes, looking for the culprit who had just attacked it. Then, it suddenly saw Xiaoxing in the distance. The next moment, the snowstorm bear began to rush towards Xiaoxing. At the same time, the time between Xiaoxing's Barrett attacks has also ended. He lay on the ground, aimed at the huge body of the violent bear, and then shot directly. Bang! 1234. A 4-digit damage number floated up. Xiaoxing was delighted that this blow actually triggered the armor-piercing special effect of Barrett. 2 shots directly reduced the violent bear's health to less than half. Assam, who had just escaped a disaster, was shocked to see the 2 holes in the violent bear's body. What a terrifying power! Lin Dong and I combined can't withstand the Lord's blow. At the same time, the violent bear was less than 300 meters away from Xiaoxing. 2 consecutive shots had completely aroused the killing intent in its heart. A ferocious aura hit his face. Even Lu Muxue and Eilina subconsciously took 2 steps back. Xiaoxing's 3rd bullet was also loaded at this time. Bang! Xiaoxing fired without hesitation. This shot did not cause any damage because Xiaoxing missed. Can such a thing miss the mark? What kind of rubbish marksmanship am I doing? Xiaoxing's heart sank, because this means that he only has the last 2 chances to shoot. He took a look at the brown bear's health. HP, 1974/4080. In other words, Xiaoxing's 2 shots must hit both, and one of them must deal at least armor-piercing damage. Otherwise, once the violent bear has a little blood left, rush to Xiaoxing. With his small body, the violent bear could kill him with 1 slap. The pressure suddenly hit, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little tense. Lu Muxue clutched the shield tightly on the side, her face solemn, and she seemed to understand the situation in front of her. At this moment, Lu Muxue came to Xiaoxing's side, and she was ready to block Xiaoxing's attack. But Xiaoxing still looked coldly and carried out the loading action. He knew that at times like this, he had to stay calm. When the violent bear rushed to 200 meters away from him, the 4th round of ammunition had been loaded. After taking aim at the huge body of the violent bear, Xiaoxing thought to himself, "Bless me, great technician Han, don't miss the next shot again." Then he fired directly. Bang! 893. There was no armor-piercing damage, but Xiaoxing still did not feel discouraged. Snowstorm Bear also seems to have a premonition that this last distance is the key to victory or defeat. Roar! Roar! Its running speed increased again. 100 meters. 50 meters. At this moment, there was a faint electric current between the limbs of the violent bear. It actually wanted to directly release the group skill and kill Xiaoxing directly. At this moment, Xiaoxing's 5th round of ammunition was loaded. He took a deep breath and moved his aim slightly upward when aiming at the violent bear's body. Then, shoot decisively. Bang! 1574. Headshot. A terrifying injury number appeared. A blood hole that was transparent from front to back suddenly appeared between the snow bear's eyebrows. The huge body's momentum stopped, and like a wrecked truck, it suddenly fell on the snow in front of him. Crash! After dragging on the snow for more than 10 meters, the violent bear's body finally stopped. Then, it fell to the ground, completely lifeless. A system prompt appears. Successfully killed the snowstorm bear, a level 15 elite creature, killed the monster beyond the level, gained 350 by 400% of experience points, and gained 1400 experience points. Your level has been improved, current level, level 3. A total of this upgrade will give you Strength plus 3, Agility plus 4, Spirit plus 6, Constitution plus 4. At the same time, a white light rose from Chao Xing's body. Chao Xing's eyes flashed with ecstasy. Upgraded. Or 2 levels in a row. The surprise was not over yet, the system prompts continued to sound. Kill the snowstorm bear and obtain the trophy, Elementary Power Heart *1, advanced props that allow survivors or territorial units that have reached level 10 to break through to a second level powerhouse. Obtain, Elementary Element Crystal, green, *8. Crystals containing the power of elements can be used to build primary magic buildings, or used as alchemy materials. Congratulations! Because you are the first survivor in the server to kill an elite creature, you will receive the first kill reward, Basic Elemental Arrow Tower Blueprint, *1, Ice Druid Recruitment Scroll, *1. Seeing these many reminders, the ecstasy in Chao Xing's eyes could hardly be concealed. I'm going. This wave is really profitable. Heart of Power, Ice Druid Recruitment Scroll, Elemental Arrow Tower Blueprint, this is too powerful. At this time, Ailina and Assam all came to Chao Xing's side. They all looked at the body of the snowstorm bear on the ground in shock and murmured, "What a terrible weapon. Lord, your power is as dazzling and powerful as the stars. Ailina has been impressed by your strong combat power, and her loyalty has been increased. Current loyalty, 80, Assam has been impressed by your strong combat power, and its loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty, 85. Chao Xing nodded secretly. Only by showing strong strength can your subordinates be more loyal to you. It's the same truth no matter where in the world you go. He looked at Assam aside, and then took out a red crystal from his backpack. This is the Heart of Primary Power, obtained when just killing the violent bear. Primary Heart of Power can only be obtained from some powerful creatures. Item effect, it allows survivors or territory members who have reached level 10 to complete the advancement. After the advancement, all attributes will be increased by 100%. In the Frozen Era, every advancement is terrifying. At least they are all 100% attribute improvements. It is very difficult to fight beyond the level without resorting to other means. Assam is a level 10 creature and meets the conditions for advancement. So, Chao Xing threw the Heart of Power directly to him. Assam subconsciously took it, and then held the powerful crystal in his hand, his eyes filled with surprise. He asked in disbelief, "Lord, can you really give me such a precious Heart of Power?" Chao Xing nodded and said, "Assam, you have proven your bravery and agility in this action. I think you are powerful enough. Then, please accept this Heart of Power, and let us build a more prosperous territory together." Assam was moved to tears, and he beat his hands with one hand. He raised his chest, straightened his body, and said excitedly, "I am willing to sacrifice my life for the Lord." Assam has been moved by your actions, and his loyalty has been improved. The current loyalty is 95, forgetting life and death. See at this reminder, Chao Xing felt happy. When the loyalty reaches 90 or above, these soldiers have reached a state of die-hard loyalty. Even if you ask them to die, the other party will do it without hesitation. In this way, there is no need to worry about Assam rebelling. Under the gaze of everyone, Assam directly crushed this Heart of Power in front of Chao Xing. Crack. There was a sound of shattering glass, and a red mist was absorbed by Assam. Under everyone's surprised gazes, Assam's momentum rose rapidly, and then reached a terrifying level in the blink of an eye. A system prompt appears. Members of your territory, Assam has completed the advancement, and all attributes have increased by 100%. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at Assam's attributes after advancement. Frost Wolf Knight, Assam, Level 2, Race, Human, Level 101722/10000, HP, 2040, Attack, 274-289, Armor, 2427, Attributes, Strength 114, Agility 108, Spirit 96, Constitution 102, Hunger, 72, Loyalty, 95. Okay. Chao Xing looked at Assam's panel with satisfaction. There is no doubt that this promotion has brought about a qualitative change in his strength. Ailina next to her looked at Assam's changes with envy. Noticing the look in her eyes, Chao Xing said, "Ailina, behave well. After you reach level 10, I will also find a Heart of Power for you to help you break through to level 2. Ailina listened. After that, the long and narrow snake eyes widened in an instant, and he looked at Chao Xing excitedly and said, "Thank you Lord for your generosity. Ailina is willing to give everything of herself for Lord. Eilina has been impressed by your words, the loyalty has been improved. The current loyalty is 85. Sure enough, the loyalty has been improved again. Chao Xing was overjoyed. As a qualified lord, he must be good at drawing cakes. Then, Chao Xing began to check the 2 rewards given by killing the snow bear for the first time. Ice Druid Recruitment Scroll, purple. Through this scroll, you can summon a powerful, level 15 elite druid. Note, although the Ice Druid is powerful, the amount of food he needs every day is also amazing. Please make sure you have enough food. Seeing the above prompt, Chao Xing's pupils suddenly shrank. I'm going. Level 15 elite monster. This is too fierce. From the powerful combat power shown by the snowstorm bear just now, we can see how terrifying the level 15 elite monster is. If it weren't for Chao Xing's powerful weapon, Barret, all of them together wouldn't be able to survive the snow bear for half a minute. However, the system also reminded that this ice druid has an amazing appetite. Ordinary survivors can't even afford it. Chao Xing continued to check another reward. Elemental arrow tower drawings. You can build a defensive arrow tower in your territory. Attack power 213-247, 20% probability of adding 45 points of elemental damage. Attack interval 25 seconds/1 time. Maximum range 600 meters. Armor 20 points. Durability 2000/2000. Area 12 square meters. Building height 15 meters. Materials required for construction: wood *300, stone *200, iron *50. Primary element crystal *10. After reading the properties of this elemental arrow tower, Chao Xing was pleasantly surprised again. Good guy, with more than 200 points of attack power, one arrow can instantly kill a level 5 creature like Eilina. This is another big killer. Even Assam, who is not yet advanced, is likely to be shot directly before he can reach the foot of the arrow tower in a one-on-one situation. After all, it has a full range of 600 meters. Moreover, the materials required for this elemental arrow tower are not complicated and can be built in batches. The only troublesome thing is that the primary element crystal at the back can only be exploded from powerful creatures like the snowstorm bear, or it can be found in treasure chests. However, because of the existence of market, this is not a problem for Chao Xing. Chao Xing believes that no matter how difficult it is to come up with this kind of material, with such a large base, there will definitely be many survivors who will reveal this kind of material. After checking the harvest this time, Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Although this battle consumed 5 of his Barret bullets, the rewards were astonishing. It can be called a bumper harvest. And not only that, in addition to these trophies, there is another reward that has not been dealt with. Chao Xing looked at the huge corpse in front of him. Snowstorm bear corpse, blue decomposable. Chao Xing clicked on decompose directly. Then, the snowstorm bear's small truck-like body was enveloped in a burst of white light. After the white light dissipated, a small mountain of fresh bear meat appeared on the spot, plus a huge bear skin, a pair of bear paws, and a pile of bones. Fresh bear meat, blue, *1215. Bear meat containing powerful power, first time consumption, strength +2, constitution +2, complete snowstorm bear fur, blue, a complete bear skin, has good cold resistance, and can also have a certain armor effect after being made into clothes through the sewing shop. Snowstorm bear paw, purple, *2, a precious trophy. It is said that those Ava, the nobles of Lon, will specially collect this kind of bear paw as a collection, which can be sold for a high price. Snowstorm bear bile, blue, *1. Bear bile with powerful effects can permanently increase health by 200 after the first consumption. Points, remember to cook them before eating. Snow bear skeleton *172, blue, snow bear bones are very hard bones. You can process them in the blacksmith shop to make spears or other weapons. What the hell? More than 1,000 pieces of bear meat? Chao Xing was shocked. Calculated, it was more than 6,000 pieces of food. And what's the most important thing? The most important thing is that this bear meat can increase attributes. A full 2 points of strength and constitution improvement. For those warrior professions, it means 4 points of attack power and 40 points of health, plus 1 point of armor improvement. Now is the time when the survivors are most short of food, and it's meat that increases attributes. If it is traded on the market, Chao Xing believes that it will definitely lead to looting among the survivors. He seemed to see a huge amount of wealth coming towards him, which even made Chao Xing's breathing quicken. Ha! Chao Xing forced himself to calm down, and then asked the system. Without considering the satiety level, in order to obtain the attribute improvement, the minimum amount of bear meat needs to be eaten to take effect. You know, this kind of bear meat will only have the attribute improvement effect when you eat it for the first time. So, whether you eat 10 pieces of bear meat or 100 pieces of bear meat, it's the same thing. However, if it takes just one bite to take effect, then Xiaoxing has a lot of room for maneuver. At this time, the system prompt appears. You need to eat more than 100 g of bear meat to obtain attribute improvement effects. Seeing this prompt, a look of ecstasy flashed across Xiaoxing's face. Only 100 g is needed. One piece of bear meat equals 1 kilogram. In other words, he can divide these 1,215 pieces of bear meat into more than 10,000 pieces for trading. It's unimaginable how many supplies can be exchanged for. Of course, Xiaoxing couldn't trade all of it, and he had to keep some for his daily needs. After all, his territory now has such a large population. Next, we need to recruit a level 15 ice druid. So, Xiaoxing directly collected all the materials on the ground. At this point, the harvest from this battle has almost been counted. Just when Xiaoxing was about to take people back, he suddenly noticed the deep cave behind. This cave seems to be the residence of the snow bear. Will there be any treasure inside? Seeing Xiaoxing's eyes, Assam volunteered, "Lord, please let your subordinates go and investigate first." Xiaoxing nodded. Then, Assam pulled out the long sword from his waist and went straight into the cave. A few minutes later, Assam came out and said respectfully, "Lord, there are no other dangers found in the cave. However, I found something different inside." Xiaoxing said doubtfully, "Something different?" Assam nodded. Xiaoxing led Lu Muxue towards the violent bear's cave. As soon as he entered the cave, a faint smell of earth penetrated his nose. A system prompt appears. You have entered a special area, Snow Bear Cave. The inside of the cave is a little dark, but compared to the ice and snow outside, it is indeed much warmer inside. Xiaoxing looked at the temperature display above his head. Current temperature, -25, W omega omega TT kappa NC. The further you go into the cave, the higher the temperature inside. We moved forward for about 10 meters. In the corner of the cave, Xiaoxing discovered something different from what Assam said. Lying on a pile of hay was a creature that was all white and looked like a hairball. It was a white bear cub that was just born. It seemed to be in a sleeping state, with its body curled up together, revealing a small pink paw. Lu Muxue on the side suddenly had little stars in her eyes. So cute. Xiaoxing walked to the bear den and knelt down. Just as he was about to touch the little bear cub, Shichichi. -1, a burst of electricity sounded, and an electric current appeared above Xiaoxing's head. A damage number. Xiaoxing subconsciously retracted his arm as if he had been pricked by a needle. I'll go. Can this little bear cub still discharge electricity? Xiaoxing looked forward in surprise, and the attributes of this little bear cub appeared in front of him. Snowstorm bear, infancy, race, beast, level, none, attributes, none, talent, lightning body, can control weak thunder power. Xiaoxing's eyes lit up instantly. He was born with lightning properties. This little bear cub has a future. At this moment, another system prompt appeared. Tameable wild creature detected, snowstorm bear cub. Do you want to tame it and recruit it into the territory? After taming wild creatures, you need to provide them with food and wait for them to grow before they have corresponding combat effectiveness. Obviously, Lu Muxue next to him also heard the system prompt. She was looking at Xiaoxing eagerly, as if she was eager for him to take the little bear cub away. Xiaoxing thought for a moment and nodded. Although this little bear cub has no fighting ability, it does have potential. When it grows up, it might become as powerful as the violent bear outside. Recruitment is successful, territory members +1, whether to name the snowstorm bear. Ha! Can you still give me a name? Xiaoxing's eyes lit up and he fell into thinking again. This little guy can discharge electricity and is a bear. Xiaoxing couldn't help but think of a game he had played before. There is a giant white bear that can control thunder and lightning, has withstood the baptism of war, and possesses the fighting spirit of Feraljord. It's called Volibear, and it also has a resounding title, Thunderous Roar. Thinking of this, Xiaoxing said directly, "Today, I give you a name, Volibear." The little bear cub, who was huddled together in the bear den, stretched its limbs and seemed to sense something. Woo! The little bear cub let out a soft hum. Volibear successfully granted the name. Lu Muxue also heard the system prompt, and she wanted to pick up the little bear cub with joy. Xiaoxing reminded from behind, "Sister-in-law, be careful, this little bear cub will discharge electricity." Lu Muxue was stunned for a moment, then nodded lightly. She carefully stretched out a finger and touched the cub's body. But this time, the little bear cub did not emit electricity. Lu Muxue was so happy that she stretched out her hands and hugged the little bear cub in her arms. She looked at Xiaoxing and said happily, "Look, Xing, it doesn't seem to have any electricity." The corner of Xiaoxing's mouth twitched. This little guy. The little bear cub seemed to know that it had a new owner, and its limbs were thrashing around. Of fluttering. Lu Mushue chuckled while holding it up. Wally, you will be called Wally from now on. Chao Xing crossed the bear's den and walked straight to the innermost part of the cave. Because there, he saw a treasure chest. This is also one of the things Assam has detected before. Unlocked silver treasure chest can be opened. Seeing the system introduction, Chao Xing's breath suddenly froze. What a guy, it's actually a silver treasure chest. In this world, the grades of treasure chests are divided into black iron, bronze, silver, eternal gold, bright moon, etc. Treasure chests of different levels have different rarities of the items they open. It is said that the most advanced Hao Yue treasure chest can even unlock legendary equipment. As for whether there are higher level treasure chests, Chao Xing has never been exposed to them, so he doesn't know. But when Chao Xing opened the first silver treasure chest while playing the game, he had already survived for more than 10 days. Therefore, he can now find a silver treasure chest in the early stage. You can imagine how significant this is. Chao Xing clicked on it directly. Successfully opened the silver treasure chest. Obtain skill book, GZ Mark Robot. Get Black Iron Arm Guard, green, *1, get Medical Pack *5, get Small Resource Pack *1, get Mithril *5. I'll go. A skill book, plus a piece of green equipment. There are also medical kits in Mithril. It's truly a silver treasure chest. Chao Xing was extremely happy, and then he started to check the properties of these items. Skill book, GZ Mark Robot, exclusive skill book for Cold Iron Mechanic, consumes materials and mechanical power, and summons a GZ Mark robot that inherits 120% of the attributes of the survivor. The duration of the robot is 180 seconds. Chao Xing surprised, it's actually the skill book. Chao Xing's face flashed with joy. You know, GZ Mark Robot is the mechanic's early magic skill. You only need to consume a portion of the iron and mechanical power to summon a Mark robot with powerful attributes. It not only has long-range attack methods, but also has amazing defense power. It can be said that it greatly improves the mechanic's early survivability. When this skill book is put on the market, it will definitely arouse the rush of machinists. Chao Xing continued to look at other gains. Black Iron Arm Guard, green, quality, excellent, armor, 7-9, with special effect, constitution +4, with special effect, long arm, increases attack distance by 20%, small resource pack, after opening, you can get wood *100, stone *50, iron *10. Mithril, purple, a precious metal, can be used to create advanced equipment or buildings. After reading the attributes of these props, Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. That Black Iron Arm Guard is green equipment and has good attributes. Especially the second special effect, which can increase my maximum attack distance. It's so powerful. Chao Xing equipped it without hesitation, and then, he checked his attributes. Attributes, click to expand, okay. Both vitality and attack power have been greatly improved. Compared to when I came to this world yesterday, my strength has more than doubled. A look of joy appeared on Chao Xing's face. Moreover, in addition to equipment, he also has bear bile and bear meat in his hand to improve attributes. By then, Chao Xing's strength can be improved even further. After cleaning up all the harvest, Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction, then turned around and said, "Let's go, it's time to go back." It had been almost an hour since they came out this time. It will take at least half an hour to go back. Chao Xing must seize all time to develop his territory. After the group returned to the camp, the warmth from the campfire came to them in waves. Step, step. They shook the snow from their feet one after another. Chao Xing looked at the sky. Fortunately, it hasn't snowed recently. If it had snowed, it would be really difficult in this horrible weather. He looked at Assam next to him and said, "Assam, come here." After Assam heard this, he immediately walked over straight. Chao Xing raised his staff and hit it with a green light. The cast of Ice Healing is successful, the talent, Eternal Power, is activated, and this skill has become permanent. Green numbers +10 and +10 appeared on Assam's head. Compared with the previous treatment value, it has doubled again. Chao Xing was overjoyed. Sure enough, if the same skill is used on the same target, the low attributes will be covered by the bonus of high attributes. Because Chao Xing's mental attributes have been improved, the effect of Ice Therapy will naturally also be improved. Got promoted. Now, Assam can regenerate 10 points of health per second. Coupled with his terrifying defense, he is really an invincible little strongman. Then, Chao Xing released another ice armor spell, adding 8 points of armor to Assam. And his frost wolf didn't let go either. Whoa! Whoa! Green light shot over. Chao Xing discovered that after his mental power increased, the number of times he could release magic also increased. So far, I haven't felt that dizzy feeling. After completing the status for Assam and Frostwolf, Xiao Xing said, Assam, you did a good job this time. Your next task is to continue to explore the 10-kilometer area around the camp. Mark all resource points and monsters before dark. Rush back to the camp. After hearing this, Assam said respectfully, Yes, Lord. Your order is my destiny. After saying that, he mounted the Frost Wolf Winter and rushed outside again. In the snow. Xiao Xing looked at Ailina on the side again. Ailina, your task is to add Snake Man Madness and Scale Armor effects to the newly recruited polar people. After the mental power is insufficient, remember to rest. Ailina held out the letter and nodded, Yes, Lord. Then, Xiao Xing opened the resource pack, small, just obtained from the silver treasure chest. Opening the resource pack successfully, you have obtained it. Wood *100, you got stone *50, you got iron *10. He looked at the resources of his territory. Food, bread *45, snake meat *10, wolf meat *111, bear meat *1215, wood *314, coal *124, stone *153, iron *110. Xiao Xing said happily, the logging farm is built after that, the speed of obtaining wood has indeed increased a lot. The coal mine has also begun to be mined. The next step is to build the sewing shop and the processing factory. Xiao Xing called over a polar man. The task of construction was given to them. Then he looked around the camp. There are already 7 or 8 small houses surrounding the area. In just one day, there were so many more buildings from a small fire, and I felt a full sense of accomplishment in my heart. Lu Muxue asked softly, Axing, is there anything you need me to do? Xiao Xing shook his head and said, Not yet, sister-in-law, let's go inside the house to keep warm. Lu Muxue nodded. Then the two of them got into the Lord's hut together. As soon as she entered, Lu Muxue naturally squatted down by the stove and stretched out her jade hands to keep warm. So warm the woman had a happy smile on her face. It is indeed a very happy thing to be able to warm up by the warm stove in such a world of ice and snow. A few minutes later, sweat broke out on Lu Muxue's forehead, perhaps because she was too close to the stove. She took off her wolf fur coat, revealing her curvy figure again. Then she squatted beside the stove again to warm herself. Lu Muxue's posture perfectly displays her hot figure. Especially at this time, Xiao Xing was sitting on the bed. From this angle, he could just see his graceful figure. Due to the compression of the knees, the chest became larger and larger, and the white flowers confused people's eyes. Under the slender waist is around tightly wrapped by a tight black skirt. Lu Muxue has a mature and a bit youthful temperament, which makes people unable to take their eyes away just by looking at her. At this time, Lu Muxue seemed to notice that her stockings seemed to be torn. The delicate and lovely toes under her slender feet are hooked together. She raised her head and said with some embarrassment, Xing, my stockings seem to be torn. Can I take them off and wash them and put them away first? Xiao Xing was stunned for a moment and nodded. He said, Okay, there is prepared water in those wooden barrels. You can just make a new wooden barrel and bring it out. Lu Muxue nodded lightly, wanting to say something, but it seemed a little difficult to say it. Then, she stood beside the bed, raised her slender legs and gently took off her stockings. It seemed that this was the first time she had done this kind of action in front of other men. Lu Muxue's face was so red that she almost cried out, and she did not dare to look into Xiao Xing's eyes the whole time. And Xiao Xing saw that after taking off her stockings, Lu Muxue's thighs looked slightly fleshy, and her calves were very slender, not the extreme chopstick legs. It's perfect, Xiao Xing sighed in his heart. Lu Muxue picked up the stockings. Just as she was about to stand up, she suddenly noticed some small mud spots on Xiao Xing's body. Lu Muxue blushed and said, Axing, your shirt seems dirty. Xiao Xing looked down and saw that there was indeed a patch of black mud on the white shirt he wore before traveling through time. After thinking about it, I guess it was stuck when I was lying on the ground and using Barrett. Lu Muxue said subconsciously, How about you take it off and I can wash it for you? Then, she seemed to realize that this sentence was a bit subtle, and her face became even redder and her head lowered. Xiao Xing was stunned for a moment, but he didn't think much about it. Before the sewing shop was built, he only had this one piece of clothing. So, Xiao Xing nodded, I'll trouble you, sister-in-law. Xiao Xing naturally unbuttoned his shirt, exposing his upper body, revealing his strong muscles. Seeing Xiao Xing's figure, Lu Muxue seemed a little surprised, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but take a few more glances. Here you go, sister-in-law. Well, Lu Muxue responded softly. She shyly took the shirt from Xiao Xing's hand, took it aside and started washing it. Clatter! The sound of water sounded. Lu Muxue quickly washed the stockings in Xiao Xing's shirt and hung them by the stove to dry. Then, she came to Chao Xing with a basin of steaming water. Xing. I see there's a little dirt on your chest. How about? Let me wipe it off for you. She originally wanted to let Chao Xing wipe it off himself, but she didn't. I know why, but I actually said the above sentence. For a moment, Lu Muxue was almost ashamed. Chao Xing also felt that something was wrong with this sentence, but in order not to embarrass Lu Muxue, he nodded and said, "Sorry to trouble you, sister-in-law." "No, it's okay." Lu Muxue responded shyly with relief. At this moment, Lu Muxue placed the water basin next to Chao Xing, then squatted down slightly and soaked his hands. Then, with her cheeks red, she reached out her hands and rubbed Chao Xing's chest gently. The delicate palms feel smooth to the touch due to the soaking in warm water. In close contact, the tip of Chao Xing's nose continued to smell Lu Muxue's unique body fragrance. Lu Muxue's movements were very stiff, and it could be seen that this was her first time doing such a thing. The warm touch continued to caress his chest, and Chao Xing clearly felt that Lu Muxue's body temperature seemed to be rising. A few minutes later, Lu Muxue blushed and said, "Axing. It's done." Chao Xing nodded blankly. Lu Muxue took the basin away again with a blushing face. In order to calm down the restlessness in his heart, Chao Xing put on his wolfskin coat again and said, "Sister-in-law, I'm going to go out first and trade some supplies in the market." "Well," Lu Muxue responded in a low voice. Chao Xing walked out of the Lord's cabin again. The low temperature outside hit me instantly. "Ha! Calm down, calm down." Chao Xing took a deep breath, and his brain gradually became calm. Then, he came to the market. The next step is to sell a batch of bear meat. Chao Xing knew that the sooner the food like this was sold, the better. After a few days, everyone no longer worried about food, and the bear meat in Chao Xing's hands could no longer be sold at a high price. So, Chao Xing opened the World Channel, Takoaka Masako, Uu. My husband was bitten to death by a snow wolf, and now I am left with my 2 children. Is there any kind-hearted person who can accept our family? Yen Xiaodao, this lady from Japan, what are your coordinates? I will come to rescue you right away. I have no other intention, I just don't want to see others suffer. Alvarez, what happened to these recruited polar people? We don't have enough food for our family. How can we share it with them? Abdul, oh God. I haven't given these polar people food for a day, and they don't work now, just sitting outside the house. I feel that the way they look at me is getting more and more wrong. Salman Khan, my territory seems to be near a glacier, it looks like the Ganges in my hometown. Compared with yesterday, more and more people have understood how to play this game. They all began building the Lord's Lodge and recruiting polar men to work. But these polar people have to eat, so most of the survivors are troubled by food. Due to the current stage, market can only trade materials with survivors in its own area. So, Chao Xing clicked on the regional channel. Yang Jiechi, brothers, I went out to explore today and found a wild camp at coordinates 127436507 and 15231, with a group of guys wearing masks inside. Zihang, brothers upstairs, I advise don't go there. Those people are Ice Safari, a group of crazy guys. My 2 polar men were killed by them. Chen Xian, is there any food? In this heavy snow, I really don't know where to find food. Shen Hongguan, yeah, how on earth can we get food in this place? They don't know how to get food. In fact, during novice protection, there are some low-level wild monsters around everyone's camp, which are also the source of food in the early stage. Because it is a family team, 4 of them have fighting ability. If they fight together, it won't be a problem to deal with a level 1 or 2 wild monster. But because they are too afraid or have poor adaptability, they dare not step too far out of the snow, let alone fight those wild monsters. At this time, there was a sudden commotion in the chat channel. Look, Fong Long from the Seine Yinghui has started selling food again. 100 G of animal meat, exchange for 100 wood or 50 stones. Weapons and equipment are given priority. If anyone has extra materials, go and exchange them. I go. It's too expensive. All my resources combined don't amount to that much. What do the brothers upstairs know? Do you know how precious food is now? Are those resources worth your own life? No. Wrong, if you don't buy it, others will. Don't compete with me. I'm hungry. Chao Xing looked at the chat channel thoughtfully. The food Fong Long was selling on consignment was a piece of wild boar meat. Although the price he listed was ridiculous, it was still sold out in less than 3 seconds. Chao Xing thought to himself, if 100 G of animal meat is sold at such an expensive price, it is equivalent to emptying out all the resources of a camp. Although those who have traded the supplies can regain a little satiety, but then it's miserable. It's likely that it won't develop due to lack of resources. Even if it can develop, it will probably be several days behind. When the novice protection period expires, it will be GG. Chao Xing checked the records. This seems to be Fong Long's 17th time selling food. You can imagine how many resources he gathered through these transactions. Chao Xing continued to think, the wild boar is about the same size as a snow wolf, which means he probably doesn't have much meat left. Thinking of this, Chao Xing also posted a transaction information on the market. Items for consignment: fresh bear meat, blue, *100G, first time consumption, strength +2, constitution +2, items required, wood *10, stone *5, iron *1, mithril and elemental crystals, etc. Materials can be traded in bulk. Consigner: Chao Xing. Seller's note: bear meat can increase hunger and attributes. We have a large inventory. We collect various materials, drawings, skill books, and equipment. Then, Chao Xing began to set the prices of various items. 1 piece of elemental crystal equals 1 piece of bear meat. 1 piece of mithril equals 1 piece of bear meat. Equipment drawings equals 5 to 10 pieces of bear meat. Skill book equals 5-10 pieces of bear meat. Chao Xing recorded the items one by one, even adding bullets, and all of them were clearly marked with prices. At this moment, in the regional channel, many survivors who had built a market suddenly noticed the bear meat consigned above. Then he wiped his eyes in disbelief. Huang Qiaofeng. Blue-grade bear meat can also increase attributes. Brothers, go to the market and take a look. Someone is selling bear meat with added attributes. After hearing the news, many survivors felt a little confused. What? Meat with added attributes? How come I haven't seen this kind of thing before? They opened the market immediately and were shocked by the consignment information above. Oh my god. It's true. The price is so cheap. 10 pieces of wood can be exchanged for 100G of bear meat, and 1 element crystal can even be exchanged for a whole piece of bear meat. Oh my god? This is fake, right? Is this person doing charity? The eyes of these survivors were filled with disbelief. After all, they all know how terrible the price of food is now. Moreover, this is bear meat with added attributes. However, they soon learned that it was true. A survivor named Yang Lin said excitedly, I got it. I got it. I used 50 stones to get a whole piece of bear meat, which is enough for my whole family to improve their attributes. What? When the first survivor transaction is successful, the other survivors immediately started trading frantically. Holy! I also succeeded in the transaction. I can exchange 10 pieces of iron for a whole piece of bear meat. This is so cool. Elemental crystals. Anyone who has elemental crystals can exchange one for a whole piece of bear meat. Pieces of bear meat, go. I exchanged a skill book for 5 pieces of bear meat. It's awesome. At this moment, the regional channel went completely crazy. The survivors who got the bear meat were very excited. They all know how profitable it is to exchange these supplies for bear meat. Someone even posted the information about bear meat to the World Channel, making other survivors who were not in Area 174 feel envious. Ed Stafford, oh my god, it's actually bear meat. I've never fought a bear in my life. Xiao Weichao, there are so many added attributes, which is great news for the warrior profession. Exit Shuichiro, Baga. Why am I not from District 174? How come no one in our District 11451 exposed this kind of bear meat? And Chao Xing was also flooded with crazy transaction information. The transaction is successful, you get iron *10, you lose fresh bear meat, blue, *1, the transaction is successful, you get stones *5, you lose fresh bear meat, blue, *100G, the transaction is successful, you get the soldier standard longsword blueprint, green, *1, and you lose the fresh bear meat, blue, *5. The price set by Chao Xing is very user-friendly, even if you only have a small amount of supplies, you can trade with him. For a time, almost all the survivors in Area 174 got the news. After all, the sooner you take this prop that can improve your attributes, the safer you will be in this world. Chao Xing almost looked at the resources of his territory growing crazily. Not a moment. He obtained 5,400 wood, 3,200 stone, 342 iron, 43 primary element crystals, plus a green blueprint, and 20 mithril. These resources may not necessarily be so abundant even if it takes 12 polar men to fully exploit them for nearly half a month. So far, he has paid a total of 215 pieces of bear meat. And there are still 1,000 pieces of bear meat left in Chao Xing's backpack. At this moment, Chao Xing couldn't help but swallowed. I've made it now. Seeing the materials in the backpack, Chao Xing decided to use them to improve his strength first. Upgrade the bonfire first, and then upgrade the Lord's hut as well. Then upgrade the Polar Man's hut and recruit more polar men to work. Later, Chao Xing can even build a powerful building like the Elementary Element Arrow Tower, which greatly improves the defensive capabilities of the territory. So Chao Xing interrupted the transaction in the market. He was going to call these polar people back and prepare to upgrade the buildings. Hearing Chao Xing's call, the polar people put down their work and walked towards the camp. Guichen, here, why is bear meat suddenly off the shelves? I haven't bought it yet. Rosa, I haven't bought it either. I just got the news that someone in the market is selling bear meat with added attributes. Shu Yi, the bear meat in the hands of Mr. Chao Xing has been sold out, right? Hurry up and get Mr. Chao Xing. In the regional channel, the group of people were crazy about I Chao Xing Yuzijuan, at Caoxing, husband. Say something. Lu Yea, at Caoxing, boss, don't be so cold, come out and comfort my little sister's young heart. Huangling, at, little brother, do you need pendants for your legs? At this time, Chao Xing was giving tasks to the group of polar people to upgrade the Yi campfire and the Lord's cabin, and was not paying attention to the chat in the channel. Seeing that Chao Xing did not reply, the survivors suddenly became anxious. It's bad, brothers. Mr. Chao Xing ignored us. Could it be that it's really sold out? That's it. I said before that I would wait for him to lower the price before buying it. Now it's better. It's sold out immediately. That's what I planned. I'm really at a big loss now. At this time, a survivor named Yu Jun said, a bunch of idiots still want to wait for others to lower the price without even looking at what kind of meat this is. Items with special attributes are hard currency at any time. And Boss Chao Xing's price has been set very reasonably. Lu Hui, yes, Boss Chao Xing's price is really fair. I bought 100 grams of animal meat from Fong Long and almost wiped out all my assets. Huang Shihong, yes, Fong Long's price is really life-threatening. One purchase is equivalent to bankrupting the whole family. At this time, a cold voice appeared on the regional channel. Fong Long, some people were saying just now that the meat I sell is expensive? Do you know how difficult it is for me to have so many brothers and sell some food to trade? I'm here to keep you from going hungry. I traded all my precious food, and you still said that I sold it expensively? The chat channel fell silent. Most of the people here are from Shangjiang, and they all know the evil reputation of the Three Heroes Society. This is a well-known gangster force. In addition to Fan Long, there are two gang leaders, both of whom are brutal. So they named themselves Saint Yinghui. At its peak, the gang's number once reached thousands, and its reputation spread throughout Hong Kong. Seeing that no one spoke, Fan Long continued to sneer, be honest and don't look at who is the boss in this area. Whoever wants to trade in this area in the future must obtain our consent, otherwise there will be consequences. You look good. At this time, a survivor named Chen Minhao said, Fong Long, are you too domineering? You sell your own things so expensively, why don't you allow others to sell them? Fong Long, did you say that? Wrong, we are so domineering. What do you think we Sanying will do? Upon hearing this, the faces of the survivors changed. Yes, gangs like the Sanyingwi are not good people in the first place, and collecting protection fees is also a way for them to make money. Obviously, Chao Xing violated their interests by selling bear meat in large quantities. Fong Long sneered and said, let me tell you, there are hundreds of brothers from our Three Heroes Society in this area. We will run into each other sooner or later. You must think clearly about the consequences of offending us. At this time, one by one, members of the Three Heroes Association jumped out and said, support Boss Fong Long. Be honest with me. Channel 174, we, the Three Heroes Association, have the final say from now on. Seeing so many people jumping out, the survivors suddenly realized this. They are now in the same area as Sanying. When it gradually develops outwards, everyone will meet together sooner or later. And the Sanyingwi, which naturally has hundreds of people, is the largest force in this area. If you offend them, your territory will be in danger in the future. For a moment, everyone was afraid to speak. At this moment, Chao Xing also opened the regional channel. He just saw the chat above and was immediately confused. What does it mean? Why the hell am I just going to arrange a job to come back and not let me do any business? Chao Xing thought for a moment and said directly, everyone, I just left for a while because of something. Now the transaction continues. Before other survivors could speak, when Fong Long saw Chao Xing appear, he said directly, didn't you hear what I said? I told you not to continue trading. Chao Xing replied calmly, why? Don't trade if you tell me not to trade. Fong Long, boy, don't act stupid. You are from Shangjiang. You should have heard of our Sanyingui. District 174 is our territory now. Chao Xing paused after hearing this. Then he smiled and said, "What are the three heroes and three birds society? This is not even Blue Star anymore. Why are you pretending to me? Brothers, don't be afraid of these idiots. Keep trading when it's time to trade. The bear in my hand is the quantity of meat is limited, first come first served. By the way, don't trade with me, the fools of the Three Birds Society. They have gone to the New World and are still being treated as dogs. Go ask your master for meat, Chao Xing." One sentence is like poking a hornet's nest. This caused the members of the Sanyingui to curse wildly. Jiang Wei, Chao Xing, I asterisk percent Suhaching, I percent. Chao Xing happily waited for them to finish scolding, and then smiled. Is there more? Three Heroes Club, are these the only ones? After being so provoked by Chao Xing, the screen was flooded with curses, and the entire channel 174 was almost occupied by these people's messages. They attacked Chao Xing with words like crazy. At this time, a system prompt appeared in front of them. Because you have used uncivilized language many times, your chat permission has been withdrawn. The remaining time is 3 days. These cursed survivors were confused. I didn't expect that in another world, there is a muting function. For a time, the survivors of the Sanyingui were banned on a large scale, and the entire chat channel gradually became quiet. And Chao Xing continued to stimulate them. Let more survivors of the Sanyingui be banned. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, Fong Long came out and said, "Stop talking, don't be fooled by this kid." Although Fong Long tried to stop him, more than 200 people had been banned by the system in that wave just now. Sky. This is a big blow to the prestige of the Three Heroes Society. Fong Long said in a cold tone, "Boy, your name is Chao Xing, right? I will remember you. I hope you won't regret it in the future." But Chao Xing didn't pay attention to his threat at all and said with a smile, "You remembered me? Great. I remember you too. The names and ID numbers of those guys who just scolded me have been written down. Next, don't even think about trading anything with me." Chao Xing completely ignored Fong Long's threat and continued to put it on the shelves. The survivors, seeing Fong Long's silence, began to loot again. "Brothers, grab quickly." Boss Chao Xing said that bear meat is limited this time, and it will be gone if it's too late. Exclamation point. I must get it this time. Go! The enthusiasm in the chat channel was high. The news of the Three Heroes Society was quickly overwhelmed by the massive number of survivors. Chao Xing once again received a transaction notification sound that swiped the screen. In another corner of this ice sheet, a middle-aged man with cold eyes, like a hawk, stared straight into the distance. He clenched his fist slightly and said in a cold tone, "Chao Xing." This person was Fong Long. Behind him, a pair of elderly people and a woman were huddled in the Lord's cabin warming themselves by the fire. It can be seen that Fong Long's family is currently living quite well. After all, he has collected a lot of supplies through the previous transactions. At this time, a survivor named Ji Jun contacted Fong Long. "Boss, that hateful boy actually wrote down all our names. Just now we went to him to trade, but not only was he rejected, but he also scolded us." After hearing this, Fong Long's face changed. More livid. Ji Jun continued to ask, "Boss, what should we do now? His bear meat has added so many attributes. If we don't have it, we will be lagging behind others. This is very detrimental to our development." Fong Long calmed down with anger in his heart. He said, "I know, I'll find a solution about the bear meat." After hanging up the communication, Fong Long frowned. Although he said he would solve it, Fong Long didn't have any good solution for a while. At this moment, a survivor named Lu Zhenjie applied to become Fong Long's friend. Seeing this somewhat familiar name, Fong Long clicked to agree. "Boss Fong Long, I am Mushua's father, Lu Zhenjie." Lu Zhenjie sent the message immediately. Fong Long remembered that he had pursued Lu Mushue for a while, but she rejected him. It turns out to be Mushua's father. "Uncle Lu, what can I do for you?" Lu Zhenjie said quickly. "Yes, of course. It's about the guy who offended you in the chat channel." Hearing this, Fong Long suddenly got interested. "Uncle Lu, please tell me." A moment later, after listening to Lu Zhenjie's story, Fong Long had an expression of interest on his face. "It's interesting. It turns out he's just a little driver. I thought he was a big shot. A low-level guy came to this world and thought he could really make a comeback? However, Mu Shui actually got along with this guy. I didn't expect them to stay together." Fong Long said to Lu Zhenjie, "Uncle Lu, you did a good job. I'll trade this piece of meat to you first." When Lu Zhenjie saw the food, he immediately asked Fong Longqian, "Thank you very much. After hanging up the private chat, Fong Long immediately issued orders to the members of the Sing Yinghui. That is, the location of Chao Xing's camp was found. At this time, Chao Xing didn't know that Fong Long was looking for the coordinates of his camp, because he had been flooded with various transaction information again. The transaction is successful, you get the skill book, ice cone technique, and you lose fresh bear meat, blue, *5. The transaction is successful, you get the skill book, Aurora Blessing, and you lose fresh bear meat, blue, *5. The transaction is successful, you get the black iron plate armor, green, *1, and you lose the fresh bear meat, blue, *3. The transaction is successful. This time, Chao Xing took out another 500 pieces of bear meat, that is, 5,000 pieces for trading. When the nearly hour-long transaction ended, all 5,000 pieces of bear meat in Chao Xing's hands were sold. The consignment information on the market has also been removed. The chat channel was in a hot state when I suddenly saw the message that the bear meat was sold out, and I was stunned for a moment. Then the survivors shouted excitedly, "I'll go." It's sold out so quickly? I still haven't gotten it. I haven't gotten it either. What a pity. Ah. Boss Chao Xing, please serve some more bear meat. At Caoxing, be wise and serve some more bear meat, don't force me to beg you. Obviously, the supply of bear meat in the entire trading market is still in short supply. After all, there are more than 30,000 and nearly 40,000 people in District 174. Chao Xing was very careful and traded more than 7,000 pieces of bear meat. In other words, not even 1/5 of the people have successfully traded bear meat. Although Chao Xing still has 500 pieces of bear meat in his hand, he can divide it into 5,000 trades. But he kept this as a food reserve or used it in exchange for some precious props. So, Chao Xing said in the chat channel, "Everyone, I don't have much bear meat left, so I can no longer conduct large-scale transactions. However, if you reveal something interesting, you can chat with me privately. I'll take all the blueprints, equipment, and skill books." Chao Xing's words made those survivors who didn't grab them feel hopeful again. It turns out that Mr. Chao Xing still has bear meat on hand. That's great. You want skill books and blueprints? I'm going to explore the snow. This time, I must switch to bear meat. Come on. At this moment, Chao Xing reminded everyone, it's getting dark soon, so don't rush out to explore. Wait until you get through tonight and go out tomorrow. After this reminder, the survivors also realized. At this point, yes, the temperature will drop when it gets dark, so you can't do activities outside. Okay, let's go out tomorrow. The survivors were enthusiastic. Because of Chao Xing's bear meat, he was motivated to explore, which was a good sign. Because this means that there will be more survivors collecting supplies in the wild. At the current stage, except for Chao Xing, no one has the strength to deal with level 15 elite monsters, so he still has the only bear meat. After closing the chat channel, Chao Xing looked at his harvest with satisfaction. In this transaction, he once again received 15,000 wood, 7,800 stone, 570 iron, 62 primary element crystals, and 30 pieces of mithril. Chao Xing took a look at his territory's resource reserves. Food, bread *45, snake meat *10, wolf meat *106, bear meat *500, wood *20764, stone 11135, iron 1022, coal *137. In addition to these, there are also primary element crystal, *113 pieces, mithril *50, a green weapon blueprint, plus a green plate armor jacket, and 2 skill books. What a terrifying amount! With this number of resources, when I used to play on a tablet, it would take me almost 20 days to collect this much. And Chao Xing is now nearly 20 days ahead of other survivors. With the resources I have, I can even build the 3rd level Lord's Hut directly, and then unlock more buildings. However, the 3rd level Lord's Hut requires a level 15 furnace, and it's still very early. Besides, it's getting dark now, so let's go back to the Lord's Hut and hide. Chao Xing returned to the Lord's Hut. Seeing him coming in, Lu Muxue had a shy look on her face and lowered her head in embarrassment. At this time, Lu Muxue seemed to have remembered something, and said softly, "Axing, I have been in contact with that Fong Long. He is a very insidious villain, and his methods are ruthless. You have to be careful." Obviously, Lu Muxue also saw what happened in the chat channel. Chao Xing was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay sister-in-law, I understand." In fact, Chao Xing did not take Fong Long's threat to heart. Based on Chao Xing's understanding of these gangs, the only way they could deal with him was to find the camp and then launch an attack on him. In the current situation where the survivors are only 1 or 2 levels, it is difficult for them to even leave the camp, and it is impossible for them to travel dozens or even hundreds of kilometers to find trouble with Chao Xing. Moreover, even if they really dare to come. When the time comes, a Yelena plus Frost Wolf Knight will be able to launch a one-sided massacre against them. There is no need for Chao Xing to summon the Ice Druid. And next, he will soon build a primary elemental arrow tower. This is the real killer weapon. At that time, let alone Fong Long, even if the entire Saining Club came together, it would only be for the purpose of delivering food. And this is what gives Chao Xing confidence. Seeing that Lu Muxue was still a little worried, Chao Xing comforted him. Sister-in-law, don't worry, you don't have to worry about the safety of the camp. Lu Muxue nodded lightly. She looked at Chao Xing, and Lu Muxue seemed to see a confident temperament in him. After a moment, Lu Muxue blushed. She whispered, axing, it's already dark, it's time to rest. Okay. Chao Xing nodded, and then returned to his small wooden bed. At night, the stove in the room was crackling, constantly emitting heat. However, the cold wind outside was still howling. Even though he was wrapped in wolfskin, he still felt chills coming over his body. Hiss! Why is it so cold tonight? Chao Xing got out of the wolfskin and looked at the temperature above his head. Current temperature -28. Hey guys, the temperature in the room has almost dropped to -30 degrees, no wonder it's so cold. Chao Xing saw that Lu Muxue's body was trembling slightly on the small wooden bed where she was sitting. Sister-in-law, can you still bear it? Chao Xing asked. Lu Muxue gritted her teeth and replied tremblingly, it's not bad. Looking at this look, Chao Xing knew that she was trying to show off her strength. So, he took out a large bearskin from his backpack and covered Lu Muxue directly. A layer of wolf skin and a layer of bear skin are enough to withstand the low temperature at night. Feeling the weight on her body, Lu Muxue had a grateful look in her eyes. Thank you. Axing. Chao Xing shook his head and said, it's okay. He returned to his small wooden bed, wrapped himself in a wolf skin and prepared to sleep. At this moment, Lu Muxue whispered from behind, axing. You gave me the bearskin, what about you? Chao Xing shook his head and said, I'm physically stronger than you. I'll move the bed closer to the stove in a while. It's okay. Hearing this, Lu Muxue suddenly said, well, Xing, do you want to cover this bear skin with me? Ha? Chao Xing turned around in confusion, but seeing Lu Muxue covering half of her face at this time, she seemed a little embarrassed to speak. After a moment, she seemed to have plucked up the courage and said, this bearskin is too big. It would be a waste for me to cover it alone. If two people are together, the bed will be warmer. Lu Muxue said after finishing, he buried his head directly into the quilt, feeling a little embarrassed. Chao Xing thought for a moment and said, okay, then I'll move the small wooden bed over and merge the two beds together. Soon, the two small wooden beds were combined into one large bed. Thick bearskin was spread on top, just like a big quilt. Chao Xing wrapped himself in wolf skin and got in. Feeling the movement in the quilt, Lu Muxue's body trembled slightly. She kept her back to Chao Xing, looking extremely embarrassed. Chao Xing didn't think much about it. It just felt like I felt a lot warmer after getting into bed. The night passed slowly. Chao Xing gradually fell asleep. Later in the night, Chao Xing suddenly felt a warm arm reaching into his bed. Chao Xing was startled and woke up from his sleep. He turned around and saw Lu Muxue with a blushing face, her head lowered and her face unclear. Sister-in-law? Lu Muxue said shyly, axing. It's so cold. I want you to hold me and sleep. Can you? At this time, Chao Xing's mind flashed like a flash of lightning. At this time, I still don't understand what Lu Muxue means. He turned around, hugged Lu Muxue directly, and pressed him under him. Well. At this time, Lu Muxue seemed not to have expected that Chao Xing would suddenly make such a bold move, and let out a cry. Then she noticed that the man's heavy breathing hit her face. Lu Muxue's delicate body trembled, and she subconsciously grabbed a corner of the wolf's skin. Her heart was beating fast and she could smell the man's heavy and powerful breathing. Under his strong chest, you can even hear the violent heartbeat. Ah! Xing. Lu Muxue's voice sounded like a mosquito, and her delicate facial features were so rosy that people couldn't help but take a bite. Chao Xing stretched out his hand and slowly stroked it downward from her cheek, and then all the way downward. At this time, Lu Muxue's body trembled and her muscles tightened. However, besides being nervous, there was also a little tingling and anticipation. Rustling. The sound of clothes being taken off. Lu Muxue bit her lower lip lightly, her beautiful eyes twinkling as she stared at the young man's back. Thinking of what was going to happen next, she squeezed her legs together nervously. Chao Xing turned around and looked at the beauty on the bed. The snow-white skin shows a shy pale pink color, and under the slender legs, 10 jade toes are tightly clasped together. At this moment, she fully displayed herself in front of Chao Xing. When Xiaoxing's face came close to Lu Mushue's, she felt her heartbeat slow down by half a beat. "Are you ready?" Xiaoxing asked solemnly. Lu Mushue knew what he meant. With a shy face, she hummed softly. Xiaoxing no longer hesitated. The night was sultry, and a muffled low moan soon sounded in this hut in the snow. A shing hey. After a charming gasp, the beauty's rapid breathing slowly calmed down. 2 hours later, the commotion in the room gradually subsided. Lu Mushue was weak and boneless, with a trace of tears in her eyes and a look of satisfaction, lying in Xiaoxing's arms. The two of them lay quietly like this, not knowing what they were thinking. At this moment, Lu Mushue suddenly asked, "Xing, will you not let me go?" "Sister-in-law. Mushue, why did you suddenly say such things?" Xiaoxing asked in confusion. Lu Mushue snuggled into his arms, shook her head slightly and said, "Axing. I was on the chat channel and saw that many people died in the past 2 days. Many families were broken up because of this, and the children lost their parents and relatives. I'm so lucky that I could meet you when I came into this world. You are also the first person I've ever met who was so kind to me. So, I'm afraid that one day you will suddenly not want me." "Yeah." Listening to Lu Mushue's true feelings, Xiaoxing patted her soft back gently. "What are you thinking about? We will work together for a long time and live in this world. Mushue, you are very important to me." Lu, after listening to this, Mushue's eyes became moist for a moment. "Yeah." She nodded solemnly. A few seconds later, looking at the man in front of her, Lu Mushue's eyes gradually became blurred. At this time, Xiaoxing kissed him directly. A few minutes later, Lu Mushue gasped lightly, "Xing. I can't breathe." Xing, the sound gradually dissipated and turned into whispers in the clouds and rain. Xiaoxing woke up from his sleep. At this time, he found that the head of the bed was empty, and the familiar body scent still lingered on the pillow. Looking up, he saw a pretty figure squatting in front of the stove, preparing today's breakfast. This scene made Xiaoxing feel a little unreal. After 2 days in this world, everything had subverted his imagination. Lu Mushue seemed to have noticed that Xiaoxing had woken up, with a shy expression. "Axing. You're awake. Wait a moment, breakfast will be ready soon." Lu Mushue, who had tasted cloud and rain for the first time, had a touching rosy face and a hint of greenness. She seemed to get into character quickly. Then, Lu Mushue came to Xiaoxing with a bowl of fragrant broth. Xiaoxing took a sip and praised, "It tastes good, Mushue." "Really?" He. Lu Mushue said with a silly smile, "Then drink more." Xiaoxing nodded. Watching Xiaoxing drink it all in front of her, Lu Mushue had a satisfied smile on her face. After a moment, she suddenly felt a little sentimental again. "Xing. The temperature dropped last night, and it seems that many people froze to death." Xiaoxing thought for a moment and clicked on Regional Channel. Regional Channel 174, number of people online, 37104/40173, compared to yesterday, more than 1,000 people died. Although the mortality rate is much lower. But if we continue to die at this rate, it won't be long before there won't be many left. Lu Mushue said with some worry, "Axing, do you think we will survive?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoxing solemnly nodded and said, "Yes, we will survive together. Not only will we survive, I can still live well in this world." After hearing this, Lu Mushue nodded and said, "Yeah." After finishing breakfast, Xiaoxing stood up with enthusiasm. Compared with yesterday, Xiaoxing had one more goal. That is, to survive in this world with Lu Mushue. Open the door of the Lord's hut. The 8 polar men and Eilina were already waiting at the door. As for Assam, he got up early in the morning to carry out the mission issued by Xiaoxing to detect the surrounding environment. Seeing Xiaoxing coming out, the group of polar people said in unison, "Good morning, Lord. "Good morning, Lord Second Lord." Lu Mushue stood beside Xiaoxing handsomely, waiting for Xiaoxing to give orders. Xiaoxing nodded and said, "Today, your task is mainly to build territorial buildings. Big Zhuang and second strong, try your best to upgrade the campfire. 3 strong and 4 strong, hurry up and build the sewing shop. 5 to 8 strong, your task is to build a blacksmith shop and build more small shelters. Do you understand?" The 8 polar men immediately straightened up, then nodded and said, "I understand, Lord." Then, they followed Xiaoxing's instructions and started banging dang-clang, clang-clang. At this time, Xiaoxing faced a problem. That is, the territory does not have enough manpower. There are many buildings he wants to build, such as blacksmith shop, primary element arrow tower, sewing shop, etc. But there are only 8 polar people, and they are simply too busy. Xiaoxing sighed, "I have so many resources now. It would be a pity if I can't convert them into combat power. Let's think about it later and see if we can recruit some civilians. Chao Xing shook his head and continued to check on him. 2 new skill books and equipment obtained yesterday. Ice cone technique. Consume a certain amount of energy to condense 1-3 ice cones, causing magic damage of spirit *08 to the enemy. There is a 30% probability of causing a 1-second freezing effect, with a cooling time of 30 seconds. Aurora blessing. Condensing the power of the aurora, attached to the weapon, causing additional mental *08 points of light attribute damage to the enemy during melee attacks. The effect lasts for 60 seconds and the cooling time is 120 seconds. These 2 skills, one is Chao Xing's attack skill and the other is Lu Mushua's blessing skill. The effects are very good. Especially the Aurora Blessing skill. When Lu Mushua's attributes increase, it can greatly increase the output of the territory's troops. He continued to check. Black Iron Plate Armor, Green, Quality, Excellent, Armor, 1315, Additional Special Effect, Constitution +5, Additional Special Effect, Primary Shock Absorption. When attacking, reduce the opponent's strength by 20 points, Knockback Effect. Yes, this plate armor is also very strong, perfect for Mushue. As an Aurora Knight, resisting monsters is naturally the most important thing. With the Primary Shock Absorption special effect, Lu Mushue can deal with stronger monsters without being knocked away. Then, there is the last drawing. Soldier Standard Longsword Blueprint. Green. After learning, materials can be consumed in the blacksmith shop to create weapons. Required for crafting, level 1 blacksmith shop, iron *20, wood *2. Chao Xing thought, with the blueprints, you can forge weapons in batches, and then create an armed corps of your own. But, the corps needs a large number of troops, and it also needs to build barracks and train them with training scrolls. And I only have 8 polar men in my hands. They still need to work. I definitely can't train them into combat troops. Put this matter aside for now. After checking this, Chao Xing became bored. By noon, Chao Xing noticed that a figure appeared in the snow in the distance, heading towards his camp. It was Assam riding a frost wolf. What made Chao Xing feel strange was that behind him, there were 3 thin humans, who seemed to be several women. Chao Xing walked over immediately. Assam, who are these people? Assam jumped off the frost wolf's back, and then said respectfully, Lord, these people are all refugees who escaped from Ice Peak City. Ice Peak City? Assam nodded and said, Yes, Lord, that is a town thousands of kilometers away from us, but it was captured by the White Walker's army. These people finally escaped from Bingfang City, and encountered snow on the way. The local wanderer is now homeless after being rescued by me. Chao Xing thought thoughtfully, turning out to be a native of this world. Yes, in addition to Blue Star humans, there are also many aboriginal races in this world. In addition to the polar people who live underground all year round, there are also humans living on the surface, the Azura clan who believe in machinery and gunpowder, the Ice Giant clan who advocate war and strength, etc. Assam seems to have moved a compassionate heart. He suggested, Lord, our territory needs more manpower. These 3 refugees can help us better build the territory. Next to him, 3 human women looked expectant in their eyes. They also seemed to know that Chao Xing was the talker in this territory. So, the 3 refugees knelt down and said respectfully, Lord, please take in us who are homeless. We are willing to give everything to you. Chao Xing was stunned, with a strange expression. Even Lu Mushue on the side looked at Chao Xing expectantly, as if she really wanted Chao Xing to take in these 3 refugees. Assam is right, he does need more manpower now. So, Chao Xing asked, Can you cook? The 3 refugees looked at each other, and then nodded quickly, Yes. We can. Chao Xing nodded, Okay, I will leave the cooking task to you in the future. In your spare time, you still need to help other polar people collect resources and build territories. Is there any problem? No, dear Lord. Chao Xing, very good, then you are welcome to join. Xing issued a recruitment application to them. Recruitment successful. Jasmine, Tulip, Sapphire, joined your territory, territory population +3. They are all names of flowers, and they sound very nice. But Chao Xing felt that these names were too elegant and did not suit his style. So, he directly pointed at one of the women and said, From today on, you are called Dahua. And she is called Erhua and Sanhua. The 3 human women knelt down again and said respectfully, Thank you. Your name is given, the benevolent Lord. You are the leader of the people, the name of the big flower is successful, the loyalty has been improved, the current loyalty is 75, you are the leader of the people, the name of the 2 flowers is successful, the loyalty has been improved, current loyalty, 73. Chao Xing took a look at their attributes. Leader, Dahua, level 1, attributes, strength 3, agility 2, spirit 3, constitution 3, talent, none, loyalty, 75, hunger, 41. Leader, Erhua, level, 1, attributes, strength 3, agility 3, spirit 2, constitution 2, talent, none, loyalty, 73, hunger, 37. The loyalty of these three people, they are all quite high, but the hunger level is a bit low. It can be seen that they have indeed not eaten for a long time. So, Xiaoxing said, you go and make a fire to cook first and let yourself have something to eat. There is no canteen built now. The stove is in the Lord's cabin. After hearing this, the three people nodded respectfully. Yes, Lord. After they left, Xiaoxing continued to think by the campfire. These newly recruited people need to build small shelters for them to rest at night. Then, a special canteen must be built for the residents to eat. However, whether it is building or upgrading a building, it takes a lot of time. Xiaoxing looked at the 8 busy polar people and sighed, there are still not enough manpower. If we have more people, we can divide the work and cooperate and greatly speed up the development efficiency of the territory. Is there any way to how about I recruit some people? Xiaoxing couldn't help but think about his previous experience of playing games on a tablet. Above, game characters will also face the problem of insufficient manpower. However, there are several solutions in the game. First, when your territory reaches a certain level and has a certain prestige in the nearby area, some tribesmen or refugees living nearby will actively seek refuge. The second is to send out his troops and wander around like a Assam, with a chance of bringing back some men in the wild. The third is to go to cities or village taverns in this world and recruit some NPCs with special abilities by paying a certain amount of reward. The fourth is to directly launch a war to conquer nearby tribesmen and force them to surrender. In short, there are many methods and are not limited to the above. But obviously, these methods are currently not applicable to Xiaoxing. At this moment, the 3 newly joined citizens brought a message to Xiaoxing after eating. After hearing the news, Xiaoxing suddenly brightened up. He looked at Dahua and asked, you mean, you escaped from the camp of a group of safari people? Are there many human beings imprisoned in that camp? Dahua nodded and said, yes, Lord, that group of hunters is very cruel and has simply lost their humanity. Many of our companions have suffered from their vicious hands. If possible, I hope the Lord can lend a helping hand and rescue them. At this point, Dahua knelt down on the ground, his tone full of pleading. Xiaoxing is most short of manpower now. After hearing this information, Xiaoxing almost subconsciously wanted to take action. But he quickly suppressed his excitement and helped Dahua up. Do you know how many people there are in that group of hunters and what their strength is? Dahua lives in the ice and snow all year round, and her cold white western face seems to be thinking about something. Then, she said respectfully, Lord, that group of hunters is about 20 to 30 people. Most of the hunters in there feel similar to the Lord. Xiaoxing thought to himself, and then nodded. He is now a level 3 frost mage, which means that the strength of those hunters is around level 3 to level 5. After Dahua finished speaking, he added, in addition to the ordinary safari, they also have 2 team captains, who are slightly stronger than this lady from the snake tribe. In addition, there is another most powerful person. The strong captain is similar to Mr. Assam's frost wolf aura. It can be seen that Dahua is very smart and has strong language skills. Through her description, Xiaoxing already knew the strength of that group of hunters. There is 1 hunter of level 10, 2 hunters of level 5 and above, plus more than 20 hunters of level 5 and below. If you only rely on Xiaoxing's previous strength, you may not be able to deal with them. However, now that Assam has advanced to a 2nd level creature, and Xiaoxing also has an Ice Druid recruitment scroll in his hand, it will not be a problem to deal with these hunters. Moreover, those safari hunters were said to have hidden some treasures. Obviously, Xiaoxing was already moved. Assam also saw Xiaoxing's thoughts. Lord, the location Dahua mentioned is about 7 kilometers away from the camp. At our speed, it will take about an hour and a half to arrive. Xiaoxing nodded. The speed of progress in the snow is not fast, and an hour and a half is still within an acceptable range. At least we can make it back before dark. Lu Muxue was standing aside at this time and said softly, Axing, I'll go with you too. Xiaoxing nodded, okay. After saying that, Xiaoxing put the black iron plate armor, green, and Aurora Blessing skill book were given to her. Looking at the equipment and skill books in his hands, Lu Muxue glanced at Xiaoxing gratefully again. She certainly knows the importance of these equipment and skill books at the current stage. Lu Muxue didn't say much, but silently clicked on the skill book to learn, and then put on the armor. Xiaoxing saw it. Lu Muxue was now wearing black armor on her upper body, while her lower body was bare with 2 long legs, and she was also wearing a thick wolf fur coat. This outfit is quite interesting. Chao Xing himself also clicked on Ice Cone Technique to learn, and then took out the Icefield Druid recruitment scroll. A system prompt appears. Do you want to consume the Ice Druid recruitment scroll to recruit a druid with level 15 elite strength? Iceland Druid occupancy, 3 people. Chao Xing clicked yes directly. At the same time, in front of Chao Xing, a 6-pointed star array with a diameter of 5 meters appeared, which was larger than before. In the 6-pointed star array, bursts of intense light erupted. Then, a powerful and ancient aura appeared. Through the light curtain, Chao Xing could see a humanoid creature with a height of 2.5 meters and a sturdy build. It just stood there motionless, giving people a terrifying pressure. After the light curtain dissipated, everyone finally got a clear view of each other. It was a creature covered in snow-white mane, with sharp bare claws and thick limbs, but it looked like a human. His hairy face revealed a pious gaze. Then, he put his right hand on his chest and gave a slight salute. The power of nature will guide me forward. Guardian Andrew, reporting to you. At this moment, the tall ice druid gave a slight salute to Chao Xing. In front of Chao Xing, the opponent's attributes also appeared. Ice Druid, Andrew, Race, Druid, Level 15 1073/50,000, Second Level Elite Creature, HP, 3990, Attack, 344 351, Attribute, Strength 172, Agility 163, Spirit 165, Constitution 195, Skills, Tearing Claw, Swinging Claws, causing 130% attack damage to the enemy. Wild Mark, when the attack hits, reduce the opponent's armor by 50 points, and mark the opponent, location. Dire Bear form, transforms into an Ice Dire Bear, all attributes are increased by 30%, and additional Wild Roar and Ferocious Assault skills will be obtained. The Dire Bear form lasts for 60 seconds, and the cooling time is 180 seconds. Talent, Nature Affinity, being in nature, life recovery speed increases by 20%, hunger, 65, loyalty, 63. Hiss. What a strong attribute! Chao Xing was amazed. This druid is indeed a level 15 elite creature, with terrifyingly powerful attributes. And what's even more terrifying is his giant bear form skill at the back. The druid in this state is the most terrifying. There is no doubt that Andrew is the most powerful creature he has ever summoned. Even the advanced Assam cannot be his opponent. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. However, this druid also seemed to see Chao Xing's strength. In his perception, Chao Xing was too weak. One slap can kill him. Such a lord cannot allow him to devote all his loyalty. As for Chao Xing, he naturally saw the coldness in Andrew's eyes and his loyalty of only 63. It can be seen that this druid is not very submissive to him. However, Chao Xing didn't pay attention, but smiled with interest. He suddenly said, Andrew, as my subject, you will enjoy divine blessings. So now, I will give you strength. In the doubtful gaze of the druid, Chao Xing winked at Ilena on the side. Ilena understood and threw the 2 states of Scale Armor and Snake Man Madness at Andrew. At this time, a trace of surprise flashed in Andrew's calm eyes. It felt that there was a restless energy in its body, making it more agile and powerful. This improvement was almost as good as its own bear form skill. And the most terrifying thing is that this is a permanent improvement. Lord, what kind of blessing effect is this? It's so powerful. Andrew said in shock. Chao Xing looked directly at him and said solemnly, this is a reward for your loyalty. Only my subjects can enjoy this blessing effect. The shock in Andrew's eyes became even stronger. Before he could speak, Chao Xing continued, Andrew, the blessing is not over yet. Now let me continue to exert the blessing effect on you. As soon as he finished speaking, Chao Xing continued to throw Ice Therapy and Ice Armor, and green numbers +12 and +12 appeared on Andrew's head. At this moment, Andrew's eyes had completely changed from surprise to shock. Lord, your power is the only one I have ever seen in my life. It is so mysterious and vast. Andrew sincerely thanks you for your blessing. After saying that, he bowed deeply to Chao Xing. A system prompt appears. You help the people. Andrew improves his strength. His loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty, 74. A total of 11 points of loyalty have been increased at once. Chao Xing's eyes were filled with joy. You kid, you are still pretending to be arrogant with me, just to see how I can win you over. This hand can be said to have completely calmed Andrew, and he looked at Chao Xing with awe. At this time, Chao Xing suddenly remembered that Lu Mushua's newly learned Aurora Blessing was also a buff skill. Chao Xing said, Mushue, cast an Aurora Blessing on Andrew. Lu Mushue obediently did as he was told. Although, Andrew has no weapons. And when the colorful aurora fell into Andrew's body, he raised his paws in surprise and saw that it was also shrouded in a layer of aurora. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction, as expected. Now that the druid has been summoned and the buff has been added, everything is almost ready. Just when he was about to set off, a system announcement appeared. System announcement: attention all survivors, you have passed the second day of the frozen era and have adapted to the rhythm of this world. The level ranking list has been opened. Level ranking list: each region is the first to reach level 10 of 100 survivors will receive ranking rewards. At the same time, the entire Blue Star, all the survivors who traveled to this world, heard the system prompts. Holy! Are the level rankings enabled? Only 100 people in each district can get rewards. The competition is a bit stressful. Then what are the ranking rewards? The second system prompt appeared. Level ranking rewards have been updated. 100 th 51 say place, reward white bread * 20, medical kit * 2, small resource bag * 1, 50 th 21 say place, reward animal meat * 10, medical bag * 4, small resource bag * 2, white weapon * 1, 20 th 11 th place, reward beast meat * 20, medical kit * 5, small resource bag * 3, black iron treasure chest * 1, 10 th 4 th place, reward beast meat * 40, medical kit * 10, medium resource pack * 1, green weapon of your choice * 1, primary power heart * 1, third place, reward animal meat * 50, medical pack * 10, medium resource pack * 2, random. Second level creature recruitment coupon * 1, green weapon of your choice * 1, heart of primary power * 1, second place, reward animal meat * 100, medical package * 10, medium resource package * 3, random second level creature recruitment coupon * 1, blue weapon of your choice 1, elementary power heart 1. Seeing this reward, all the survivors around the world were stunned for a moment. Then, there was a strong sensation. Huang Hui Hong. There are so many rewards, as well as food and medical kits. This is so cool. As long as you get into the top 100, you won't have to worry about short-term resources at all. Li Yangqi, the top 10 can actually choose their own weapon rewards, or a green weapon. Jinyu, brothers, you are focusing on the wrong thing. The most valuable thing is the heart of primary power at the back. This thing can allow survivors who have reached level 10 to complete the advancement. Hu 11, that second level creature recruitment coupon is also terrifying. It can summon such a powerful creature directly. The rewards in this ranking are so fierce. Even Chao Xing couldn't help but be surprised by the rewards for the top 3. You know, even he himself doesn't have a piece of blue equipment. However, when he saw the reward for first place, his breathing became a little short. First place, reward beast meat * 200, medical kit * 10, medium resource bag * 10, silver treasure chest * 1, second level leader level creature recruitment coupon * 1, primary power heart * 1. The leader level recruitment scroll. Chao Xing's eyes widened. In this world, whether they are recruited creatures or wild creatures, they will be graded according to their qualifications. Qualifications represent their strength and their potential for growth. Ordinary, elite, boss, leader, commander. The stronger the qualification, the more attributes will be improved each time you upgrade. Like the Ice Druid, as an elite creature, its attributes are 30% stronger than ordinary creatures, and it gains more attributes each time it is upgraded. But now, the first place reward actually skips the boss and directly rewards the leader level creature recruitment ticket. This is terrifying. At this moment, Chao Xing decided to sprint with all his strength and try to win the first place reward. System announcement: the rankings are being tallied. Later, you can check your relevant rankings in the rankings. At this time, the rankings have not yet been announced. However, survivors around the world, most of whom have confidence in themselves, have already begun to take action. At this moment, Fong Long, who was operating outside the snow, also heard the system prompt. He opened the Senyingui team channel. Everyone has seen that the rewards in this ranking are very rich. Anyone who enters the top 100 will get a lot of supplies. And this time, we only need to compete with other survivors in Area 174, so the pressure is not too great. At this moment, after listening to this, the other survivors of the Senyingui also had confident smiles on their faces. Fong Long continued, so this time, our Senying Association will strive to win a few more top 10 places, and I will also strive for the first place. The survivor named Ji Jun said, "Boss, our District 174, is there anyone who can compete with you?" Fong Long thought for a moment and replied, "There are still some. As far as I know, there are several gangs in Xiangjiang City. They are very powerful in this world. Wu Xinghu, Zhou Bo, these people should be my opponents." After hearing what Fong Long said, Ji Jun nodded suddenly, "Boss, What about Chao Xing? But Fong Long sneered, a lucky guy who hasn't been taken seriously by me yet. After hearing this, Ji Jun nodded. Then, both parties hung up the communication. At the same time, the survivors who came to this world all over the world began to take action. Wu Xinghu, brothers from Tiger Hall, let me go. Go all out and win a few more places. Zhou Bo, brothers from the Tiandao Society, all speed up the progress. Only when the novice protection period ends you must reach level 10 before you can get the reward. Suddenly, survivors all over the world mobilized. At this time, in Chao Xing's camp, Lu Muxue also heard the system announcement, and she looked at Chao Xing. Although I don't know what level Chao Xing is compared to other survivors. But judging from the performance of the past 2 days, even if Chao Xing is not first, at least the top 10 is not a problem. Chao Xing didn't know what Lu Muxue was thinking. In addition to developing his territory, he now has another goal. That is, take the first place in the rankings. Chao Xing looked at Assam and Andrew and ordered directly, then, let's set off now. Target, the safari camp 7 kilometers away. Assam took the lead in responding. He pulled out his long sword and said loudly, it is my lifelong mission to fight for the Lord. Andrew on the side also said piously, I am willing to fight for the balance of nature. After saying that, Chao Xing and Lu Muxue took Assam and Andrew towards walk outside the camp. As for Ilena, he was left to guard the territory. Rustling. In the snow, the footsteps of 3 people and 1 wolf kept coming. A frost wolf knight, a claw druid, followed by 2 humans. This strange combination was just walking in the endless snowfield. More than an hour later, they arrived near the location Dahua said. In the distance, about a kilometer away, they did see smoke rising from the snow in front of them. Under the smoke, Chao Xing saw a large camp with more than a dozen sparsely pitched tents. This is a large safari camp. When Chao Xing approached, a system prompt appeared in front of him. Safari camp, special area, danger level, extremely dangerous. Note, this is a camp composed of a group of degenerates who believe in evil gods. Their mentality is extremely crazy and twisted. It is extremely dangerous for you now, please stay away as soon as possible. Although the system prompts that this group of hunters is very strong, Chao Xing's strength is no match for them. But that's without taking Andrew and Assam into account. Chao Xing didn't flinch at all and directly asked Andrew and Assam to speed up. He and Lu Muxue followed behind. Chao Xing said, Muxue, just stay with me. Leave the battle to them. Lu Muxue said softly, okay. A few minutes later, they approached the camp. At the same time, a safari patrolling the camp also discovered Chao Xing and the others. He immediately exclaimed, there's a situation. It's an enemy attack. An enemy attack. Hearing the shouts, a large number of hunters emerged from the tents. They were all dressed similarly, wearing thick snow clothes and wearing a Uzumaki mask on their face similar to Uchiha Obito's, but it was blood red. There was a dagger on his waist and a wooden longbow on his back. Chao Xing took a casual glance and saw the attributes of these hunters. Wanderer LV4, race, human race, attack power, 3135, HP, 430, skill, cutting. Wanderer Scout LV6, race, human race, attack power, 5447, HP, 660, skills, knife throwing, assault. The strength of these hunters is almost the same, and they are basically consistent with Dahua's information. So, Chao Xing said directly, Assam, Andrew, come on. Assam raised the long sword emitting aurora in front of his chest and controlled the frost wolf under his feet to rush forward at high speed. For glory! Boom! Boom! Andrew was on all fours, running in an animal-like form. The Lord will punish these destroyers of nature. 2 powerful second-level creatures rushed into the group of hunters. Then, a strong crushing force was launched directly. Bang! Andrew rushed directly to a hunter, waving his claws in his crazy eyes. 395-6, exaggerated damage figures floated up. The body of the safari was immediately cut into 4 sections, and blood was sprinkled on the snow like scattered petals. A system prompt appeared in front of Chao Xing. Your territory member Andrew killed the Ranger LV4 and gained 40 experience points. Combatants Lu Muxue, Chao Xing, and territory follower Ilena gained half of the experience points, 20. But, I didn't help in the fight? Chao Xing after thinking for a moment, I quickly understood the reason. Although Lu Muxue did not end the battle. However, she added the Aurora Blessing status to both Andrew and Assam, which can add additional damage. In other words, the system defaulted to Lu Muxue also participating in the battle. And Chao Xing added, Ice Armor Technique, and Ice Therapy Technique, and he was also considered a participant in the battle. Including Ilena, who was guarding the territory, also blessed the druid with a buff state. Chao Xing's face showed joy. This function is great. Mushue, this is a good thing. In this way, as long as we recruit enough powerful followers, we can directly apply the status to them and forget about it. When the time comes, send all these followers out, and we will just sit in the territory. They can all be upgraded. And more importantly, in this way, they have a greater chance of winning the ranking rewards. After hearing this, Lu Mushue also had a hint of joy on her face. Then, she just stayed with Chao Xing. The two watched the one-sided killing unfold in the camp. At this moment, Assam rushed directly into the center of the camp, facing the siege of 7 or 8 safari men alone. There were 2 safari hunters nearby who were shooting arrows. However, their arrows hit Assam's armor, and 2 extremely small damage figures suddenly appeared on it. -1, -1, the ranger's attack power is still good, at least it can still cause a little damage to Assam. But the damage is too low. It can be said that the defense was broken, but it was not broken. The next second, green +10 appeared on Assam's head. The safari were completely dumbfounded. How the hell is this going to work? The amount of blood you hit is not as much as the others. Is this too shameless? I want to report it. Someone is cheating. And Assam doesn't care what they think. With 95 points of loyalty, he will put Chao Xing's orders first. That is, kill all these hunters. Puff, puff, puff. He danced the Frost Wolf sword technique to great effect. Every time the sword falls, it will definitely take away the life of a hunter. Frost Wolf also took him with him, constantly jumping around the camp and changing directions. The second level Assam is simply invincible. Assam, a member of your territory, killed Ranger LV4 and gained 40 experience points. You gained experience points, 20 points. And Andrew on the side was even more terrifying. It directly transformed into a demolition form, and tents were overturned by it. The hunter hiding inside was easily pulled out by Andrew, and then swatted to death with one claw. Under normal circumstances, Andrew exudes a serenity and wisdom like a sage. And when it comes to fighting, it's like a raging beast. Roar! After a terrifying roar, Andrew directly held down a level 6 ranger scout and beat its head to pieces. Chao Xing and Lu Mushue kept seeing the get experience points prompt. After a while, a white light appeared on Lu Mushue's body. She upgraded. Upgrading from level 1 to level 2 is very simple and only requires 100 experience points. However, to upgrade from level 2 to level 3, you need 1000 experience points. Each subsequent level increases 1000 experience points. At this moment, a dark shadow suddenly rushed out of the innermost tent in the camp. He seemed to know how scary Andrew and Assam were. The moment he rushed out of the camp, he ran wildly outside the snow without any thought of fighting. Chao Xing took a quick glance and saw the other party's attributes. Ranger Captain LV10, race, human race, attack power, 172-184, health value, 1540, skill, brutal cutting, causes 2 times of 80% attack power damage to the enemy, and adds a level 1 bleeding effect, grease the soles of your feet, increases movement speed by 30% during escape. I'll go, this is the captain inside. Chao Xing suddenly shouted, don't let him run away. This guy, although he is just the ordinary monsters at level 10 have not yet advanced. But that oiling the soles of your feet skill is really outrageous, and you can escape with your life. At this moment, Andrew suddenly roared. Roar! It changed from its original human form into a giant bear covered in white hair, and ran out like a cannonball. Boom! The speed of the instant burst even exceeded that of the ice giant bear. It is Andrew's skill, giant bear form. Boom! Boom! The ground was shaking. In giant bear form, Andrew's all attributes skyrocketed by 30%, and coupled with Eilena's Snake Man Madness, the movement speed increased by another 20%. Andrew easily caught up with the escaping safari captain. Then, in his frightened eyes, Andrew roared. Roar! The huge bear paw was slapped directly. Snap! The safari leader was immediately reduced to a pile of meat. On the cold snow, a bright flower made of flesh and blood appeared. This scene made Lu Mushue's face turn pale, but she still gritted her teeth and allowed herself to accept it all. Because she knows that this kind of scene is very common if she wants to participate in the next battle. Chao Xing heard a system prompt in his ear. Members of your territory, Andrew killed the Ranger Captain LV10 and gained 300 experience points. You gain experience points, 150 points. At this moment, a white light rose from Chao Xing's body. Your level has been improved, current level, level 4. A total of this upgrade, strength +2, agility +2, spirit +4, constitution +2, Chao Xing was overjoyed, upgraded again. A burst of energy emerged from his body. The brain becomes clearer and the body becomes more energetic. Woohoo, this feeling of upgrading is really good. Soon, Assam also resolved the battle. They had killed all the safari in the entire camp. There were corpses and broken arms everywhere on the ground. A system prompt appears. You destroyed a safari camp, and the reputation of the territory plus 50. Notice. Because you have completed a difficult crusade based on your strength, you will receive an additional reward, Phantom Assassin Recruitment Scroll, blue, *1. Hey, is there another blue recruitment scroll? Xiao Xing's eyes were filled with joy, and he checked. Learn about the properties of this scroll. Phantom Assassin Recruitment Scroll, blue. Through this scroll, you can summon a Phantom Assassin with level 20 elite strength. Holy! A level 20 elite creature is more powerful than Andrew. Xiao Xing's eyes were filled with shock, and then ecstasy. Obviously, this recruitment scroll can greatly improve his strength. However, he did not summon it immediately, but took Lu Muxue towards the camp. Let's clean up the battlefield first. Then, the two of them came to the camp. There was a messy scene in front of him, and even the bonfire had been extinguished. Xiao Xing came to the body of a hunter and was about to take action. A system prompt appears. Humanoid creature, indestructible. Xiao Xing's mouth twitched. What does this system think of me? I have no intention of decomposing it. This is slander, slander. Even so, Xiao Xing still stretched out his hand and groped around the group of hunters. Obtained the Ranger Mask, white, *1. Obtained the First Level Soldier Training Book, white, *1. Obtained coins *15, mask. Xiao Xing looked confused, and then checked the attributes. Note, if you wear a mask, you will be regarded as a believer of the evil god. When operating on the mainland, you will be listed as a wanted target by major towns. Xiao Xing was stunned. This mask is still a power prop. Shaking his head, Xiao Xing put it in his backpack. After all, it was not worth it for 3 points of mental power. He continued to look at another item. First Level Soldier Training Book, white. Through this training book, ordinary people in the territory can be trained into first-level soldiers with combat effectiveness. Xiao Xing's eyes moved slightly. This is the early training book. You can train the big ones and the 2 strong ones into combat units, and you can also gain experience through combat later. Coin *15, the common currency of the mainland. You can use coins to buy some supplies or recruit followers in towns in this world. There is nothing to say about this. Money can make all the difference. When you have enough coins, you can even go to the town to buy some pretty slave girls. Then, Xiao Xing began to touch the corpses one by one. Get the Ranger Mask, white, *1, get the coins *13, get the First Level Soldier Training Book, white, *1. After touching the body, Xiao Xing searched inside the tent in the camp again. However, inside those tents, Xiao Xing saw a scene that made him sick. In the corner of each tent, there are some frozen corpses, with limbs and heads chopped off separately. Then the torso of the corpse was placed on a strange pattern, the limbs were placed in 4 directions, and the head was placed on the chest. Like an evil ritual. Although I know that the Safari are a group of guys who believe in evil gods, they are all crazy at heart. But the inhumane scene in front of him still made Xiao Xing feel sick to his stomach. As for Lu Muxue on the side, her lips turned white. These hunters are so cruel. Xiao Xing suppressed the nausea in his heart and continued to search inside. He collected all the supplies he saw. Obtained wood *17, obtained stones *6, obtained iron *3, obtained food *7, obtained inferior wine *3, obtained coins *71. Then, he walked out of the tent and continued to search in the next room. There is also an unlucky guy who was dismembered. Xiao Xing continued to search for supplies in every corner. Get stones *7, get wood *17, get iron *6, get coins *62. Get moldy nuts *3, get dry bread *5, get coins *34. Gat. Lu Muxue, who was following behind, looked at Xiao Xing's extraordinarily careful search in surprise. This is simply like locusts passing through the border, and they won't let go at all. Soon, Xiao Xing searched all the tents in the camp. Excluding other resources, Xiao Xing collected a total of 1072 coins here, plus 9 first-level soldier training books. Xiao Xing felt happy because the money was enough for him to buy a pretty slave girl and bring her back to the territory to serve him and Lu Muxue. Wrong. Why the hell do I keep thinking about slave girls? Xiao Xing quickly shook his head. At the same time, Andrew also came over. Lord, I found something different on that fallen guy. Xiao Xing turned his head and asked doubtfully, what is it? Andrew held a bronze key in his hand and handed it directly to him. Chao Xing, obtain the Goblin Treasure House key *1. With this key, you can go to coordinates 321-412-3513 and 3521 to open the Goblin Treasure House. Note, there may be some special dangers hidden in this area, please go with caution. Chao Xing, ? Holy Goblin Treasure House. In this world, the goblin race is a weak race, but they are extremely good at digging holes and treasure hunting. Therefore, there are often some precious treasures in the goblin's treasure house. However, the system also prompted that there was danger in that place. Chao Xing opened the small map and looked at the coordinates recorded on the key. It's about 40 kilometers away from him, not too far. But until transportation is built, we can't get there in a day. It seems that this treasure house cannot be opened in the near future. Chao Xing shook his head and put the key into his backpack first. At this time, Assam also made new discoveries. Lord, I found the group of refugees captured by the safari. However, it seems that there are not many of them left, Assam said with a frown. After Chao Xing heard this, he immediately walked over with Lu Muxue. Arriving at this camp, in front of the innermost tent. Opening the door curtain, Chao Xing saw several human beings inside. There were both men and women, and among them, Chao Xing also saw a child. As Assam said, there were not many people left inside. In total, there are only 7 people left. After seeing Chao Xing come in, the eyes of the humans flashed with fear, and they all begged for mercy. Sir, please don't kill us. Sir, please let us go. It was obvious that this group of humans had been frightened by the safari's methods, and they were frantically begging for mercy. Chao Xing glanced at their names. Cullen Hopper LV3, Lucho Lori LV2, Marlene LV2, Survivor, Tong Chuchu LV1. When Chao Xing saw the last name, his eyes suddenly widened. Ha? Human? Lu Muxue also saw the name display on it, and then said, "A Xing, it seems to be the little girl in the corner. She is also a human from our blue star." Chao Xing looked intently, that although the little girl was wearing a simple thatched coat, the school uniform underneath still showed her identity. At this moment, the little girl was still in a state of panic, looking at Chao Xing with fear in her eyes. Lu Muxue walked over and comforted softly, "Little sister, we are not safari, we are humans from Blue Star like you." The little girl raised her delicate face and looked at Lu Muxue tentatively. After confirming that Lu Muxue was indeed a human survivor, she burst into tears. You. Daddy was captured by those masked men. He will never come back. Woo. The little girl cried for a while, seemed to realize something, and stopped crying quickly. She looked at Lu Muxue nervously and apologized. "I'm sorry, big sister, Chuchu shouldn't have made such a loud noise, please forgive me." Lu Muxue shook her head and said distressfully, "It's okay, you can tell sister what happened." Tong Chushu nodded, seeming to be sorting out his voice. Then, she said in a childish voice, "Yesterday, I followed my father out to look for food. We didn't go far when we were suddenly attacked by several arrows. Then we met the group of masked men. Scary guy. We were captured. They beat Dad up and took him away at night, woo." When she said she was taken away, she was naturally captured by the group of hunters and held some evil rituals. Chao Xing and Lu Muxue looked at each other. Obviously, the little girl who lost her father fell into the hands of this group of crazy hunters. If Chao Xing hadn't arrived, her ending could be imagined. Lu Muxue looked at Chao Xing and whispered, "Axing, can we take her back to the camp?" Chao Xing thought for a moment and nodded. Now that the camp is gradually getting on track, it doesn't matter if it's just one more mouth to eat. And this little girl is also a survivor, so she might be able to help in the future. Lu Muxue comforted her softly, "Little sister, are you willing to follow your sister back to our camp?" The little girl named Tong Chuchu gradually stopped crying, and she asked doubtfully, "Your camp? There is food. Chuchu hasn't eaten for a long time." After hearing this, Lu Muxue stroked her head and said, "Of course, the owner of this territory is the big brother over there, he is very powerful." Revealing adoration. After hearing this, Tong Chuchu immediately looked at Chao Xing, with a hint of fear and curiosity in her eyes. Then she remembered something again and asked tentatively, "Can you take my mother away with you?" "Dad, no. I'm back from the meeting, and my mother is still alone in the camp." Chao Xing was stunned. Yes, this version is of family team mode. Since Tong Chuchu is with her father, her mother must also be in the camp. However, this issue left Chao Xing in a dilemma. After all, the human survivors are not the Aborigines and will not easily rebel against the lords, and their loyalty can also be seen. He still knows the truth about how people's hearts are separated from each other. The reason why he is willing to take this little girl is because she has little fighting ability and poses no threat to Chao Xing. If it's those adults, it's hard to say. So, Xiaoxing opened the system interface and asked, "What should I do if I want other survivors to join my territory?" A system prompt appeared immediately. The answer to this question is the territory merging function. There are currently two ways. Method 1, invite the other party to join the territory as a new lord, and share building permissions, resources, etc. Method 2, recruit the other party to join the territory as a citizen. The other party only has simple permission to live and build, and cannot attack friendly units. Seeing the second method, Xiaoxing was convinced. Very good, we can recruit other survivors into the territory as citizens. In this way, I don't have to worry about the newly recruited survivors causing damage to my territory. Xiaoxing looked at the little girl, and then asked, "Do you still remember where your camp is?" The little girl nodded. "I remember, my mother taught me to read a small map. Our camp is about 5 kilometers away from this place." Xiaoxing and Lu Muxue looked at each other. Being so close, no wonder it was targeted by those safari hunters. Lu Muxue asked softly, "Axing, can we go over and take a look?" Xiaoxing thought for a moment. "If it's 5 kilometers, we can go there. However, it depends on her mother's choice whether she is willing to join our territory." After hearing this, a gentle look appeared on Lu Muxue's face. Smile. She knew that Xiaoxing would agree. Hearing this, the little girl gradually stopped crying, and then kept thanking Xiaoxing. "Thank you, big brother, Chuchu will remember your kindness forever." In this world, 2 days of cruel life have made her mature a lot. Xiaoxing shook his head, then looked at the other humans in the tent. "These are the natives of this world." Xiaoxing said directly, "Do you know Jasmine and Sapphire?" The 6 humans on the ground looked at each other. One of the slightly older humans said, "We know them, they are our companions." Xiaoxing nodded. "Very good, they are now residents of my territory. It was she who told me the news that you were being hunted. Then, are you willing to surrender to me and join my territory?" Xiaoxing said no nonsense. His purpose this time was to expand the territory's troops. The older human asked tentatively, "Lord, where are the hunters outside?" Xiaoxing replied, "As you can see, they have all been killed by me." The next moment, these humans simultaneously he said respectfully, "We are willing, respected Lord." Xiaoxing nodded with satisfaction, and then asked the Talasam to walk over, cut the ropes on these humans, and rescue them. Recruited successfully, Colin Hopper, Lucho Lori, Marlene Kuhn. Join your territory, territory population +6, the names of another group of Westerners, 3 men and 3 women. Xiaoxing's mouth twitched smoke. He pointed directly at the slightly older human and said, "From today on, you will be called Xiaoi, you will be called Xiaoer, and Xiaosan. The women will start with 4 flowers, and they will be called 4 flowers, 5 flowers, and 6 flowers." These humans looked at each other, then nodded and said, "Thank you, Lord, for the name." Then, a bunch of notifications for increasing favorability sounded. Xiaoxing took a look at their attributes. Subject, Xiaoi, level 3, talent, elementary speech skills, give a speech to appease the emotions of the subjects, loyalty, 70, hunger, 44. Subjects, 4 flowers, level 2, talent, elementary cooking skills, cooked food increases satiety by an additional 20%, loyalty, 72, hunger, 47. Seeing these territorial citizens, Xiaoxing's eyes lit up. Good guy, there are actually 2 beings with special talents. Although the other citizens do not have talents, they are still at levels 2 to 4. The quality of this batch of citizens is very high. In this way, Xiaoxing will have enough manpower to allocate to build various territorial facilities. After recruiting this group of people, the upper limit of the population of his territory also became 25/50ths. After capturing all this group of refugees, Xiaoxing saw a yellowed wooden box in the corner of the camp. Approach the past and a system prompt will appear. Safari's storage box, white, can be opened. Xiaoxing clicked to open it directly. Obtained white bread *17, obtained wheat seeds *72, obtained milk *5, obtained copper *7, obtained letter from the church, special props. There were quite a lot of supplies inside, and Xiaoxing began to check them out. White bread, 1 white bread equals 2 food. Wheat seeds, white, can be planted on reclaimed land. Xiaoxing was overjoyed. Huh? Can you farm now? In this way, he would have a fixed source of food, and he wouldn't have to worry about sitting back and having nothing to eat. However, in order to farm, you need to clear a piece of land near your territory. In addition, a shed must be built on top, otherwise if there is a snowstorm, all the seeds sown will suffer. Xiaoxing continued to check. Copper, a widely used metal, can be used to make some simple electrical components. Xiaoxing thought, copper is also an important metal in this world. After all, many electrical appliances require copper. With copper, you can make wires, lights, and other things. Make some snow robots, and even some war robots require a lot of copper. At this time, a yellowed letter appeared in his hand. This is also the last item in the storage box. Letter from the Church of Light, special props, click to read. Chao Xing clicked, and a line of fonts suddenly popped up in front of him. To all believers of the God of Light, the Lord has sent a revelation, announcing that the seed of salvation is about to appear. In order to welcome the arrival of the seed of salvation, we will launch a blood sacrifice operation in the near future. All Illuminati believers near the Ice Crystal Kingdom are asked to go to the base area near coordinates 7123152213 and 23719. After the number of believers reaches a certain scale, we will launch an attack on Dwelluin Lake City and sacrifice the entire town's creatures to the seed of salvation. Note, this is a mission prop. You can send the letter to Dwelluin Lake City to reveal the conspiracy of the Church of Light in advance. After reading the introduction of this letter, Chao Xing frowned. Does this mean that the group of hunters will launch a massacre in the near future and directly kill an entire town's residents? I'll go, it's really crazy. The system said to let me delivering a letter. I don't even know where Dwelluin Lake City is, how can I deliver it? Chao Xing rolled his eyes. Then, he checked the coordinates recorded on the letter. Chao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's more than 200 kilometers away from me. Such a long distance should not affect my territory. However, although the safari base is still some distance away from Chao Xing. But in this area, there is such a big unstable factor, which still makes people worried. After all, he had already seen the madness of that group of safari people. Shaking his head, Chao Xing didn't have any solution now. The threat of safari can only be put aside for now. At least, during the rookie protection period, he is safe. Chao Xing took Lu Mushua, the 6 civilians, and the little girl Tong Chuchu out of the tent. He came outside and looked at the bodies and blood on the ground. Assam, Andrew, bring all these corpses here and burn them directly. 2 second-level powerful creatures followed Chao Xing's instructions and collected all the corpses of the hunters on the ground. 10 minutes later, a raging fire swept through the entire camp. Looking at the rising smoke, the refugees burst into tears. During the time they were captured, they experienced firsthand the madness of that group of hunters. The companions around him were taken away one by one, and then they let out frightening screams in the tent outside. They huddled on the cold ground, shivering, fearing that it would be their turn next. And now, they are finally free. The little girl Tong Chuchu on the side had her face soaked with tears. Chao Xing turned around, looked at Tong Chuchu and said, "Let's go, take me to your camp." I'll tell you the coordinates, big brother," Tong Chuchu said timidly. Chao Xing nodded. Then, a group of more than 10 people rushed towards the coordinates Tong Chuchu said. More than half an hour later, in the distance, they saw a bonfire camp in the snow. In this camp, there are only simple lord huts, and not even the Polar Man hut has been built. "This is it, big brother, sister, I'm going to call my mother out." After Tong Chuchu finished speaking, he trotted into the bonfire territory. Chao Xing just wanted to follow in, but was prompted by the system. During the novice protection period, you cannot enter other survivor camps. Chao Xing was stunned and seemed to have remembered this. So, they waited silently outside the territory. After a while, the Lord's hut opened. A very tall woman with a net height of at least 175 centimeters walked out of it. At this time, she was still wearing the jeans she brought from Blue Star and a t-shirt on her upper body. The hot figure with a bit of voluptuousness shows a mature charm. The woman held Tong Chuchu's hand and walked over cautiously. Her slightly mature face was still stained with tears, and she had obviously just cried. And Chao Xing also saw her name. Survivor, Xiayani V1. As soon as Xiayani came out, she saw so many people gathered outside the territory, and her shoulders trembled. Especially Assam, who rides a frost wolf, and Andrew, who is as strong as a giant bear, bring her an extremely fatal sense of crisis. Xiayani was so frightened that her face turned pale. Tong Chuchu held her hand and comforted her. "Mom, don't be afraid, they are the good people who rescued me from that place. That eldest brother and eldest sister are their lords." Xiayani also relaxed at this time. "Come over." She looked at Chao Xing with misty eyes, and said gratefully, "Thank you for saving Chuchu, and thank you to the benefactors." With that, she was about to kneel down with Tong Chuchu. Chao Xing quickly stopped. "Madam, you don't have to be so polite. Chuchu should have told you that my territory needs manpower now. If you are willing to join us, you can come back to the territory with us, help build the territory, and develop together. Accordingly, we will ensure your safety and provide food." Xiaoyani had already heard Chu Chu say this, and she seemed to be making some decision as she tugged on her clothes. Xiao Xing did not urge him. He knew that leaving his camp like this and joining a stranger's force did require a lot of courage. After a moment, Xiaoyani said softly, "I am willing to join you. Thank you to this kind little brother for being willing to take in our mother and daughter." Xiao Xing nodded and issued a recruitment invitation to them. A system prompt appears. Survivors, Tong Chuchu LV1, Xiaoyani LV1, joined your territory, territory population +2. All survivors in this territory have joined your force and are currently in an ownerless state. Do you want to occupy it? Xiao Xing clicked, occupy, directly. Occupation is successful, you can now enter the territory here. Xiao Xing stepped into the campfire territory, and then saw a big box next to him. Lord Tong Guangrong's relic box, is it open? Yes. Successfully opened the relic box and obtained wood *54, stones *24, food *3, rat meat *2. These are the last resources of this territory. The remaining things were not even enough for the two of them to survive for a day. In other words, if Xiao Xing had not arrived, this woman would have either starved to death due to running out of food or freezing to death due to running out of wood in less than 2 days. Xiao Xing took a deep breath. The world is full of opportunities, but also full of dangers. At this moment, Xiao Xing made up his mind. He must develop his strength and territory as soon as possible and never let his storage box turn into a relic box. Xiao Xing directly collected the contents of Tong Guangrong's relic box. Then, he looked at everyone and said, "Okay, now let's hurry up and return to the territory." He rushed towards the camp along the route he came from. It took them almost 2 hours to get back this time. There is no way, if there are more people, the traveling speed will be slowed down. In fact, it was Xiao Xing and the others who slowed down Assam and Andrew. One of them rode a frost wolf, and the other moved forward on 4 legs. Their moving speed on the snow could reach at least 30 kilometers per hour. As for Xiao Xing and the others, a speed of 5 kilometers per hour is considered pretty good. Speed in the snow is also a big issue. Xiao Xing thought to himself, is there a way to speed up the movement of the snow? In his mind, he began to recall his experience playing the game. After a while, Xiao Xing thought, currently, it seems that there are 2 ways to speed up the movement of snow. The first is to tame those wild creatures and make them mounts. The more powerful the creatures, the better they will move in the snow. The second method is to develop technology, click on the Technology Research Institute as soon as possible, and then use the drawings to build snow bikes, motorcycles, transport vehicles, etc. Yes, you heard that right. In the middle of this game, it is possible to build various technologies. In addition to these vehicles, Xiao Xing also built the first helicopter after spending 448 days in the game. This is also the longest save he has ever played. In short, this world is a real world, full of infinite possibilities. When Xiao Xing and the others returned to their territory, it was almost dark. Xiao Xing raised his head and glanced at the time above his head. Until night falls, 0 hours and 50 minutes. Novice protection period remaining, 3 days and 12 o'clock. The survivors are about to end their 3rd day of exploration. The group of polar people, Dahua and the others also saw this massive group of people. Dahua exclaimed in surprise after seeing those familiar faces. "Oh God! You are really back." She flew over excitedly, and the 2 sides began to communicate like they were after a disaster. At this time, De Zhuang also held a hammer and came to Xiao Xing. "Lord, the bonfire has been upgraded successfully, and your lord's hut is also being upgraded at an accelerated pace." Xiao Xing nodded, then looked at the blazing bonfire in the center of the camp. Campfire, level 5, bonfire effect. It can increase the temperature by 10-20 in an area with a radius of 160 meters. Consumption, 10 minutes/4 wood or 25 minutes/2 coal. Materials required for the next level, stone *60, wood *40, iron *20. Under the burning of the flames, the surrounding ground covered with ice and snow was gradually revealed. Only on these grounds can more buildings be built and various crops grown. Therefore, the level of the bonfire determines the area of your territory. However, when the campfire is upgraded to an energy tower in the later stage, the heating range alone can reach the area of a city. The survivors develop their territory by constantly building various buildings. You may even have your own city in the future. Xiao Xing nodded with satisfaction and said, "Da Zhuang, you did a good job. Next, you take the 5 and 6 heroes and continue to collect resources. Focus on the coal mine. After the bonfire is upgraded, it will consume a lot of coal. We need to ensure the heating of the camp." The polar man straightened up and said respectfully, "Yes, my lord." Then he took the time to get to work. Chao Xing called Zhuang over again. Zhuang, you take 7 and 8 Zhuang, hurry up and build more, small shelters, canteens, etc., and try to complete it before dark. Let the new members have a place to eat and sleep. Yes, Lord. Zhuang also received the order and went to work with others. Chao Xing continued to order, Sanzhuang, come here. The bearded Sanzhuang came to Chao Xing. 3 Zhuangs, you don't need to build too many things. You just need to take the 4 Zhuangs to build a junior element arrow tower, before dark. The 3 Zhuangs also said respectfully, I promise to complete the task, respected Lord. For a time, those polar people became busy again. At this moment, the newly joined group of humans had also ended their communication. They saw the polar men working in the camp, and the slightly older Chao Yi's eyes moved slightly. Chao Yi quickly came over with other refugees, and then said respectfully, Lord, please give us more tasks. Chao Xing nodded, no rush, I know you guys shouldn't be here for a few days. It's time to eat. Before you start working, you need to fill your stomach first. The newly joined residents looked at each other and saw surprise and relief in each other's eyes. It seemed like this was the first time they had encountered such a considerate lord. Chao Xing continued, but there is no canteen now. You should eat some bread to deal with it first. Chao Xing glanced at Lu Muxue next to him. Lu Muxue understood and took out a dozen loaves of bread from the territory's resources. She gave each new member of the territory 2 pieces. At this moment, Chao Yi, Sihua and the others looked at the bread in their hands, with tears in their eyes, and their hearts were extremely moved. Then, they all knelt down. Thank you to the kind and generous Lord. Thank you to the beautiful and kind Lord Second Lord. The next moment, many system prompts appeared in the ears of Chao Xing and Lu Muxue. Because of your generous charity, the loyalty of territory member Chao Yi has been improved, and the current loyalty is 80. Because of your generous charity, the loyalty of territory member Sihua has been improved, and the current loyalty is 78, because of you. As this wave continues, the new group of refugees will all increase their loyalty by 5 to 10 points. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Tong Chuchu and Xiaoyani on the side looked at the white bread in the hands of the leaders and swallowed. They had been hungry for a while and were equally hungry for food. Chao Xing took out 4 pieces of bread from the territory's resources and handed them to Xiaoyani. Let's eat something first. The tall woman bent down slightly, reached out to take the bread, and then said gratefully, thank you. Thank you. Tong Chuchu on the side also said with an innocent smile on his face, thank you, brother. Chao Xing smiled, laughed. After they finished eating the bread, everyone's satiety levels also increased. At this time, Chao Xing said slowly, Chao Yi. Chao Yi immediately replied, Lord, my subordinates are here. Chao Xing, next, the group of people you brought will be handed over to your command. Your next task is to continue to upgrade the bonfire and collect resources. Wood and stones all need to be collected. With extra manpower, help Dazhuan and the others build some basic buildings. Chao Yi nodded quickly, my subordinates take orders. Then, Chao Xing looked at Dahua again. Dahua, I will give you this batch of wheat seeds. You and someone can find a place to cultivate a field near the territory, and then plant this batch of wheat. Dahua, with cold white skin, took the seeds from Chao Xing's hand, caressing gently. This is the best wheat seed. It will definitely grow a batch of high-quality wheat. She nodded and said, Lord, I will complete the tasks you assigned. Then, this new group of territorial residents also began to get busy. Chao Xing looked at the bustling scene in the territory and nodded with satisfaction. His territory grew from a small bonfire to gradually having so many citizens and building more and more buildings. This is the joy of farming. He suddenly looked and asked, by the way, does anyone among you know how to sew clothes? He and Lu Muxue were still wearing wolf skins on their clothes. On the body, the effect of keeping out the cold is not that good. Although the sewing shop has been built now, people need to be sent to work. People with sewing skills can make clothes faster. However, the polar people and the aboriginal humans on the field looked at each other, and then shook their heads in confusion. Chao Xing felt relieved. Because when we conquered them, we saw the panels of these aborigines and they had no talent for sewing. At this moment, Xiaoyani raised her hand and whispered, I will. Oh. Hearing this, Chao Xing was a little surprised, and then looked at her. Xiaoyani lowered her head timidly, as if she didn't dare to look at Chao Xing. She whispered, when I was at home, I often did handiwork to support the family, so I know a little sewing. Tong Chuchu echoed, brother, my mother's craftsmanship is very good, and the clothes she makes are very beautiful. Hearing her daughter's praise, Xiaoyani blushed and said, Chuchu, don't praise mom. Mom only knows a few amateur skills, which can't be compared with those professionals. Xiaoxing nodded, and then put on herself, and Lu Muxue took off her wolf skin and handed it to Xiaoyani. Then, please help me make these 2 wolf skins into clothes. I'll see if the extra parts can be made into hats, gloves, or something. But, yes, this is a good wolf skin. Xiaoyani. The result was cautious, and then he asked tentatively, Ming, can I give it to you tomorrow? Xiaoxing nodded and said, okay. Xiaoyani breathed a sigh of relief, and then took her daughter into the sewing shop. Other citizens also started to get busy. At this time, Lu Muxue stood by the bonfire with her arms folded, watching Xiaoxing arrange work for these people. Xiaoxing looked above his head. The sky was dark and night was about to fall. In this world, most of the time is dark, and there are only less than 10 hours of bright time during the day. Muxue, let's go into the hut first. Yes. Lu Muxue nodded lightly. Then, the 2 of them got into the warm lord's hut together. Xiaoxing was so cold that he took the lead and got into the quilt made of bearskin. Lu Muxue hesitated on the spot, keeping her head lowered, embarrassed to approach Xiaoxing. Xiaoxing saw Lu Muxue's embarrassment and she needed some time to adapt. So she asked, Muxue, do you want to sleep separately tonight? Upon hearing this, Lu Muxue's eyes widened and she shook her head quickly. No, don't. Don't sleep separately. After saying that, with flushed cheeks in shame, she carefully got into the bed. Lu Muxue hugged Xiaoxing's body tightly, as if she was afraid of being separated from him. After a while, the 2 men's slightly rapid breathing could be heard in the room. At the same time, this unknown new world is gradually shrouded in darkness. The second day of coming to this world for all human beings around the world is about to pass. Driven by the level rankings, a large number of survivors tried to get out of the snow today. Either with their families or alone, they carefully explored around the camp and gained some results. And in the area where Area 174 is located, a corner of this huge ice sheet, Fong Long, who was holding a black iron sword, killed a wild boar with one sword. Then, a white light rose from him. When Fong Long heard the upgrade prompt, his eyes were filled with joy. Very good, I finally reached level 3 before dark. I've been looking for lone low-level beasts to kill since the ranking list started. There should be no one faster than me. This time, I will definitely win the first place in the rankings. On the other side, a middle-aged man with a sinister face was also leading his family to kill him. A stupid roe deer. This middle-aged man is none other than Zhou Bo of the Tiandao Society. He chose the profession of hunter in the snow, and he drew a long sandalwood bow. Phew! The arrow shot out and hit the silly roe deer directly in the neck. The silly roe deer was in pain and jumped away while looking back. Blood spilled on the snow, completely exposing its traces. The silly roe deer was quickly caught up by Zhou Bo, and then died under the hunting of his family. After killing silly roe deer, Zhou Bo suddenly received a message, Boss, we have calculated the coordinates of all the brothers. There are 2 brothers' camps within 30 kilometers of your camp in that area. If you make some progress today, I should be able to arrive at your place tomorrow. A sinister smile appeared on Zhou Bo's face. Very good, when the 2 brothers come over tomorrow, we can form a team to kill monsters and level up. The efficiency can be greatly improved. When the time comes, all Fong Long and Whooshing tigers will be trampled under my feet. After hanging up the communication, Zhou Bo looked at the increasingly dark sky and said to his family, It's getting late, let's go back to the camp first. A large number of survivors returned to the camp after a day of exploration. At this time, the chat channel gradually became lively. Sushu, brothers, it turns out that it is not difficult to deal with those low-level wild monsters by teaming up with your family. We have killed a wild boar today, which is enough for our family to eat for a few days. Zhang Shi, ha ha ha. I choose the one I asked my dad to choose was the snow hunter. Together, our father and son are invincible. Lin Danian, worry. You all caught your prey. I'm so unlucky. I didn't go far away. I encountered a few frost goblins and I couldn't beat them. They have been chasing me all the way, and now they are standing outside my camp. This is really a life-threatening situation. Yang Tao, hello, brother upstairs. Tragic. Some are happy and some are sad, and most of the survivors have begun to come into contact with this world. Just then, a countdown appeared. The level rankings are being tallied. In 3 minutes, the survivor level rankings in each region will be announced. You can check your level and related rankings in the rankings. The list is refreshed in real time. When the survivors saw this system prompt, their expressions suddenly brightened. Lu Zile, woohoo! The rankings are finally coming out. Who do you think will be number 1 or in the top 3? Shinjin, not sure. I have just reached level 2. To level up to level 3, I need 1000 experience points, which is a bit it's terrifying. Yuan Wenli, what's the point? Of course it's our Hudong boss Wu Xinghu. Let me tell you, our boss has been promoted to level 3. Guo Chang, you Hudong boss is too much. We have reached level 3. The number 1 this time will definitely go to boss Zhou Bo. Chen Hailang, don't fight, the number 1 will definitely be our boss Fong Long. The survivors heard the speeches of these 3 forces. Said below. Chen Hao, it seems that the top 3 this time should have been taken by the 3 of them. Xiaobo, yes, those who can reach level 3 today are those with strength and resources. At this time, a voice prompt appeared. System announcement, attention all survivors, the update of the level rankings has been completed. Upon hearing this announcement, survivors from all regions around the world clicked on the ranking list. Including the survivors of Area 174 are no exception. However, the ranking above exceeded everyone's expectations. District 174 level ranking. First place, Chao Xing, level 41%. Second place, Wuxing Tiger, level 325%. Third place, Zhou Bo, level 314%. No. Fourth place, Ren Ishu, level 310%. Fifth place, Fong Long, level 37%. Sixth place. Seeing this ranking list, the entire chat channel in District 174 fell into a panic. There was a moment of silence. Then, there was an overwhelming swipe of the screen. Manhwa, it's not Fong Long or Wu Xinghu. The first place is actually Chao Xing. Tao Mumu, I really didn't expect that Chao Xing was the first one. He's so strong. Lu Dashu, how did boss Chao Xing do it? Everyone was expressing their shock. A survivor named Du Rong said, I don't think everyone should be so surprised. Boss Chao Xing is the man who killed the bear. It's no surprise that he won the first place. I also think that boss Chao Xing well deserved. Thanks to his bear meat, my family has improved their attributes. Now we have not only survived the life and death crisis, but also gradually developed the territory. That's right, Chao Xing is the number 1 boss. Name, I'm convinced. In the chat channel, the comments about Chao Xing were almost overwhelmingly positive. After all, the bear meat he sells does help a lot of people. At this time, Fong Long, Zhou Bo and others all looked a little ugly. Why did this kid take first place? Fong Long had a look of anger and disbelief on his face. But he soon regained his composure. Fong Long slowly breathed a sigh of relief and said, fortunately, it's only a level 1 gap. There are still 3 days until the end of the novice protection period, which is enough for me to catch up with the level. Zhou Bo on the other side also showed interest on his face. Smile. It's interesting. I originally thought that this kid was just lucky. If he offended Fong Long, it would be over. Now it seems that he does have some skills. Zhou Bo opened the friend list, then clicked on the private chat and said, go and activate the relationships around you. Use the internet to find out the origin of this person named Chao Xing. At this time, in the Lord's cabin. Outside the window, the snow is shining and the cold wind is howling. In the room, a warm stove radiates heat. The small wooden bed creaked, and the temperature in the quilt was rising rapidly. The beauty's face was flushed with embarrassment. She tilted her head away, not daring to look into Chao Xing's eyes, and clasped his neck tightly with her hands. A Xing, the beauty's call was long and ethereal. The room was filled with the sweetness between clouds and rain. After a while, following a long and ethereal charming sound, the movement in the room gradually subsided. Lu Muxue collapsed in Chao Xing's arms, her eyes full of confusion. At this time, they also heard the system announcement. Lu Muxue bent her swan-like jade neck and said with excitement in her eyes, Axing, you are number 1, you are so awesome. Chao Xing shook his head and said without paying attention, I am only number 1 for the time being. You still can't relax until you win the reward. Lu Muxue looked at her with admiration, that's great. After all, we have tens of thousands of people in District 174. Chao Xing smiled, we will continue to work hard tomorrow. Look, let's see if I can give you a reward for the top 10. Lu Muxue nodded lightly and responded with a pink fist, yeah, I'll do my best. It seemed that because of the excessive movement, he touched someone. Lu Muxue's face turned red again. She looked at Chao Xing cautiously, only to find that he was also looking at her. Chao Xing lowered his head and kissed her again. Well, the beauty was delicate and gentle. Her body was stiff at the beginning and gradually relaxed. His body twisted like a water snake, and he took the initiative to wrap himself around Chao Xing. The temperature at night began to drop rapidly. However, the temperature in the room was still rising. The two spent a wonderful night. Early the next morning, Chao Xing saw several system prompts. Your territory building, small shelter, was constructed successfully. Your territory building, primary element arrow tower, was constructed successfully. Chao Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. the arrow tower was constructed successfully. Through from the window of the Lord's hut, Chao Xing saw a 15-meter-high hexagonal tower appearing on the edge of the campfire. This tower is made entirely of stone, and the faint elemental fluctuations coming from it are full of intimidation. If an enemy approaches the 600-meter area near the camp, this arrow tower will automatically launch an attack, which is very powerful. Chao Xing said with satisfaction, "Very good. In this way, at least there is no need to worry about the safety near the territory, and those polar people can go out to collect resources better." At the same time, there was a knock on the door. Chao Xing and Lu Muxue got dressed, looked at the door and said, "Come in." The leaders brought in a bowl of bear bile soup and a portion of roasted bear meat. The rich aroma of meat comes. Sihua said softly, "Lord, the bear bile soup and roasted bear meat you asked me to make are ready. Please enjoy." Chao Xing nodded, put them on the wooden table. These two ingredients, they are all things that can improve attributes. Bear bile can directly increase blood volume by 200 points, while bear meat can increase strength and constitution by 2 points. For Chao Xing and Lu Muxue, this is a big improvement. This is what Chao Xing explained to these people yesterday. Sihua nodded, and then left respectfully. Chao Xing, on the other hand, brought Lu Muxue to the dining table. He took the first few bites of bear meat. In an instant, my mouth was filled with the aroma of meat. Chao Xing praised, a professional chef with really good skills. A system prompt appeared. Successfully consume bear meat, blue, gain attribute improvement, strength +2, constitution +2. Sure enough, the attributes were improved. Then, Chao Xing used chopsticks to pick up the bear bile in the bowl. What surprised him was that even after taking a few bites, Chao Xing didn't get any system prompts for attribute improvement. Chao Xing was a little confused and continued to eat bear bile. It wasn't until he was almost full that the system prompt appeared. Successfully consuming bear bile, the maximum health value increases by 200. Chao Xing looked happy. It turns out that you have to eat half of the bear bile to gain attribute improvements. It seems that the remaining half can still be used to improve it again. Then, he looked at Lu Muxue and said, "Muxue, come here too. There is still half of the bear bile left, which should allow you to improve your attributes." Lu Muxue walked over obediently. She picked up the chopsticks used by Chao Xing and started eating directly. The bear bile soup was so delicious that it took Lu Muxue a few minutes to finish it. Then, she looked at Chao Xing excitedly and said, "Axing, my health has also increased." Chao Xing nodded. One piece of bear bile gave them a 400-point HP increase, which was pretty good. Unfortunately, this food is only effective the first time you eat it. At this time, a system prompt sounded. "Survivors, congratulations on passing the third night of the Ice Age. The remaining time of the novice protection period, 2 days and 22 o'clock. Weather forecast, there will be a small snowfall tonight, and the lowest temperature will reach -70 degrees Celsius. There are still 3 days left in the novice protection period, which should be enough for him to reach level 10. Lu Muxue asked softly, "Axing, will it snow tonight?" Chao Xing nodded and said, "Yes, it will snow, but it's okay, as long as it's not a blizzard. The current facilities in our territory are enough to carry it through." "Yes." Lu Muxue nodded lightly. Then, Chao Xing took her and pushed open the door of the Lord's cabin. Outside, the polar people and the newly joined citizens were already waiting here. After seeing Chao Xing coming out, they said in unison, "Your lord, be well." "Good morning, your lord, please arrange our work for today." The people were very enthusiastic. Before that, they had lived without food. A life full of food. Just on the first day they came to Chao Xing's territory, they felt the development prospects of this territory. Therefore, they cherished this opportunity very much. Chao Xing nodded. "Today, you continue the work I ordered yesterday. Collect more resources and come back to upgrade the bonfire and the Lord's hut. Let us build a more prosperous territory together." The citizens he immediately replied respectfully, "I obey, Lord. I am willing to dedicate everything to the development of the territory." They dispersed one after another and started the day's work. At this time, Xiaoyani and Tong Chuchu, each holding a set of thick clothes, stood aside and waited silently. After seeing Chao Xing arranging work, Xiaoyani walked over cautiously and said, Sir, the clothes are ready." As a modern person, she seemed not used to using this kind of address. Chao Xing nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." "It's okay," Xiaoyani replied softly. After saying that, she and Tong Chuchu handed the sewn wolf fur coats to Chao Xing and Lu Muxue respectively. Obtain wolf fur coat, white, *1, wolf fur hat, white, *1. These two pieces of clothing do not have any additional attributes, but they can play a very good role in keeping out the cold. After the two put on these two pieces of warm clothing, they immediately felt that the coldness of this world was isolated. Looking at Xiaoyani's pupils covered with dark circles, Xiaoxing knew that she must have stayed up late last night. So, Xiaoxing took out 2 pieces of bear meat and a bottle of milk and handed them to Xiaoyani. After Xiaoyani took it, there was a strong look of surprise in her eyes. Lord, can you really give me such precious meat and milk? Xiaoxing nodded and said, Chu-Chu is still young, let's replenish her body. Xiaoyani's eyes suddenly turned slightly red. She took Tong Chu-Chu's hand and nodded solemnly, thank you. Tong Chu-Chu also happily hugged the milk and said happily, thank you, brother. After Xiaoxing arranged the work, Assam called over. Assam, when you went out yesterday, besides rescuing Daihua and the others, did you find anything else? Assam respectfully replied, yes, Lord, I followed your instructions and drew a map of the surrounding area. Map. It's just that I haven't finished exploring yet, so the map hasn't been drawn yet. After hearing this, Xiaoxing suddenly became happy and said, it's okay if it's not finished yet. Show it to me first. Assam nodded, then took out a piece of yellowed parchment from Frostwolf's back and handed it to Xiaoxing. A system prompt appears. Obtain unfinished map *1. Xiaoxing saw that Assam's route was recorded on this map. Lu Muxue also came close to Xiaoxing, looking at the map with a curious look in her eyes. However, after seeing the rough simplified painting style on this parchment, I suddenly burst out laughing. Some resource points are marked above. For example, a tree represents the wood resources in that place. A chicken means that there are wild animals in that place. A stone means that there are mineral resources in that place. Thanks to Xiaoxing's excellent understanding ability, otherwise I really wouldn't understand the meaning. A look of embarrassment appeared on Assam's resolute face. He scratched his head and said, I haven't learned to draw, so I can only draw it simply. Lu Muxue comforted him, it's okay. Just understand it. Assam nodded gratefully, thank you, the beautiful and kind-hearted second lord. At this time, Xiaoxing pointed to a dark hole near the territory and asked, Assam, what is this? Assam replied sheepishly, Lord, that is a mine. But it has been occupied by a group of mole people. I heard the roar of the machine nearby. Roar? Xiaoxing's eyes lit up. Because this means that there are probably some technological creations in that mine. Xiaoxing asked, Assam, how strong are those mole people? Assam shook his head and said, back to Lord, I didn't go in to investigate. But the mole people are an underground creature, and their general strength is the same. Around the level, there may occasionally be some second and third level mole people. After hearing this, Xiaoxing already had an idea in his mind. The mine is about 6 kilometers away from the territory, and the round trip takes almost 2 hours. So, Xiaoxing nodded and said, very good, then our goal today is to explore this mole man mine. Try to raise the levels of Muxue and I, Assam saluted respectfully, at your disposal at any time, respected lord. Andrew on the side had piety in his eyes, and he was also ready for battle. However, before setting off, Xiaoxing still had something to do. That is, use that recruitment scroll to enhance the strength of your team. Xiaoxing took out a scroll from his backpack. Phantom Assassin Recruitment Scroll. Blew through this scroll, you can summon a Phantom Assassin with level 20 elite strength. There is no doubt that this will be the most powerful creature recruited by Xiaoxing recruit? Xiaoxing said yes directly. The picture in front of me flashed. This time, what appeared in front of Xiaoxing was not a 6-pointed star, but a black mist. The black fog was rapidly expanding, covering the entire camp in a few seconds. Xiaoxing saw a vague figure moving inside. There was no breath coming out of that figure, but it gave Xiaoxing a sense of fatal crisis. The next moment, the fog dissipated. In front of Xiaoxing, a woman wearing a black cloak and tight black leather armor appeared. This outfit accentuated her perfect figure. On its head, a pitch-black helmet covered most of its face, and only a reddish lip could be seen under its blue skin. She slowly said, the Temple of Shadows needs to be protected, and that's why I'm here. Phantom Assassin, Sarah Blade Dance reports to you. Xiaoxing nodded, welcome to join, Sarah Blade Dance. Sarah had no reaction. Lu Muxue also whispered softly at this time, welcome, Sarah. Hearing the voice, the cold Phantom Assassin looked at Lu Muxue, and then responded, thank you, this beautiful lady, Sarah. Blade Dance is at your service. Xiaoxing rolled his eyes. This Phantom Assassin is a bit aloof. He only responds to Lu Muxue and ignores himself. However, he has long been accustomed to the cold reaction of these newcomers when they were first recruited, and a subtle smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then, Xiaoxing checked the attributes of this Phantom Assassin. Phantom Assassin, Sarah Blade Dance, Race, Dark Elf, Level 207613/100000, Second Level Elite Creature, Health, 6713, Equipment Bonus, Attack, 731-754, Weapon Bonus, Armor, 134-151, Equipment Bonus, Attributes, Strength 234, Agility 307, Spirit 227, Constitution 251, Skill, Obstruction Dagger, throw a dagger, causing damage to the enemy. The attack power is 130% of the damage, and the enemy's agility is reduced by 135 points, and the cooling time is 180 seconds. Phantom Invisible, blurs one's body, hides one's breath, increases dodge probability by 30%, and increases movement speed in the invisible state. 20%. Duration, 5 minutes, cooldown, 8 minutes, Gift of Relief. When attacking, there is a 30% chance of causing 225% damage, a 15% chance of causing 315% damage, and a 5% chance of causing 432% damage. Damage. Talent, Shadow Body, in the hidden state, an additional 15% dodge rate is added. Bond, Assassin, when there are more than 3 assassins in the team, the probability of triggering the Gift of Relief is increased by 5%, and if there are more than 10 assassins in the team, the triggering probability increases by 10%, Satisfaction, 63, Loyalty, 59. Xiao Xing's eyes showed a look of surprise that could not be concealed. Obviously, this is a quite terrifying existence. With an attack power of nearly 700, a single strike can trigger a critical hit, even comparable to a single shot from Barrett. If Gift Release is triggered, the damage of the knife can directly cut off the enemy's skull. Xiao Xing sighed at this time. This is not an assassin, this is simply a berserker, killing a kid with one knife. However, Sarah is very strong now. But with Xiao Xing's permanent talent blessing, it can be improved a few more levels. So, Xiao Xing looked at Sarah with interest and said, "So, Sarah, I am going to apply a blessing effect on you now. Are you willing to accept it?" Sarah opened her lips lightly and asked doubtfully, "Blessing?" Xiao Xing nodded, yes. Sarah did not answer and seemed to be hesitant. One is because she doesn't trust this new lord, and the other is that she thinks that with his weak strength, what powerful blessing effect can he exert on her? After waiting for a moment, Sarah nodded slightly, "Yes, please bless me." Then, Xiao Xing didn't need to say anything more. Eilina blessed her with Snake Man Madness and Scale Armor. Sarah's body trembled, and she clearly felt the power of this force. Her thin lips were slightly opened before she could speak. Xiao Xing also threw Ice Healing Technique, Ice Armor Technique, and Lu Mushue's Aurora Blessing. After applying 5 permanent buffs in a row, Sarah's whole body froze on the spot. Then, Xiao Xing saw her shoulders trembling slightly. As an assassin who often performs assassination missions, Sarah knows better than anyone the horror of these permanent states. Not only can it greatly increase her battery life, but it can also increase her life-saving ability. Especially Eilina's Snake Tribe Madness. This is a percentage bonus buff. Sarah could feel that her movement speed and shooting speed had increased sharply again. Under the helmet, there was a heavy breathing sound. Then, she placed the shadow blade in her hand on her chest and bowed respectfully to Xiao Xing. "Thank you for your blessing, great lord." Sarah Blade Dance, "I am willing to dedicate my loyalty to you." Sarah said this salute sincerely. A system prompt also appeared in Xiao Xing's ear. "You help the follower. Sarah Blade Dance improves her strength, her loyalty has been improved, and her current loyalty is 71. A smile appeared on Xiao Xing's face. Then he looked at the other people on the territory. "Then, let's continue setting off now. Target, Mole Man Mine." Assam and Andrew responded one after another. "Follow the Lord's will." The aloof Sarah also whispered at this time, "The Shadow Temple will guide me forward." Xiao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Then, he took Lu Mushue with him. A total of 5 figures in the group walked out of the camp and headed into the boundless snowfield. An hour later, everyone appeared in the vast ice field. Behind them, a large set of footprints were left in the snow. With the weather forecast calling for snow tonight, these footprints will soon be covered up. Xiao Xing stopped, because they have arrived at the location marked on the map of Assam. It was a snow-capped mountain, and there seemed to be a passage leading to the ground at the foot of the mountain. Assam was the first to say, "Lord, that's the mine I discovered yesterday." Xiao Xing nodded and continued to lead the people forward. As they approached, a system prompt appeared in front of them. Mole Man Mine, Special Area, there are a large number of mole men active in it, as well as some special dangers, please approach with caution. Danger level, extremely dangerous again. But Xiao Xing didn't care. Compared to when he was in the safari camp, his strength has improved a lot. Chao Xing waved his hand and said, "Go in." Everyone understood and moved forward into the mine together. Andrew, who had the highest defense, walked in front, and Assam entered second. As for Sarah, she disappeared into the darkness when she entered the mine. Chao Xing didn't sense the other party's presence at all, but he knew Sarah was there. Lu Mushua held up her shield and looked around cautiously. She knew that her mission was to protect Chao Xing from harm. When they stepped into the mine, a system prompt appeared: "You have entered the special area, Mole Man Mine. Current temperature, -34. The temperature inside the mine is higher, which gradually dissipates the chill in the body." Chao Xing saw 1 or 2 torches emitting blue flames on the wall of the mine. "Assam, help me take down these torches." Assam obeyed. Obtain Mana Stone Torch *1 Mana Stone Torch, a low-energy lighting tool. 1 Mana Stone can provide lighting for up to half a year. Note: you can take out the magic stone from the torch. Chao Xing's eyes lit up. This thing is a good thing. Some mechanical creations in this world require energy to operate, and this energy relies on the magic stone. In the later stage, Energy Tower and some other buildings require magic stone to provide energy. Like elemental crystals, this thing is also a kind of hard currency. Chao Xing nodded and said, "Assam, Andrew, take down all the magic stone torches for me." The two did so and took down the torches one by one. Magic Stone Torch +1, Magic Stone Torch +1, system prompts kept appearing in Chao Xing's ears. Then, Chao Xing saw the railroad tracks on the ground and the minecart lying aside. Abandoned minecart, White the Mole Man's mining tool. You can break it down to get 8 pieces of iron, or take it back to the territory and use 4 pieces of iron to repair it. Railway, White you can build a railroad track to speed up mineral transportation. You can break it down to get 4 pieces of iron. Chao Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. These two are also good things. As long as there are enough rails, you can even build a track near the territory and then connect it to the mine. In this way, the mining speed of minerals can be greatly accelerated. Take them all away. Chao Xing directly put away all these minecarts and rails. Get the abandoned minecart, White, *1, get the rail, White, *1, get. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. From the entrance area, a total of 17 Mana Stone Torches, 3 abandoned minecarts, and 15 rail tracks were harvested. One section of rail equals 1 meter in length. The harvest is pretty good. Chao Xing continued to lead the people forward. After walking for a while, they heard the chisel sound of ding clang, clang clang coming from ahead. Looking closer, there are dozens of short creatures with short limbs and rat heads. Mole Miner, level 5, race, beast, HP, 440, attack, 4145, attributes, strength 21, agility 15, spirit 18, constitution 22, skill, gouge, swinging, mining pickaxe, causing 110% damage to the enemy's attack power, talent, night vision, living underground for a long time. The mole people have completed the evolution of their vision, and they can see more clearly in the dark. Mole People Overseer, level 7, race, beast/humanoid, HP, 620, attack, 5759, attributes, strength 31, agility 24, spirit 25, constitution 33, skill, whipping, swinging the whip in hand, speeding up the work of the mole miners by 10%, the effect lasts for 5 minutes, cowering. When the health value drops below 30%, the Mole Man Overseer's movement speed increases by 20%, and will choose to escape. Talent, night vision. I saw Andrew and others coming. The group of mole men suddenly made a threatening sound, and the mole man supervisor waved the long whip in his hand. Snap! They are intruders, go kill them. This group of mole people were afraid of the whip in the hands of the overseer, so they picked up their mining picks and rushed towards Chao Xing and the others. Ha! Ha! Chao Xing didn't need to say anything more. Assam, Andrew, and Frostwolf Winter rushed over together. Roar! The narrow mine was filled with 3 behemoths. Andrew took the lead, running wildly on the ground like a crazy giant bear, knocking away the mole men one after another. Bang! Bang bang! -173. -178. -164. Damage figures floated up one by one. With Andrew's terrifying power, the impact damage alone was enough for these mole people to lose a lot of health. Before the mole men who fell to the ground could get up, they saw Assam's long sword stabbing them. Puff! -437. Because Assam's sword pierced its head directly, causing critical damage. Your subject, Assam, killed the mole man level 5 and gained 50 experience points. You gained 25 experience points. The Frost Wolf Winter on the side also pounced on a mole man, fell down, and then started to bite madly. Chirp! Chirp! After a confrontation, the mole man miners were defeated. What's even more terrifying is, a cold light continued to flash in the darkness. Every time the cold light floats up, it will bring a terrifying damage figure. -704. -753. -1614. One by one, the mole men were killed on the spot without even letting out a scream. Your subject, Sarah Blade Dancer, killed the mole man LV6 and gained 60 experience points. You gained 30 experience points. Experience acquisition prompts kept coming. Chao Xing said in surprise from behind, I'll go. This damage. As expected of a level 20 elite assassin, he's really just chopping melons and vegetables. Sarah's attack power was very powerful. Chao Xing was laughing from behind. Close your legs. He and Lu Muxue stood directly behind, without even needing to make a move. The numbers of the mole men gradually dwindled. Although there are many of them, they cannot withstand such a terrifying killing speed. Even the mole man supervisor had a look of fear in his eyes. The experience value prompts continued to sound. After a while, a white light appeared on Lu Muxue's body. She said excitedly, Axing, I've been upgraded. Congratulations. Chao Xing smiled. He took a look at Lu Muxue's current attributes. Survivor, Lu Muxue, race, Blue Star human race, level 320/2000, detail attributes, click to expand. Chao Xing nodded. After being promoted to level 3, Lu Muxue's attributes have improved a lot again. Plus the equipment on his body and so many buff bonuses. Her current defense is much stronger than some level 7 or 8 wild monsters. Lu Muxue said softly, Axing, the system prompts me to enter the top 20 of the rankings. It seems that more people have upgraded to level 3 now. Chao Xing said, it's okay. The first upgrade is still very fast, but the difficulty becomes more difficult later. Go up. Our speed cannot be matched by ordinary survivors. Lu Muxue nodded lightly. Chao Xing looked at his experience points. Level 441% now, he is still number 1 in the rankings. Below, Zhou Bo, Fong Long and others are also catching up. Lu Muxue looked at the battlefield ahead, and then asked tentatively, Axing, can I go fight too? Chao Xing saw the seriousness on her face, and knew that he really wanted Lu Muxue to practice more. Moreover, with her current defense, it would not be a problem to hold up a mole man miner. So, Chao Xing nodded and said, go ahead, Muxue, remember to be careful. Okay, Xing, I will be careful. Lu Muxue took a deep breath, held up the shield, held the long sword in his right hand, and rushed past. She soon came face to face with a mole man miner. The mole man opened its big mouth full of fangs, then swung the pickaxe and violently attacked Lu Muxue's shield. Bang! Bang bang! The mole miners wielded their pickaxes and attacked continuously. Lu Muxue gritted her teeth and withstood the enemy's attack with difficulty. -8-13, weak damage figures floated above her head. However, the next second, her health was directly restored to full by the ice healing technique. +10, +10, the green reply number floats up. +10, +10, the reply numbers appeared one after another from Lu Muxue's head. When she discovered that the mole man could not cause any harm to her, she breathed a sigh of relief. Then she remembered the scene where Chao Xing taught her how to fight. While feeling a little shy, I gradually found the feeling of fighting. So, Lu Muxue thrust out her sword and hit the mole man in the chest. -32. The mole man's chest was bleeding and he kept making chirp sounds. It picked up the pickaxe and struck it again. Lu Muxue was shocked and took 2 steps back. Then she picked up the sword and thrust it out again. Came next. The mole man gave her a pickaxe, and Lu Muxue returned it with a sword. The two sides began a turn-based battle. This scene made Chao Xing want to laugh. However, Lu Muxue can achieve this level, which is already good. After a minute or two, the number of mole people in the mine became less and less. Seeing his recruited creatures fighting in front, Chao Xing also raised his staff. A large amount of frost power condensed between his staffs. Then, 340-centimeter long ice picks appeared in front of Chao Xing, with a crystal-clear surface and exuding chill. Chao Xing waved his staff and said, "Go." The next moment, 3 ice picks shot out. All hit one of the mole man miners. -68. -71. -103. 3 ice picks took away more than 200 health points of the mole man miner. Chao Xing is quite satisfied with this damage. After all, he is only a level 4 frost mage now. However, compared to the damage figures of more than 700 or more than 800 from Sarah's casual knife, there is still a huge gap. After a while, all the mole miners here were killed by them. At this moment, the mole man supervisor holding a long whip had a look of fear in his eyes. It turned around and ran towards the depths of the mine. And just then, Sarah emerged from the shadows. He raised his right hand and threw a pitch-black dagger, hitting the mole man overseer directly in the back. Ha! The mole man overseer let out a scream, and then a damage number appeared above his head. -843. One knife will directly clear its health value to 0. Sarah at level 20 is too strong. Sarah, you did a good job. Chao Xing praised from behind. Sarah had the same cold reaction as always, but this time she had an extra line. The Temple of Shadows is guiding me forward. Chao Xing nodded and thought to himself, Sarah's level has reached the advanced requirements. If I can get a second level Heart of Power at this time, I can let Sarah advance to a third level creature. At that time, the strength will be doubled. However, the second level Power Heart is not so easy to obtain. Let's look at it later. After the battle, it is natural to start cleaning. Battlefield. Chao Xing was under the corpses of the mole men, ready to search for loot. At this time, a system prompt appeared again. Humanoid creature, indestructible. Chao Xing's mouth twitched. Why does this system always think it will do this kind of thing? Under the mole man, Chao Xing fumbled around and discovered a lot of things. Get dry food *5, get Book of Chaos Week *1, get viscous liquid *1, iron ingot *1, iron pick *1. Chao Xing started to look at the introduction of these things. Dry food, white food that is difficult to swallow, 1 piece of dry food equals 1 food. Book of Chaos Week randomly increases the 4-dimensional attributes of friendly units by 1 point. Note, cannot be used on lords. Viscous liquid, white blackened viscous liquid with unknown effects. It seems to be some kind of alchemy material. If you meet a merchant in the wild, you can try to sell it. Iron ingot, white after decomposition, you can get iron *5. Iron pickaxe, white, attack power 4/5, can be used to mine ore. Chao Xing thought to himself, this Book of Chaos seems to be pretty good. If enough are revealed, you can even recruit one of the creatures with attributes that stack up to a terrifying level. It's a pity, we can't do it right. I use it myself. Then, Chao Xing spent about 5 minutes quickly cleaning the battlefield. Accumulated acquisition, dry food, *130, Book of Chaos Week, *3. In addition to these, there are also some materials and a piece of equipment. Viscous liquid, white, *31. Iron pickaxe, white, *27. Iron ingot, white, *4. Mole man overseer whip, green, *1. What's interesting is the last piece of equipment. Mole man overseer whip, green special equipment, quality, excellent, attack power, 1315, included special effect, whip, use the long whip to whip the target to speed up the work and make it work in the next step, 5 minutes, movement speed increases by 10%, with special effect, deepening pain, a whip coated with olive oil, the pain caused by whipping increases by 50%. After reading the above introduction, Chao Xing had a weird expression. This thing, isn't it also an amplifying effect? If combined with my hidden talent, can it become a permanent state? Chao Xing decided to experiment first. After all, 10% movement speed is quite good. So, in the surprised eyes of Lu Muxue, Andrew and others, Chao Xing whipped himself hard. Pa! -7, after a crisp sound, Chao Xing took a deep breath of air. Hiss! It hurts. Although this thing doesn't do much damage, because of the second special effect, increased pain, it really hurts to be whipped. Before Chao Xing could recover from the pain, I received a system prompt in front of me. You have been whipped, your movement speed is increased by 10%, and the effect lasts for 5 minutes. The talent, Eternal Power, is activated, and, whip, has become a permanent amplification state. Chao Xing. Is it really okay if I go? Chao Xing fell directly into confusion. Then, he seemed to have thought of something, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Because in this way, combined with the skill, Snake Tribe Madness, it is equivalent to permanently increasing the movement speed of yourself and other friendly units by 30%. This is a huge improvement. Lu Muxue and others on the side were confused. They saw with their own eyes that Chao Xing grimaced in pain after whipping himself. Then, his eyes suddenly became excited. It's like awakening some strange attribute. And now, look at them with excitement. The upright Assam didn't know what happened. He asked, Lord, what's wrong with you? Chao Xing raised his head, looked at him and said, Assam, let me whip you, okay? Sam. Lu Muxue. Sarah. Although this request is strange, Assam will not disobey Chao Xing's order because of his 95% loyalty. As if he had made a difficult decision, he nodded and said, if the Lord wants to, you can. Chao Xing was not polite, waved his long whip, and hit Assam directly with the whip. Pa! After a moment, he also felt an extra force in his body, with a look of surprise in his eyes. So, is this the Lord's intention? It's amazing. Thank you for the whip, respected Lord, Assam said respectfully. At this time, Assam said with some embarrassment, Lord, can you whip me a few more times? Assam wants to become stronger. Chao Xing shook his head and said, No, there is only the first time. Only whipping is effective. After hearing this, Assam nodded regretfully. The people next to them, listening to their conversation, fell into complete confusion. Although I knew that Chao Xing's actions might have some intention, it was a little too strange. Chao Xing knew that they were thinking wrongly, coughed twice, and then explained to them the effect of the whip. After everyone listened, a look of surprise appeared in their eyes. At this time, Chao Xing said, Then, Andrew, Sarah, let me give you additional blessings. Andrew and Sarah looked at each other, and then nodded. Chao Xing drew them one by one. Crack, crack. There was a sound of whipping in this deep mine. Fortunately for Andrew, his skin is rough and fleshy, so the pain has little effect on him. Sarah on the side was trembling slightly. When it was Lu Mushua's turn, she looked at the whip in Chao Xing's hand with some fear and said softly, Xingmi, do I want it too? Chao Xing thought for a moment and nodded, Yeah, 10% the movement speed is a big improvement. And it only takes the first stroke, and it will be over. Lu Mushua thought for a moment and nodded, yes. Chao Xing didn't have any extra thoughts. A whip whipped away. Lu Mushua groaned, then looked at Chao Xing pitifully. It hurts. Looking at this scene, Chao Xing couldn't help but think of what happened last night, and for a moment, his blood surged. But he soon calmed down. Chao Xing coughed twice and said, The situation has been improved, let's move on. Andrew and Assam continued to move forward. There is a railroad track in the passage that extends deeper. Chao Xing moved along the route and put away the rails on the ground. Railway plus one, not long after walking, Chao Xing had already put away hundreds of meters of rails. Even when broken down into iron, there are hundreds of pieces. Chao Xing said happily, Pick up a few more rails, and you can connect that coal mine to my territory, and the speed of resource collection will be greatly increased. At this moment, a fork in the road appeared in the mine ahead. The intersection on the left seems to lead to the depths of the mine, and there is a faint roar of machinery inside. The intersection on the right is boarded up with a red X painted on it. This seems to be a no-go area. Everyone stopped where they were, waiting for Chao Xing's decision. After thinking for a moment, Chao Xing said, Andrew, take down the board and let me see what's inside first. Andrew obeyed the order and directly waved his huge bare claw and patted it over. Crack, click. The wooden board was smashed directly, and the scene inside the mine appeared. Chao Xing saw that there seemed to be several collapsed mine cars in the mine ahead, and there were some excavated ores scattered around. The group of mole people seemed to have encountered some kind of situation and stayed here before they had time to evacuate. Sarah in the shadow suddenly said, I sensed a dangerous aura inside. Chao Xing frowned after hearing this. Sarah is a level 20 elite monster. Even she feels dangerous. This shows that there is some kind of horrible creature inside. Chao Xing said, Sarah, go check it out. Sarah nodded and then disappeared directly into the shadows. A minute later, Sarah's figure appeared again, and then said, Detection completed, there is a second-level monster's lair. How strong is the second-level monster? Sarah thought for a moment and replied, It should have the strength as comparable to mine. Chao Xing nodded suddenly. On par with Sarah, it is a level 20 elite monster. Chao Xing asked, Are you sure you can deal with it? Sarah thought for a moment and replied, With the additional blessing from the Lord, it shouldn't be a big problem. If we cooperate with these two companions, we will basically have a sure chance of victory. Chao, after hearing this, Xing was determined. Very good, let's go straight in. After saying that, Andrew and Assam walked directly to the mine on the right. Chao Xing and Lu Mushua followed behind. He soon came to one of the collapsed minecarts, with some ore scattered nearby. Chao Xing directly connected the minecart with the ore on the ground and packed it away together. Obtained minecart *1, iron ore *31, cursed metal *7, mithril ore *8, mana stone *17, stone block *64. Ha! So many mithril and mana stones? Chao Xing felt happy. You know, these are high-grade materials and are valuable. Chao Xing began to check the past. Iron ore, it can be processed in the ore processing plant. One piece of ore can be processed into 5 pieces of iron. Curse metal, a metal that incorporates the resentment of the dead, can be used to make some kind of evil alchemy props. Mithril ore can be processed in an ore processing plant. One piece of mithril ore can be processed into 3 pieces of mithril. Note, a level 3 ore processing plant is required. Mana stone, a stone containing energy that can be used for some special devices provide energy. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction and looked at the other minecarts on the ground. Then pack it all up and take it away. Obtain minecart *1, iron ore *42, cursed metal *9, mithril ore *7, mana stone *19, stone block *72. In addition to these, there are also railroad tracks on the ground. Obtain railroad tracks *42, obtain abandoned minecarts *7, obtain. Chao Xing followed Andrew Assam all the way, and then packed up various ores on the ground and took them away. Lu Muxue is also helping to collect. While picking it up, he said with a delighted smile, axing, there are a lot of iron ores, and a lot of mithril ores. Chao Xing nodded, the harvest this time is really good, just these ores and minecarts are not enough. It's a waste of time. Lu Mushue's face also showed the joy of harvest. Obviously, the Mole Man mine is a high-level area. At least with the current strength of the survivors, there is no way to get in. As for Chao Xing, because he had 3 generals under his command, he was able to enter the Mole Man mine to hunt for treasure at this level. The harvest can be said to be quite abundant. So far, Chao Xing has put away nearly 200 knots of rails. Fortunately, the survivors' bucksack function has 20 storage spaces. Materials of the same type can be stacked into 400 pieces together. As for large items like minecarts, nearly 100 can be stacked, occupying only 1 grid of space. The carry-on backpack is quite large. Everyone started to move on, until they reached the depths of the passage. The light here is always dim. However, as Chao Xing took out the magic stone torch from his backpack, the darkness inside was immediately dispelled. They noticed that some white spider webs appeared on the top and sides of the mine. The further you go, the denser the cobwebs become. There were even some large nets that filled up the passages, blocking everyone's way. At the same time, an evil and powerful aura hit his face. Chao Xing frowned, and then ordered, Assam, clear the passage. After hearing this, Assam waved his sword and slashed directly at the spider webs. Puff! However, his sharp sword was like chopping on jelly, and its power was greatly reduced. It takes several cuts to remove the cobwebs. Chao Xing thought secretly in his heart. Obviously, fire is the best way to deal with these cobwebs. But in this world, fire is a relatively rare element. Chao Xing is a frost mage, so he cannot control fire. At this moment, Sarah said, Lord, let me clear the way for you. Chao Xing looked at her, go Sarah, show us your power. Sarah nodded, her figure in a flash. He appeared directly in front of the spider web. Then he waved the shadow blade in his hand. Whoa! With one strike, a large gap was opened in these tough spider webs. Whoa! Whoa! With a few cuts, the passage was cleared. Chao Xing marveled at this. Sarah once again showed everyone her powerful attack. Keep moving forward, Chao Xing ordered. They continued walking deeper into the mine. The further inside, the darker the surrounding environment becomes. Lu Muxue almost pressed her whole body against Chao Xing's body. She had an instinctive fear of such deep caves. Chao Xing didn't pay attention and let her hold his hand and move on. The hunters in this area seemed to have noticed that prey had entered the mine. Rustling! Rustling! There was a crawling sound inside. Alert! Chao Xing's expression suddenly condensed, and everyone entered a fighting state. Lu Muxue also raised his shield and nervously guarded Chao Xing. After waiting for a while, no monster appeared. But Chao Xing found bursts of green light faintly appearing in front of him. Chao Xing continued to order, Sarah, look what's in front of you. Sarah nodded and then disappeared into the darkness. A moment later, Sarah reappeared, Lord, there is a cave inside, which should be the monster's lair. Chao Xing nodded, and then led everyone directly into it. A system prompt appears. You have entered a special area, the lair of the crypt spider. There is a powerful predator living here. Please stay vigilant and don't become its nourishment. Chao Xing saw that the top of the cave in front of him was covered with spider webs, each wrapped into large white cocoons like rice dumplings, hanging upside down. Above everyone's heads. On the ground, there are also glowing spheres, large or small, with green mucus. The big one is nearly 1 meter high, and the small one is more than 10 centimeters high. Those green lights are emitted by these spheres. Chao Xing looked over. Demon spider egg, small after being exploded, 3 to 8 level 3 little demon spiders will appear. Don't underestimate them just because they are small. Even small ones are very deadly. Demon spider egg, large after being exploded, 1 to 2 large level 15 demon spiders will appear. Big devil spider, big head, be careful not to be swallowed. Chao Xing looked over and saw that there were at least dozens of demon spider eggs on the ground of this nest. I'll go. If all these demon spider eggs explode, there will be at least dozens of underground demon spiders. Chao Xing couldn't help but feel a little numb. He was just about to say, clean these demon spider eggs first. At this time, the spider webs above everyone's heads began to tremble. Buzz! Buzz! Chao Xing felt an evil and powerful aura approaching him quickly. Under the pressure of this aura, he was like an insect caught in a spider's web, without any chance to resist. Lu Muxue next to her also looked a little pale. This monster brought them a sense of oppression deep in their souls. The next moment, a terrifying figure over 5 meters tall and covered with hair occupied everyone's sight. Under the bulging belly, there was still green mucus dripping. The 8 compound eyes emit a penetrating light in the dark environment, as if they can read all the thoughts of the prey below. The real owner has appeared. At this moment, the huge spider immediately launched an attack as soon as it saw the people below. It flicked its belly, and a stream of white spider silk spurted out. The target is clearly the largest Andrew. Spider threads instantly wrapped around Andrew's body, and a system prompt appeared. Your follower Andrew was attacked by the crypt demon spider's cobweb and has been restricted from moving. However, at this moment, Andrew roared and his body expanded rapidly. Evil guy, let nature impose sanctions on you. Without hesitation, it entered giant bear form. A snow-white big white bear appeared, and then Andrew violently tore the cobwebs on his body into pieces and forced his way out. Knock it down. Chao Xing suppressed the feeling of fear in his heart and ordered directly. Roar! Andrew, who turned into a giant bear, suddenly jumped up, rushed into the air, and rushed towards the magic spider. However, this giant spider knows what its strengths are. It quickly retreated, allowing Andrew's paw to miss. TSK. Andrew's sharp claws shredded large pieces of spider web. And just then, in the dark shadow, a cold light flew out silently. Call out! Exclamation point. Sarah's dagger of obstruction hit the crypt demon spider. -643. A big damage figure floated up. Hiss! Hiss! The underground demon spider was in pain, and its whole body twitched. At the same time, 3 ice picks shot out at the same time. It was Chao Xing who also launched an attack. Whoosh! Whoosh! All the ice picks hit. -17, -15, -17, 3 weak damage numbers appear. However, the damage is not major. The main thing is that one of the ice picks triggered the freezing effect. The huge body of the crypt demon spider was immediately covered with a layer of frost. Its body froze, and it fell from the top of its head like a kite with its string broken. Plop! Chao Xing exclaimed happily, the skill of ice cone is so easy to use. Each ice cone has a 30% freezing probability. If they all hit, there is a high probability that it will have a short-term control effect on the enemy. At this time, the crypt demon spider falling from the sky lost its long-range advantage. Chao Xing ordered, go up, surround and kill it. Andrew, Assam, and Frost Wolf Winter all rushed over. Roar! Accept the judgment of the Frost Wolf Knight. The crypt demon spider has recovered from the short-term freezing state. It also wants to climb into the sky again. However, 3 tall creatures had surrounded it, not giving it any chance to escape. The crypt demon spider had no choice but to start a head-on battle. It flicked its limbs and bit Andrew. Exclamation point. A damage number appeared above Andrew's head. -304-8-8. In the giant bear form, Andrew's attributes have been greatly improved, and his blood volume has almost exceeded 8,000. Coupled with the 2 additional armor effects of Chao Xing, it can be said to be a cow. However, the crypt demon spider's bite not only caused more than 300 damage, but also caused a poisoning state. This shows how terrifying this spider's attack power is. But the next second, green numbers, +10, +10, appeared on Andrew's head. Leave the head to me. Andrew felt his vitality recovering and said piously, this is the power given to me by the Lord. Evil will eventually be punished. He slapped it. -243. The system prompt appears. Andrew caused damage to the crypt demon spider, and the wild mark skill has taken effect. A bear claw symbol appeared on the head of the crypt demon spider, and its defense value also dropped significantly. Then, Assam and Frost Wolf also launched an attack on the huge body of the crypt demon spider. -152-78. These 2 damage numbers are produced by Assam and Frost Wolf. Although Assam's attack power is very strong. But this crypt demon spider's strong defense still reduced a lot of damage to it. And just then, Sarah touched it too. She waved the shadow blade in her hand and slashed it down. -572. A terrifying damage number appeared. Hiss! The crypt demon spider's body suddenly shrank, as if it had suffered a severe injury. Although the defense of the crypt demon spider is amazing, Sarah's attack power is even more powerful. Four powerful summon creatures began to besiege the crypt demon spider. Chao Xing ordered from behind, Andrew, your main goal is to withstand the damage of this demon spider. Assam, if Andrew's blood volume drops below half, you will take over. Sarah, Winter, attack with all your strength. Under Chao Xing's order, they attacked the crypt demon spider in an orderly manner. Minus 1124. 246, 172, 84. A lot of damage numbers floated up. Seeing that the battle gradually entered a rhythm, Chao Xing also breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he began to look at the properties of this spider monster. Crypt Demon Spider, Level 20, Race, Insect, Level, Second Level Elite Creature, HP, 6614/10255, Attack, 513545, Attributes, Strength 312, Agility 287, Spirit 334, Physique 357, Skills, Powerful Spider Web, spray out a powerful spider web, causing control effect on the enemy. If the enemy is not strong enough, he will be trapped permanently. Egg laying, a large number of small spiders will hatch on the spot. The number is 2050, causing interference to the enemy. Demon Spider Fury, when the cave spider's health drops below 30%, all the demon spider eggs will be hatched in advance, driving all the demon spiders to attack the enemy. Talent, Neurotoxin, attack, at the same time, it comes with a layer of level 2 neurotoxin effect. What a strong guy! A blood volume of over 10,000, coupled with an attack that contains toxins. What's even more terrifying is that it can hatch all spider eggs after its health drops below 30%. At this moment, Chao Xing suddenly realized that the spider eggs around him were threats. So, Chao Xing ordered, Assam, you take the Frost Wolf Winter away from the battlefield and clear the eggs of the nearby demon spiders first. Andrew, Sarah, use all your strength to hold down this crypt demon spider. As ordered, Lord. Assam retracted his sword and rushed directly towards a small magic spider egg nearby. Puff! 287, the small magic spider egg burst open immediately, and a ball of green mucus spewed out from it, with 5 or 6 small spiders in it. As the system introduced, these little spiders were extremely fast and crawled to Assam's feet in an instant. Assam was constantly in danger, slashing down with his sword. Minus 246. Minus 235. Minus 244. He almost exploded these little devil spiders one by one with his sword. At the same time, Chao Xing continued to gather the power of frost and threw the ice balls one by one. Snap! Minus 63. The body of a little spider suddenly exploded and turned into a ball of green slime. Successfully kill the little devil spiders at level 3 and gain 30 experience points. Ha! Killing these little devil spiders also gives you experience? Chao Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. Considering there are so many demon spider eggs in this cave, this is a considerable amount of experience. Lu Muxue was holding a shield at the side, ready to fight. Her mission is to protect Chao Xing's safety. Puff, puff, puff. Each demon spider egg was exploded by Assam in advance. Under the siege of 2 second-level elite creatures, the crypt demon spider's blood began to pour out like water. Those demon spider eggs were also exploded one after another by Assam. Chao Xing followed behind and kept hitting the target, and his experience points began to rise rapidly. Meanwhile, as time passes, survivors outside are also starting to sprint for the level rankings. There was a lively discussion in the chat channel. Brothers, look at the rankings. Boss Fan Long has reached level 4 and has already entered the top 3. So fast. Should I say that he really deserves to be Fan Long of the Three Heroes Association? Really? If it doesn't break out, it will be a blockbuster. Indeed, Fan Long is still capable. Seeing the discussion in the chat channel, other survivors also clicked on the ranking list to check. District 174 level ranking. First place, Chao Xing, level 4 52%. Second place, Zhou Bo, level 4 25%. Third place, Fang Long, level 4 17%. Fourth place. When those survivors saw this ranking, they frowned and said, Zhou Bo seems to be catching up soon, and Chao Xing's number 1 position seems to be almost gone. Yes, although today I have seen the experience of Chao Xing, but compared with Fan Long and Zhou Bo's speed, it is still far behind. Hearing everyone's discussion about Fan Long, the survivors of the Sane Yingui said proudly in the chat channel, Chao Xing is just a lucky boy, what does it matter? Tell you guys, we have several brothers who have joined forces to form a team. Under the circumstances, the exploration speed will be faster. And our boss Fong Long will soon surpass this Chao Xing. Wait 2 days, and once the novice protection period ends, all those who have offended our 3 heroes will be killed. You need to be liquidated. There were originally some supporters of Chao Xing in the chat channel. Now that they were threatened by the Sane Yinghui, none of them dared to speak. At this time, a survivor named Fu Jiafeng said, "The 3 Heroes Club is indeed powerful, but our Tiandao Club is not bad either. This time our boss Zhou Bo doesn't say he is first, but the second place is guaranteed." That's right, our boss of Hadong, Wuxinghu, is also in the top 3. The survivors of the Sane Yinghui also came out and said, "Then it seems that the top 3 positions have been decided this time, huh?" Just when they had already booked the top 3 places in advance. Someone suddenly said in the chat channel, "Look, Boss Chao Xing's experience bar is moving, and it's so fast." What? Everyone clicked on the ranking list. First place, Chao Xing, 55% at level 4, it was only 52% just now, but it suddenly jumped to 55%. What's even more terrifying is that his experience bar is still increasing. Level 4 56%, level 4 58%, level 4 60% almost every few seconds. You can see his experience value jumping. Oh my god. So fast. Seeing this scene, the survivors of the Sane Yinghui and the Tiandui had expressions of disbelief in their eyes. At the same time, the battle in the cave is coming to an end. There were dense claw marks on the body of the crypt demon spider and knife marks that were deep enough to show the bone. Chao Xing noticed its blood volume. HP, 1203/10255, the last more than 1000 HP. Then Sarah cut it off with one knife. Minus 638. The blood volume of the crypt spider has dropped below 600. Seeing that Sarah still wanted to take action, Chao Xing quickly shouted, "Sarah, stop it and let me do it." Sarah stopped in place blankly. The crypt demon spider thought that he was certain to die, but suddenly he saw the 2 guys besieging him and stopped. It seems to have seen a glimmer of life again. The 8 legs of the crypt demon spider bent on the spot, and then suddenly bounced, as if ready to leap into the air. Sarah was about to take action, but when she thought of Chao Xing's order, she finally held back. At this moment, Chao Xing took out Barrett without hesitation. When the crypt demon spider jumps into the air, shoot it directly. Bang! Minus 804. A big damage figure floated up. Bang! There was a gunshot. A blood hole suddenly appeared on the body of the crypt demon spider. Plop! The crypt demon spider fell down. After struggling on the spot, it collapsed completely. A system prompt appears. Successfully kill the crypt demon spider, a level 20 elite creature, kill monsters beyond the level, gain 500 by 500% experience value, and gain 2500 experience points. Combatants, Lumushua, Sarah Blade Dance, Andrew, Eilina, Assam gained experience points, 1250 points, your level has been improved, current level, level 5. A total of these upgrades include, Strength +2, Agility +1, Spirit +3, Constitution +2. A white light rose from Chao Xing and Lu Mushuet at the same time. They upgraded at the same time. Chao Xing said excitedly, "Ha, I am a human-headed dog." Then, the second system prompt appeared. Successfully killed the crypt demon spider and obtained the trophy elementary power heart *1, obtained elementary element crystal *12, obtained elementary pet contract *1, obtained demon spider essence, elite level, *1, obtained chaos book middle *3, obtained the demonic spider's staff, blue. A lot of rewards appear. Go ahead, you are worthy of being a level 20 elite monster. The explosion rate is too high. Not only that, Sarah, Andrew and others, after seeing the battle end, looked at Chao Xing with admiration. The crypt spider is a powerful creature, but they were not seriously harmed. The lost blood volume has almost been replenished. Because of your proper command, you have demonstrated excellent combat capabilities. Assam's loyalty to you has been increased, current loyalty, 100. When the loyalty reaches full value, the follower will put your orders first, and will be willing to give up to complete your orders. Life. Andrew's loyalty to you has been improved, current loyalty, 80. Sarah Blade Dance's loyalty to you has been improved, current loyalty is 79. At the same time, those who are paying attention to the rankings, the survivors suddenly saw that Chao Xing's experience value jumped from 65% at level 4 to 30% at level 5. At this moment, the entire District 174 chat channel fell into a sluggish state. Oh my god. What happened? Didn't Fong Long and Zhou Bo soon surpass Chao Xing? Why did the gap widen so much all of a sudden? It's scary. There was so much increase all of a sudden. Experience. Did Boss Chao Xing kill some terrifying creature? At this moment, the survivors of the Three Heroes Association spoke one after another in the chat channel. Impossible. There must be something wrong with the rankings. That's right, it takes at least several thousand experience points to upgrade from level 4 to level 5. How could he gain so much experience all at once? However, other survivors were somewhat confused. I can't stand it anymore. You guys from the Seinyingui, stop being so harsh. You can even say that there is a problem with the rankings. That's right, the facts are out there, and you still refuse to admit it. Seeing more and more people expressing support Chao Xing, the speeches of those from the Seinyingui were quickly drowned out. In the Mole Man mine, Lu Muxue walked over with joy on her face and said softly, "Axing, I have also upgraded. The system also prompted that I have entered the top 10 in the rankings." Chao Xing nodded and said, "Not bad, it seems like this once the rankings are over, there is hope of bringing you to the top 3. He rubbed Lu Muxue's hair. This intimate gesture made Lu Muxue a little shy. She hummed slightly. Then, Chao Xing began to check the rewards he had just received. Except for Primary Power Heart and Primary Element Crystal, the others are all new. Chao Xing started to check. Elementary Pet Contract. Green, you can use this contract with a wild creature to make it your exclusive pet. The success rate is 5% 20%. Tips, you can try to use force to tame it. You can greatly increases the success rate. Book of Chaos Part 2, runes containing medium power. Can be used on a follower to randomly increase the 4-dimensional attributes by 3 points. Demon Spider Essence, elite level and essence containing powerful soul power, can be used on a second level or lower follower. Use the follower to make it evolve into an elite creature with a high probability. The success probability is 50% 80%. When he saw this Demon Spider Essence, Chao Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. I'll go. This essence can actually make ordinary creatures evolve into elite creatures. Although there is a probability of failure, the probability of success is obviously higher. Chao Xing glanced around and then stopped at Assam. Assam is now only a second-level ordinary creature. If he can be promoted to the elite level, he can become even stronger. So, Chao Xing called Assam over and threw the Demon Spider Essence directly to him. Assam, use it, it will make you stronger. Assam looked at the blue will-o'-the-wisp in his hand and shot it directly into his body without any hesitation. The next moment, Assam suddenly stiffened. He felt that a powerful force was constantly moving inside his body and began to transform his body. Then, everyone felt at the same time that an extremely powerful aura rose from Assam. A system prompt appears. Your follower, Assam, using the magic spider essence, has successfully evolved into an elite creature. Its potential has been increased, and all attributes have increased by 30%. Each time you upgrade, you will get more attribute improvements. Extra activation skill, Frost Sword Chi, condensing the power of frost, splitting out a sword chi with freezing effect, maximum attack distance 30 meters, causing 166% attack damage to all enemies along the way, cooling time 60 seconds, Chao Xing's eyes lit up instantly. A new skill, and it's a long-range skill. This wave of improvement is so fierce. Assam also felt that after using the will-o'-the-wisp, his strength became a lot stronger. He looked at Chao Xing excitedly, knelt down on one knee, and said respectfully, "Thank you for the power given by the Lord, Assam can't repay you." Chao Xing nodded, "This is what you deserve, Assam. Knight, from now on you will work with me to build a territory full of glory." Assam was so moved that he almost burst into tears. He choked and said, "Assam is so lucky to meet a lord like you." Assam's loyalty had reached full value, so the system prompts did not continue to appear. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction, and then checked Assam's attributes. Frostwolf Knight, Assam, second level elite creature, race, human, level 103635/10000, HP, 2660, attack, 312-327, armor, 2427, attributes, strength 148, agility 140, spirit 135, constitution 133, skills, riding mastery, frost wolf sword technique, frost sword chi, hunger, 80, loyalty, 100. As expected, all attributes have been greatly improved. Now he has 3 second-level elite creatures under his command. Chao Xing looked at the props in his backpack and took out another, elementary power crystal. This thing can be used by lords and summoned creatures. Chao Xing thought, it shouldn't be a problem for Muxue and I to get into the top 10 in this ranking. So, this power crystal can be used first to improve the strength of my subordinates. It is also a level 10 creature that meets the advanced requirements. As long as it is upgraded to the second level, then all the recruited creatures under his hands, except Ilena, will be the second level. So, he also gave the Heart of Power to Assam. Assam, go ahead and let your winter complete the advancement. A powerful knight needs a powerful mount to display his combat power. After hearing this, Assam tremblingly answered, passing the red crystal in Chao Xing's hand. He looked at Chao Xing gratefully and said no more. Instead, he turned around and came directly to Frost Wolf Winter. Dong Dong, accept the power bestowed by the Lord. Let us work together to defend the honor of the Lord to the death. After saying this, he threw the power crystal directly. Frostwolf Winter seems to know that this is something that can make it stronger. The moment Assam dropped the crystal, he opened his mouth wide and bit it down. Click! The sound of the crystal breaking sounded, and powerful power emerged within it. In an instant, the breath of winter was growing at a terrifying speed. Chao Xing saw that Lin Dong's already strong limbs had grown twice in size. Not only that, its size is growing rapidly. From the original 3 meters in length, it has grown to nearly 4 meters. Roar! A terrifying roar echoed in the cave. This ferocious giant wolf, just standing there, gives people a strong sense of oppression. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction again. Then, there is the last reward, Demon Spider's Staff, Blue. This thing is the first blue equipment that Chao Xing has released. Chao Xing is very looking forward to its attributes. Demon Spider's Staff, Blue, Quality, Excellent, Attack Power, 3137, with Special Effect, Spirit plus 10, with Special Effect, Primary Magic Amplification. When launching a magic attack, there is a 40% chance of increasing this attack has 10% magic damage, with special effects. Drive Demon Spiders, summons 5 level 10 first order demon spiders to help you fight. The demon spiders exist for 60 seconds, and the special effect cooldown time is 300 seconds. See, after finishing the description of the equipment, Chao Xing's eyes lit up with joy. Is this blue equipment? It's so powerful. Not only does it increase mental power by 10 points, it also comes with a special effect that summons a demon spider. He directly equipped it, and his mental strength improved a lot. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Then, he looked at Assam and others and ordered, search the cave and see if you can find any treasures. Assam and others received the order and began to take action. A few minutes later, Sarah made a discovery somewhere in the cave. There is a treasure chest here. After hearing this, Chao Xing felt happy and walked over. In the corner of the cave, in the area covered by spider webs, there is indeed a white treasure chest hidden. Good guy, it's another silver treasure chest. Chao Xing said happily. After scratching the spider web, a system prompt will appear. I found an unlocked silver treasure chest. Do you want to open it? Chao Xing clicked on it directly. Bang! Successfully opened the silver treasure chest. Obtained Noble Backpack, Green, *1, obtained Railroad Construction Blueprints *1, obtained Medium Shelter Construction Blueprints *1, obtained Large Blocks of Dry Food *12, obtained Medical Kits *3. Oh, the backpack is out? There is also a drawing of the railway track? Chao Xing's eyes were filled with joy. That's great. This way, I can make more rails to connect the mines near the territory. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction and began to check the properties of the backpack and the drawings of another shelter. Noble Backpack, Green, Backpack Capacity, 40 grids, attached special effect, Charm plus 4, note, Charm is an invisible attribute and will not be reflected on the panel. Medium-sized shelter construction drawings, occupied area, 40 square meters, capacity, 6 people, additional effect, it can provide life recovery effect for friendly units resting inside, restoring 0.5 health points per second. Conditions required for construction: stone *120, wood *240, iron *20, primary element crystal *5. Railway production drawings: you can consume materials in the blacksmith shop to create a rail, length 1 meter, required, iron *8, level 1 blacksmith shop. A backpack in 2 drawings, which is still very good. Chao Xing equipped the backpack with satisfaction. Then, he looked at the silver treasure chest on the ground. Do you want to decompose the open silver treasure chest *1? Yes. Decomposition was successful, mithril *10 was obtained. At this point, almost all the contents of this underground spider have been looted by Chao Xing. At this time, Chao Xing looked at the large cocoons above his head that were entangled in spider webs. He suddenly thought, Mushue, do you think there are any treasures in these cocoons? Ha? Lu Mushue looked a little confused. Chao Xing thought for a moment and said directly, Assam, help me knock off these cocoons. Assam obeyed the order and slashed through with a frost sword energy. Aha! A white cocoon fell down with a thud. Chao Xing came to the white cocoon, then looked at the druid beside him and said, Andrew, help me peel off the cocoon. Andrew's eyes hesitated. Lord, this is desecration of the bodies of these dead. But if it's your order, and Andrew is willing to carry it out. It waved its claws and peeled off the cocoon with 2 swishes. Then, a pale human face appeared inside. It's actually a human being? Seeing this scene, everyone was a little surprised. Xiaoxing bent down and groped around on his body, and found an emblem with flower petals and a long sword, as well as some coins. Obtained the emblem of the cartel family *1, obtained coins *72. Xiaoxing checked the properties of this emblem. Coat of arms of the cartel family, accessory, quality, normal, equipment effect, strength +1, agility +1. Xiaoxing nodded. Although the added attributes are not many, because it is an accessory, it does not occupy equipment. Groove, better than nothing. Then, Xiaoxing knocked down all the other big cocoons. Inside, many corpses were found, both mole and human. Xiaoxing found a total of 17 iron ingots, 452 coins, 6 primary element crystals and 11 clan emblems on these corpses. The income is still good. At this time, Xiaoxing looked at the druid who had a guilty look on his face. Andrew, this is not a desecration of the dead, but to allow them to return to their roots. Only by rescuing them can the souls of the dead be freed. Now, bury their bodies in the land you love most. Xiaoxing's tone was very solemn, as if it was true. Hearing this, Andrew's frown suddenly relaxed. He put one hand on his chest and bowed respectfully. It turns out that this is the Lord's intention. Forgive Andrew for being ignorant and misunderstanding your meaning. A system prompt appeared. Your behavior has impressed Andrew, your loyalty has been improved, and your current loyalty is 88. Xiaoxing nodded, secretly chuckling. These guys like to hear these scenes. Then, it took them about 10 minutes to dispose of the bodies. Seeing that there was nothing left to search in this cave, Xiaoxing continued to order, go back the same way and go to another passage. Follow your orders, Lord. 4 powerful second-level creatures followed Xiaoxing's instructions and started to return the same way. Boom, boom, boom. The advanced frost wolf has a heavy step and an astonishing power. The sound of its heavy footsteps could be heard throughout the mine. Soon, we return to the original fork in the road. This time, everyone is going to the passage on the left. The 4 recruiting creatures are still in the lead. Xiaoxing and Lu Muxue followed behind, constantly picking up the rails on the ground and some scattered ores. Railway +1, magic stone +3. Xiaoxing and Lu Muxue were behind, enjoying picking up these precious ores. With the new backpack, Xiaoxing no longer has to worry about backpack capacity. Even the stones on the ground were not spared, and all that could be picked up were picked up. Axing, there are some magic crystals here, which can be broken down into 5 magic stones. Lu Muxue said happily, holding 2 crystals in her hand. Xiaoxing's eyes lit up. Magic crystal, it's a good thing. Muxue put it away. Yeah. Lu Muxue agreed with a chuckle. While moving forward, Xiaoxing raised his staff to refresh the effects of ice armor and ice therapy for them. After advancing almost 100 meters, they encountered another wave of mole miners. Chirp, chirp. There were about 15 of these mole people, making threatening sounds. Among them, Xiaoxing also saw several mole men holding iron swords and spears. Mole soldier LV9, HP 960, attack 6771. Mole spearman LV10, HP 1040, attack 7679. How many of them are there? The level of the mole man has been improved a lot, and he also knows some simple combat skills. This time, without Xiaoxing's order, all 4 powerful recruiting creatures rushed forward. Boom! Boom! Frostwolf Winter took the lead, running in the mine with his thick limbs, knocking away the mole men one by one. Then, it opened its big mouth and bit down directly on a mole man. -273. Blood surged. Chirp! Chirp! The mole man screamed and began to struggle. However, his body was bitten off after a while and he died immediately. The attacks of other mole people hitting the frost wolf will immediately activate a layer of scale armor and a layer of frost armor. -34, -27, -15, several pitiful damage figures floated up before they could attack again. Several green numbers +22 and +22 appeared on the frost wolf's head. In a few seconds, its blood volume will be fully restored. After Xiaoxing's mental power increased, the reply amount of ice healing technique was also greatly increased. The scene before them almost made these mole people despair. Then, Assam and Andrew also launched an attack. -437. -8, -312, -8, -784, -8. Damage figures floated up one by one. Assam's strength is simply a dimensionality-reducing blow to these mole miners. In addition, there is Sarah wielding the shadow blade in the dark. Chopping melons and vegetables along the way, the mole men fell in pieces. Xiao Xing took Lu Muxue and easily picked up the loot from behind. Railway +1, dry food +7, thick liquid +1. I have to say, this kind of battle is really comfortable. You don't need to use your hands at all, just follow behind and pick up things. And you can also gain experience points. Your territory member Sarah Blade Dance kills the mole man LV7 and gets 70 experience points. You get half of the experience points, 35, your territory member. The prompts for gaining experience points keep appearing. After a while, Xiao Xing's experience bar reached 33% of level 5, and Lu Mushua's experience bar reached 34% of level 4. There was joy in their eyes. At this time, Lu Muxue had a complicated look in her eyes again. She knew how difficult it was for the survivors to fight now. If they encountered wild creatures, they would be in danger of losing their lives if they were not careful. Among the top 10 in the current rankings, even Fong Long, Zhou Bo and others are facing the risk of losing their lives at any time during battle. However, the current battle between Xiao Xing and the others was too comfortable. After a few minutes, the battle was over. Xiao Xing picked up a large number of mining picks from these mole people, as well as some iron ingots and viscous liquid. There are also 4, Book of Chaos Week, and the harvest is pretty good. Xiao Xing said with satisfaction, keep going. Boom! Boom! The Frost Wolf Winter Breeze walked at the front. They advanced almost 500 meters, and Xiao Xing picked up a lot of rails again. The mine in front of me became much wider. At this moment, a monster nearly 2 meters tall, with its whole body covered in iron sheets and its head like a big drill, blocked everyone's way. Seeing this figure, Xiao Xing's eyes lit up instantly. Mechanical monster? The opponent's attributes appeared in front of him. Moleman technology, Earth Drilling Robot, level 15, attack, 237-250, armor, 115-124, durability, 2000, skill, Earth Drilling form, start the drill, switch to in the ground burrowing form, the movement speed is increased by 30%, causing multiple cutting damage to enemies along the way. Drill ejection, the drill bit ejects from the head, causing 5 stages of 80% attack to the enemy, with a maximum attack distance of 50 meters, and an additional 3 layers of 1 level bleeding effect, can only be used once. This earth-piercing robot has no health. As long as its durability value is cleared, it is equivalent to losing its combat effectiveness. At this moment, the earth-drilling robot also saw Xiao Xing and the others, and it made intermittent mechanical synthesized sounds from its mouth. There are enemies that need to be cleared. Then, it dwarfed. It changed from its original human form to a car form. Just like an Autobot transforming. The drill on the head started instantly and started buzzing. If you are rubbed by this kind of drill, your skin and flesh will be torn apart easily. At this moment, the ground drilling robot had already rushed towards everyone. Xiao Xing directly ordered, go ahead and deal with it. The 4 recruited creatures received the order and rushed forward at the same time. Roar! The advanced frost wolf took the lead. It slapped it down with one paw. -31, a black damage number floated up. It seems that the damage is not high, but it is actually because the armor value of this mechanical creation is very high. This earth-boring robot was attacked, turned around, and rushed towards Frost Wolf Winter. Buzz! Buzz! The drill rotated at high speed and attacked the Frost Wolf, rolling up a large piece of hair and flesh. Ouch! Frost Wolf cried out in pain. Damage numbers appeared on his head. -131, -15, -144, -15. Seeing this scene, Xiao Xing was surprised and said, here, this thing has such a high attack power? Even the Frost Wolf was almost knocked away by it. And just then, a snow-white figure suddenly jumped up, and then slapped the shell of the drill robot directly. Snap! -95, Andrew's attack was very impressive, directly causing the loss of nearly 1/20th of the durability. Moreover, a bear claw symbol appeared on the head of the earth-penetrating robot, and its defense power dropped significantly. At this time, Assam and Sarah had also arrived. 4 powerful creatures began to besiege the earth-burrowing robot. Bang! Crack! Assam's sword, Andrew's claws, and Sarah's shadow blade kept slashing at the earth-penetrating robot. -102. -8. -156. -8. -454. -8. Sarah's attack is as fierce as ever. With one strike, after triggering gift release, it can directly take away nearly a quarter of the robot's durability. When everyone focused their fire, 1/3 of the earth-penetrating robot's durability was gone. At the same time, the Frost Wolf Winter, who was under attack, had green reply numbers of +22 popping up on his head. Its blood volume is recovering rapidly. There is no suspense in the next battle. 10 seconds later, as a burst of black smoke rose from the body of the earth-burrowing robot, it returned from the earth-burrowing form to the human standing form, and said in a frustrated voice, "The robot was defeated. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed the ground-penetrating robot at level 15 and gained 150 experience points. All combatants gained 75 experience points." This combatant not only included everyone, including Eilina, who was in the territory. Chao Xing laughed again. "I feel like Eilina has reached level 6 now, right?" Lu Muxue on the side couldn't help but praise Sarah when she saw her graceful attack movements and powerful attack power. "Sarah, so amazing." Sarah heard Lu Muxue's admiration, nodded slightly and said, "It's an honor to be appreciated by you, my beautiful lord." Chao Xing rolled his eyes. This woman didn't react at all when I praised her. Lu Muxue praised her for being so happy. Shaking his head, Chao Xing came to the scrapped ground drilling robot. Moleman technology, earth drilling robot, destroyed, can be decomposed into primary energy core *1, iron *120, copper *41, mithril *27, mana stone *6, or use iron *100, use mithril *10 and mana stone *5 to repair it. The repaired burrowing robot will become a friendly unit and you can give it simple commands. Chao Xing's eyes lit up when he saw the second effect. "Ha? Can it become a friendly unit?" Chao Xing has already seen the powerful attack power of the earth-boring robot. In one-on-one status, the Frost Wolf is no match for it. Moreover, this thing can also be used to mine, so it can be called a multifunctional robot. Chao Xing glanced at the materials in his backpack. Iron *1723, mithril *133, magic stone *164. Fortunately, I picked up a lot of these materials along the way, which is more than enough to repair the earth drilling robot. So, Chao Xing directly clicked on repair. Under repair. Creak, creak, the sound of the machine rotating appeared. At the same time, the scrapped robot seemed to be active again. In those parts of its body that were attacked, the iron casing was chopped open, exposing the electrical components inside. With the input of various materials, repairs began quickly, and it was restored to its original state within a short time. A system prompt appears. "The repair is successful. You lost 100 iron, mithril?" After thinking about it, he didn't care. Anyway, his current population limit is still a lot. At this moment, the earth-drilling robot stood up again. "I am a robot. Master. Please give me your instructions." Seeing the scene, Sarah, Andrew and others cast curious eyes over. It seemed strange that the guy they had just knocked down stood up again. Chao Xing took a look at the status of the earth-boring robot. Moleman technology, earth drilling robot, level 15, attack power, 237-250, armor, 115-124, durability, 100/2000, maximum movement speed, 30 km per hour, energy consumption, 1 mana stone/30 days, low energy standby state, 1 mana stone/1 day, high energy combat state, skills, burrowing form, drill ejection. Other attributes are the same as seen before. After becoming a friendly unit, Chao Xing can already see its energy consumption and movement values. In a low energy state, only 1 mana stone is consumed per month. This energy consumption is still very low. Moreover, the durability value of the newly repaired earth-penetrating robot is in a very low state. Just when Chao Xing wanted to restore its durability, Chao Xing suddenly felt a dangerous aura approaching quickly. Assam's perception was extremely keen. He instantly pulled out his long sword and warned, "Lord, be careful." At the same time, many pairs of red eyes suddenly appeared in the darkness. Tap tap, tap tap, buzz, buzz. Dozens or hundreds of footsteps rushed towards Chao Xing and others at the same time, accompanied by the sound of the machine rotating. Andrew and Sarah's expressions froze, and they all got into the mood. When Chao Xing looked at it, a large group of mole men appeared with swords, guns, swords and halberds in their hands. Among them, there are also several robots with a height of 2 to 3 meters. Chao Xing glanced over and saw the attributes of these monsters. Moleman Archer LV11, HP, 1760, Attack, 133-135. Moleman Soldier LV7, HP, 640, Attack, 54-59. Mole Human Technology, Forklift Robot, Level 15, Attack, 377-394, Armor, 134-139, Durability, 2500, Skill, Forklift form, start the bucket and enter the excavator form, movement speed increased by 20%, skill, rampage, advance at full power, bulldoze all enemies in front of you, cause 130% critical damage to enemies along the way, and have a 50% chance of knocking enemies away. Except this among the forklift robots, Xiaoxing also saw a crawler robot with tank tracks and another earth-penetrating robot. I'm going to. Are you just stirring up a hornet's nest? Xiaoxing couldn't help but be surprised. Hundreds of mole men surrounded them, plus 3 powerful robots. Even Xiaoxing felt a pressure. However, when he thought about the strength of Sarah and others, Xiaoxing felt relieved. The recruited creatures under his command are not vegetarians either. After multiple buff blessings, their survivability and battery life have been qualitatively improved, completely enough to cope with the scene in front of me. So, Xiaoxing directly ordered, Assam, come and protect us. Andrew, Sarah, come on, Winter. At this moment, the 3 powerful second-level creatures accepted the order and rushed forward without hesitation. Past. Facing the battle in front of her, Sarah not only did not feel fear, but she also seemed very excited. She licked the corners of her red mouth and murmured, "My prey is nearby. Now, let the hunting begin." The next moment, she escaped directly into the darkness. And Andrew entered the giant bear form, without hesitation. Roar! A frost wolf, a white bear, and a group of black shadows quickly rushed into the mole man army to attack. The two sides fought directly together. Boom! Boom! Andrew and Frost Wolf, 2 behemoths, jumped directly into the group of mole man monsters, waving their sharp claws. 372, 8, 234, 8, 257, 8. A large list of damage numbers floated up. The mole man was swept away in large swaths. Chirp! Chirp! They were slapped on the wall of the mine, screaming. And just then, several second-level mole archers in the distance launched attacks at the same time. Boom! Boom! The sound of breaking through the air kept coming, hitting Andrew and Frost Wolf, activating 2 layers of armor. -54. -93. The damage is not high. The other mole people could only deal more than 10 or 20 damage. Seeing this scene, Xiaoxing was determined, because with their resilience, they can survive this kind of siege. Roar! Andrew was completely furious at this moment. He waved his bare paws as big as millstones, one slap at a time, and smashed the heads of the low-level mole men into pieces. Puff, puff! Although the frost wolf on the side is not so scary, it can kill a mole man with 2 or 3 claws. In addition, Sarah in the shadows is constantly wielding the shadow blade. One by one the mole men were killed. Hints for experience gain keep popping up. At the same time, Assam's loyal guards were by Xiaoxing's side to protect him and Lu Muxue. Xiaoxing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Andrew and the others are strong enough. So many mole people appeared all at once, which really scared me. Xiaoxing saw the newly repaired earth-boring robot aside, because only the remaining 100 points of durability, so it was not used in the battle. He tried throwing an ice therapy spell over it. A system prompt appears. The cast of Ice Healing is successful, the talent, Eternal Power, takes effect, and this skill has become permanent. The reply numbers floated up one by one, and the durability of the earth-penetrating robot was rapidly recovering. Xiaoxing's eyes lit up. I'll go, I can really do it. Then he threw an ice armor spell on the robot, and Lu Muxue also cast an Aurora blessing on it. After a while, the earth-boring robot announced that it was resurrected with full health. At this moment, it made a mechanical voice and said, "I feel in good condition." Xiaoxing nodded and said, Okay. Now that you have recovered, let's go and participate in the battle." Received, Master. On Xiaoxing's order next, this robot took steel steps and joined the battle group. Buzz. The machine drill began to rotate, and the ground-boring robot rushed into the mole people, sending them flying one by one. 254, 233, 213, 247. The damage figures floated up one by one, causing a mass of mole people to scream. Chirp! Chirp! Xiaoxing's eyes returned to the battlefield. On the field, the 3 robots have the highest attack power. The robots' powerful defense and attack power make it as difficult to fight as elite monsters of the same level. On their own, Andrew and the Frostwolves may not be afraid of them. But now, there are still so many mole people besieging them. So, they fought while shifting their positions to avoid. Chirp! Chirp! The nearby mole warriors kept slashing at Andrew and Frostwolf with their weapons. 37, 63, 54, after the double weakening of scale armor and frost armor, as well as their own defense. The damage done by these mole men is minimal. And immediately, the healing numbers +22 and +22 will appear on the heads of Frostwolf, Winter, and Andrew. Nearly 3 minutes have passed since the battle, and their blood volume has dropped by less than 30%. At the same time, their blood volume has dropped by less than 30%. Sarah also kept appearing in the shadows, attacking the 3 robots. She knew that as long as these robots were dealt with first, the remaining mole people would not be a threat. Crack! The shadow blade waved. -674. An exaggerated damage figure floated up. This blow actually triggered the double critical strike effect of Gift of Liberation. The last crawler robot was also exploded by Sarah on the spot. Seeing this scene, Xiao Xing was determined. Ha ha! Let you see what a phantom assassin with unlimited health recovery is. Sarah, kill them. At the same time, several mole people also noticed Xiao Xing behind them, and seemed to know that he was behind the scenes. Refers to the messenger. One of the mole captains wearing a hat pointed at Xiao Xing, kill him. After hearing this, the other mole people turned their gazes. Chirp, chirp. They held spears and iron swords and rushed towards Xiao Xing. Assam, who was acting as a guard on the side, moved instantly. A group of dark guys, don't offend the Lord. Cold light flashed, and the Frostwolf swordsmanship word as he danced. Swish. -322. -335. -493. One by one, the mole men died tragically under Assam's sword. After advancing to an elite creature, Assam is truly invincible. Members of your territory, Assam killed the mole man soldier LV11 and gained 110 experience points. You gained experience points, 55. Members of your territory, Sarah Blade Dance killed the mole man soldier level 13, gained experience value, 130. You gained experience value, 65. The prompts for gaining experience are coming continuously. There are hundreds of mole people here. Xiao Xing almost watched his experience bar soar rapidly. Seeing it, it has reached 86% of level 5. At this moment, Lu Muxue on the side was still in a nervous state. After the battle started, she looked around vigilantly and guarded Xiao Xing. Xiao Xing patted Lu Muxue's shoulder and said, "Okay, you can relax a little." Lu Muxue's shoulders trembled, then turned his head and breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, a white light suddenly appeared on Lu Muxue's body. Her beautiful eyes flashed slightly, and she said excitedly, "A Xing. I have reached level 5. Xiao Xing smiled and said, "Not bad, it seems that this time there is hope for you to enter the top 3. Xiao Xing checked ranking list. District 174 level ranking. First place, Xiao Xing, level 5 86%. Second place, Lu Muxue, level 5 2%. Third place, Zhou Bo, level 4 43%. Fourth place, Fang Long, level 4 21%. Lu Muxue jumped to second place. At this moment, the chat channel in District 174 was completely blown up. Lu Jing, holy. Boss Xiao Xing is so scary. Upgrading this level is like taking hormones. Chen Yu, yeah, it's outrageous. It's only been a while, and it's almost reached level 6. Ing Kuei, who is this Lu Muxue? He was able to overtake Zhou Bo and Fang Long all of a sudden, and rushed directly to the second place. Huang Shanhe, our District 174 is really a crouching tiger, hidden dragon, and he actually jumped out again, a hidden boss, and the name sounds like she's a girl. The survivors were filled with emotion. At this time, a survivor named Chen Yi said, "Wait a minute, do you think the name Lu Muxue is a bit familiar?" Hearing him mention it, the other survivors were thoughtful. It's indeed a bit familiar. I remember the top 10 goddesses listed in our Shangjiang fashion magazine. One of them is called Lu Muxue. She can't really be the goddess Muxue, right? Shuo Baosheng, I think it's very interesting maybe, except for goddess Lu Muxue, no one else has this strength, right? Let me go. It turns out to be goddess Lu Muxue, that's not surprising. At the same time, other survivors also saw the rankings. Changes in the list. Fang Long had just killed a snow wolf in a snowy field. After getting the news from his subordinates, his expression changed. This kid has almost reached level 6? And Lu Muxue has also reached level 5? Fang Long's face turned livid. I originally wanted to catch up with Xiao Xing today, but now it seems that the gap seems to be getting bigger and bigger. This made him feel a pressure. If this continues, this kid will really take first place. When the time comes, he will be no match for him if he uses the first place reward to summon a leader level creature. We have to think of a way. Fang Long opened his friend list and found a survivor named Ji Jun, sending the message said, "I asked you to check the coordinates of that kid's camp. How's the check going?" The other person quickly replied, "Boss, no one can go too far out of the camp now, and no one has found any traces of this kid. It's not easy to check." Ah. Trash. Fong Long cursed and hung up the communication. But he also knew that at this stage, it was necessary to find the coordinates of a person's camp. It is a difficult thing to do without the other party taking the initiative to expose it. Fong Long fell into thinking. After a moment, he suddenly thought of something. I remember that Mushue seemed to be staying with that kid. And Lu Mushue's family contacted me yesterday. I wonder if we can start with her family and find the coordinates of their camp. Fong Long suddenly his eyes lit up. There seems to be something going on. It is said that Lu Mushue has been controlled by her family since she was a child. All her whereabouts need to be reported, and she also obeys her parents. And Lu Jinjie is also a mercenary guy. I just need to give him more. A few pieces of food can buy him off. Thinking of this, Fong Long suddenly showed an interesting smile. So, he opened his friend list. Then, he dialed Lu Jinjie's number. At this moment, the battle in the mole man's mine has come to an end. Chao Xingzheng and Lu Mushue stayed behind Assam, launching attacks one after another easily. 340-centimeter long ice picks condensed and shot out. Puff puff puff. -84, -87, -85. One of the level 10 mole men was set on fire by Chao Xing and died suddenly on the spot. Successfully kill the mole man LV10 and gain 100 experience points. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. After replacing the magic spider cane, his attack power also changed significantly. Compared to Chao Xing, Sarah's side was even more terrifying. After realizing that the attacks of these mole people could not cause effective damage to her, Sarah immediately gave up hiding and started a frontal massacre. The shadow blade kept waving, like the Reaper of Death on the battlefield. -792. -847. -1657. Exaggerated injuries appeared one after another. One by one, these mole men fell down like chopping melons and vegetables. Chao Xing and Lu Mushue were watching Sarah's performance almost the whole time. At this time, a video call request suddenly came from Lu Mushue's side. At first glance, it was her father calling. Lu Mushue looked at Chao Xing and asked softly, "Axing, my father called again and left a message saying it was urgent. Do I want to answer?" She now trusts Chao Xing more than her family. Chao Xing thought for a moment, wondering why Lu Mushue's father called at this time. Could it be that he saw Lu Mushue on the ranking list and wanted some benefits? Chao Xing thought for a while and then said, "Take it and see what he wants to do? But just talk to him as if I'm not around." Lu Mushue nodded. Then she answered the phone. At this moment, Lu Jinjie looked at the video and said excitedly, "Xiaoxue, you finally answered the phone. You kid, we sent you so many messages and you didn't reply. What do you want to do?" Lu Mushue heard what happened next. Those words immediately made her face turn cold. "What do you want from me?" The experience of the past 2 days has gradually made her stronger. She is no longer the same Lu Mushue who was controlled by her family. Hearing Lu Mushue's tone, Lu Jinjie seemed to realize something was wrong. The scowl that had just appeared on his face quickly subsided, and he put on a smile and said, "No, it's okay. I just wanted to ask, how are you doing there? I see you're on the ranking list. You're really awesome. Your mother and your brother are so proud of you." After hearing this, Lu Mushue felt a chill in her heart. She knew the hypocrisy of Lu Jinjie's words. Speaking of being proud of herself, during the time when she became popular, she never felt that her family was proud of her. "Just think of yourself as a tool to make money," she said coldly. "If you have anything to say, just ask. If you want food, I don't have it here." When Lu Jinjie heard this, the smile on his face froze, and he seemed to be surprised by her tough attitude. But he still said it with a smile. "Xiaoxue, Daddy doesn't want food. I just want to ask where your camp is. Your mother and I have reflected on it for a long time in the past 2 days, and we know that we were really too mean to you in the past, and we feel very guilty. I think after the novice protection period is lifted, I will bring your 2 brothers over to check on you." Lu Jinjie said with deep affection and seemed to really feel regretful. However, Lu Mushue is a smart woman. When she heard this, not only did she not feel happy because of her family's confession, but she was keenly aware that something was wrong. She turned off the video image and sound, turned her head and asked, "Axing, my dad suddenly asked me for the coordinates. I felt something was wrong with him. With their temper, it's impossible for them to suddenly feel guilty for me." After hearing this, Chao Xing was stunned for a moment and said in confusion, "He wants our coordinates?" Lu Mushue nodded. Chao Xing fell into thinking, and he also felt that something was wrong. After all, at the current stage, it is difficult for the survivors to even get out of the 10 kilometers of the camp, and they will not even think about looking for other survivor bases. Moreover, with Lu Mushua's father and mother's life-saving character, they would not take this risk. There's something wrong with this. Then, it was the others who asked Lu Zhenjie to come over and ask. It's interesting. They actually thought of using Mushua's family to find out the coordinates of my camp. These guys have some ideas. As for who instigated it, Xiaoxing also knew it. It's nothing more than those few people on the ranking list who want to compete with themselves for the first place. Obviously, Fong Long is the most suspicious. After all, I had offended him. Xiaoxing showed an interesting smile on his lips and said, Mushue, tell him the coordinates, 71231521323719. Lu Mushue was a little confused, because this coordinate was not the location of their camp at all. Several hundred kilometers. What she didn't know was that the location of this coordinate was a large gathering place for safari hunters. There is a group of crazy hunters there, and they are planning a horrific massacre. It's fine if they don't go, but if they go, these guys will suffer. I'm afraid, like Tong Chuchu's father, he will be sacrificed as a sacrifice. Xiaoxing added, by the way, remind your father that at this stage, he has no way to cross hundreds of kilometers of snow, so he'd better not come to us. This is what Xiaoxing said to him. Final reminder. Lu Mushue nodded lightly. I understand. Lu Mushue opened the video screen. Then he told Lu Zhenjie the coordinates. After Lu Zhenjie saw the coordinate information, he had no doubt that he was there, and he was very happy. He said excitedly, okay, Xiaoxue, you are really our good daughter. We will bring someone over to find you in a while. After saying that, he hung up the phone directly. Lu Mushue glanced at Xiaoxing. Xiaoxing nodded. After the small episode, the previous battle was over. Xiaoxing looked at his experience points. 90% for level 5, almost reaching level 6. On the field, piles of mole man corpses fell to the ground. There were only 4 powerful second-level creatures left, plus a drill robot standing there. Xiaoxing said, start cleaning the battlefield. Lu Mushue also laughed and started collecting trophies with Xiaoxing. Obtain dry food *7, obtain viscous liquid *1, obtain iron ingot *1, obtain mole man standard dagger, white, *1, obtain mole man standard spear, white, *1. System prompts keep appearing. It took about 10 minutes. They cleared the battlefield. Gained cumulatively. Dry food *372, viscous liquid *79, Book of Chaos Week *5, Iron Ingot *43, then there are more than 40 various whiteboard weapons. In addition, Xiaoxing also saw 3 robots emitting black smoke standing quietly next to them. Moleman Technology, Bucket Robot, destroyed. Moleman Technology, Crawler Robot, destroyed. Moleman Technology, Earth Drilling Robot, destroyed. Xiaoxing directly spent a lot of materials and clicked to repair. A system prompt appears. Under repair. Crack. The damaged parts of the 3 scarred robots are rapidly recovering, including the electronic components inside. The repair is successful. You have obtained the Bucket Robot LV-15*1, the Crawler Robot LV-15*1, the Ground Drilling Robot LV-15*1, and the Territory Population +3. The 3 robots made a mechanical synthesis sound and looked at Xiaoxing and said, Master, please give me your instructions. Xiaoxing nodded with satisfaction. These robots are comparable in strength to elite monsters of the same level. Combined with Xiaoxing's talent, it is equivalent to a qualitative change. It can also increase a lot of combat effectiveness for yourself. Then, he ordered, keep moving forward. 4 robots, plus 4 second-level creatures, walked forward in a mighty manner. Xiaoxing and Lu Mushue, on the other hand, continued to follow. Because all the mole people in this mine had been killed by Xiaoxing, he had almost nothing to worry about. Whatever I saw on the road, I took it away. Obtain mine card *1, iron ore *67, cursed metal *12, mithril ore *5, mana stone *23, stone block *112. Rail track *42, mana crystal *1. Obtained. Picking up all the way, it can be said to be a bumper harvest. Xiaoxing looked at the materials in his backpack with excitement in his eyes. Or car *27, railway *1334, iron ore *1023, curse metal *357, mithril ore *135, mana stone *274. These are the gains from entering the mine this time. It can be called a bumper harvest. Xiaoxing said happily. The rails more than 1,000 meters long are now enough to be laid in the mines near the camp. However, Xiaoxing felt something strange. Since this is a mine, it's obvious that the mole people have been working here for some time. So, where did the ore mined by this group of mole people go? So, Xiaoxing said to Andrew and others in front, pay attention to whether there are any forks in this mine. and look for the warehouse of this group of mole people. After hearing this, Assam and Andrew the others all began to look around. However, everyone continued to explore and move forward along the depths of the mine. Not long after, a bright light actually appeared in front of him. Through the bright light, I discovered that this was also the entrance to a mine. This situation shows that they have passed through this deep mine. Assam, who was walking at the front, said, "Lord, I found many traces of ruts at the entrance of the mine. The group of mole men may have transported the mine or through this passage." Chao Xing was stunned for a moment, looking at the ruts extending deep into the snow. It was obvious that the mole man's convoy had left for a while and they were a step late. Chao Xing shook his head. "Forget it, let's go back first." This time, their harvest was big enough. Not only did they obtain a large amount of ore, but also a large amount of experience. 4 new powerful robots have been added to the team. And the key is that these 4 robots are very maneuverable in the snow. Especially that giant crawler robot. With a height of 3 meters and 2 huge tracks, it can adapt to many terrains. Chao Xing thought, it shouldn't be a problem for a robot like this to walk in the snow with 2 people, right? Thinking of this, Chao Xing took the lead in climbing on the back of the crawler robot and found a flat place to sit. Then he patted it on the shoulder and said, "Go forward." The crawler robot received the order, and the 2 tracks began to rotate rapidly. Crunch! Crunch! 2 ruts nearly 50 centimeters wide were left on the snow ahead. The crawler robot moved forward rapidly, and Chao Xing was pleasantly surprised when he felt the whistling wind in his ears. So fast! The maneuverability of this crawler robot is beyond my imagination. So, Chao Xing continued, "Crawler robot, move forward at full speed." The crawler robot responded with a mechanical sound, received. Master. Buzz. Its energy core began to rotate rapidly, switching to a high energy state. At this moment, the moving speed of the crawler robot increased a lot, reaching a speed of 30 kilometers per hour. You know, this is on the snow. The speed of 30 kilometers per hour is already quite amazing. Woohoo! So fast! Chao Xing looked excitedly at the scene of rapid retreat around him. Andrew and others who were at the entrance of the mine looked at Chao Xing riding a crawler robot in the snow ahead, and looked at each other. After a few turns, Chao Xing controlled the crawler robot and walked back. Then, he looked at Lu Muxue standing aside and said, "Muxue, come up." Chao Xing controlled the crawler robot and stretched out his arm in a gesture of invitation. With a curious look in her eyes, Lu Muxue stepped on the mechanical palm, then was lifted up smoothly, and her gaze began to rise. After a while, she was sitting next to Chao Xing. Chao Xing asked, "Are you seated firmly?" Lu Muxue nodded slightly, "Yes." Chao Xing said, "Okay, let's set off and return." Andrew, Assam and others received the order and began to move towards the vast snowy field. 4 robots followed closely behind. Boom! Boom! The 8 figures moved forward very fast. With the arrival of robots, their mobility capabilities can be said to have increased significantly. It is 7 kilometers away from the camp and it previously took more than an hour to reach. However, now, at this speed, it only takes 10 minutes to return to the camp. It can be said to be a huge improvement. Haha, the cold wind blew by my ears. The crawler robot travels very fast and smoothly. But under the ice and snow, there may be obstacles such as gravel or branches hidden. Although it will be run over by the tracks, it also causes some bumps. Lu Muxue was a little nervous and involuntarily grabbed Chao Xing's wrist. Then, she seemed to have found her backbone and suddenly felt at ease. In front, Andrew was riding a frost wolf, Assam is on all 4s, plus 4 robots. A group of people walked mightily in this vast snowfield. As for Sarah, she was sent by Chao Xing to explore the surrounding environment. In a few minutes, they had advanced almost 3 kilometers. At this moment, Sarah's figure flashed and appeared in front of Chao Xing. "Stop." Chao Xing quickly stopped the team and asked, "Sarah, what's wrong?" Sarah replied calmly, "There is a battle ahead." "Battle?" Chao Xing asked doubtfully, "Who is it?" Sarah replied, "A group of safari, they siege of an ice mammoth safari and mammoth." At this time, the druid on the side was also a little confused and said, "The ice mammoth is a migrant from the snowfield and a social creature. With the strength of the safari, it cannot deal with such a powerful creature." He seemed to know Andrew's doubts. Sarah shook her head. That was a young mammoth that was alone, but it fell into a hunter's trap. Upon hearing this, the druid had an angry look in his eyes. This group of safari, it's not enough to destroy those city-states, they have extended their claws to the sacred mammoths. These destroyers of nature must be punished. He looked at Chao Xing and saluted respectfully. Said, "Lord, please help the poor mammoth." Chao Xing thought for a moment, and then said, "Go and take a look first." He did not say that he must take action, but wanted to see the strength of the safari first. Sarah nodded, then turned around and led the way. Everyone moved in a different direction. In a minute or two they arrived at the spot where Sarah had discovered the fight. This is a canyon with a crack nearly 100 meters wide in front of it. On top of the crack, there are several giant tree trunks that are hundreds of meters long, acting as bridges. One of the giant tree bridges seemed to have broken, and something fell down. However, this canyon is not deep, only a few dozen meters high. They heard shouts coming from down the canyon. Throw the net! Throw the net quickly! Pull in the chain and restrict its movement. Don't let this mammoth escape. Follow the sound. Below the canyon, there is a group of masked humans, holding swords and spears in their hands, and they are besieging a gray-white, huge creature. The body is nearly 5 meters tall, covered with gray-white hair, and has curved fangs that are 2 meters long. Chao Xing's heart moved. This is the extinct creature on Blue Star, the mammoth. At this moment, the ice mammoth was stabbed with many spears, and blood was oozing out of each hole. A net of thorns covered its body, and the sharp thorns pierced into its flesh. In addition, an iron chain was wrapped around its limbs. More than a dozen safari hunters grabbed the iron chain and restricted its movement. The mammoth kept making angry noises. Chao Xing took a look at the attributes of this mammoth. Ice Mammoth, Level 20, Race, Beast, Level, Second Level Boss Level Creature, HP, 3823/15023, Attack, 974-1056, Attributes, Strength 414, Agility 358, Spirit 361, Physique 495, Skill, Ice Roar, emits a deafening roar, causing surrounding enemies to fall into a state of shock, reducing defense by 100, and the effect lasts for 3 seconds. Fang Pick, kicks the enemy away, causing 180% attack power, damage, with 2 layers of level 5 bleeding effects. Mammoth Trample, the mammoth raises its forelimbs and steps down hard, causing 300% damage to enemies under its feet, and 80% concussion damage to enemies within 100 meters, causing them to falling into a dazed state for 1 to 3 seconds. Violent Charge, the ice mammoth falls into a violent state, running at extreme speed, increasing its movement speed by 200%, making targets that are less powerful than itself 100% knocked away. Talent, Behemoth Physique, health points increased by an additional 30%, Talent 2, Cold Resistance, Status, Bleeding, Poisoned, Seriously Injured, Fractured. Chao Xing's eyes moved slightly. Good guy, a level 20 boss level monster, this attribute is really powerful. But obviously, the mammoth is in very bad shape right now. It fell into a trap carefully prepared by this group of hunters. And the key is that it is still being besieged by at least 20 or 30 hunters. The spears stabbed its skin one after another, causing bursts of blood. Its blood volume is constantly decreasing. The snow-covered ground was already stained red with the blood of mammoths. The mammoth raised its head and let out an angry roar, as if trying to break free from the safari's control. However, its hind legs were severely fractured and it was difficult to even stand. The hunters nearby were still struggling to hold on to the chains, not giving it any chance to escape. One of the elite safari men laughed loudly. Brothers, hold on. This mammoth is dying. Our camp has not had meat for a long time. After hunting this mammoth, at least it will be enough. The leader will definitely reward us for our food for half a month. After hearing this, the other safari men became very motivated. At this moment, one of the skinny hunters wanted to show off his bravery. He held a spear and rushed forward quickly. Then, when the ice mammoth didn't notice, he jumped up high, held the spear in his hand, and stabbed the mammoth's neck fiercely. Half of the spear sank directly in. The mammoth raised its head and screamed. But the safari said excitedly, I did it. I did it. I hit the mammoth's vital point. I am the bravest warrior of our Church of Light. The leader will definitely appreciate me. And here it is. Our. The mammoth flicked its trunk and jerked over. Bang! The safari was instantly whipped away. -1074. A big damage number floated up. The safari flew dozens of meters away, hit a rock hard, and died. The safari were horrified and said angrily, Little Jack is dead. Attack with all your strength, don't let Little Jack's death be in vain. A large number of long-range attacks hit the icefield mammoth on the head. -24. -37. -56. -32. -147. A large series of damage numbers floated up. There's also a lot of bleeding damage involved. The mammoth's HP poured out like water, and soon fell below 2,000. This mammoth seemed to have exhausted its last strength. With a whimper, he fell down like a hill. Boom! The sound of the mammoth falling to the ground was startling. The safari said excitedly, the mammoth is down, kill it. The safari rushed forward like a pack of hungry wolves. This mammoth is still in its juvenile stage and is not as powerful as the adult mammoths. You know, any adult mammoth is more than 10 meters tall, and it is at least level 30 or 40. The mammoth lying on the ground seemed to know that his death was coming, and there were tears in his eyes. Seeing this scene, Andrew couldn't bear it in his eyes. He knelt down on his knees, came to Chao Xing and begged, "Lord, please take action to save this poor child." Chao Xing nodded and said, "Get up, Andrew, these believers of the evil god, everyone if you find it, I will kill it." Just now, Chao Xing was just observing the strength of the group of hunters below. And now, he has come to a conclusion. Below, there is one elite hunter of level 15, 5 second-level hunters of level 10 or above, and the others are ordinary hunters below level 10. With this strength, the recruited creatures under his command can easily deal with it. Hearing this, Andrew had tears in his eyes and said moodily, "Nature will thank you, my kind lord. Your actions have impressed Andrew, your loyalty has increased, and your current loyalty is 93, Chao Xing secretly nodded. Andrew's loyalty has also been raised, and soon he will be able to get the second territorial member with a loyalty of 100. Chao Xing stood up from the back of the crawler robot and ordered, "Now, all go out and kill all the hunters below." Assam took the lead in pulling out his sword, "Swear to defend the honor of the Lord." Xuan. Wolf Knight, move out. He rode the frost wolf and took the lead in taking a leap of faith. However, from such a high place, even a frost wolf would be seriously injured if he jumped. Therefore, Assam would not be so stupid. Instead, he used the big rocks protruding from the canyon to make a few nimbly leaps and landed safely on the ground. At the same time, the remaining 3 robots and Sarah all started taking action. Andrew transformed directly into the form of a giant bear, and then roared. Roar! The terrifying sound wave echoed in the canyon. The group of hunters stopped attacking and looked overhead in confusion. What is that? It seems to be a white bear, and other humans? At the same time, Assam, who was riding a frost wolf, had already rushed in front of the group of hunters. There is an enemy! Stop him, the elite ranger shouted. The other safari men entered the fighting state one after another, and 5 or 6 safari men rushed up in an instant to besiege Assam. Assam took the lead, facing an enemy several times his own without any clue and brazenly drawing out his sword. Aha! Swish! 372, 243, 354, 271. The frost wolf sword technique was so powerful that he danced like a tiger, and the frost wolf under his feet was also constantly swinging its claws to knock these hunters away. Bang! Bang bang! The elite safari saw his companion being shot away and knew that this was a tough move. He ordered, "Come together, catch this guy and present it to the leader." At this moment, the other side of the canyon, 3 robots have slid down a steep slope. Boom! The roar of the machine came. Ha! Is there any help? The elite safari looked surprised. At this moment, he suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. A crisis of death enveloped him. Sarah didn't know when she had touched the elite safari's backside. The shadow blade was handed out silently. Puff! -1764. A horrific injury appeared. This elite safari felt a terrible wound appear on his back. Hiss! What kind of attack is this? The elite hunter gasped and was about to escape. But the shadow behind him clung to him again like a maggot attached to his bones. The enemy targeted by Sarah has absolutely no chance of escaping. And Andrew next to him turned into a violent giant bear, flying away and tearing apart all the hunters next to the mammoth. Member of your territory, Andrew killed the Ranger LV8 and gained 80 experience points. Combatants gain 40 experience points. Members of your territory, Assam killed Ranger LV7 and gained 70 experience points. Combatants gain 35 experience points. Reminders for gaining experience points continue to come. Chao Xing stood above the canyon, quietly watching the battle below. In this kind of situation, he doesn't need to take action. 2 minutes later, the battle came to an end. On the battlefield below, only the last few hunters were still struggling to hold on. Let's go, Mushue, let's go down too. After saying that, Chao Xing and Lu Mushue jumped off the back of the crawler robot. After leaving the crawler robot on top of the canyon, he slowly slid down with Lu Mushue. And when he came down, the battle was over. Sarah killed this level 15 elite hunter with one blow. A system prompt appears. Territorial member, Sarah Blade Dance killed Elite Ranger LV15 and gained 450 experience points. You gain experience points, 225 points. At the same time, a white light rose from Chao Xing's body. Your level has been upgraded, current level, 6, a total of, Strength +1, Agility +2, Spirit +4, Constitution +2 for this upgrade. Chao Xing felt that there was a magic in his body again power. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction, and then directly ordered, Assam, Sarah, clean the battlefield. Andrew, come with me. The blood in Andrew's eyes gradually faded, and the killing just now turned him into a complete beast. After a moment, a pious gaze reappeared in his eyes. At this moment, Andrew followed Chao Xing respectfully, and then came to the ice mammoth together. Chao Xing glanced at the current state of the mammoth. Ice mammoth, HP, 1104/15023, status, bleeding, fractured, poisoned, dying, with a lot of negative statuses. The situation of this ice mammoth is not optimistic, and it has fallen into a state of near death. Moreover, its health points are constantly losing due to bleeding and poisoning. Purple numbers, -5, and -6, kept popping up above the head. Chao Xing frowned. This mammoth is too seriously injured, it's a bit troublesome. Lu Mushua clenched her fists involuntarily, with a distressed look on her face. Wu the mammoth fell to the ground, letting out a faint moan. It also seems to know that its end is approaching. With pity in his eyes, Andrew stepped forward and gently stroked the mammoth's head. Poor child. Andrew turned around and looked at Chao Xing with a pleading look. Lord, can you save this mammoth? Chao Xing did not answer, but tried to ask the mammoth. Mammoth lost an ice healing technique. A system prompt appears. Healing skills cannot be used on non-friendly units. Chao Xing frowned slightly, then shook his head. Andrew, my power can only be used on my own subjects, and cannot be used to save mammoths. Upon hearing this, a trace of despair suddenly flashed in Andrew's eyes. How could this happen? The damage numbers were still popping up on the head of the mammoth on the ground, and it looked like it had dropped below 1,000. Andrew sighed. He knew that there was nothing he could do but accompany the mammoth through the last journey of his life. Woo! Woo! The mammoth's breath became weaker and weaker. Chao Xing seemed to remember something at this time. When I killed the big spider before, the system gave me a pet contract. I just don't know if it can be used on such a powerful creature as a mammoth. If possible, if the mammoth becomes a friendly creature, I should be able to heal it, right? Thinking of this, Chao Xing decided to give it a try. Andrew, can you talk to it? Andrew raised his head and replied, Lord, I can do some simple communication. Chao Xing nodded. Okay, you communicate with it and ask it, are you willing to be my pet and sign a pet contract with me? Only by becoming my pet can I help it. Andrew was stunned, and then he seemed to see some hope. He said excitedly, I will try my best to persuade this child. The mammoth family is powerful, is also proud. In Andrew's memory, there were few warriors who could tame this creature. Mammoths would rather die than succumb to other creatures. But now, in order to keep it alive, Andrew can only try his best to persuade. Andrew put his bare paw on the mammoth's body and made some strange syllables in his mouth. Mammoth turned his pupils with difficulty, looked at Chao Xing, and then at Andrew. It seems that he is also making some kind of difficult decision. After a moment, it let out a low whimper. Woo! The next moment, joy suddenly appeared in Andrew's eyes. Andrew turned around and said happily, Lord, this mammoth has agreed. It is willing to become your pet. Please take it under your command now and treat it. Andrew seemed very anxious, because as time went by, this mammoth's blood volume was reduced to its last 500 or so. The breath is getting weaker and weaker. Chao Xing was also a little surprised when he heard mammoth agreed, and then he looked surprised. After all, this mammoth is a boss-level creature, and it is still in its infancy, so it can be said to have great potential. If he can become his pet and cooperate with his talent, he will definitely grow to a powerful height in the future. But now, let's sign a contract with it first. Chao Xing took out the pet contract scroll from his backpack. Elementary pet contract. Green, you can use this contract on a wild creature to make it your exclusive pet. The success rate is 5% 20%. The success rate of this contract scroll is very low. But now, because the mammoth himself has agreed, there will be no resistance. Therefore, the success rate of this contract scroll has reached 100%. Do you want to use the pet contract scroll to sign a contract with the mammoth LV20? Yes. The scroll in Chao Xing's hand disappeared and turned into a ball of white light hitting the mammoth's body. At the same time, the mammoth seemed to be affected by something. Its body moved. After a while, Chao Xing also felt a strange feeling in his heart. Somehow, he felt that he seemed to have established some kind of connection with this mammoth. A system prompt appears. The contract is successful, the icefield mammoth has become your pet, and the territory population +5. Chao Xing was startled, it actually occupied 5 of my people? However, considering the strength of this mammoth, it is not that surprising. In front of Chao Xing, an attribute panel appeared. Ice mammoth, unnamed, race, beast, detailed attributes, same as above, satisfaction, 75, loyalty, 80, status, dying. You can still name it. Xiaoxing thought for a moment, and then said, from now on, you will be called Dabai. Mammoth, Dabai was named successfully. Whoop Dabai responded in a low voice on the ground. Xiaoxing looked at its health that was still passing by, then looked at Lu Mushue next to him and said, Mushue, throw a few purification spells at Dabai first. Your current purification spell level is not high, you may need to throw more. It takes a few to remove all its negative states. Lu Mushue nodded, okay, Xing then. She raised the knight's sword and raised it above her head. The colorful aurora gathered from the tip of her sword, and then fell directly into the mammoth's body. May the holy aurora bless you. In an instant, the poison state on the mammoth was cleared. At the same time, Xiaoxing also raised his staff and threw an ice healing technique. A system prompt for talent activation appears. On Dabai's head, green +25 and +25 reply numbers also appeared. Baymax's health is slowly recovering. But because the injury was too severe, the effect of the reply was not obvious. Likewise, damage numbers are still popping up on its head. -14, -7, -8. The blood volume restored every second can only barely offset Baymax's lost blood volume. If it weren't for Xiaoxing's talent of eternal power, and another frost mage came over, even if he accepted the mammoth as a pet, he would still watch it die because of insufficient treatment. The problem now is to stop the mammoth's injuries first. Xiaoxing said, Andrew, clean up all the spears and chains on Dabai's body. You must first stop the bleeding on his body. Andrew's loyalty has almost caught up with Assam's. For Xiaoxing's orders are almost obeyed. He said respectfully, yes, my merciful lord. Then, he stretched out his bare claws and pulled out the spears and arrows from the mammoth one by one. Puff! -74, -56. Each time it is drawn, the mammoth will make a painful whine, and a damage number will appear on its head. But fortunately, with Lu Mushue's continuous release of Purification Book, coupled with the continuous treatment of ice therapy, the wounds quickly stopped bleeding. At the same time, the number of injuries on the mammoth's head was gradually decreasing. Xiaoxing breathed a sigh of relief. Next, all we have to do is wait for Baymax's blood volume to slowly recover. However, with its full 15,000 HP, it would take a long time to recover. Everyone waited silently. At the same time, Assam and Sarah have also finished cleaning up the battlefield. Assam came to Xiaoxing and handed over several cloth bags. Lord, these are the things found from those hunters. Xiaoxing nodded and took it. Coins obtained *642, after earning 642 yuan today, a smile appeared on Xiaoxing's lips. At the same time, Sarah also handed something to Xiaoxing. It was a pair of gray trousers, made of unknown material and covered with layers of scales. After Xiaoxing took it, the system prompt appeared. Get scale armor bottoms, green, *1. Xiaoxing looked at Sarah in surprise as it was another green outfit. This is. Sarah said calmly, this was taken from the safari captain. I think this is the only thing on him that is more valuable. Xiaoxing laughed and praised, Shala, good job. Sarah pursed her lips and turned her head away, seemingly not paying attention to Xiaoxing's praise. Xiaoxing didn't pay attention and checked the attributes of this piece of equipment. Scale armor bottoms, green, quality, excellent, armor, 5/7, with special effect, agility +3, with special effect, fish scale armor, when receiving a physical attack, offset 5 points of strength caused by damage. Xiaoxing nodded with satisfaction, yes, these pants can add a lot of armor to me. He put them on directly, and his survivability was improved again. After a few minutes of waiting, the ice mammoth's HP has also returned to over 10,000. However, when its blood volume returned to 12,000, it stopped rising. Because it entered a severe fracture state, its upper limit of blood volume was reduced by 20%. Dabai struggled to stand up, as if trying to stand up again. However, due to a broken right leg bone, it took several attempts before it could barely stand still. Moreover, in this state, even if he stood up, Baymax could no longer move. Xiaoxing said, Andrew, help Dabai recover. Andrew nodded, he understood what Xiaoxing meant. He came behind Dabai, raised its thick elephant legs, and said comfortingly, my child, please bear with me for a while. As soon as he finished speaking, it suddenly broke off. Crack! There was a clear sound of bone dislocation. -2,724. Mood Dabai let out a painful scream, his huge body trembling continuously. Andrew stroked it gently, seeming to soothe it. Dabai also stood there obediently, trembling all over and persisting. After a while, as the ice therapy continued to recover, Dabai's blood volume increased again. And when it gradually returned to full health, Baymax also returned to its full strength. Compared with the dying mammoth lying on the ground a few minutes ago, it now looks like a new life. The mammoth raised its trunk and roared. This roar was full of energy and had powerful penetrating power. The snow on both sides of the canyon was shaken down. Everyone couldn't help but cover their ears. The cry made their blood surge. Level 20 boss level creatures are really powerful. Chao Xing covered his ears and shouted, "Dabai, don't shout too loudly." Upon hearing Chao Xing's voice, the mammoth stopped roaring and lowered its head. His big copper eyes stared at the man in front of him. It knew that it was this human being who saved itself. Dabai walked up to Chao Xing and gently nuzzled his body with his nose. Woo! Woo! It looked very close to Chao Xing. Chao Xing also happily touched its trunk. A system prompt appears. Because you rescued the pet, Dabai, your loyalty has been increased. Current loyalty, 90. After your loyalty reaches 100, you will completely gain the trust of the pet and can unlock the mount function. Chao Xing's eyes lit up. You can unlock the mount if you have 100 loyalty? Woohoo! That's a good relationship. After all, compared to sitting on these robots, riding a mammoth is more exciting. At the same time, Assam, who had explored the surrounding terrain, came over to report, "Lord, I looked on both sides of the nearby canyon and found no place where the mammoth could go up. It is too big." After listening to Assam's report, Chao Xing glanced around. This canyon is 70 or 80 meters deep. The terrain on both sides is relatively steep, and occasionally you can see a few large raised rocks. Chao Xing and the others can climb up easily. But with Baymax's size, it's a bit difficult to get up. It was impossible for Chao Xing to leave Dabai here and take others up by himself. After all, this is a level 20 boss level creature with very powerful combat power. After thinking for a moment, Chao Xing said, "Let's go along the depths of this canyon and see if there is anywhere else we can go up." "Yes, Lord. Following your orders, Andrew is willing to charge into battle for you." Assam and others received the order and moved towards the depths of the canyon. As for the crawler robot above, under Chao Xing's order, it clung to the edge of the crack and followed the footsteps of everyone. Dabai followed the team, his huge body looking very powerful. Boom! Boom! Its thick elephant legs made a heavy sound like an earthquake with every step it took. With the addition of Mammoth, Chao Xing's team has become stronger. At the same time, because the crawler robot did not come down, Chao Xing lost his transportation. He looked at the forklift robot aside. Its bucket is 50 centimeters deep and nearly 1 meter wide, which is completely enough for him and Lu Muxue to sit in. So Chao Xing directed the bucket robot to put down the bucket and sit in with Lu Muxue. Crunch! The sound of the mechanical arm turning appeared. Chao Xing's vision began to expand. He looked ahead and said happily, "Let's start the excavator." The team started to move forward again and maintained a good speed. At this time, Chao Xing glanced at the time above his head. Countdown to dark, 2:17. Current temperature, -53, it will be dark in 2 hours. It seems that we have to hurry up and find the way up and return to the camp. At this time, sit down. Lu Muxue on the side reminded, axing, "There seems to be a snowfall tonight." Chao Xing nodded, he also remembered this. Although there is no tendency for snow to fall yet. Once it starts to snow, the temperature will drop rapidly, and the road conditions will become more complicated because of the snow cover. This will slow them down even more. He had to take people back to the camp as soon as possible, otherwise he would have to spend the night outside tonight. Chao Xing ordered, "Everyone, speed up. Sarah, go ahead and investigate first." Everyone speeded up, and the 4 robots also entered a high energy consumption state. And Sarah's figure also disappeared from the place. Tap 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 tap. The sound of dense footsteps sounded. The surrounding scene is moving backwards rapidly. This canyon seems to have been formed due to some kind of geological movement. The ground is relatively flat, and occasionally 1 or 2 boulders covered by wind and snow can be seen. Half an hour later, they advanced almost 3 or 4 kilometers. Sarah appeared silently again. As an assassin. Not only does she have a strong assassination ability, but she also has a strong investigative ability, making her more suitable for exploration than Assam. Sarah said calmly, "There is a camp 1 kilometer ahead, and a large number of safari people have gathered inside." After listening to Sarah's report, Chao Xing was stunned. There is actually a safari camp in this place? However, it reminded me of the scene where the group of safari hunters rounded up Dubai just now. It's no surprise that there's a safari camp nearby. Chao Xing nodded and continued to ask, "What is the strength of that group of hunters?" Sarah replied, "There are about 40 hunters in the camp, most of them are ants, and 4 of them are too a powerful person. However, there is a breath that feels stronger to me, similar to the strength of the breath on this mammoth. After Sarah finished speaking, Xiaoxing also fell into thinking. It's similar to Baymax, which means there may be a level 20 boss level creature there. Plus there are 3 or 4 elite level hunters. This is a quite powerful force. Xiaoxing weighed the combat power of both sides in his mind and came to a conclusion. That is, almost evenly matched. However, if there is a fight, the opponent will have a numerical advantage. On my side, all creatures have their own ice healing technique, and frost armor, blessings, and naturally have unlimited blood recovery. Very good at this kind of battle with one against many. Just when Xiaoxing was thinking, Sarah added at this time, next to the camp, I saw a staircase made of boulders. We can climb up from there. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxing's eyes lit up. There were stairs, which meant they could let the mammoth climb up and follow them back to camp. Xiaoxing directly announced, then what are you waiting for? Everyone, let us impose sanctions on these crazy cultists. Assam directly pulled out his sword and was the first to respond, I am willing to do it for the Lord. Charge forward, sir. Andrew also extended his claws, the power of nature will guide me forward. The group began to rush forward quickly. 2 minutes later, they saw from a distance that in the canyon ahead, there were small bases built with wood and stones. There are also several safari men holding swords patrolling nearby. At this moment, several safari hunters were looking ahead and whispering to each other. It's strange, why haven't Lamush and the others come back yet? Yes, they have been out for most of the day. In the past, when I went out hunting, I would be back in half a day at most. You think, Lamush has been away for so long this time, why? Won't you catch any big prey? As soon as he said this, other hunters also started to look forward to it. At this moment, they vaguely saw several figures appearing in front of them. It seems like someone is coming. Are they Lamush and the others? When these hunters looked intently, they immediately saw an armored knight riding a frost wolf and a druid on all fours. Next to them were 3 running robots, running towards them. After the initial daze, these hunters suddenly exclaimed, it's the enemy! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Warning sounds came one after another. As a well-known cult force on this continent, the rangers basically yell at everyone to beat them up, and any creature they see is their enemy. At the same time, the entire safari camp was in chaos, and a large number of safari men rushed out of the tent with weapons in hand. The camp was in chaos, and a large number of hunters rushed out of the tent with weapons in hand. Xiaoxing and Lu Muxue were still sitting on the robot's bucket. In front of me, a system prompt appeared. Discover special area, Safari Medium Camp. This is a medium-sized gathering place for hunters. A black-robed priest from the Church of Light is stationed here. It is extremely dangerous. Please approach with caution. The black-robed priest should be the powerful leader Sarah mentioned. That's it. However, Xiaoxing didn't hesitate at all at this moment and just let Assam and others continue to rush forward. The safari also rushed over, shouting as they advanced, kill all these intruders. Dedicate them to the leader. The two sides approached. Assam, Andrew, and the other 2 robots instantly fought with the hunters. Aha! Swish! The long sword in Assam's hand flashed with cold light, leaving several sword wounds on the bodies of the hunters around him. -274. -295. -285. A row of damage numbers floated up. Roar! The frost wolf at his feet directly knocked down a hunter, and then began to bite madly. Ah! It! Get this guy off me quickly, ah! The scream of the safari came, and then disappeared in the blink of an eye. Andrew was equally brave and almost completely gave up his defense. He directly entered, giant bear form, and slapped it with his huge bear paw. Bang! Bang! Every hunter hit by his bear paws would be seriously injured if not dead. 427, 463, 485, less than 10 seconds after the battle started, at least 4 or 5 safari were directly killed by Assam and Andrew. Xiaoxing's ears kept ringing with reminders of gaining experience. At the same time, all kinds of long-range attacks such as thrown spears and arrows fell on Andrew and Assam. A series of damage figures floated up. -27. -56. -32. -47. They allowed the attacks of the hunters to fall on themselves, unmoved, because they believe that the Lord's ice healing technique can bring back their blood volume. And these hunters who attack them will immediately receive the fiercest counterattack from Assam and Andrew. Roar! Kill! At the same time, the 2 ground drilling robots also transformed into attack forms, and the giant drills began to spin wildly, charging all the way. Buzz! The hunters were knocked upside down and their skin and flesh were torn. 237, 231, 222, 234. Densely packed damage figures floated up. Ah! What the hell is this? My legs! Ah! The hunters who were attacked by their drills all let out heart-piercing screams. As for Sarah, she quietly approached the hunters holding bows and arrows. Quietly, he handed over the shadow blade. -734. -796. -1672. Terrifying damage figures floated up one after another, and these hunter archers fell silently. The fight started less than a minute ago. The safari has a tendency to collapse. That's when 4 hunters, wearing black cloaks and obviously more powerful, rushed out. They also saw Andrew and others who were killing crazily, and the defeated hunters. One of the hunters holding a chain hammer turned extremely ugly. He ordered, "Come on, I'll deal with that giant bear. You each choose an opponent, one for each of you." The next moment, he accelerated instantly and rushed towards Andrew. Call. Whoops. The huge chain hammer whirred as he danced. Then when he rushed in front of Andrew, he threw off the chain hammer in his hand and shouted loudly. Die. Bang. There was a dull sound of flesh. Unprepared. Andrew was hit directly by the hammer and suffered severe injuries to his back. -388. Andrew's blood volume dropped instantly. There was a proud look in the safari's eyes. However, this completely aroused the murderous intention in Andrew's heart. Roar! Andrew roared, like a crazy giant beast, and rushed towards him. At the same time, 3 other cloaked hunters also faced Assam and 2 earth-penetrating robots. These 4 safaris are all very strong and evenly matched with Andrew and Assam. Although the attack power of the other 2 robots was comparable to that of elite creatures of the same level, they were also suppressed one-on-one. After Andrew and others were dragged away, the killings in the camp gradually stopped. Then more and more safari hunters surrounded them. The situation seems to be getting a little pessimistic. At the same time, Xiaoxing, who was watching the battle 200 meters away, also saw the attributes of those hunters. Wanderer Vanguard Warrior LV-15, level 2 elite creature, HP, 3724/4537, attack power, 354-377, skill, hammer blow, throwing a hammer, causing 120 damage to the enemy, percent attack damage, with a 50% chance of causing the enemy to enter a dazed state, with a maximum attack distance of 15 meters. Parry, adopting a defensive stance, with a 50% chance of negating 80% of the damage received from the attack. Big pendulum, swinging the chain hammer, entering high-speed rotating state, causing multi-stage attack damage to all enemies. Safari Pioneer Swordsman LV-15, level, 2nd level elite creature, HP, 4131/4368, attack power, 343-366, skills, upward move, crosscut, eagle strike into the sky. These 4 hunters are all level 15 elite creatures with very powerful attributes. Lu Mushues said worriedly, "Axing, are we going to help?" Xiaoxing shook his head and said, "No, it's not time for us to show up yet." After all, Xiaoxing still had a killer weapon that he hadn't used yet. Then, he looked behind him and said, "Dubai, go." Hearing Xiaoxing's instructions, there was a terrifying roar from behind a boulder. Moo! The terrifying sound echoed continuously in the canyon, causing the faces of the safari group to suddenly change. What animal's cry is that? What a terrifying momentum! The next moment, a terrifying creature 5 meters high with 2 ferocious fangs ran from not far away. Boom! 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 The ground shook wildly. In his prime state, Baymax is like a giant beast running wildly. There was a look of horror in the eyes of the hunters. Mammoth! It's a mammoth! Why is there a mammoth here? It seems to be coming towards us. Before the safari could react, Dubai had already rushed into the battlefield. It seemed to know that these guys were hunting him down just now and almost caused him to lose his life. Dubai rushed directly to the side of several safari hunters. He raised his head and the curved fangs flashed with cold light. Puff! Puff! -1247. -1341. The bodies of the 2 safari men were penetrated directly, and they were too dead to die. Then, it raised its front hooves and stepped down hard. Boom! After a terrifying shock, the other 2 safari hunters were trampled into pulp. The power of level 20 boss-level creatures is clearly revealed at this moment. At this moment, the 4 black-cloaked hunters who were dealing with Assam looked ugly. Get a few more people and trap this mammoth. As soon as we resolve the battle here, we will go over and help you. However, before he could finish his words, a terrifying long roar sounded again. Moo! Dubai actually activated the violent charge skill directly. Dabai directly activated the violent charge skill. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the mammoth was like a runaway train, rampaging through the entire camp. Tent houses were overturned by it. All the safari along the way were knocked away. Puff puff puff. -742. -854. -763. In the furious charge state, Baymax's movement speed directly increased by 200%. This impact alone can kill an average hunter directly. At this moment, a black shadow quickly jumped out of the camp. His movements were very fast, even faster than Sarah's. Like a ghost, he appeared behind Dabai. Then a cold light flashed. Swish! -673, -672, 2 damage figures floated up, taking away nearly 1,000 of Baymax's health. Dabai was instantly in pain, turned his head, and flicked his nose. However, this guy's movements were extremely flexible, and he dodged Baymax's attack with just one move. The two sides separated briefly. Only then did Chao Xing see the guy's appearance clearly. It was a man wearing a black robe, his whole body seemed to be shrouded in shadow, and he wore a black mask. The 2 daggers in his hands exuded a cold light. The other party's attributes appeared in front of him. Ranger Black-Robed Priest LV20, level, 2nd level boss level creature, HP, 8764/8764, attack power, 843-856, skill, double cutting, causes 2 stages of attack power 80% on the enemy, damage, smoke bomb, throws a choking smoke to cover the enemy, making the enemy blind for 1 to 3 seconds, and reducing agility by 50 points. Sneak attack, cleverly going behind the enemy, causing 130% backstab damage to the enemy, throwing knives, shoots 3 flying knives in succession to attack the enemy, each flying knife causes 70% damage to the enemy, and adds 1 layer of bleeding effect. Chao Xing's eyes condensed, finally it's out. This guy is what Sarah said, the most powerful aura in this camp. At the same time, the black-robed assassin rushed forward again after a brief pause. The black shadow flashed, and this time he appeared directly in Dabai's abdomen. Swish! After 2 sword strikes, Dabai's blood volume dropped again. And Dabai also raised his hoof crazily and continued to launch violent attacks. Boom! Boom! The ground was shaking. Debris flew. -23, -27, several weak splash damage appeared on the head of the black-robed assassin. At this moment, although Dabai's attack power and vitality are stronger than him, but because of the opponent's flexible movement, Dabai was almost fooled around. Moreover, he was attacked by the opponent from time to time, and his health points were constantly being lost. -725, -733, -754. In less than 20 seconds of fighting, Baymax was taken away by him with nearly 3,000 health points. The black-robed assassin stopped where he was, and then made a provocative gesture of wiping his throat towards Dabai. This completely angered Baymax. Roar! Dabai fell into violent mode, raised his front hooves and trampled wildly. Lu Muxue on the side watched the battle on the field nervously. A Xing Dabai seems to be unable to defeat him. Chao Xing nodded. As a boss-level creature, Baymax is indeed no match for the black-robed assassin. This is because Baymax's huge size provides it with powerful lethality, but its movements are clumsy. Chao Xing said, "Don't worry, this guy won't be arrogant for long. Dabai will have help in a moment." At this time, the crawler robot also slid down the huge stone stairs and joined the battle group. Sarah, on the other hand, has quietly eliminated all the enemies. Under Chao Xing's order, Sarah went straight to the black-robed priest of the ranger. A shadow blade passed by. At this moment, the black robe suddenly felt a chill on his back, and his expression changed wildly. At the critical moment, he turned around quickly and held out the dagger. Ding! After a metallic collision, both sides saw each other's faces clearly. The black-robed priest of the safari looked at Sarah in surprise. "Are there any masters?" Sarah said nothing, and the shadow blade slashed down again without hesitation. Not to be outdone, the black-robed assassin swung 2 daggers out of the afterimage. Ding! Ding ding ding! 2 high-end assassins started fighting at close range in an instant. 2 seconds later, Sarah was quickly suppressed because her attributes were far behind his. A victorious smile appeared in the eyes of the black-robed assassin. "You are too young to deal with me." However, the smile on his face disappeared before he could. Dabai behind him had already seized the opportunity, and while he was distracted, he threw out an elephant trunk. Bang! The black-robed assassin of the ranger was instantly whipped away. -1123. A big damage figure floated up. The black-robed assassin fell to the ground and vomited blood. Ahem! Mammoth, I'm going to kill you. Before he could speak, Dabai had transformed into a violent beast and rushed towards him. The black-robed assassin was about to stand up and challenge him. A shadow blade passed by his ear silently. The black-robed assassin's heart tightened and he hurriedly avoided. However, his movements were still a step slow. Laugh. -684. A damage figure floats up. The black-robed assassin touched the scar on his head and said angrily, How dare you attack this priest? The Church of Light will not let you go. However, Sarah and Dabai simply ignored him, threatening and directly launching a siege. The advantage instantly tilted towards Chao Xing. As for Assam, with the addition of the crawler robot, Chao Xing also sent the bucket robot. In a 6-on-4 situation, these elite rangers were suppressed in all aspects. After a while, an elite ranger with an axe in his hand was knocked unconscious by a shovel from the shovel robot. Then he was stabbed through the heart by Assam's sword. Members of your territory, Assam successfully killed the Ranger Vanguard LV-15 and gained 450 experience points. Assam's level has been improved, current level, 11, combatants gain 225 experience points. Chao Xing eyes as soon as it lights up. Assam is also upgraded. Although it takes more experience to upgrade from level 10 to level 11, after these few days of fighting, Assam can be said to have outstanding results. It's not surprising to reach level 11. The 3 remaining elite hunters watched in horror as their companions died. Ma Tai is dead. At this moment, the situation has become 6 against 3. Roar! As Andrew roared, the hunter elite holding a chain hammer was held down by his throat on the spot. Then Andrew stabbed down with his claws without hesitation. Puff! This elite safari's head was penetrated directly. Member of your territory, Andrew successfully killed the Ranger Vanguard LV-15 and gained 450 experience points. Frost Wolf, winter level has been improved, current level, 11, combatants gain 225 experience points. At this moment, the situation it has become 6 against 2. Chao Xing took one look and ordered directly, Assam, Andrew, go help Dabai. Leave the battle here to the robots. Received orders from Chao Xing. Assam and Andrew abandoned their opponents without hesitation and rushed to Dabai's side. At this moment, under the siege of Sarah and Dabai, the black-robed assassin's expression became even more gloomy. He was struggling to hold on against these 2 powerful creatures. Now 2 guys who are not weak are rushing towards him. If this continues, he will almost definitely be defeated. Where did these masters come from? How did they find my camp? And what are those robots? The black-robed assassin was full of doubts. And besides these, he also discovered something even more terrifying. These guys seem to have endless vitality. The dark elf woman and the mammoth were both clearly attacked by themselves. As a result, it didn't take long for those injuries to completely recover and he became full of life again. The black-robed assassin thought to himself, this can't go on like this. I can't use up these guys at all. We have to find a way to get out of here as soon as possible. He frowned and was about to run away. However, every time this happened, Sarah would come back to bite her like a tarsal maggot. Both of them are assassins, and both have extremely strong fighting consciousness. Even as a dark elf, Sarah Blade Dancer had a stronger sense of combat than him. If this black-robed assassin hadn't had stronger attributes than Sarah, he would never be Sarah's opponent in a one-on-one situation. Who are you? The black-robed assassin asked in horror. The words have not yet finished. He suddenly felt a sound of wind coming from above his head. A thick elephant hoof suddenly stepped down. The black-robed assassin suddenly felt his scalp numb. He rolled on the spot and managed to avoid Dabai's heavy blow. Boom! However, before he could stand upright, Assam's long sword and Andrew's sharp claws suddenly came over. This time, he didn't escape. Puff! -327. -247. The mark of the beast takes effect. The black-robed assassin was slapped and rolled to the ground. His blood volume has dropped below 3,500. The shadow blade has rapidly enlarged in his pupils. At the critical moment, he could only roll back again, but at this moment, the phantom assassin Sarah, Andrew and Assam had all rushed up. At this moment, the ranger assassin had a premonition of death in his heart. You hateful guys, the leader will not let you go. Sarah, Assam and others completely ignored his threat. Puff! -1341. 345-473, the 3 of them attacked in a wave and knocked out more than 2,000 of the ranger priest's health. Exclamation point. The black-robed priest spat out a mouthful of blood again, and regardless of his own pain, he quickly rolled away and distanced himself. He took a deep breath and looked at the mammoth and 4 robots running towards him. It seems that he also knows that if he doesn't leave, he will stay here completely today. His eyes swept over everyone's body and his voice was low. I remember your appearance. After I leave, I will report this matter to the leader. You will be endlessly hunted by our Church of Light throughout the windy snowfield. As he finished speaking, a hand suddenly appeared in his hand. The round sphere was thrown to the ground. Bang! A burst of smoke quickly rose up, covering everyone on the scene. Chao Xing in the distance suddenly became happy after hearing this. Oh, you dare to threaten me. At the same time, Assam and others also lost their target. After a moment, a figure quickly jumped out of the fog. Chao Xing, who was watching the battle not far away, saw the figure and quickly warned, "That guy has escaped, stop him." Sarah noticed it immediately, and she quickly rushed out of the fog. At this moment, the black-robed assassin had escaped 30 meters away. Sarah took out a dagger without hesitation and threw it out. Call out. The dagger of obstruction hits. The safari priest groaned, and a large damage number appeared above his head. 943, however, he still ignored the attacks from behind and the negative status on his body, and limped towards the front. If a level 20 boss-level assassin wants to escape, it's really difficult to stop him. Can a duck in your mouth still make you fly? At this moment, a 1-meter-long metal object with a black body appeared in Chao Xing's hand. It was Barrett. Now that his physique has improved, he can aim directly on his shoulder. At the same time, the safari leader had escaped more than 100 meters away. It is more than 200 meters away from Chao Xing. Chao Xing took a deep breath. He looked at Barrett's aim. When the target and the crosshair overlapped, he shot without hesitation. Bang! A gunshot. -874. This blow triggered the armor-piercing effect. The leader of the safari running wildly suddenly had a hole in his back, and his body suddenly stiffened. He turned around with difficulty and took one last look at Chao Xing. His eyes seemed to be filled with disbelief. Then, he fell down directly. A system prompt appears. Successfully killed the Ranger Black-Robe Priest, level 20 boss, leapfrogged the monster, gained experience value 1200 by 400%, gained 4800 experience points, your level has been improved, current level, 7, this upgrade gained in total, strength +2, agility +1, spirit +5, constitution +3. A white light suddenly appeared on Chao Xing's body. Everyone stared blankly at the fallen body of the hunter leader. They all thought that this time the ranger assassin was really going to escape. But at the critical moment, their lord suddenly used a magical move to kill each other from a few hundred meters away. The lord's methods are really unpredictable. Looking at the adoring eyes of his subjects, Chao Xing had a subtle smile on his lips. But at this moment, the second system prompt made a look of surprise appear in Chao Xing's eyes. Kill the ranger priest and get the trophy. Primary power heart *1, get a strong boss level soul, purple, *1, obtain silent thorn, blue, *1, obtain tavern construction blueprint *1, obtain handy rune, medium, *1. The prompt is not over yet. Congratulations! Because you are the first survivor in the server to kill a boss level creature, you will receive the first kill reward, Frost Shield Skill Book, purple, *1, you destroyed a medium-sized ranger camp and received a reputation value of 200. Chao Xing exclaimed. Big bang! This is the true sense of the word. Chao Xing took the lead in checking the purple soul in his backpack. Strong boss level soul, purple contains extremely strong soul fluctuations, can be used on an elite follower below level 2 to have a high probability of evolving into a boss level creature, with a success probability of 50% 80%. At this moment, strong joy appeared in Chao Xing's eyes. I can actually evolve elite level creatures into boss level creatures. Chao Xing was shocked, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. When you upgrade to the elite level and become a boss, not only will all your attributes be improved, but you will also be able to learn a new skill. It can be called a qualitative improvement. Although there is a probability of failure when using this boss level soul, to upgrade the level, the probability of success is obviously higher. Once successful, Chao Xing will have 2 boss level creatures in his hands. Chao Xing looked around. Assam, Andrew, and Sarah on the field all meet the conditions for using this soul. At the same time, members of these territories can all see the magical power this soul possesses. It allows them to complete their transformation and advance to a higher level. There was longing in everyone's eyes. Even Sarah, who had always been aloof, couldn't help but look at Chao Xing. After thinking for a moment, Chao Xing threw the soul directly to Sarah. Sarah caught it blankly and looked at Chao Xing in disbelief. Are you sure you want to give this to me? Chao Xing nodded lightly. Obviously, of the 3 recruited creatures on the field, Sarah is the most suitable to use this soul. After becoming the boss level, her already powerful combat power will be greatly improved. Use it. I hope you can become the strongest assassin and rebuild the glory of the Shadow Temple. Sarah's breathing was a little rapid, and her chest was rising and falling violently under the tights. After a moment, she nodded lightly, then turned away, pretending not to care. However, Chao Xing saw a system prompt in front of him. Because of your generous charity, you have impressed the territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, and your loyalty has been increased. Current loyalty, 91. A smile appeared on the corner of Chao Xing's mouth. Although Sarah acted indifferently, she felt strong gratitude and recognition for Chao Xing in her heart. Because loyalty doesn't lie. With 91 points of loyalty, he has almost reached the point of risking his own life. When the time comes, she will even be willing to give her life for Chao Xing. At this moment, after Sarah took the ball of soul, she shot it directly into her body. A powerful aura rose from her body. Chao Xing nodded. The transformation from elite to leader takes some time. Moreover, this spirit still has a chance of failure, so Chao Xing is not sure whether Sarah can successfully evolve into a boss-level creature. Shaking his head, he began to check the second purple prop, which was the first kill reward given by the system. Frost Shield Skill Book, Purple Frost Mage's Hidden Skill. It is said that it comes from a certain Archlich skill effect. Apply a frost shield to surround yourself or friendly units, reducing the damage received by 20%. Breath of Frost will be released every second to nearby enemy units, causing freezing damage of Spirit *1 and reducing their movement speed and attack speed by 20%. The shield effect lasts for 60 seconds, and the cooling time is 120 seconds, optional, turn off or on. Chao Xing was shocked again. The strength of this frost shield exceeded his expectations. This is a powerful skill that integrates damage reduction, damage, and control, and the effect is very powerful. If he had this skill at the time, he could have suppressed the black-robed priest with just Baymax. After all, 20% damage reduction and slowdown is no joke. As expected of a purple skill, it's so powerful. Chao Xing was overjoyed and clicked to learn without hesitation. Then he unleashed a skill on himself. Casting the Frost Shield skill successfully, the talent, Eternal Power, has taken effect, and the skill has become permanent. Chao Xing instantly felt that a circle of ice shield appeared around his body. This ice shield seemed extremely hard, and it was spitting out a terrifying cold air every second. Chao Xing took a look and saw that the maximum attack range of this cold air was 1 meter away from himself. It doesn't seem to have a large range, but there is no doubt that this is also a group attack damage. There was strong joy in Chao Xing's eyes. Very good. In this way, the survivability and combat capabilities of his men will increase dramatically. At the same time, Sarah's transformation has also been completed. A system prompt appears. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, has completed her transformation and has advanced to a boss-level creature. All attributes have been increased by 30%, and she has learned a new skill, Arc Flash. Chao Xing looked happy. Huh? It actually worked. It seems like my face isn't that dark. Then he checked and found that Sarah had gained new skill attributes. Arc Flash, instantly rush forward a certain distance at an extremely fast speed, and cause 110% cutting damage to enemies along the way. This skill is not bad. Not only does it have extremely strong maneuverability, but it also has good hurt. At this time, Sarah was also very satisfied with her current state. Looking at Chao Xing, she put the shadow blade on her chest, bent down and said, "At your service, Lord." Chao Xing nodded and took a look at her attributes. Phantom Assassin, Sarah Blade Dance, Race, Dark Elf, Level 210624/100000, Second Level Boss Level Creature, Detailed Attributes, click to expand. Whether it is health or attack power, everything has improved a lot. Now Sarah, if she faced the black-robed assassin just now, in a one-on-one situation, Sarah would definitely crush her unilaterally. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Then, he announced, "Search all the supplies in this camp, and we will prepare to return immediately." After hearing this, all the recruiting creatures on the field took action. Then, Chao Xing took Lu Muxue to open the gate of the safari camp. The search began from room to room. Everything inside was put away by Chao Xing. Obtained wood *62, obtained stones *23, obtained refined iron *7, obtained dry cheese *14, obtained salt *13, obtained coins *164. Get refined iron *6, get raw meat *7, get Evrose wine *3, get vinegar *7, get coins *76, get. In every house, there are some supplies. In addition to those seasonings and food, Xiaoxing also discovered two new things. Fine iron, blue precision forged metal with strong toughness. This thing is actually steel, which can be used to make blue quality armor in batches. Everrose wine, after drinking it, you can restore 200 health points, but there is a 30% chance of entering a drunken state, produced in the Ruth winery, deeply loved by nobles and knights. Xiaoxing reunited these two plant things and put them away. After spending about 10 minutes, Xiaoxing and Lu Mushu have finally searched everything in the camp. I have collected a lot of seasonings such as vinegar, sugar, and olive oil. Looking at the bottles and cans in his backpack, Xiaoxing smiled and said, "The harvest is good. I will be able to eat food with seasonings in the future." Then, Xiaoxing took Lu Muxue to the last room of the camp. Inside the house. This is also where the boss-level assassin rushed out. When I walked in, I saw a stove burning inside the cabin and a small wooden table next to it. There is also a yellowed parchment map on the wooden table. It seemed that because of the suddenness of the incident, the black-robed priest rushed out before he could put away the map. Xiaoxing went over and put it away. Get the snowstorm map *1, click to expand the view. Xiaoxing clicked. The map was spread out in front of him, and various patterns suddenly appeared on it. There are rivers, mountains, wild animals, and towns. In the upper left corner of the map, Xiaoxing saw the sign of a large town with a name written on it. Dwellowen Lake City. Xiaoxing was stunned. Good guy, it turns out that Dwellowen Lake City is there. Xiaoxing looked at the distance, and it was more than 1,000 kilometers away from his current location. It can be roughly seen from the icons on the map that Dwellowen Lake City should be a large town with a large population. Xiaoxing thought, the distance is too far. It seems that the message delivery mission cannot be completed in a short time. I don't know if the residents of this town have received the news that the hunters will launch a massacre in the near future. Action. He shook his head and threw these thoughts away. In addition to these icons, Xiaoxing also saw sun symbols on the map. These suns may be large or small. There's a slightly larger sun position right where they are. And following the depths of this canyon, continuing for about 10 kilometers, there is a bigger sun. Xiaoxing suddenly thought of something and said in surprise, "I'll go." The marked ones here aren't all the camp locations of the safari, are they? This map shows the safari nests in the entire blustery snowfield. Marked it? Xiaoxing's breath froze, and he immediately understood the importance of this map. It can be seen from the previous battles that destroying these safari camps will not only obtain rewards, but also gain reputation points. Mastering these locations means mastering a ton of benefits. Xiaoxing said excitedly, "I happen to have a drawing of the tavern in my hand. After the tavern is built, if you want to attract some powerful followers, you will need a high enough reputation value. When the reputation value is not enough in the future, just find a few spruce up the safari camp, and your reputation will skyrocket." Xiaoxing thought happily. At this time, Lu Mushue's words interrupted his thoughts. "Xing, there is a storage box here." After hearing this, Xiaoxing cast his gaze and saw a yellowed wooden box in the corner. So he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll come over and take a look." Safari's storage box, blue, can be opened. It's actually a blue-level storage box. This is a medium-sized camp with storage. The grade of the object box should also be higher, and similarly, some good things may appear in it. Xiaoxing rubbed his hands, not only looking forward to it. Then he clicked on. Successfully opened the safari storage box and obtained smoked fish *6, obtained honey *3 jars, obtained milk *5, get a complete white bear skin *1, get a primary sentry tower construction drawing *1, get Redania centaur spirits *7, get a skill book, blessing of courage, get a black diamond *1, a lot of things, and honey and milk. In this ice and snow world where supplies are scarce, the value of these two resources can be imagined. Especially honey, which is a delicacy that only nobles can enjoy. If the leaders, Dahua and the others, knew that Xiaoxing had brought back honey, they would definitely jump with joy. In addition, there is a skill book and a blueprint. Xiaoxing checked the attributes of this skill book. Blessing of courage, blue, condensing the power of the aurora. Friendly creatures within a certain range will increase the physical attack power and magic attack power of spirit *15. The effect lasts for 90 seconds, and the cooling time is 200 seconds. After reading the attributes of this skill book, Xiaoxing was suddenly shocked. Go ahead, isn't this one of the early auxiliary skills of Aurora Knight, Blessing of Courage? Although Lu Mushua's current mental strength is not high, the increased attack power is not as powerful as expected. However, as long as she levels up a few more levels and her mental power increases, a blessing can make everyone's attack power skyrocket. So Xiaoxing gave her the skill book directly. Mushue, learn it. Yeah. Lu Mushue nodded lightly, and then clicked directly on learning. After a while, Lu Mushue said with a happy smile, "It's better, axing." Chao Xing nodded. At this time, a diamond with black crystal luster appeared in his hand. The diamond was about the size of a thumb and looked very translucent under the firelight. Black diamond, a special material, inlaid on equipment, which can increase charm by 20 points, an extremely rare ore, the nobles regard it as a symbol of status. Any black diamond will trigger a rush, and one can be photographed extremely high price. Chao Xing was stunned when he saw the above introduction, and then a look of joy appeared on his face. Let me go. A gemstone can increase charm by 20 points. This is outrageous. No wonder those nobles are eager to own a black diamond. Chao Xing, whether he uses this black diamond for himself, or trading in towns, can bring huge profits. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction, and then put the black diamond back into his backpack. At this point, they had searched out everything in the camp, which can be said to be a great harvest. Let's go, get ready to go home. After saying that, they walked out of the camp again. Then, everyone climbed up the pile of boulders on the edge of the cliff. Boom! Boom! After Dabai also climbed up from the cliff, Chao Xing's team members gathered together again. He glanced at the time above his head. Distance to nightfall, 1 hour and 17 minutes. Current temperature, minus 56 degrees Celsius. Chao Xing decided, it will be dark for more than an hour, which is enough time for me to return to the camp. Then, he sat down on the back of the crawler robot, continue moving forward. A group of people, together with 4 machines and a mammoth, were traveling quickly in the vast ice field. After a while, snowflakes actually started to fall above my head. It's snowing. Xing Lu Mushue stretched out her right hand and murmured, "So beautiful." Chao Xing glanced around. Although the weather forecast calls for light snowfall, but in this kind of snowfield, light snowfall is comparable to the heavy snowfall of Blue Star. Whoosh, the cold wind howled and the temperature began to drop sharply. The snow was falling heavily, and the vision became so vast that one could not even distinguish the east, west, and northwest. Fortunately, Chao Xing has the mini-map function that comes with the system. Under his leadership, the team braved the wind and snow and marched steadily. After a while, they saw the location of their camp. In the distance, a large bonfire can be seen burning. The snowflakes drifted near the campfire and were quickly melted by the heat from the flames. Compared to the vast white outside, Chao Xing's camp is like an independent world in the ice and snow. At this moment, the group of polar people are still working hard under the heavy snow. Lu Mushue said, "Axing, our territory has expanded a lot, and there seem to be a lot more buildings." Her expression was a little excited. After all, this is her and Chao Xing's territory. Chao Xing nodded. He also saw the changes in the territory. Compared with when they went out, the scope of the territory now has been greatly improved. In other words, during this period, De Zhuang and the others at least upgraded the campfire by 2 levels. In addition, there are many small shelters in the territory. There are also blacksmith shop and canteen, which have been built. Let's go back to the camp. Chao Xing and the others gradually approached. The group of polar people saw a large group of figures walking in the snow from a distance, with strong vigilance and fear in their eyes. And when they saw Chao Xing sitting on the crawler robot, their pupils suddenly widened. Oh, my God! It's the Lord! Why are there so many creatures all at once? Oh my God! There are also mammoths. Even such sacred creatures can be tamed. How did the Lord do it? These polar people were shocked when they saw that Chao Xing went out and brought back so many powerful creatures. At the same time, all the citizens stopped what they were doing and stood respectfully waiting together. Wearing tight jeans and a tall figure, Xiaoyani stands out among this group of people. She exudes a strong mature scent, like a ripe peach. Xiaoyani held Tong Chuchu's little hand and looked nervously at the big guys around Chao Xing. Chao Xing jumped off the crawler robot and asked, "De Zhuang, nothing happened while I was gone, right?" De Zhuang quickly stepped forward to report, "Lord, nothing special happened. Everyone is working hard. Except at noon, there were a few frost goblins who wanted to attack us, but they were shot by Miss Eilina with the help of the powerful elemental arrow tower." Xing nodded after hearing this. Frost goblin is also a relatively common monster in the wild. Although these wild creatures cannot enter the territory, they can attack staff outside the territory. Fortunately, before Chao Xing went out, he left Eilina behind to guard the territory and built a basic elemental arrow tower. Chao Xing looked at the snake man Eilina on the side and said, "Eilina, you did a good job." Eilina twisted her body, spit out a scarlet letter and said, "I am happy to serve you, my lord." Zhuang respectfully took out a few blue stones and said, "Lord, this is what those goblins dropped. It contains the aura of magic." Chao Xing took it. Obtain cryolite *4. Ice crystal stone, green. The stone that will explode from some ice element monsters contains a strong breath of ice and can be used to build some special buildings or to create some kind of ice attribute equipment. Chao Xing's eyes lit up. Hey, it's actually this kind of stone? Cryolite is also a widely used material and can be used in the early, middle and late stages. Moreover, as the game develops to the middle stage, there is a key defensive building that requires a large amount of cryolite. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction, then put it away and looked at the countdown above his head. Distance to dark, 0 hours and 50 minutes. Current temperature, -61, the temperature is getting lower and lower. At this time, it was still some time before it was completely dark, and Chao Xing wanted to use this time to build a shelter for the mammoths. There are also 4 robots, and they need to be given shelter from the wind and snow. In extremely low temperature weather, even machinery will not be able to withstand it. So, Chao Xing took out the medium-sized shelter manufacturing drawing from his backpack and clicked on study. Then he ordered, De Zhuang, take 3 people and build 2 medium-sized shelters before dark. Our new members are all big men and need enough space to move around. De Zhuang nodded, as you command, Lord. Then De Zhuang took the 3 polar men and went busy. Chao Xing still has 2 blueprints in his hand, namely, Tavern, and Basic Watchtower. He checked the blueprint introduction. Pub construction drawings. You can build a tavern for drinking and entertainment in your territory. When the reputation reaches a certain level, it will attract some special heroes to your territory. Armor value, 30 points, durability value, 2500/2500, occupied area, 230 square meters, materials required for construction, wood *150, stone *80, iron *30, copper *20, primary elements crystal *10. Construction time, 8:32, staff, bartender 0/1, bartender 0/1, tips, a good bartender can attract more customers. Chao Xing thought, to run the tavern, we need 2 staff members. As for bartenders, we have to find aboriginal people with bartending skills. Currently, no one among Chao Xing's subjects have talent in this area. However, Chao Xing had a map of the stormy snowfield in his hand, with nearby towns marked on it. There is certainly no shortage of natives in these towns with bartending skills. Chao Xing continued to look at the next drawing. Elementary sentry tower construction drawings. A sentry tower can be built in the territory to patrol the security around the territory. Terrators with long-range attacks can attack on the sentry tower. Armor value, 40 points, durability value, 2500/2500, occupied area, 20 square meters, building height, 18 meters, guard personnel, 0/2, materials required for construction, wood *100, stone *50, iron *20, copper *10, primary level elemental crystals *5, construction time, 6 hours and 12 minutes. Chao Xing nodded secretly. This sentry tower is pretty good. It has similar functions to the primary elemental arrow tower, but the difference is that one is a manual attack and the other is an automatic attack. I don't have long-range troops yet, so I'm not in a hurry to build them. So Chao Xing called the 5 strongmen over again. 5 Zhuangs, come here. 5 Zhuang said respectfully, Lord, please give me your instructions. Chao Xing nodded. The mission of you and 6 Zhuang is to upgrade all the small shelters in our territory into medium-sized shelters. It doesn't matter if you can't finish it today. We can continue tomorrow. The 5 heroes immediately calmed down and said respectfully, Roger, Lord. 7 heroes and 8 heroes, you will continue to build elemental arrow towers tomorrow, and try to build 2 in one day. Is there any problem now? Chao Xing has sufficient resources, but because of an elemental arrow tower, it takes 6 hours to build. So 2 seats a day is their limit. Shi Zhuang and 8 Zhuang accepted the order at the same time and solemnly said, No problem, Lord, I promise to complete the mission. Then, Chao Xing checked the properties of the territorial bonfire again. Big bonfire, level 7, bonfire effect. It can increase the temperature by 10-20 in an area with a radius of 300 meters, consumption, 10 minutes/5 wood or 20 minutes/2 coal. Materials required for the next level, stone *100, wood *50, iron *30. Chao Xing thought, it's level 7. After the bonfire reaches level 5, the heating range will be increased by 100 meters with each upgrade. After it reaches level 11, it will become a furnace, and the heating range can still be ushered in, a qualitative change. Thinking of this, Chao Xing called Xiaoyi and his group of humans over. Then they were all given tasks, which were to upgrade the campfire, and build 2 basic watchtowers, and tavern, which were also put into construction. Xiaoyi respectfully accepted the order. Yes, my kind lord. Chao Xing called Dahua again and handed her all kinds of salt, pepper powder, oil, vinegar, and other seasonings. After thinking about it, he gave them all the ingredients he had obtained, including honey, dry cheese, etc. Dahua held the bottles and jars in his hands with a look of shock on his face. This is the white gold sand that noble grandpas eat. Oh my god, come and see, the Lord has brought back white gold sand. 2 flowers and 3 flowers also gathered around. The white gold sand they were discussing was salt. As commoners, Dahua and the others usually eat unpalatable rye bread, and even white bread is a luxury food. As for salt, only the nobles could use it. Rika, who looked innocent, looked at the 3 jars of golden liquid next to her and asked in surprise, "Are these golden honey? This is something more precious than white gold sand." "Oh my god, I actually saw it. We've arrived at the legendary golden honey." The citizens were very excited. Chao Xing smiled and said, "Go ahead and use these seasonings to make a delicious meal for everyone tonight." Dahua nodded respectfully and carried these bottles and jars into the Yi canteen like they were treasures. Middle. Suddenly, everyone started to get busy. Then, only Xiaoyani, Tong Chuchu, and Eilina were left on the field. Xiaoyani asked awkwardly, Sir, is there anything we need to do?" Chao Xing looked at the thin clothes on their bodies. Xiaoyani was wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt, with most of her arms exposed. Her skin had turned red due to the cooling. Both her and Tong Chuchu's bodies were trembling slightly. So, Chao Xing took out a complete bear skin from his backpack. "Is this bear skin enough for you to make 2 sets of clothes?" Xiaoyani shrunk, her 2 voluptuous legs tightly together, and then nodded lightly, Enough. Xiaoyani Xing nodded, "Then you can use this bear skin to make suits for yourself and Chuchu. The temperature will cool down tonight, so don't freeze." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyani froze on the spot. I thought that Chao Xing wanted her to sew other things, such as quilts, windbreakers, etc. However, he said that he wanted her to make a suit for himself and his daughter. After a moment, Xiaoyani raised her head, mist gradually appeared in her eyes. Crystal tears flowed from the corners of her eyes, and she looked at Chao Xing with an aggrieved expression. Chao Xing was stunned. He looked at the woman in front of him blankly. Did I say something wrong? Why did you suddenly start crying?" Xiaoyani wiped her tears. Since she came to this world, she has been living a life of fear, and she is always in a state of nervous tension. Cold and hunger have been eroding her mental defense. Even when a loved one dies, there is no time to feel sad. She thought that she and her daughter would freeze to death in the snow. But I didn't expect to meet this man. Not only does it provide her with a warm place to live and delicious food, now I have to give her some cold-proof clothes. Xiaoyani was deeply moved. And when she thought that her daughter was still watching, Xiaoyani suddenly felt ashamed. With flushed cheeks, she said sheepishly, "Yes, I'm sorry, sir, I'm a little out of sorts. Thank you for taking such good care of our mother and daughter." Xiaoyani bent down slightly and bowed solemnly to Chao Xing. However, because the neckline of the dress was relatively loose in Xiaoyani's exaggerated size, this movement suddenly revealed a patch of white hair. With just a glance, Chao Xing could tell what an exaggerated figure this woman had. This must be at least 36D, right? And Xiaoyani seemed to notice that her movements were a bit large, and she subconsciously covered her collar with her hands. Her pretty face suddenly turned red and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Chao Xing. Chao Xing looked away and didn't pay attention, but handed the bearskin in his hand to Xiaoyani. Xiaoyani took it very gently, and then looked at Chao Xing cautiously. After thanking him again, he took Tong Chuchu's little hand and entered the sewing shop. When Tong Chuchu left, she turned her head and showed a bright smile to Chao Xing. Next to him, Lu Mushue said softly, Xing, you are so kind to the people under you." However, Chao Xing shook his head and smiled. Only by giving them high-quality living conditions can they have a sense of belonging to the territory. Otherwise, if you don't have enough food and clothing, who will do the work for you? Lu Mushue also nodded secretly, holding her little pink fist, and seemed to have learned some little knowledge. Time flew by and it soon came to night. Just as the weather predicted. Heavy snow has fallen in the sky. Except for the area where his own territory is located, the world seems to be shrouded in white. Fortunately, they finally built 2 medium-sized shelters before dark, 4 robots and a huge mammoth got in. Then, the citizens gathered in the cafeteria and began to enjoy today's food. This is also one of the few big meals they have eaten in their lives. Look at the bread, cheese, milk, and meat carefully arranged on the wooden table. The citizens of these territories, including the polar people, all had a look of extreme longing in their eyes. The saliva was secreting like crazy, and I even wanted to pounce on him right away. At this moment, Chowie, the leader, began to use his elementary speech skills. After some impassioned speeches, The leader Chowi said slowly, "We must remember that all this is given to us by the Lord. Thank you for the gift, the Lord, and I am willing to shed the last drop of sweat for the development of the territory." The other leaders followed one after another. Feeling infected, they shouted together, "Thank you, Lord, for the gift." Then, they began to enjoy the rich food. Gulu, gulu. A sound of gobbling appeared. There was a look of satisfaction on everyone's faces. Your territory member, Chowi, enjoyed a delicious dinner, his loyalty has been improved, current loyalty, 85. Your territory member, Lu Zhuang, enjoyed a delicious dinner, his loyalty has been improved, current loyalty, 83. Members of your territory. System prompts keep appearing. Chao Xing was sitting in the Lord's cabin, with joy on his lips. Yes, it seems that Chao Yi's speech was very effective. He and Lu Muxue did not go to the cafeteria to eat. As lords, they naturally have their own separate eating area. At this time, the two of them were sitting at the small wooden table. Looking at the golden bear meat on the dining table, I suddenly felt my index finger moving. It was roasted bear meat brushed with honey, full of color and flavor. Chao Xing couldn't wait to take the first bite, and the delicious meaty texture immediately melted in his mouth. He couldn't help but sigh, "I'll go. This taste is really amazing. Muxue, come and try it too." After hearing this, Lu Muxue also chuckled and enjoyed it. The two finished the delicious dinner quickly. At the same time, as night fell, the survivors rushed back to their camps, and the chat channel became lively again. They were either sharing their day's experiences or trading supplies in the market. After Chao Xing was full, he moved a small stool and sat next to the stove to keep warm while he clicked on World Channel. He wanted to see how the other survivors were progressing. A lot of messages appear. Lue, family, who knows? I just discovered now that my territory is on a snow mountain. There seems to be a mole man's cave under the snow mountain. I can see a group of mole men coming in and out every day, and they are pulling many trucks. Bell, friends meet again. Today I will report on my survival progress. I found a glacier near the territory, dug an ice hole in it, and then made a simple fishing rod. Come ice fishing, you can learn how to make a fishing rod with me. The method is Mohandas. When I was out exploring, I met a group of wandering businessmen. I originally wanted to exchange the rupees in my hands for weapons, but it turned out that he was directly driven away by the opponent, alas. Isaki Issei, Yoshi. I killed a seriously injured wild boar today and exploded a wild boar warrior recruitment scroll. Now I have my first level 5 combat unit, he will lead me to the top of the rankings. Jiang Jinchuan, just a reminder, don't drill into a hole when you see it. In addition to wild beasts, there may be something different inside. 2 of my polar men fell into it. After scanning around, Chao Xing nodded. He nodded. Currently, the progress of survivors all over the world is about the same. They have gradually stepped out of their territories and begun to explore the world. Because everyone's territory is in different locations, the events they encounter are also different. Then, Chao Xing clicked on Regional Channel 174. Tian Chang, it's really snowing. I just brought a sheep back from outside today. Remember to build a shelter before I come. You won't freeze to death, right? Song Jinkai, brother, give me 2 pieces of mutton tomorrow, thank you. Ji Xinyue, who passed by my camp today, and I saw human footprints. Xia Jiqi, I have an extra medical kit here. Who has the weapons or skills used by the polar warriors? Book, gang, 2 pieces of iron for 20 stones, is there anyone who can trade it? As everyone started exploring, everyone had some supplies, and the survivors who built the market also came to the rescue. More and more. They are seeking deals and discussing survival strategies in the chat channel. Of course, not everyone can gain anything, and many people die while exploring in the wild. This can be seen from the number of people online now. Number of people online in District 174, 35272/40173, compared to yesterday, hundreds more people died. This world is full of opportunities, but also very cruel. Some people are happy and some are sad. In addition to the above discussion, there are also some people who are vomiting bitterness. Shan Shangpeng, oh, I managed to catch a silly road deer when I went out today. I met a white tiger on the road and chased me all the way. Not only did I not catch anything, but I even broke a leg. Chen Jing, +1, I haven't gained anything at all today. Zhang Yon, me too, in this world, it's really difficult to get some supplies. Those monsters in the snow are so powerful, let alone rushing to the top. If you are not careful, you will be killed. Jiarenhai, yes, that's right, I have been exploring outside for so long today, and I can barely reach level 2, which is still half of level 3. Those powerful ones. I don't dare to mess with the monsters, so I can only fight little rabbits and snakes. I really don't know how those monsters in the rankings are upgraded. As the topic continued, the topic turned to the level rankings. Huang Qi, speaking of which, Boss Chao Xing is so powerful. He reached level 7 in one day. He must have killed a lot of monsters today. He is so powerful. Su Rongfa, yes, let's deal with a lone monster. Snow wolves must be careful. Boss Chao Xing is already fighting a more powerful monster. I feel that he must be the first one this time. Chen Xiaoxiu, +1, I also think that the first place is Boss Chao Xing. None other than Zhou Bo, who is currently the fastest, has only just reached level 5, and there is a huge gap. Zhang Yuquan, brothers, haven't you noticed how powerful Goddess Muxue is? She has already reached level 6. This time the second place will definitely be hers. The survivors nodded in agreement. Obviously, the thing that gets the most attention right now is naturally the level ranking list. The above rewards are enough to make everyone feel eager. At this time, a survivor named Fuyu suddenly said in a gloomy tone, Isn't it too early for you to say that Chao Xing can take first place? He has just reached level 7 now, and he has not yet reached level 10. It will take at least 2 or 3 days. It will become harder and harder to level up later, and the monsters will become stronger. And if something happens to Chao Xing halfway, it will be a failure. This guy's tone was obviously sinister. He is cursing Chao Xing. Some people in the chat channel can't stand it anymore. Ji Xinyue, is this what you people from the Sanyingui are capable of? If you can't compete with others, why don't you think it's shameful to go to the chat channel and curse others? If you can't compete with others, why don't you just go to the chat channel and curse others? It's not embarrassing? Because of the Three Heroes Guilds, people are always active, so everyone almost remembers which survivors are members of the Three Heroes Society. Don't wait for Fuyu to speak. A survivor named Huang Qi also echoed, it's true, the people from the Sanyingui shouted happily, but except for Fang Long, no one even made the top 10. It's really laughable. Jiang Kaiwan, you're right. I think Boss Chao Xing was right when he called them the Three Birds Society. They are just a bunch of rabble. The survivor named Fuyu said in a gloomy tone, you guys, are you looking for death? In 2 days, the novice protection period is about to end. Are you sure you want to go against us? If they heard the threat from the three heroes before then, they might still be afraid. However, because Chao Xing took the lead in attacking the prestige of the Sanyingui. In addition, after these few days of life, the survivors have also accepted the fact that they have come to the new world. The original order has collapsed. In this world, it all depends on who has the biggest fist. And they can also gain powerful power by developing their territory. Therefore, they are not so afraid of the threat of the Three Heroes Society. Xiajiqi, what? You Three Heroes Club still want to deal with all of us in District 174? Jorkayun, that's right, it's so majestic. Rin Yuanhu, you Three Heroes Club only have a few hundred people, don't I thought I was really invincible. Geshuan, I advise you, Sanyingui, not to be too arrogant. Seeing these survivors, not only were they not as afraid of them as before, but they also caused everyone to attack. Fuyu's heart sank, and then a surge of anger emerged. Very well, you guys, just wait for me. The survivor named Ji Xinyue said again, wait, just wait. If you dare come, watch me summon the Ascalon warriors and beat you all to death. Luandong, my centaur shooters are no joke, be careful of the holes in your bodies. Ranhu, brother, your attack angle is very tricky. Other survivors also agreed. The Sanyingui suddenly became the target of public criticism. Fuyu still wanted to speak, but his speech was quickly overwhelmed by the large number of survivor messages. At this moment, Fang Long also noticed the situation in the chat channel and realized that the deterrence of the Sanyingui was no longer what it used to be. His eyes gradually turned cold. He also knew that all of this started because of Chao Xing. Only by getting rid of Chao Xing can the deterrence of the Sanyingui be restored. So Fang Long opened his friend list and found the survivor named Ji Jun again. Have all the brothers near that coordinate been counted? Ji Jun immediately replied, they have been counted, boss. In that area, about 30 kilometers away, there are more than a dozen of our brothers. Among their family members, there are at least 30 people with fighting ability. With so many people, it will definitely not be a problem to deal with one Chao Xing. The tone of the other person's voice sounded confident. Fang Long nodded and added, this Chao Xing must have some skills if he can reach level 7. To be on the safe side, you will continue to gather other brothers tomorrow and wait until there are almost 50 people before taking action. Also, now it's the novice protection period. You can't enter other people's territory. You have to observe it first and wait until Chao Xing walks out of the territory before attacking as a group. Try to kill him completely in one attack. Do you understand? Ji Jun suddenly heard this. He was stunned for a moment, and then returned, "Boss is thoughtful, I'll do it right away." At this moment, he seemed to have thought of something, and asked again, "Boss, after we kill the Chao Xing, Lumushua, how to deal with it?" After hearing this, Fong Long raised the corner of his mouth slightly. "How to deal with it? Of course you brought her here. This woman rejected me so many times in Shangjiang City, and now she is in this world. I wonder how she can refuse me." Ji Jun nodded quickly, "Okay boss." After hanging up the call, Fong Long sat in his lord's cabin and stared at the outside world. After a moment, a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Chao Xing, let you be arrogant for one last day. After tomorrow, I will let you know the consequences of offending our Three Heroes Association." At this time, Chao Xing did not know that Fong Long was already taking action and preparing go to that coordinate location to deal with him. If he had known, Chao Xing would have laughed to death on the spot. Because no matter how many people they go to, when they get to that place, they are all dead. At this moment, Chao Xing was minding his own business browsing the regional channels. Just then, he suddenly received a private message from a survivor named Ding Liang. "Ding Liang, hello, Mr. Chao Xing, you have a mechanic's skill book in your hand. Do you need to change it to another profession's skill book?" Chao Xing was stunned, and then he remembered that before he set off, he was still there. A mechanic's skill book is on sale in the market. "Yes, I need a Knight or Frost Mage skill book. Do you have any?" Ding Liang quickly replied, "Yes, I have a Frost Mage skill book here. Can you take a look?" His tone was a little nervous. After all, Chao Xing can be said to be a celebrity in District 174 now. Chao Xing nodded, "Okay, send it here for a look." Ding Liang quickly posted the attributes of the skill book. Skill book: Summon Frost Elves, green. Skill effect: Gather the power of ice to summon 2 Frost Elves that inherit 80% of the attributes of the survivors to assist in the battle. The Frost Elf has the Frost Shell and Ice Arrow skills. The summoning duration is 180 seconds and the cooling time is 300 seconds. Chao Xing's heart moved when he saw this skill. This is actually a summoning spell-like skill. Combined with your own Demon Spider Cane, it is equivalent to summoning 7 creatures at once to assist in the battle, which is very powerful. Obviously, this skill book is as valuable as the mechanic skill book in Chao Xing's hand. So, Chao Xing replied directly, "Okay, let's trade now." After hearing this, the person on the other side breathed a sigh of relief. Then the two sides quickly completed a wave of transactions. The transaction is successful. You get the skill book, Summon Frost Elf. You lose the skill book, GZ Mark Robot. Chao Xing had an ancient book in his backpack, and he clicked on the skill book to learn. Skill learning successful. Ding Liang sent another message, "Thank you, Mr. Chao Xing." Chao Xing replied, "Thank you for everything. Everyone gets what they need." After hearing this, Ding Liang felt that Chao Xing seems to be very talkative. He asked tentatively, "By the way, Mr. Chao Xing, I remember that you still have some bear meat with added attributes." Chao Xing, "Yes, but the quantity is not large. It is only used for trading some blueprints or skill books." "Do you have any blueprints or skill books there?" Ding Liang replied, "There are none at the moment. I can go to the chat channel and shout for Mr. Chao Xing, huh?" After that, he returned to the chat channel and said, "Brothers, we just completed a series of transactions with Mr. Chao Xing. There is blue-grade bear meat. If you have blueprints, skill books, or equipment, you can go to Mr. Chao Xing to trade. The quantity is not large, first come first served." Ding Liang finished. Other survivors seemed to remember this. Ji Nian, I'd been exploring all day today and almost forgot about it. I just happened to get a blueprint to see if Mr. Chao Xing can use it. Tao Ran, I also got it out of the box today. It's a piece of equipment, but it's not for my own use. I wonder if Mr. Chao Xing is willing to trade with me. Sun Miao Miao, I also have a recipe. I'll try it too. They all clicked on the private message and sent it to Chao Xing information. For a time, Chao Xing received a large number of private messages. Chao Xing took a look. There are many interesting drawings and skill books here. For example, basement construction drawing, lighthouse construction drawing, bear trap drawing, rabbit pie recipe, shield defense skill book, etc. But what attracted Chao Xing's greatest attention was a drawing called Ice Archer Barracks. Ice Archer Barracks Blueprint. A training camp can be built in the territory to train ordinary non-professional territorial citizens into ice archers with combat capabilities. Armor, 50, durability, 3000, area, 54 square meters. Oh, it's a special barracks drawing. Chao Xing suddenly looked happy. This archer barracks blueprint is very useful to him. People like Chao Yi and Chao Er can be trained into archers. Then let them stand on the guard tower to defend, or send them out to fight. Then, Xiao Xing took another look at the materials needed to build this barracks. Materials required for construction: wood *500, stone *300, iron *200, mithril *50, cryolite *50, ice archer training manual *1. It's okay. Although it requires a lot of materials, my reserves are completely sufficient. The only thing that is more troublesome is the training manual. Xiao Xing thought to himself, I remember that this kind of training manual needs to be killed in the wild to have a chance of being released. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Xing shook his head and said, whatever, let's replace all these drawings first. Then, Xiao Xing spent a total of 20 pieces of bear meat to replace all these drawings. I spent an additional 10 pieces of bear meat in exchange for the Ice Archer Barracks blueprint. Trading tips keep popping up. The transaction is successful. You get the basement construction drawing *1, you lose the bear meat *5. The transaction is successful. You get the lighthouse construction drawing *1, you lose the bear meat *2. The transaction is successful. You get the shield anti-skill book *1, you lost bear meat *5. Transaction successful. After a while, Xiao Xing had 4 or 5 more drawings in his backpack, plus a skill book. Xiao Xing's eyes showed joy. Obviously, he made a lot of money from this transaction. If these blueprints are traded normally, they cannot be exchanged for food. Even in the midterm, these drawings are of great use. However, what Xiao Xing has in his hands is food with added properties, and there is no competition at all. That's why he was able to exchange all these precious blueprints and skill books at a low price. Xiao Xing began to check the properties and construction requirements of these drawings. Basement construction drawings: a 5m x 5m x 3m basement can be excavated in the territory to store supplies or serve as a temporary shelter. Armor: 40, durability, 1500, space, 75 cubic meters, materials required for construction, wood *20, stone *10, iron *10, this lord, maybe, we can change the direction of development and look underground. Lighthouse construction drawings: you can build a lighthouse in the territory. Armor: 30, durability value, 2500/2500, building height, 18 meters, occupy land area, 25 square meters, materials required, wood *200, stone *100, iron *50, copper *20, mana stone *1. Lighthouse can provide lighting at night, mature lords must learn to use the night time. Bear trap blueprint: green special props that can be used to create a beast trap to trap prey through the blacksmith shop. Quality: excellent. Attack: 5761. Effect: causes 120% damage to the target that steps on the bear trap, reduces its movement speed by 30%, and has a continuous bleeding effect. Required to create: blacksmith shop level 1, iron *5, copper *1. Tips: small animal traps can only deal with some small creatures. You don't want to use it to deal with giant dragons, right? See the animal traps after the introduction. Xiao Xing's eyes lit up. This thing is a good thing for sinister people. When the time comes, I just need to make a bunch of them, put a few circles of animal traps near the territory, and see who dares to invade my territory. Furthermore, the material required to make the animal trap is not much, and it can be made in batches. But the only thing you have to be careful about is that you can't let your own people step on it, otherwise it will be too much fun. Xiao Xing said happily. Then click Study directly. Learning drawings is successful, and relevant information has been automatically recorded in the production interface. Now Xiao Xing also has a recipe and a skill book in his hand. Xiao Xing continued to check. Rabbit meat pie recipe, required for preparation: rabbit meat, flour, carrots. Effect: after eating, increase the maximum life limit by 200 points within 300 seconds, and slightly speed up the recovery of physical strength. Xiao Xing thought thoughtfully, does this thing count as a gain effect? If it does, it is equivalent to a permanent increase in the life limit of 200 points, and the survivability is greatly increased. He decided to give it a try if he had a chance. Then move on to the next skill book. Skill book: shield counter, skill effect: at the moment of being attacked, wave the shield to deflect the enemy's attack, and start to determine the strength attributes of both parties. If the strength is lower than the attack target, the damage received this time will be reduced by 30%. If the strength is higher than the target, you will be immune to this damage. The cooling time is 20 seconds. If you use the shield well, the princess cannot run away. Not bad. This is also a magical survival skill. Xiao Xing nodded with satisfaction. As one of the key skills of Aurora Knight in the early stage, shield counterattack is also very powerful. If used properly, it can greatly improve survivability. Of course, this takes a lot of practice. Chao Xing clicked on all these drawings and recipes to study. Then he was going to give the shield counter skill book to Lu Muxue. At this time, Lu Muxue was wiping her body with warm water. Because she likes to be clean, Chao Xing used a few wooden boards to separate a small cubicle to serve as a temporary bathroom. Wow! Listening to the sound of running water in your ears can arouse people's infinite reverie. After a while, I saw a beautiful woman sticking her head out, and then walking out of the corner of the hut with bare feet. After seeing Chao Xing, Lu Muxue lowered her head in embarrassment. After a while, she took the lead to get into the bearskin quilt, exposed her little head, and said shyly, "Axing, it's time to rest." Chao Xing nodded, "Okay, I'll take a bath first." However, Lu Muxue said softly, "No, you don't need to take a shower, you don't stink." Chao Xing was stunned after hearing this, but he was not pretentious. Then, Chao Xing took off his wolfskin coat and got into bed wearing only a pair of underwear. In an instant, waves of warmth came over me. But at this moment, a body that was smooth and warm wrapped around him. This body exudes a faint fragrance, like the only source of heat in the cold night, making people subconsciously hug it into their arms. Chao Xing felt the warmth from the skin against each other and the smooth touch on Lu Muxue's body. The two of them dug their heads into the bed together. After a while, there was a crunching sound from the cabin again. The temperature in the bed gradually increased. Well, there were constant breathing sounds in the cabin. A shing. The rapid breathing turned into a long, ethereal sigh after a burst of clouds and rain. 1 hour later, Lu Muxue lay softly and weakly in Chao Xing's arms. Her pair of slender jade legs hooked Chao Xing's soles and rubbed them gently. After a moment, Lu Muxue asked in a soft voice, "Axing, have you become stronger?" Chao Xing was stunned and asked in confusion, "Huh? Why do you say that?" "No, nothing. I feel like you are even more powerful than yesterday." After saying this, Lu Muxue's face turned red and her voice became softer and quieter, like babble. Chao Xing smiled and gently stroked her smooth jade back with his palm. "Maybe it's because we have upgraded a few more levels today. Every time we upgrade, we will gain improved attributes, and these attributes it can also increase our physical fitness. After reaching dozens of levels, we may all have superhuman physiques." After hearing this, the beauty in his arms responded softly, "Muxue, I'll be gentler next time." The beauty quickly raised her head, shook her head and said, No need. I like you like this." After saying this, Lu Muxue felt even more ashamed. His neck was red, and his body was twisting unnaturally. At this moment, her thigh seemed to rub somewhere, her eyes widened and her body stiffened. Chao Xing tilted his head, seemingly aroused by the beauty in his arms. In the cabin, the sweetness among the clouds and rain came again. An hour later, the beauty slumped down with weakness. Her face was rosy with contentment, and she quickly fell asleep. In her sleep, her arms hugged Chao Xing tightly. The body temperature of the two people keeps the temperature in the bed rising, and also isolates the cold and darkness of this apocalyptic world. Late at night, Chao Xing and Lu Muxue embraced each other and fell into sleep. The cold wind howled outside and the goose feathers were flying heavily. A bonfire burns brightly in the center of the territory, providing heat for the entire territory. Chao Xing's subjects also returned to their own small shelters and began to rest for the day. However, there is still a building with lights on in the territory, which is a sewing shop. The stove in the sewing shop was burning and making a crackling sound. Xia Yani sat at the workbench, processing the bear skin, while Tong Chu-Chu squatted aside, watching her mother's movements curiously. "Chu-Chu, wait a little longer. We can wear warm bearskin coats tomorrow." Tong Chu-Chu held her cheeks with her hands and nodded. "Okay, Mom." Chu-Chu is not in a hurry. "Mom, big brother Chao Xing, it's so nice. They gave us food, a place to live, and now they also give us clothes to wear." Xia Yani tilted her head and glanced at Tong Chu-Chu, her eyes full of doting. "Yes, little Chu-Chu, we are lucky to meet Mr. Chao Xing. I saw in the chat channel that a cold-proof coat was almost sold out. So, we must do things well for Mr. Chao Xing, question mark." Tong Chu-Chu nodded heavily. Xia Yani refocused her attention on the work in front of her. At this time, she seemed to remember what happened during the day, her face flushed, and she quickly lowered her head. The next day, a system prompt appeared. "Survivors, congratulations on passing the 4th night of the Ice Age. The remaining time of the novice protection period, 1 day at 2200 hours. Weather forecast, the wind and snow have stopped, it is suitable to go out today." Chao Xing woke up first and saw the beauty next to him at a glance. Lu Muxue was still asleep, her slender and warm legs pressed against Chao Xing's body. The warm body twisted slightly, as if sleeping soundly. Chao Xing gently rubbed her hair and said, Mushue, it's dawn. Hearing this, Lu Mushue gradually woke up. Her eyes were misty. A Xing, will it be dawn so soon? Yeah. Lu Mushue said softly, I slept so soundly last night, I don't even want to get up. Chao Xing smiled laughing, let's get up first. We have to arrange work for the residents, and we have to explore outside the snow today. Hearing this, Lu Mushue nodded lightly. The two of them got dressed respectively, washed briefly, and then pushed away the Lord's cabin. At first glance, Chao Xing looked at the vast expanse of white outside the territory. A night of heavy snow turned the world into a blanket of snow, and many things were covered under the thick snow. At this moment, the residents were already waiting at the door of the hut. After seeing Chao Xing and the other two, they greeted them respectfully. Powerful Lord, I wish you good health. Beautiful Lord's wife, may your beauty last forever. Lu Mushue blushed when she heard the people and the Lord changed their name to Lord's wife, but she still said a soft Chao Xing smiled and then shouted, Dazhuan. Dazhuan, who looked honest, came over and said, Lord, please give me your instructions. Chao Xing nodded and said, I have a batch of rails and minecars on hand. You can lay them up and connect them to the coal mine to speed up our journey. The mining progress. Dazhuan was stunned, and then asked, Lord, it is 300 to 400 meters away from the coal mine. Do we have so many railway tracks? Chao Xing smiled. Of course. Dazhuan suddenly became excited. Said, that's great. If we have rails and minecars, our mining efficiency can be increased by more than 10 times. It only takes 2 days to mine all that coal mine. Chao Xing nodded, very good, then you can lead people to do it. The rails and minecarts are in the storage box. Yes, Lord. After Dazhuan said that, he took his short legs and led people to lay the rails. Then, Chao Xing looked at the leader Chao Yi and the others. Chao Yi. A somewhat mature-looking Chao Yi came over and said, Dear Lord. Chao Xing nodded and said, in addition to the rails, there is also a batch of ore in the storage box that needs to be refined into metal. This I'll leave the batch of ore to you and arrange for someone to handle it. In addition to a large amount of iron ore, Chao Xing also has some copper ore and mithril ore. Of course, in order to refine advanced materials like mithril, you need to upgrade the ore processing plant to level 3. So now, we can only process iron ore and sort coal mines. After hearing this, the leader Chao Yi said respectfully, the order of the Lord is our mission. Promise to complete the mission. After saying that, Chao Yi also started to work. Chao Xing continued, then others, just follow the tasks I issued to you yesterday. Let's build a more prosperous territory together. All the people in the territory immediately said respectfully, I am willing to do it for your Lord. Do your best. Then, the group of people gradually dispersed. At this moment, Ailina twisted her body and came over and said, Lord, Ailina has something to report to you. Chao Xing nodded and said, what is it? Ailina stared into the distance. Yesterday, several frost goblins came to attack our territory. After being shot by the arrow tower, I followed their footprints and searched for them. 2 kilometers away from the territory, I found he entered a mine, and there seemed to be many frost goblins inhabiting it. Upon hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. Frost goblins' cave? How strong is it? Ailina replied, they are all first and second level creatures, a little stronger than me. Chao Xing nodded. During this time, Ailina leveled up 2 levels while lying at home, and her current level has been raised to level 7. But she said that the goblins were stronger than her, that is, they were at least level 8 or 9. However, to Chao Xing, these goblins pose no threat at all. At this time, Chao Xing took out a bright red crystal from his backpack and threw it directly to Ailina. Ailina took it with both hands and looked at Chao Xing doubtfully, this is, I promise you, the primary heart of power. After you reach level 10, you can use it to advance to a second level creature. After hearing this, Ailina's shoulders suddenly trembled. Chao Xing did say this, but Ailina didn't expect that he would actually take it to heart. The narrow snake eyes stared at this man, and there seemed to be a trace of fluctuation in his eyes that did not belong to a cold-blooded animal. Thank you, dear Lord, Ailina of the Snake People is willing to do everything for you. A system prompt appeared. Territorial member, Ailina has been moved by your behavior, her loyalty has been increased, and her current loyalty is 95. Chao Xing was stunned. Ailina's loyalty was 85 before, but she didn't expect it to increase so much all of a sudden. At the same time, Chao Xing felt a fiery gaze appear behind him. He turned around and saw Irina spitting out a scarlet letter and looking at him with a charming smile in her eyes. Chao Xing suddenly remembered the mechanism of this game. The higher the loyalty, the more trust the subordinates have in the Lord. After reaching the full value, they will, like a sum, regard the Lord's orders as more important than their lives. And some special creatures can even transform this loyalty into some special emotion. It's bad, Eilina won't like me, right? Chao Xing suddenly became excited. Fortunately, Eilina only looked at him for a while and then turned her gaze elsewhere. Chao Xing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He calmed down for a while, then looked at the other territory members. Assam, Andrew, Sarah, come with me. 3 powerful second-level creatures came to Chao Xing one after another. Assam beat his chest with one hand and said respectfully, I'm always waiting for your orders, my dear lord. Chao Xing nodded. However, before setting off, Chao Xing had one more thing to do. He first gave the Shield Counter Skill Book to Lu Muxue. Then he started to gather skills. Frost Shield. Be prepared to attach every creature you recruit, including 4 robots and a giant mammoth. Chao Xing raised his staff, and a cold air suddenly appeared, and then fell on Assam. A system prompt appears. The skill, Frost Shield, was successfully cast, the talent, Eternal Power, has taken effect, and the skill has become permanent. At the same time, Assam felt that a thick ice shield suddenly appeared around him. This shield is like a transparent ice crystal, surrounding the whole body. And not only that, the shield will also emit an astonishing amount of cold air every second. Click! The breath of frost is visible to the naked eye. Everyone around Assam can feel the freezing feeling. Fortunately, the shield can be turned off or on at any time. Assam said in surprise, Lord, this shield can greatly improve my combat ability. Thank you for your blessing. Chao Xing also laughed, very satisfied with the performance of Frost Shield. Very good. Chao Xing looked at Eilina next to him again. Use your 2 skills to bless our new partners. And Mu Shui, your courage blessing can also bless us all. Once. Eilina and Lu Muxue nodded together. Then, Eilina was seen raising her spear, and streaks of red energy hit the mammoth and the 4 robots. Lu Muxue stood in the middle of the crowd, holding a shield in one hand and holding a sword high in the other hand. The sacred aurora gathered on her sword again. Lu Muxue whispered, courage is a kind of power, the power of the heart and soul. This power does not exist in the value of war horses and weapons, but the embodiment of wisdom and bravery. May the light of courage bless you. For you! Buzz! The sacred aurora enveloped everyone on the field. A system prompt appeared in Chao Xing's ear. You have received the Blessing of Courage, effect from friendly unit, Lu Muxue. The magic attack power is +18, the talent is activated, and the effect has become permanent. Chao Xing felt happy. The 18-point increase in attack power is very good. Then, he continued to release Frost Shield for other territory members. Because this skill has a 120-second cooldown, Chao Xing deliberately spent nearly half an hour extra to bless everyone. In an instant, everyone was covered with a layer of ice crystal shield, and an astonishing amount of cold air spewed out from time to time. Both Sarah and Andrew looked at their bodies in surprise. They could both feel that their ability to survive had been greatly enhanced. Everything is ready. Chao Xing nodded and said, then Eilina, take us to that mine to have a look. Eilina's beautiful human head nodded, and then said respectfully, okay, respected lord. After that, she twisted her waist and headed towards the thick snow. Under Chao Xing's order, Assam, Andrew, including Sarah and 4 robots all dispatched. In order to ensure that there would be no accidents, even Dabai was brought out by Chao Xing. A group of figures marched toward the snow in a mighty manner. Crunch! Crunch! The crawler robot starts to turn. The tracks ran over nearly 50 centimeters thick points. 2 deep ruts were left behind. Lu Muxue said softly, it's such a thick snow. Sitting on the tracked robot, Chao Xing nodded. Indeed, if a person is thrown in, they can be buried directly. And this is only a slight snowfall. If when it comes to heavy snowfall or blizzard, I really don't know how severe it will be. Lu Muxue nodded in sympathy. In addition, Chao Xing also knows that after the game passes the early stage, more terrifying natural phenomena will appear, such as avalanches, earthquakes, heavy snowfall that lasted for nearly half a month, extreme cold snaps, and even low temperatures below -80 degrees Celsius, etc. The weather in this world is far more severe than anyone imagined. Now, it's all just an appetizer. Elena is still leading the way. Soon, they arrived at their destination. A deep cave entrance appeared in front, which was very inconspicuous because of the snow cover. Chao Xing looked intently. In front of me, a system prompt for this mine appeared. Medium-sized copper mine, special resource point, amount of remaining mineable resources, copper or *7862, iron or *3215, stone *10893. Current status, unoccupied. Chao Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. This is actually a copper mine. The importance of copper is self-evident. He builds many things now that require this metal. Once you master this mine, you won't have to worry about copper resources in a short time. Chao Xing felt happy and began to get closer to observe the entrance of the mine. The entrance to the mine is small and can only accommodate one adult. Chao Xing thought to himself, in other words, under this situation, those big guys can't enter the mine? The 4 robots, including Dabai, Frostwolf, and Andrew, could only stay outside. Chao Xing didn't care much. After all, according to Eilina, the frost goblins inside are not very powerful. With Sarah, who has become a boss, she can wipe out all the goblins inside. So, Chao Xing made up his mind, and then ordered, Assam, Sarah, let's go in. Andrew, Eilina, you are responsible for guarding the surroundings outside. Other creatures, wait where they are. Andrew and Eilina nodded respectfully and stood in the snow, watching over the 4 robots and Baymax. At the same time, Assam rolled over and got off the wolf's back. Then he pulled out his long sword with a swish sound and entered the mine first. As for Sarah, she also disappeared into the darkness for the first time. Mushue, let's go in too. After Chao Xing finished speaking, he took the lead in stepping into the mine. Lu Mushue followed closely behind. After entering the mine, everything went dark and a system prompt appeared. You have entered the resource point, medium-sized copper mine. Current temperature, -32. Chao Xing saw the temperature display above his head and said cheerfully, it's quite warm in here. No wonder those goblins chose to use this place as their lair. At this moment, Assam has already walking in front of Chao Xing. He wanted to help his lord eliminate all possible dangers. Lord, please be careful where you step, there are spike traps set by goblins here. Assam reminded from the front. Chao Xing lowered his head and took a look, and indeed saw a wooden board covered with spikes under his feet. As long as you step on it, the soles of your feet will be pierced, and the mechanisms on both sides of the cave will also be triggered. Spike trap, level 1, quality, normal, durability, 100-100, attack, 23-25, effect, 100% damage to the target who steps on the trap, damage, reducing its movement speed by 20%, and accompanied by 3 layers of bleeding effects. Obviously, this is the same type of prop as bear trap. Chao Xing decided to dismantle these traps when he came out. Removing it now may alert the frost goblins in the cave. Chao Xing took out a torch from his backpack and threw it to Assam. Assam, go on. Assam took it and raised it high above his head. The blue light instantly dispelled the darkness and illuminated the interior of the mine. The cave walls here are bronze-colored, and they are indeed rich in copper and iron ore resources. Then, Assam took Chao Xing and Lu Mushue and continued deeper into the mine. Not long after advancing, the space inside gradually became wider, and it seemed that we had entered the inside of the mine. At this moment, Chao Xing saw a group of blue-skinned creatures with big noses and pointed ears appearing in front of him. They either held spears or short knives in their hands, and rested on the grass pile. In front of Chao Xing, the attributes of these goblins appeared. Frost Goblin Shooter, Level 8, Race, Goblin, HP, 620, Attack Power, 5457, Frost Goblin Shooter, Level 10, Race, Goblin, HP, 720, Attack, 6769, Frost Goblin Archer, Level 12, Race, Goblin, Level, 2nd Level Elite Creature, HP, 3240, Attack Power, 263-274, Skill, Ice Arrow, shoots an arrow with a breath of ice, causes damage equal to 120% of the attack power, and causes the enemy to fall into a slowing effect. Multiple bursts, shoot 3 arrows in a row, each causing damage equal to 80% of the attack power. Talent, Goblin Blood, can be of the opposite with any race, breeding. Chao Xing couldn't help but twitching when he saw the talent introduction above. Should I say that I really deserve to be a goblin? At this moment, a frost goblin holding a spear seemed to sense Assam's breath and woke up from his sleep. Then it saw a Frostwolf knight holding a long sword. The frost goblin immediately exclaimed, "There are humans! Brothers, hurry up and copy these guys! Brothers, hurry up!" Hearing the cry of this frost goblin, more than a dozen frost goblins appeared in the entire mine. Looked over. It's really human, but there are only 3 of them. Kill them. At this moment, one of the goblin pitchers seemed to see Lu Mushue next to Chao Xing. It said excitedly, "There is a woman. What a beautiful human woman." The other goblins also looked in the direction it pointed. Suddenly his eyes turned red, filled with lustful glances. Wow! These girls are so smart. Kill the men and drag the women into the cave to give birth. Lu Mushue's pretty face turned pale and she subconsciously grabbed her shield. Chao Xing's eyes widened and he ordered directly, "Assam, Sarah, deal with them." In the shadows, Sarah also heard the obscene tone of these goblins, and her heart boiled with murderous intent. These filthy creatures, the Shadow Temple will impose sanctions on them. After saying this, Sarah and Assam rushed over in an instant. The group of goblins also instantly entered a fighting state. Call out, phew! Several arrows were fired towards them. However, both Sarah and Assam had activated the frost shield at this time. These arrows hit them, and there was a crisp collision sound. Bite! Ding ding ding! After being weakened 4 times by the frost shield, scale armor, ice shield, and its own equipment, those arrows fell limply to the ground. A few pitiful injury figures appeared above both Sarah and Assam. -8, -7, -9, compared to their thousands of health, this damage is nothing. The goblins were dumbfounded. These humans have such high armor. Boss, our attacks don't seem to be effective against them. Before the group of goblins could react, Sarah was like a ghost. General rushed over. Aha! An arc of light flashed. Sarah jumped 10 meters in an instant. A trail of blood suddenly appeared on the bodies of several goblins along the way. The next moment, these bloodstains turned into horrific wounds. Puff, puff, puff. Blood flowers floated up. -904. -857. -1874. Horrible injury numbers soared one after another. In an instant, all 4 frost goblins were killed. Member of your territory, Sarah Blade Dancer killed Frost Goblin LV9 and gained 90 experience points. Experience points gained by combatants, 45 points. The prompts for experience acquisition keep appearing. The other goblins were frightened, and they shouted, "It's the Dark Elf! Come together, catch her!" Those goblins were just about to rush over and besiege Sarah. At this moment, a strong chill suddenly erupted from Sarah. Click! The cold air turned into a white mist and spread instantly. The 4 goblins nearby suddenly felt their blood run cold and their bodies became extremely stiff. It's the effect of the frost magic shield. Then, Sarah's shadow blade passed silently across their necks. Aha! Aha! The 2 goblins were killed instantly. Member of your territory, Sarah Blade Dancer killed Frost Goblin LV8 and gained 80 experience points. Experience points gained by combatants, 40 points, members of your territory. From the beginning of the battle to now, less than 10 seconds have passed, and Sarah killed 6 goblins like a ghost. So strong. Is this a boss-level assassin? Chao Xing was pleasantly surprised. Until now, he hadn't even raised his staff. It's completely Sarah's personal show here. Not only Chao Xing, but also Assam on the side had no chance to perform. Assam stood there awkwardly, then raised his sword and rushed over to confront the elite goblin. Both are elite-level creatures, and Assam is 1 level lower than this goblin. But because of Chao Xing's active permanent buff, now Assam's true combat power is completely treated as a boss-level creature. Aha! The silver sword passed by. A bloodstain suddenly appeared on the blue skin of this elite goblin. -327, ouch! The elite goblin screamed in pain, rolled over, and quickly distanced himself. It opened the bowstring, and then an arrow containing the breath of ice shot out instantly. Bite! -102. The damage is over 100. The damage of elite goblins is still very high, but compared to Assam's defense, it is still far behind. And immediately, reply numbers of +25 and +25 appeared on Assam's head. Human, what kind of magic shield are you talking about? The elite goblin was furious. But Assam didn't want to communicate at all and had already charged over again. Aha! Swish! The silver light kept flashing, and the elite goblins could only passively defend again and again, without any chance of counterattack. Assam alone is enough to unilaterally suppress elite monsters of the same level. At this moment, Sarah also killed the other miscellaneous fish goblins in the cave. She quickly focused on the elite goblins who were fighting Assam. The next moment, Sarah's figure disappeared from the place. Elite goblins who were at war with Assam. The moment I saw Sarah disappear, I had a bad premonition in my heart. Not waiting for it to react, Sarah's shadow blade appeared silently. Laugh. -784. This knife directly hit the frost goblin's main artery. His blood volume dropped drastically in an instant. Sarah could kill an elite monster like this with just 5 swords. Under the siege of Chao Xing's 2 generals, there was no suspense in the next battle. Only 5 seconds passed. This frost goblin's health has reached its lowest level. Current HP 156/3240. At this time, Chao Xing shouted directly, Assam, Sarah, stop. The 2 recruited creatures have cooperated with Chao Xing so many times. When Chao Xing spoke, he already understood what he meant. They all stopped their attacks. The elite goblin was still standing there blankly. At this moment, 3 ice picks more than 40 centimeters long shot out in an instant. Call out. Phew! The ice picks all hit. Minus 63. Minus 65. Dash 66, 3 wounds appeared, taking away the last bit of its health. Ouch! The elite goblin wailed and fell down. Successfully kill the frost goblin, a level 12 elite creature, kill the monster beyond the level, gain 200 by 300% experience value, and gain 600 experience points. Obtain trophies, Ice Crystal *7, obtain Ascalon Archer Recruitment Scroll, blue, *1, obtain Dim Elite Soul *1, obtain Book of Agility Medium *1, obtain Ice Crystal Stone Long Bow, green, *1. 600 experience points, which is quite good. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. In addition, this elite level creature also exploded a lot of things. He did not check immediately, but took Lu Muxue to start cleaning the battlefield. Chao Xing began to explore the goblins killed by Sarah. Then he collected all the materials, stones, and so on. Obtain Ice Crystal Stone *16, obtain Book of Chaos Week *4, obtain Frozen Meat *72, obtain Rusty Iron Spear *3. For Books of Chaos, 16 cryolites, not bad. After collecting the loot on the ground, all the monsters here were basically eliminated. A system prompt appears. An unowned medium-sized copper mine was discovered. Do you want to occupy it? Just like before, Chao Xing clicked yes directly. Occupied successfully, obtained a medium-sized copper mine *1, and a bronze treasure chest *1. Chao Xing's eyes lit up when he heard the following prompt. Ha! There's another treasure chest? Chao Xing stepped over the corpses of the goblins and began to search in the mine. Soon, he discovered an ancient bronze treasure box in the corner. Looking closer, the system prompt appears again. An unlocked bronze treasure chest was found. Will it be opened? Yes. Opened successfully. Obtain the Elemental Arrow Tower Blueprint *1, obtain Fine Iron *6, obtain the Small Resource Pack *1, obtain the Ice Archer Training Manual *1. There won't be anything too powerful in the bronze treasure chest. Chao Xing had no expectations at all. And when he saw the last prompt, his eyes suddenly lit up. A training manual has actually been released? Woohoo! Can't we just build a training camp directly? Chao Xing's face showed joy. Okay. Next, as long as we recruit some more people, we can train them into combat units in batches. However, now is not the time. Because Chao Xing has a small number of subordinates, they still need to work. After breaking down the opened bronze treasure box on the ground into 6 pieces of copper, Chao Xing said, "Let's go, you can go out." Then, he took Sarah and Assam and walked out of the mine. Along the way, several spike traps were also dismantled. Soon, Chao Xing emerged from the mine. After seeing Chao Xing come out, Andrew, who was waiting outside the mine, said respectfully, "The god of nature bless you." Chao Xing nodded and returned to the territory with his men. Crunch! Crunch! The crawler robot continued to crush the thick snow. After a while, they returned to the territory. By this time, a railroad track had been laid. One end of the railway track is connected to the ore processing plant, and the other end is connected to the coal mine a few hundred meters away. 2 mining carts are working back and forth on it, and they are also loaded with a large amount of coal. They have already taken the initial shape of industrial mining. Chao Xing sat on the robot and shouted directly, "Chowie." At this time, Chowie, who was working in the ore processing plant, heard the shout and walked out immediately. "Lord." Chao Xing nodded, and then said, "We have just dug a copper mine, 2 kilometers away from the territory. I need you to lead people to lay a railway track and then start mining." After hearing this, the leader Chao said, he thought, "Lord, it seems our rail length is not enough for a distance of 2 kilometers? Chao Xing glanced at his storage box. Railway *972, although more than 1,000 rails were obtained from the Mole Man mine last time. But because a batch was consumed to connect the coal mines, the remaining rails could no longer connect the copper mines 2 kilometers away. Chao Xing waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. I have a drawing for making the rails here. Send someone to the blacksmith shop in a moment to build the rails in batches and then connect them together." After hearing this, the leader Chao's face lit up for a moment, and then he said respectfully, "Okay, Lord, I'll do it right away." After that, he arranged the work. The territory has returned to a state of vigorous development. Seeing the busy people, Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Of course, the people doing the work are all the people like Chowie and Dizhuang. Like Sarah, Andrew, as a combatant, would not participate in this. However, after the loyalty reaches 100, Chao Xing can also forcefully issue orders to them. Chao Xing thought to himself, We have to find something for these guys to do. And that's when Chao Xing suddenly saw a figure appearing in the white snow ahead. There was still some distance, but it could be seen that there were many people. Chao Xing's eyes suddenly focused. Alert! Whoa! Swish! In an instant, all the recruiting creatures in the territory drew their weapons and stood ready. It is difficult for ordinary people to walk in this snowy field. The sudden appearance of such a large number of people is indeed a bit abnormal. At this time, Sarah has entered a stealth state. All the territorial residents working outside also ran back to the territory immediately. Only within the territory are they absolutely safe, and this has been proven in the past few days. Lu Muxue was ready to fight and stood nervously next to Chao Xing. Xiaoyani, who was on the side, also took Tong Chuchu and hid in the shelter. This was the first time they encountered other humans approaching their territory, and the group of figures seemed to be walking towards them. However, when he got closer, Chao Xing realized that it seemed to be a caravan. A group of people guarded 5 carriages with great momentum. Chao Xing saw that those carriages also had a black lion pattern printed on them. Assam said at this time, "Lord, that seems to be the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce's convoy." Black Lion Chamber of Commerce? Yes. Assam nodded. The Black Lion Chamber of Commerce is the strongest on the Western continent. One of the 3 major chambers of commerce, with members all over the continent. It is said that this Chamber of Commerce does all kinds of business, and its business scope covers the Western continent and the Northern continent. Chao Xing relaxed a little after hearing Assam's explanation. It turned out to be a group of businessmen, so there was no need to be so nervous. At the same time, the group of convoy personnel had also arrived at Chao Xing's territory. As the name suggests, everything in this Chamber of Commerce is black. The black horses, black vehicles, and the armor on the guards are all black. However, among them, Chao Xing saw 2 tall creatures that did not look like humans at all. Ha! Cat head? Assam was still introducing Chao Xing from the side. Lord, those 2 creatures with feline heads and long tails are from the Shire clan. This is a race born for fighting, and they often take on mercenary tasks. Chao Xing nodded. He also saw that this group of guards, especially the 2 mercenaries from the Shire clan, gave him a strong sense of threat. Chao Xing glanced at their attributes. Black Lion Guard, Ruber LV25, Race, Char, Level, 3rd Level Elite, Attack Power, 1654-1723, Armor, 312-323, Skills, Rock Breaking Strike, Headbutt Heavy Attack, Regrouping, Talent, Natural Selection, able to quickly adapt to extremely cruel environments. Black Lion Guard, Ezra LV26, Race, Char, Level, 3rd Level Elite, Attack Power, 1712-1755, Armor, 251-261, Skills, Heavy Attack, Strength Flag, Discipline Flag. Talent, Natural Selection. Chao Xing narrowed his eyes. 2 3rd-level elite creatures, plus a group of at least 2nd-level guards. No wonder this caravan dared to do business in the dangerous wind and snow fields. The more dangerous the environment, the higher the profit. As long as they can pass through the harsh environment and reach some towns, they can sell the materials in their hands at prices that are several times or even dozens of times higher than the cost. At this time, a short businessman who looked like a wine barrel came down from a carriage. He came to Chao Xing's territory, looked at the territory that appeared in the snow, and exclaimed, "The territory that suddenly appeared, as long as there is fuel, there will be a bonfire that will never go out. Could it be that you are the one who was captured by the world? The chosen lord chosen by will and summoned from another world?" He looked at Chao Xing excitedly and subconsciously wanted to come over and shake hands. But when he came to the edge of the territory, he was blocked by an invisible wall of air. There was a shocked look in the businessman's eyes. "There is a force preventing me from entering. This is really the chosen territory. Oh my God." Then, he looked at Chao Xing and performed a standard etiquette. "This chosen lord, Black Lion Chamber of Commerce, Hilton greets you." Chao Xing didn't know why the other party had such a big reaction. If he knew that there were billions of chosen lords in the world, he would not be stunned. Chao Xing nodded slightly. "Lord Chao Xing, hello to you, Mr. Hilton." Businessman Hilton was slightly relieved when he heard the response. The reaction of Chao Xing and others just now made him nervous. He saluted again. Chao Xing also expressed his friendliness and made everyone put down their weapons. Then, Chao Xing checked Hilton's attributes. Black Lion Chamber of Commerce, Hilton LV6, Race, Human Race, HP, 48480, Attack Power, 3741, Skills, Negotiation Skills, Bargaining, Danger Perception, Money Instinct, Observation of Moments, Talent, Language Learned to Master. What a load of life skills. No wonder this guy can lead such a caravan walking in the snowy field. What a talent. Chao Xing was the first to speak. Your Excellency Hilton, why did you come to my territory? Hilton was not surprised by Chao Xing's question. He explained, Lord Chao Xing, I would like to excuse you. Our Black Lion Chamber of Commerce travels across the continent and also conducts transactions with some lords and nobles. After seeing your territory, I wanted to come over and have a look. Do you need it? You need to conduct a material transaction with our Black Lion Chamber of Commerce. Transaction? Yes, you can sell us any valuables or items whose price is difficult to determine, and I will purchase them at a reasonable price. Similarly, you can also take a look at our caravan's goods to see if there are any items that interest you. Chao Xing was stunned. It was his first time encountering the role of a wandering merchant. So he asked, What goods do you have? Businessman Hilton smiled mysteriously. Then, a system prompt appears. Black Lion Chamber of Commerce, Hilton disclosed his cargo list to you. Do you accept it? Black Lion Chamber of Commerce, Hilton disclosed his cargo list to you. Do you accept it? Yes. The next moment, a large number of dazzling items appeared in front of Chao Xing. After seeing the names of those items, Chao Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. Vitality Secret Potion, blue, priced at 30,000 crowns. Polar Ice Crystal Flower, purple, priced at 50,000 crowns. Ancient Weapon Peace Defender, purple, priced at 400,000 crowns. 127mm bullet, price is 200 crowns per bullet. Rock-breaking Great Sword, purple, priced at 310,000 crowns. Paladin's Shield, gold, priced at 900,000 crowns. There's a lot of stuff. Although you can't see the attributes, you can tell just by hearing the name that it must be extraordinary. Among them, Chao Xing even saw pieces of golden equipment. In this world, both materials and equipment are divided into grades. White is common, green is fine, blue is excellent, purple is rare, and gold is treasure. Golden props often have irreplaceable functions and preciousness. You know, at this stage, most survivors are still fighting with whiteboard weapons. If you have one or two pieces of green equipment, you are a master. And now, there was actually a piece of golden equipment in front of him. You can imagine how valuable it is. However, the price tag for this piece of golden equipment was also outrageous, reaching 900,000 kronor. Chao Xing couldn't help but want to rob the caravan. There are too many good things. Seeing Chao Xing's eyes shining, the businessman Hilton smiled and said, Lord Chao Xing, what do you think? Is there anything that makes your heart beat? Chao Xing turned his head and glanced at him. Yes, but I will buy it. I can't afford it. His entire net worth is only more than 10,000 crowns, which he got by destroying 2 safari camps. Not to mention Chao Xing, even among the entire Blue Star survivors, few people had more than 10,000 crowns. Hearing Chao Xing's frank admission, the businessman Hilton chuckled and said, It doesn't matter, Lord Chao Xing can take a look. If he has anything special, if he can't decide the price, you can also let me take a look. If it's appropriate, we will make an acquisition. Chao Xing thought about it. He did have something on hand that could be sold. So, Chao Xing took out the viscous liquid first. He asked tentatively, Do you accept this? Hilton took it. Oh? This is a lubricating material that can be made into good engine oil after processing. The corner of Chao Xing's mouth twitched. The mucus that explodes from the mole man's body is made into motor oil. What a joke. Hilton asked, Lord Chao Xing, do you have a lot of black liquid in your hand? Chao Xing did not answer, but asked, Your Excellency Hilton, what price are you prepared to offer? A thoughtful look appeared in Hilton's eyes. After a while, he said, How about 50 crowns for a ball of liquid? After hearing this, Chao Xing nodded secretly. This price should be considered very reasonable. After all, the viscous liquid is just a white material, so it's not bad to sell it at this price. Chao Xing has more than 300 balls of viscous liquid in his hand. If he sells them all, he will make a lot of money. Okay, Sir Hilton, let's trade at this price. Hilton smiled happily and quickly conducted a wave of material exchanges. The transaction was successful. You lost the viscous liquid *346, and you gain coins *17300. Then, Chao Xing looked at the number of his coins. Coins *31063, more than 30,000 yuan, which is already a huge sum of money. According to Hilton's price, it is enough to buy a piece of blue quality equipment. At this moment, Chao Xing remembered that he still had something to sell. It was found at the safari camp. It was a black diamond. The system evaluation said that this black diamond was of high value, but Chao Xing was not sure about the specific price. So, he tentatively took it out. At this moment, the black diamond in Chao Xing's hands reflected the beautiful colorful aurora. Before Chao Xing could speak, businessman Hilton's pupils widened when he saw this one, and he exclaimed, "This is it. This is a black diamond. There may not be even one black diamond in the 10 spar mines. Drill! Oh my god! What did I see?" At this moment, not only Hilton, but also the guards nearby looked at the black diamond in Chao Xing's hand. Because they clearly know how precious this thing is. There were even greedy looks in the eyes of some of the guards. Assam noticed their gazes and instantly drew his sword and guarded Chao Xing. Andrew also entered fighting mode. Aha! Swish! Chao Xing's reaction also caused the guards to all draw their weapons. The two sides instantly entered a state of tension. Hilton also realized something. He quickly turned around and yelled at the guards behind him, "What are you doing? Who allowed you to point your weapons at the distinguished Lord Chao Xing? Give me one. Put down the weapon. Put down the weapon." Hilton blushed and looked extremely angry. The escorts obeyed the order and gradually lowered their weapons. Hilton said with an angry look on his face, "Apologize to this lord, right now." Chao Xing was also a little surprised to see Hilton's such a big reaction. But soon, he understood why. "If anyone interferes with this business for me, I will report it to the Frostbite mercenary group and let you all pack up and leave." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the mercenaries suddenly changed. Including the two strong seal, they all put down their weapons. They knelt on one knee on the snow and said respectfully, "I am very sorry, Lord Chosen. This is actually the first time we have seen such a diamond. It is too shocking and scares everyone. I deeply blame myself. Please, this chosen lord, can forgive us for our recklessness." Seeing the sincere apology from these mercenaries, Chao Xing waved his hand. "It's okay, put down your weapons." Assam and others obeyed the order and put their swords back. Sarah, who had already reached the rear of the caravan, gradually revealed her figure. Seeing this scene, Hilton breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Chao Xing would stop doing business with him because of the actions of these guards. He knows better than anyone that this black diamond contains amazing value. At this moment, Hilton asked tentatively, "This respected Lord of Chosen, I wonder if you are willing to sell this black diamond in your hand to our Black Lion Chamber of Commerce?" Chao Xing held the black diamond in his hand, with thoughts flashing in his eyes. Color. It can be seen from their reactions that the price of this black diamond must be very high. Definitely more than a piece of purple equipment. As for whether it can rival golden equipment, it's hard to say. So, Chao Xing asked, "Your Excellency Hilton, what price are you prepared to offer?" When Hilton heard this, he also fell into thinking. According to the businessman's instinct, he will definitely use his exquisite words to lower the value of the black diamond at this time. Then they will aggressively bargain and purchase at an extremely low price to obtain maximum profits. However, because of Chao Xing's identity as the Tianxian Lord and his first transaction, he took out something as precious as the black diamond. This made Hilton feel that Chao Xing was a lord with full potential. If you can leave a good impression on him, there may be a chance to work together again in the future. Between short-term interests and long-term interests, he chose the latter. So, Hilton said, "The market price of ordinary black diamonds is between 200,000 and 400,000 kronor. A black diamond of excellent quality can be sold for 500,000 kronor." After hearing this, Chao Xing's mouth was already showing joy. 500,000 crowns. This is a truly huge amount of money, and indeed exceeds the price of a piece of purple equipment. However, Hilton's next words surprised him even more. "And the black diamond in your hand is even more exquisite." Hilton thought for a moment and set a price, 95,000 kroner. "What do you think?" When he quoted the price, there was a flash of surprise in Chao Xing's eyes. Because the price was far beyond his expectations. Even more than the price of that golden shield. Although Chao Xing doesn't understand the prices in this world. But obviously, this is a reasonable price. Because it is already higher than the price of that golden shield. Chao Xing let out a long sigh. Unexpectedly, the black diamonds he collected in the safari camp could be exchanged for a piece of golden equipment. This made Chao Xing secretly decide that if there was a chance in the future, he would clear out a few more safari camps. What if something good came out again? So, Chao Xing said, "Well, I want that golden shield, plus 100,000 kroner, which is exactly 1 million. Hearing that Chao Xing increased the price by another 50,000, Hilton thought for a moment, then nodded. Deal. There was joy on both of their faces. After finishing speaking, Hilton motioned to the mercenaries behind him. 2 mercenaries, each holding a large black box, came over. Then, they opened the box in front of Chao Xing. Inside a box, there was a hexagonal shield over 1 meter tall and completely golden. It is also engraved with dense patterns, which is beautiful and has a strong sense of weight. The appearance of this shield is even comparable to some works of art. In another big box, there were tons of krona coins. Hilton praised, "Lord Chaoxing, you are really discerning. I collected this shield from an ancient tribe. It has a history of at least 1,000 years. The craftsmanship on it even makes the dwarf blacksmith master, Tidak, was amazed by it. Master Tidak said that this forging method has probably been lost. So, this may be the last such shield in the entire continent, and it has a very high collection value." Chaoxing nodded. He could also see how precious this shield was. Even the aborigines looked into the box with longing. Of course, Chaoxing didn't care about what Hilton said was out of print. After all, these merchants always like to exaggerate their products and increase added value. Then, they exchanged the supplies. The transaction was successful. You obtained Paladin's Shield, Gold, Coin, *100000, and you lost Black Diamond, *1. When the transaction was completed, joy appeared on both sides' faces. Chaoxing was also excited when he looked at the golden shield in his backpack. After all, this is the first piece of golden equipment he has obtained. At this time, Hilton once again looked at Chaoxing with longing eyes and said, "Dear Lord Chosen, I wonder if you have any other special items?" He seemed to be unsatisfied. After all, although the purchase price for this black diamond was very high, but he still has a way to make huge profits. Chaoxing shook his head. "No more for the time being, Mr. Hilton." Hilton looked a little regretful, but he quickly recovered and said, "It's okay, Lord Chaoxing. I will come to the Blizzard Snowfield often in the future. If you have anything special, please try your best to trade with me." Chaoxing also smiled and nodded. "It's easy to talk, Mr. Hilton, happy to cooperate." After speaking, Chaoxing took the initiative to step out of the territory and shook hands with Hilton to show his sincerity. Hilton also extended his chubby hand. Happy cooperation. At this time, Hilton glanced at the territory behind Chaoxing. His eyes stayed on the Lord's cabin and the elementary element arrow tower for a moment. He nodded secretly. Then, his eyes were fixed on the half-built tavern. Hilton's eyes lit up, and he seemed to have made some kind of decision. "Lord Chaoxing, I see that your territory has taken preliminary shape, and even the tavern is about to be built. I wonder, are you willing to establish trade relations with our Black Lion Chamber of Commerce?" "Trade relations?" "Yes." Hilton nodded and said, "When we, the Black Lion merchants, are doing business in the snowy fields, we will also come to your territory and use this place as a trading point. Of course, we will also pay a certain fee. If you become our partner, you will be able to enjoy a 50% discount when purchasing items from the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce in the future." Hilton finished speaking, and Chaoxing understood what he meant. This is because they are interested in the development prospects of their own territory, and they plan to come here often for trade in the future. A system prompt appears. The prosperity of your territory has reached the required level. Hilton, the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce, is applying to establish a trade relationship with your territory. Do you want to accept it? Chaoxing thought to himself. Obviously, this condition is not harmful to him. And because of the influence of the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce, more people will come to his territory in the future, and the chance of recruiting some powerful heroes will also become higher. Chaoxing replied, "Your Excellency Hilton, I am happy to establish a cooperative relationship with the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce." After hearing this, Hilton suddenly beamed. Trade relations have been successfully established, the favorability of the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce has increased, and the current favorability is friendly. The two parties shook hands happily again. At this time, Chaoxing added, "Your Excellency Hilton, my territory is still under construction. It will take some time to improve the facilities." After hearing this, Hilton waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter, Lord Chaoxing, we are not in a hurry." At this time, Hilton's two eyes on his fat face moved, as if he thought of something. "Lord Chaoxing, the construction of the territory requires more manpower. I wonder if you need to recruit a new group of people?" Chaoxing frowned slightly. "Your Excellency Hilton, what do you mean?" Hilton was mysterious smiled. Then, he had people lift the black curtains over the last two carriages. Chaoxing immediately saw a group of humanoid creatures with white skin, clothes sewn from white leaves, and even white hair, huddled in the carriage. "This is it?" Chaoxing asked doubtfully. Hilton explained, "This is the Tree Spirit Clan. They are the guardians of the Pale Holy Tree. However, due to the awakening of the ancient dragon Zayton, their home was destroyed. A large number of Tree Spirit Clan are homeless. He fled all the way from the northern continent and came to our western continent. Our president of the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce couldn't bear the displacement of these former guardians, so he asked us businessmen to bring the tree spirits with us when doing business. Can you find a kind lord to take them in?" At this point, Hilton added, "Lord Chaoxing, please rest assured that the tree spirits live in the northern continent all year round and are hardworking and will not be lazy when working." Chaoxing understood Hilton's introduction. These tree spirits were not captured by them, but took refuge in the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce because they were homeless. Now, the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce is looking for a place for this group of escapees. From this point of view, the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce is not like those traditional businessmen who do business without evil. At least they still retain the last bit of conscience. Of course, this group of tree spirits must have brought them a lot of benefits. Chaoxing couldn't help but think, it seems that this world is not peaceful. There are all kinds of cultists, evil gods, and now even the ancient dragons have come out. From a long distance, Chaoxing saw the attributes of these tree spirits. Tree Spirit, Valerie LV6, HP, 36360, Attack, 2731, Skills, None, Talent, Guardian of the Pale Tree, within the range of the Pale Tree, recovers 0.1 per second, percent of HP, Tree Spirit, Voino LV4, HP, 28280, Attack, 2325, Skills, None, Talent, Guardian of the Pale Tree, Pale of Species, Neve LV5, Level. First Class Elite, HP, for 2420, Skill, Eye of the Forest, can share vision with a plant within a nearby range, Talent, Pale Tree Guardian Author. Chaoxing's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw Neve's attributes. It's actually an elite level, and it also has a special skill. Chaoxing's eyes were fixed on a relatively petite tree spirit in the carriage. She also looked at Chaoxing with curious eyes. With eyes like ice crystals and snow-white skin, she looks like a crystal doll. However, the moment she looked at Chaoxing, Eve lowered her head. It is estimated that this Neve herself did not realize what was special about herself. After all, the elite level only has 30% more attributes than ordinary creatures. At lower levels, this advantage is not so obvious. The attributes of other tree spirits are not bad either, and they can be used as labor units. You can also train them into frost archers after the training barracks are built. At this moment, Chaoxing was indeed moved. At this moment, Chaoxing was really moved. He really wanted to take in all these tree spirits. However, there are 14 tree spirits here. The population of Chaoxing's territory has almost reached its upper limit. Current population, 41/50ths, however, this is not a big problem. My lord's cabin will be upgraded to level 2 soon. By then, the population will be doubled. Chaoxing, look at the territory behind you. Under the construction of 4 territorial residents. The lord's cottage has gradually changed from a 1-story log cabin to a 2-story stone house with windows for ventilation. Chaoxing took a look. Level 1 Lord's Hut, construction progress 87%, it's fast, it will only take half an hour to build successfully. So, Chaoxing asked, I can accept these tree spirits. Hearing this, it was not just the businessman Hilton. The faces of the tree spirits also showed joy. Your Excellency Hilton, what price are you going to offer for these tree spirits? Hilton thought for a moment. The tree spirits are a powerful race and have good fighting talents. There are 14 tree spirits here. According to the market, the price is almost 5,000 crowns per person. 14 tree spirits are 70,000 crowns, and if I give you a discount, it will be 65,000 crowns. Lord Chaoxing, what do you think? Chaoxing was full of curses. Expensive. You know, even if you go to the city and buy ordinary human slaves, it only costs about 1 or 2,000 crowns. The price has tripled or quadrupled. Sure enough, the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce was willing to accept the Tree Spirit clan, but it still made huge profits from them. However, considering the special nature of the Tree Spirit clan, Chaoxing still nodded. Okay. In addition, I also need 127mm bullets and a bottle of Vitality Secret Medicine. Chaoxing's bullets were almost running out, so he took this opportunity to replenish them. After hearing this, the smile on Hilton's face became even bigger. He squinted his eyes and said, the bullets and secret medicine add up to 50,000 kronor, and after discount, they are 45,000 kronor. Total up, you only need to pay me 110,000 kronor. Yes. Chaoxing nodded, and then took out 110,000 kronor coins, feeling extremely speechless in his heart. What the hell, I just made more than 100,000 from the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce, and I traded it out in the blink of an eye. I really spend it wherever I make money, and I want to take it home with me. The two sides completed a wave of transactions again. Hilton was laughing so hard that his eyes almost squinted together. He found that this Chaoxing was his lucky star. Not only did they obtain precious black diamonds from him, but they also got rid of a group of tree spirits and earned a large amount of crown coins. The more he looked at Chaoxing, the more he liked him. At the same time, the tree spirits were also brought over by the escorts. Hilton looked at this group of pale-skinned tree spirits and said, "From today on, you belong to Lord Xiaoxing. He is an important partner of our Black Lion Chamber of Commerce. You must obey Lord Xiaoxing's orders, absolutely cannot disobey." After hearing this, the group of tree spirits all knelt down and said gratefully, "Thank you, Lord." Xiaoxing nodded. At this time, seeing that the transaction was over, Hilton said wisely, "Lord Xiaoxing, the transaction has been completed, I won't disturb you for now." Xiaoxing replied, "Okay, Sir Hilton, I wish you a safe journey." Hilton said to him. Xiaoxing made a prayer gesture, "Father of the gods bless you." After saying that, Hilton led the caravan again and disappeared into the vast snow. Only the 14 tree spirits were left on the field, still kneeling on the ground. As guardians of the pale tree, they are naturally very cold resistant. Even if they are only wearing clothes made of leaves, they can survive in extremely low temperatures for a long time. Xiaoxing did not issue a recruitment invitation to them immediately, but said, "Everyone, get up and follow me into the territory first." Although it is the novice protection period now, the Lord has the authority to open the territory to other NPCs. These tree spirits stood up obediently, and then carefully stepped into Xiaoxing's territory. Neve, who has elite potential, stood in the crowd and looked very inconspicuous. Dezhuang, Xiaoyi, and the others were all looking at the new group of citizens with curiosity. Xiaoxing said directly, "Xiaoyi, speed up the upgrade of the Lord's hut." The leader Xiaoyi immediately responded, "I obey, Lord. Dezhuang, upgrade more shelters so that our new members can have a place to live." "I'm happy to serve you, my master." Dahua, go prepare food for our new members. Dahua also received the order and began to lead the people into the Yi canteen to prepare for today's second meal. The group of tree spirits felt anxious when they saw this man giving orders one by one. Then they stood by the campfire and waited silently. Half an hour later, Xiaoxing heard a system prompt. "Your Lord's hut has been upgraded successfully, current level, level 2, population limit plus 50, reputation value plus 200, current population, 41/100, blacksmith shop, or processing plant, sewing shop, canteen, etc. Territory buildings can be upgraded to level 2. Seeing this 2-story stone house completely formed, Xiaoxing's face showed joy. Very good, finally upgraded to level 2. However, this time the system did not reward him. After thinking about it, it's normal. After all, with such a large base of human beings in the world, it is only normal for someone to build a level 2 Lord's Lodge in front of him. Xiaoxing turned around, looked at the waiting tree spirits, and then asked, "So, I now invite you to join my territory, are you willing?" The group of trees immediately knelt down. "I am willing to serve you, respected Lord." A lot of system prompts appeared. Recruitment successful, Tree Spirit Tribe, Yubel LV5, Tree Spirit Tribe, Anita LV6, Tree Spirit Tribe, Neve LV5, have joined your territory. Xiaoxing nodded, very good. Then he looked at the loyalty of these people. All are between 60 and 70, which is not too high. As for the elite tree spirit among them, when Xiaoxing looked over, Neve lowered her head subconsciously, not daring to look at him. Xiaoxing didn't care either. Being a first-level elite is not that important to him. As long as she is obedient and willing to work, that's all. So, Xiaoxing said, "Then, you can go to the cafeteria now and eat some food to replenish your strength." Upon hearing this, the group of tree spirits looked at Xiaoxing nervously, but did not move. Xiaoxing was stunned and said, "What's wrong?" At this time, a tall tree spirit woman with a somewhat mature appearance stood up and said, "Dear Lord, our tree spirit clan has become accustomed to living in the wild. Just give us some dry bread and we can eat it outside so as not to stain your floor." Upon hearing this, Xiaoxing immediately understood something. The tree spirits have been guarding the pale tree since they were born. That forest is their territory and their home. Ever since his home was destroyed, he has defaulted to being homeless in his heart. Now that I have entered someone else's territory, I subconsciously think that I am an outsider. This is their deep-rooted thinking. Xiaoxing shook his head. "In my territory, there are not so many things to pay attention to. Since you have become my subject, you will naturally be treated equally. Now, in the name of the Lord, I invite you to enter the cafeteria." Xiaoxing's words contained a hint of emotion. No room for rejection. The Tree Spirit clan looked at each other again, and the Tree Spirit clan woman said, "Thank you for your kindness, Lord." Then, they got into the canteen together. And when this group of tree spirits saw the various delicacies already laid out on the dining table, their saliva suddenly began to secrete crazily. The tree spirits look like creatures carved from ice, but in fact, they also have flesh and blood and need daily food. The food in front of them directly aroused the desire deep in their hearts. Xiaoxing said, "Then, let's start enjoying it." After getting Chao Xing's permission, this group of tree spirits could no longer control it. They came to the dining table, lifted up the roasted bear meat, wolf meat, dry cheese, and devoured it. While eating, he made a sound of admiration from his mouth. Oh my god! Such delicious bear meat, such delicious wolf meat, my tongue almost melts. Wow, it's so delicious. I have never had such a sumptuous meal since I was a child. Praise this kind Lord, he has given us abundant food. Other tree spirits also said, praise the great Lord. A lot of system prompts appeared in front of Chao Xing. Members of your territory, Arning has enjoyed delicious food, her loyalty has been improved, and her current loyalty is 74. Members of your territory, Carla has enjoyed delicious food, her loyalty has been elevated, and her current loyalty is 72. Your territory member, Neve enjoyed the delicious food, her loyalty has been improved, the current loyalty is 71. The favorability of all members has increased. The living environment of the tree spirit clan is also very harsh, because the pale tree is sacred and inviolable. Therefore, within their scope of activities, there are not many abundant supplies. At this time, the petite Neve looked at Chao Xing while devouring the food on the table, as if she had something to say. But in the end, she still couldn't muster the courage. While this group of tree spirits were eating, Chao Xing turned around and came outside the house. Because he couldn't wait to see the properties of several things traded from Hilton. Especially, that golden shield. Paladin's shield, gold, LV10, quality, treasure, armor, 123-129, with special effects, physique plus 20, spirit plus 20, included special effect, intermediate level unloading, when receiving a physical attack, reduce the damage caused by the opponent's strength by 20 points, included special effect, intermediate magic resistance, when receiving a magic attack, reduce the opponent's mental damage caused by 25 points, included special effect, Knight's Blessing, adds a layer of protective shield to all allies. The durability is 20% of the current friendly health, the duration is 120 seconds, the cooling time is 20 minutes. I'm going. So strong attributes. More than 100 armors, plus several special effects, all increase the survivability of the shield user. You can imagine how amazing Lu Mushua's defense power will be with the Paladin's shield in hand. Moreover, the most powerful one is naturally the last, Knight's Blessing, special effect. Combined with your own talent, it is equivalent to permanently increasing the maximum health of all allies by 20%. This is a huge improvement. If given to the mammoth, it can directly increase the blood volume by 300 points. Unfortunately, this piece of equipment has wearing requirements. You need to reach level 10 to equip it. However, for Chao Xing, it is not too difficult to reach level 10. With a happy expression, Chao Xing began to check the second item, which was a bottle of secret medicine. Secret Potion of Vitality, blue. After taking it, you can increase your physique by 10 points within 180 minutes. Want to know the secret of Lord Earl's nightly singing? Yes, this is it. It is indeed a secret medicine to increase physical strength. Although Chao Xing didn't see the attributes, he used his previous experience playing on the tablet, judged the effect of this secret medicine. 10 points of physical fitness is not low, it is comparable to his improvement of 3 or 4 levels. Of course, only before the second level. After the second level, the attribute improvements obtained with each upgrade will be more. Chao Xing drank it without hesitation. Because he is a fragile mage, he naturally wants to improve his survivability as much as possible. Taking Vitality Secret Medicine successfully, the physique has been improved, the talent, Eternal Power, has taken effect, and this state has become permanent. Sure enough, potions can also be boosted by talents. 10 points of Constitution added another 200 points of health to me, which is really good. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction and used the Paladin's shield, throw it to Lu Muxue. Lu Muxue looked at the gorgeous golden shield in her hand in surprise. She had been staying with Chao Xing just now and saw the transaction process between him and Hilton. Naturally, we know how valuable this golden shield is. Throwing it onto the trading market would definitely shock the survivors in Area 174. However, Lu Muxue has secretly made up her mind to develop the territory together with Chao Xing. There was no need to say any unnecessary words of gratitude, but he silently put the shield into his backpack. Besides, her whole body belongs to Chao Xing, so a piece of golden equipment is nothing. At this moment, Chao Xing and Lu Muxue suddenly felt a violent vibration in the soles of their feet. Boom! The vibration came very suddenly, causing the buildings in the entire territory to shake slightly. Lu Muxue subconsciously grabbed Chao Xing's shoulders. The residents were also frightened and stopped what they were doing. The group of polar men were in a hurry, shouting with exaggerated expressions. Oh, God, what happened? Is the earth moving? No, it's the mother goddess who is hungry. She wants to eat the polar people who are full of filth. Oh, mother goddess, please forgive us. All these polar people knelt on the ground, kowtowed and performed prayers. Living underground all year round, earthquakes are the most terrifying natural disaster for them, and they can take away the lives of many polar people every time. But fortunately, the shock came and went away quickly. However, both Chao Xing and Lu Muxue saw surprise in each other's eyes. Because the shock just now was not felt in their area, but in the entire blizzard snowfield, and even in the entire western continent. World Channel has become a mess, and a large number of survivors are talking frantically inside. Is it really an earthquake? Chao Xing was puzzled. Before they could react, a system prompt appears. Attention all survivors. The remaining time before the novice protection period, 39 hours and 17 minutes. After the novice protection period ends, the game content will undergo some changes. New expansion pack, The Dragon's Resurrection is about to begin. The sleeping ancient dragon, Dolma, is gradually awakening. The power of the dragon spilled out from it has turned into ice nests, appearing frequently around the world. There will be a large number of ice nest beasts, ice nest eyes, Dolma minions and other monsters in the ice nest. As time goes by, the power of the dragon continues to recover, and the monsters that appear in the ice lair will become more powerful. Your goal is to protect your respective territories and destroy more ice nests under the attack of these ice nest beasts. Notice, ice nests appear randomly. In order to allow survivors to adapt as quickly as possible, small-scale ice nests will appear during the novice protection period. The prompt had just ended, and all the survivors saw that there seemed to be a meteor shower in the sky. Those meteor showers fell all over the world, creating huge craters. Boom! Boom! Violent vibrations continued to occur. The world chat channel was suddenly in chaos. Li Zhang, worry. What happened? The system said that a giant dragon is about to awaken? Leonardo, a new expansion pack is about to be launched. This is the system's way to allow us to adapt in advance. Murata Kenichi, the giant dragon is about to awaken. Dragon? It seems that this brave man will finally become a dragon-slaying warrior. Mohammed, you are wrong, this is a punishment from heaven. In fact, we should have died long ago. We came to this world just to repay. Sin, everyone will die, haha. Everyone will die. Zhuang, people upstairs, don't go crazy here. A lot of comments came out in an instant, including the chat channel in Area 174. One of the survivors named Zhang Na exclaimed, "Oh my god, a meteor fell near my territory." It turned into an ice nest, and many monsters covered with ice spikes emerged from it. When the other survivors in Area 174 heard this, they were immediately surprised. Let me go. It turns out that these meteors are what the system calls the ice nest. Sister Zhang Na, how strong are those monsters? Zhang Na was silent for a moment, and then spoke again. It seems okay, they are all level 4 and 5 monsters, I can still deal with them. Hearing this, the other survivors also breathed a sigh of relief. However, the system also reminded that it was the early stage of the dragon's recovery, and there was only a slight leakage of power, so the monsters that appeared in the ice nest were not powerful. As the dragon gradually awakens, the level of the ice nest monster will gradually increase. At this moment, Ji Xinyue also shouted in the chat channel, an ice nest also appeared outside my territory. Oh my god, there are so many monsters coming out. Lo Hanyu, I saw it too, I do it. Chow Wei Chow. This ice nest killed my polar man. Zhang Yujie brothers, go back to your territory, the ice nest will not hit our territory. Upon hearing the warning, the victims retreated back to their own territory. The sudden change caught everyone off guard. Chao Xing looked around and closed the chat channel. It seems that dragons' ice lairs have appeared near the territories of many survivors. But fortunately, this is a warm-up of the system in advance. The level of the monsters that appear is not high, and it is also to allow the survivors to adapt. Game changes after the novice protection period ends. Chao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. The sudden shock did make him panic a little. Lu Muxue blinked her beautiful eyes and said softly, "Axing. The system said that the dragon is about to wake up. Is the dragon very powerful?" Chao Xing nodded and said, "Of course, didn't you listen to Hilton? The North Continent was almost destroyed because of the awakening of a giant dragon. This ancient dragon in our continent is probably similar." So scary. Lu Muxue was worried. Chao Xing smiled and said, "Don't worry, according to the system prompts, it will probably take some time for the dragon to wake up. Besides, if the sky falls, there will be tall people to hold it up. The aboriginal people in this world are much stronger than us. If the dragon wakes up, they will be the first to attack it. If we can't resist them, there's nothing we can do. After hearing this, the worry on Lu Mushue's face dissipated a bit. He looked at this man with a look of fascination in his eyes. He always seems to have a way to solve every difficulty. At this moment, Chao Xing suddenly felt a gust of wind above his head. He raised his head and clearly saw a shooting star passing by. Then, it hit directly near his territory. Boom! Violent vibration, more than ever before. The snow on the ground was blown away, and the territorial buildings shook violently. Chao Xing was stunned. Am I going? Did it hit me on the head? Before Chao Xing could check, the leader Chowie exclaimed outside. Lord! Something hit near our territory. Chao Xing walked over quickly. Including the Tree Spirit clan who were eating in the canteen were also alerted, and they came out one after another. Then, everyone saw it, about 800 meters away in the territory. A lair that was all white and looked like an ice sculpture appeared, and a powerful wave of power continued to appear inside. Roar! Waves of wild beast-like roars appeared. A look of surprise appeared in Chao Xing's eyes. So this is the ice nest. But at this moment, the group of tree spirits were staring at the ice nest. One of the tree spirits exclaimed, "Oh my god! That's the power of the ancient dragon." Upon hearing the words ancient dragon, all the tree spirits showed great fear. Why? We have already arrived in the western continent, and the giant dragon still refuses to let us go? The dragon has destroyed our home. Will it destroy our last habitat? You. We are being the cursed race should sink with the pale tree. The tree spirit clan was extremely desperate at this time. Neve even collapsed on the ground. The other citizens looked at this group of pale-skinned people. However, they did not feel that the reaction of the tree spirit clan was exaggerated. After all, these people have already experienced a dragon disaster, their homes were destroyed, and their tribesmen died in droves. This incident left a deep psychological shadow on them. Now that the dragon has reappeared, it has opened their wounds alive. At the same time, there was a sudden tremor in the fallen ice nest. Then, creatures that were on all fours and covered with ice spikes, like hyenas, emerged from it. As soon as they appeared on the snow, they lowered their heads and smelled on the snow, as if they were catching some scent. Then, those ice nest monsters locked onto Chao Xing's territory a few hundred meters away at a glance. Roar! Roar! This group of ice nest monsters rushed towards Chao Xing's territory in an instant. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing directly ordered, "Chowie, comfort our new members. Others, follow me out and destroy these ice nest monsters." After saying this, Chao Xing took 4 robots, plus Assam and others rushed out together. Boom! Everyone ran out of the territory together. Assam is still leading the way. He was riding a frost wolf, leaping nimbly on the snow, and was about to rush in front of the group of ice nest monsters. In the territory at this moment, the polar people and other members of the territory were watching the battle outside with nervous expressions. Especially when they heard that this was the power of the dragon, they became even more worried. After all, in their impression, the dragon is a creature that brings destruction and disaster. It is a symbol of invincibility. They couldn't help but wonder, with the power of the Lord, could they fight against these monsters? The elder Chowie was comforting the Tree Spirit clan with a gentle tone at this time. "Dear new family members, don't sink into despair. We should believe in the Lord, He will protect us." The group of tree spirits were still kneeling on the ground, showing no reaction to Chao Yi's words. Chowie, the leader, continued to comfort him. "Everyone, I can understand your fear and pain. Like you, I have lost my home. We once lived in Bingfeng City, which was a prosperous small town. But then the White Walker army appeared and destroyed everything in the town. A large number of soldiers and civilians fell in a pool of blood. Although we were lucky enough to escape, we have been living a displaced life. In the process of escaping, we watched the death of our relatives and friends and were helpless. We have all experienced this pain and almost heartbreaking feeling." Hearing Chao Yi's mature and penetrating voice, all the tree spirits gradually stopped trembling, and they looked at Chowie blankly. It seems that he did not expect that the elderly human in front of him also experienced the same tragic experience. Chowie still had a gentle smile on his face. The tree spirits said blankly, "My lord, after going through so much, can you still maintain such an optimistic attitude?" Chowie smiled and said, "No, I used to feel despair about my future just like you. When we were captured by those crazy cultists, we even felt the danger of people's hearts. But then, we met the Lord. It was Him who saved us in our darkest time. He not only rescued all of us, but also gave us a warm shelter and plenty of food. Everyone lives happily here. This made me realize that everything before was a kind of the journey towards hope must be full of hardships and pains. Don't be afraid, it is the test of the gods. Perhaps the dragon disaster has brought you endless pain. But now, you have a new home and new partners. Here, you no longer need to starve and freeze. Everyone only needs to contribute their own strength to get enough food. Believe in the Lord, I believe He can protect us. Xiao Yi's voice was like a clear spring, a voice that touched the soul. All the tree spirits gradually felt that the fear in their hearts was dispelled. Some hope seemed to be awakened in them. Everyone looked at the figures rushing out in front of them, their eyes full of desire. At this time, Xiao Xing did not know the speech of the leader Xiao Yi. Because they are about to come into contact with the charging ice nest monster. Xiao Xing also saw the attributes of the monsters. Ice Nest Monster LV6, level, first level ordinary monster, HP, 52520, attack, 4952, armor, 1115, extra plus 10, skill, Ice Tear Bite, Ice Shell, talent, none. For Xiao Xing, this first level Ice Nest monster no longer poses much of a threat. Assam directly slashed out a Frost Wolf Sword Chi. Minus 537. Minus 544. Minus 872. 527. The sword energy fell into the group of ice nest monsters, causing a large amount of exaggerated damage. In an instant, at least 7 or 8 ice nest monsters were killed. Frost Wolf Sword Chi is a newly learned explosive skill from Assam. Its 166% damage coefficient is enough to kill these level 5 and 6 ice nest monsters instantly. This scene directly made the pupils of the citizens watching the battle widen. They only knew before that Assam and Andrew were both powerful. However, there is no specific concept of this power. Now, they know. These monsters born from the power of the dragon can be killed by Assam with a single sword. De Zhuang's face turned red, he raised his hammer excitedly, and shouted, "The Assamese knights are so brave." Other polar people also shouted, "With such powerful Assamese knights, the Lord will definitely be able to defeat them!" Including the tree spirit clan next to them, there were also shocked looks in their eyes. They didn't know that these were just weakened versions of the ice nest monsters. They only knew that it was the power of the dragon. But under the sword energy of that knight, it was like paper, and he was killed with one sword. Xiao Yi continued, "Did you see it? This is our Assamese knight. He is the Lord's loyal guard. Andrew and Lady Sarah are as powerful as him." These small tree spirit clan members, they nodded like chickens pecking at rice, and they gradually believed Xiao Yi's words. At this moment, Assam had directly entered the group of ice nest monsters. The long sword kept swinging to kill all these ice nest monsters. At the same time, Sarah, Andrew, and 4 robots all arrived. Although these ice nest monsters are numerous. But under the suppression of the hierarchy, Andrew could basically slap one person to death immediately. The 4 robots buzzed, constantly harvesting the lives of the ice nest monsters. Even Xiao Xing kept raising his staff from behind. Ice picks shot out one after another. Call out, "Phew!" 85, 87, 88, the 3 ice picks took away half of the ice nest monster's life. At the same time, the forklift robot directly smashed the ice nest monster's head with a bucket. 274, the bucket robot killed the ice nest monster LV6, and gained experience points, 0, the combatants gained experience points, 30 points. These mechanical creations have no experience bar, so they cannot be upgraded by killing monsters. You can only upgrade their accessories later to improve their performance. Sarah also used her swords one by one to easily kill all the ice nest monsters instantly. Kill the ice nest monster level 7 and gain 70 experience points. Kill the ice nest monster level 6 and gain 60 experience points. System prompts appear continuously. It took less than 2 minutes from the start of the battle. The 30 or 40 ice nest monsters that appeared in the ice nest have all been killed by Assam and the others. The newly joined Tree Spirit clan stood there blankly, looking at the group of fighting figures outside the territory in shock. The leader Chao raised his voice and said, "Everyone, this is the power of the Lord. The Lord is mighty." Other polar people, including other leaders, also shouted at the same time. "The Lord is so mighty." The tree spirits looked at each other and saw surprise and shock in each other's eyes. Hope seemed to be rekindled in their hearts. Including the petite Neve, she also pinched the corners of her clothes tightly with a fiery look in her eyes. They completely believed Xiao Yi's words. The power of this territory is strong enough to protect their safety. At the same time, Xiao Xing suddenly saw that system prompts kept appearing. Territorial member, Valina, has been impressed by your territorial power, and her loyalty has been improved, and her current loyalty is 81. Territorial member, Neve, has been impressed by your territorial power, and her loyalty has been improved, and her current loyalty is 82 territorial members. Chao Xing looked behind him in surprise and saw Chow Yi standing next to the tree spirit clan. He speculated that the changes in these tree spirits might be related to Chow Yi. After all, he has a junior speech mastery. Chao Xing secretly said, "This Chow Yi is a talent. Let's see if we can find him a job transfer certificate in the future so that he can also have combat capabilities. This kind of talent must be carefully cultivated." Then, he took Lu Muxue and started cleaning the battlefield. Under the corpses of these ice-brewed monsters, he saw some fragments and some white stones. Get Ice Crystal Stone, green, *1, get Glacier Slice *1, get Ice Dragon Mark *1. Ha! What are Glacier Slices and Ice Dragon Mark? Chao Xing took a look. Glacier Flakes, special materials, flakes containing weak dragon power can be used to make equipment and props of the Dolma series. Ice Dragon Mark, special props, collect a certain amount. In the new information after the film is opened, it can be used to exchange for some precious items, including Dolma series equipment drawings and props. After reading these two materials, Chao Xing nodded suddenly. It seems that these two materials are related to the later expansion packs and can be used to exchange for good things. At this time, he seemed to have thought of something. It seems that this thing can be traded through the market. In that case, can't I stock up more? I can redeem it directly as soon as the new version is updated. Although I don't know what these Ice Dragon marks can be exchanged for. But it must not be simple when it comes to dragons. Chao Xing's thoughts suddenly became active. Of course, other survivors are not stupid either. After seeing the prop introduction above, you will know how precious these materials are. Unless they can come up with the most urgent thing that makes their heart beat. Now, what the survivors are most in need of is still food and various cold-resistant clothing. Of course, weapons and equipment are also in short supply. Chao Xing currently has nothing that can be traded in bulk. Forget it, let's look at it later. Anyway, it's still a long time before the end of the day. I'll probably have to go out and explore in the afternoon. He shook his head and put these thoughts behind him. Then start collecting loot. A total of 100,000 ice nest monsters were found on these ice nest monsters. Cryolite, green, *17, Glacier Flake *24, Ice Dragon Mark *14, Book of Magic Week *3. The harvest is pretty good, after all. This is just a group of miscellaneous fish monsters that are less than the first level. At the same time, Chao Xing also saw that the ice nest was still beating. Gudong! Gudong! Like an active heart. Chao Xing brought the members of the territory to the ice nest, and the properties of this thing suddenly appeared. Power of Dolma, Ice Nest LV10, level, first level, armor, 200, durability, 2000, effect, every once in a while, absorb the power of the dragon and hatch out first level ice nest monsters. There is a certain probability that elite ice nest monsters will appear. The upper limit of hatching ice nest monsters, 45/500. If you see this kind of ice nest in the wild, please destroy it as soon as possible, otherwise a large number of ice nest monsters will hatch soon. Chao Xing was stunned. So that's how this thing works. Fortunately, there is an upper limit to the number of monsters hatched in these ice nests. Otherwise, if ice nest monsters can be hatched endlessly, just one ice nest, as long as it survives long enough, can hatch a large number of ice nest monsters, causing disaster to the entire continent. Sarah, destroy this ice nest. Chao Xing gave the order directly. Sarah obeyed the instruction and drew a shadow blade directly. -734. Sarah's attack is very impressive. 3 swords can directly destroy the ice nest. At this moment, Sarah's attack seemed to stimulate the ice nest's revival. Boom! The ice nest shook violently. Then a monster that looked like a rhinoceros, covered in ice armor, and about 3 meters tall emerged from it. Retreat! Out of caution, Chao Xing quickly asked everyone to retreat. Then, he began to look at the monster's attributes. Ice Nest Hoof LV10, level, first class elite creature, HP, 1340, attack, 167-172, armor, 3437, plus 20, skill, death charge, enter charge state, attack power increased by 30%, movement speed increased by 50%. Frost Trample immediately raises the front hooves, causing 178% trample damage to the enemy, and causing it to fall into a dazed state for 1-2 seconds. Ice Shell, additional increase armor by 20 points, talent, none. This ice nest hoof made a dull cow cry as soon as it appeared. Moo! The terrifying sound shook the snow on the ground and spread to the camp in the distance. The faces of the polar people and the tree spirits turned pale with fright. They know that this is a more terrifying creature than those ice nest monsters. However, Chao Xing rolled his eyes. He thought that this rhinoceros monster was such a terrifying creature. It was a first-level elite monster. Seeing that the ice nest hoof was still opening its mouth, Xiaoxing ordered, "Dabai, shut it up. Dabai, shut up." After hearing this, Dabai rushed over. Boom! Boom! Heavy footsteps sounded like a war machine approaching. When the ice nest hoof saw Dabai rushing towards him, it showed no sign of weakness and lowered its head directly, intending to have a power contest with Dabai. Boom! Boom! The two behemoths came into contact. However, the moment its horns collided with Dabai's fangs, the rhinoceros monster was directly hit and flew out. At this moment, Dabai continued to rush over. One fang pick, then another trample. -934. -877. Click. Dabai's thick front hooves directly crushed the rhinoceros monster's head, killing him to death. A system prompt appeared in front of Xiaoxing. Your pet, Dabai killed ice nest hoof LV10, gained experience points, 180, combatants gained experience points, 90. At this time, Dabai was still stepping on the body of the rhinoceros monster, looking at Xiao with hopeful eyes. Star. Xiaoxing patted its elephant hoof and praised, "Well done, Dabai." Dabai shook his head, seeming a little happy to be praised by his master. At the same time, the citizens looked at this scene blankly. They thought they would experience a fierce battle. The result was just an instant, and the winner was decided. What a powerful mammoth. They were once again impressed by the powerful power of Xiaoxing's territory. Xiaoxing picked up 4 ice dragon marks and 3 glacier slices under the body of the ice nest hoof. The harvest was pretty good. It's a pity that this kind of monster hatched from the ice nest cannot explode equipment. Then, Xiaoxing continued to order, "Sarah, destroy this ice nest." Sarah nodded, and the shadow blade passed by. -745-777, your territory member. Sarah Blade Dance successfully destroyed the ice nest and gained 100 experience points. Combatants gained experience points, 50 points, obtained the ice dragon mark *20. Huh? You actually gave me 20 ice dragon marks? Xiaoxing's eyes lit up. Destroying an ice nest is not as bad as killing dozens of monsters. He nodded with satisfaction, and then said, "Let's go home." Xiaoxing led the team and rushed back to the territory. Just returned to the territory. All the citizens knelt down respectfully. Xiaoi, the leader, took the lead and shouted, "Welcome to the triumphant return of the Lord. The Lord is mighty and mighty." The other leaders also shouted, "The Lord is mighty and mighty." They all raised their heads and looked at the group excitedly. A powerful warrior with a fiery gaze. Xiaoxing was stunned, shook his head, and said nothing more. However, Xiaoi, the leader, had a higher opinion of him. This guy is really wise. He is a master of pyramid schemes. Xiaoxing nodded slightly. "Get up, my subjects." After receiving the order, the subjects all stood up one after another. But the eyes they looked at the soldiers were still fiery. Including the Tree Spirit clan on the side, they also felt a great sense of belonging to this territory. Neve, surrounded by the crowd, looked extremely inconspicuous. She kept raising her head and lowering it again and again, holding her clothes nervously with her little hands, as if she was making some kind of difficult decision. Xiaoxing noticed this ice and snow princess-like girl and saw that she seemed to have something on her mind. So she said, "Neve, do you have anything to report to me?" When Xiaoxing called her by name, little Neve's body trembled. Everyone looked at her. As the crowd watched, Neve seemed to gather her courage. With an anxious expression, she slowly came to Xiaoxing, and then knelt down respectfully. "My lord, Neve needs your help for something." Behind her, the mature-looking tree spirit was hesitant to speak, but in the end he did not speak. Other citizens also looked over. Xiaoxing knew that now was his time to show off. "Neve, you are my subject. If you have any problems, you can tell me. Now tell me what difficulties you have encountered." Neve, who was kneeling on the ground, took a deep breath, and then solemnly said, "Lord, my sister, Juliet and I were separated on the road. Neve asks you to help find her. If you can bring my sister back, Neve is willing to give her everything, including the pale seed in my body, is dedicated to you." Upon hearing the words pale seed, the pupils of the Tree Spirit clan suddenly widened. They looked at Neve in shock, as if they didn't expect that she would actually say this. Among them, the mature-looking Tree Spirit tribe even subconsciously wanted to come and stop Neve. However, when she thought that this was their lord, the female Tree Spirit finally sighed. But Xiaoxing asked doubtfully, "What is the pale seed?" At this time, Andrew on the side also had a look of shock in his eyes. Andrew explained, "Lord, the pale holy tree is the most sacred giant tree in the northern continent. It is said that it is as high as the sky, has infinite power, and can even predict the future. Every once in a while, the guardians, you can ask this holy tree a question, and no matter what the question is, the holy tree can give the answer. In addition to the only pale holy tree, there are also some seeds sown by the holy tree. When these seeds grow up, they will become a new pale tree. Although it is not as magical as the pale holy tree, it still has strange power. It is said that the territory where the pale tree is planted will receive a magical blessing. After listening to Andrew, Chao Xing's pupils suddenly widened at the explanation. He also understood the importance of the pale seed that Neve said. You mean, there is a pale seed in your body? Neve nodded gently, with an expectant look on her exquisitely carved face. Chao Xing suddenly nodded. There is no doubt that the pale holy tree is sacred and powerful. The ability to predict the future with light is very abnormal no matter where it is placed. But it is a pity that such a sacred pale tree was also destroyed by the disaster of the dragon's resurrection. Even if the seeds of this sacred tree cannot predict the future, they must have extremely magical power. Didn't you hear what Andrew said? The territory where the pale tree is planted will be blessed. Seeing Chao Xing thinking, Neve said with a trembling voice, Lord, please. As long as I can bring my sister back, I am willing to promise you anything. Neve had a longing look in her eyes. Chao Xing did not agree rashly, but wanted to collect some information first. So she asked, Neve, do you still remember where you and your sister got separated? Neve quickly replied, it was in the Buralelis Mountains. We were in a forest with Uncle Hilton. We set up camp and were attacked by a troll on the top of the mountain. The whole camp was in chaos. During the melee, a troll targeted our tent. My sister took the initiative to lure the troll away in order to protect me. By the time the team repelled the group of trolls, my sister had disappeared. We searched for a long time but could not find any trace of her. Uncle Hilton said that my sister had been killed. Woo-woo. Lord, I can feel that my sister is not dead yet, she is still alive. She must be very helpless in that cold mountain range. Please, save my sister. After Fu finished speaking, she buried her head directly on the ground. A system prompt appears. Members of your territory, Neve asks you for help, heading to the Borealis Mountains to find her lost sister. Task reward, Pale Seed *1, do. You accept it? Chao Xing fell into thinking again. Mainly, he didn't know how far away from him the Borealis Mountains were and how dangerous it was there. So, he opened the snowstorm map and found the location, Borealis Mountains, on it. After taking a look, I saw that this mountain range is very huge, consisting of more than a dozen high mountains, spanning dozens of kilometers. It is more than 30 kilometers away from the camp. At this time, the leader Daihua said cautiously, Lord, the Borealis Mountains are a dangerous mountain range nearby. Many caravans will pass by there. There are many powerful monsters living in it, even those experienced caravans may encounter accidents. After hearing Dahua's explanation, everyone understood the danger of the mountain range. It was obvious that the sister who went to rescue Neve at this time would bear a greater responsibility. Risk. Everyone is waiting for Chao Xing's decision. And when he noticed the coordinates of the Borealis Mountains, his eyes suddenly lit up. Ha! These coordinates seem to be similar to the coordinates on the Goblin Treasure House key I obtained? Chao Xing was stunned, and he quickly glanced at the key introduction in his backpack. With this key, you can go to coordinates 321, 412, 3513, and 3521 to open the Goblin Treasure House. I'll go. It's true. Does this mean that Chao Xing can go find Juliet first, and then also complete the task of this key? Thinking of this, he immediately made a decision. That is, take on this task. 1 action, 2 gains, why not? Even if there was a risk, he would admit it. Chao Xing bent down and held Neve's arm. This was the first time he had physical contact with the Tree Spirit Clan. It was a touch that was not cold as expected, but rather warm. Neve was startled by Chao Xing's actions. She stopped crying instantly, and a hint of shame flashed in her eyes. However, Chao Xing just helped her up and said softly, Neve, since you have joined my territory, you are one of us. Your family is naturally our family. As you as a lord, it is your duty to protect your family. Don't worry, no matter how dangerous the Borealis Mountains are, I will find your sister. Upon hearing this, Neve's blue eyes flashed, misty water mist appeared again. She was completely moved by Chao Xing's words. Thank you, my dear lord. You have successfully accepted the task. Neve's commission, subjects, Neve's favorability has increased, current favorability, 87, at the same time, other subjects everyone also heard Chao Xing's speech just now. There seemed to be a warm current passing through everyone's hearts. They didn't expect that Chao Xing would be willing to take risks and go to such dangerous mountains to find her family just because she was a new member of the territory. Chao Yi, the leader, took the lead and said, Praise the benevolent Lord. Other leaders also sighed with emotion. Praise the benevolent Lord. Then, a lot of system prompts for increasing loyalty appeared. The loyalty of all the people in the territory has reached above 85 points. It can be called a huge improvement. There was a hint of joy in the corner of Chao Xing's mouth. Lu Muxue also came to Chao Xing and looked at her with eyes filled with admiration. Axing, are we going to rescue Neve's sister now? Chao Xing said, yeah, but besides rescuing her sister, I have one more thing to do there. Although the Borealis Mountains are dangerous, but our strength is not weak. Hilton and the others can pass safely, so can we. Lu Muxue nodded and said excitedly, yeah, let's go together. Assam and Andrew are ready. In preparation for the battle, they all looked at Chao Xing with respect, including Sarah on the side. After all, who doesn't want his lord to be a good lord who cares about his subordinates? However, before setting off, Chao Xing also wanted to check what exploded from the frost goblin to see if it could be used to improve his strength. Blooming Elite Soul, a soul containing weak soul power, can be used on a second-level follower or below, giving it a small chance of evolving into an elite-level creature, with a success probability of 5% to 15%. This thing is the same type of thing as the demonic spider essence can transform ordinary creatures into elites. However, the probability of success was ridiculously low, so he had no hope at all. Chao Xing checked the second prop. Ascalon Archer Recruitment Scroll, Blue. Through this scroll, you can summon an Ascalon Archer with experience in combat, with a level 12 elite strength. Chao Xing was stunned for a moment, and then said happily, another elite creature, or an archer? Great, this way, I can have a long-range attack unit. So, he clicked to use it directly. A system prompt appears. Do you want to consume the scroll to summon the Ascalon Archers? Yes. At the same time, Chao Xing suddenly felt a cold wind blowing in the territory. This cold wind carried the snowflakes outside the territory and drifted past. Everyone's sight was blocked, and they also felt the body temperature drop rapidly. Snowflakes were flying in the territory, like petals all over the sky. After a while, when the cold wind dissipated, everything settled. In front of Chao Xing, a slender female archer wearing light blue armor and a long bow appeared on her back. The Westerner's cold white face has a determined gaze. The single ponytail tied high added to her heroic appearance. The kingdom sunk into the ground, the lost glory. Ascalonian archer, Rainey's Hawkeye, reports to you. Chao Xing looked into the opponent's sharp eyes, and then said solemnly, welcome, Rainey's Hawkeye. Let us build a territory full of glory together. This time, Chao Xing's words seemed to have no effect. When Rainey's heard the word glory, her expression became a little depressed. Dear Lord, the kingdom of Ascalon has been destroyed, and my glory has disappeared. After hearing this, Chao Xing felt a little embarrassed. He didn't know that the kingdom of Ascalon had been destroyed. These words were equivalent to opening Rainey's scars. At this time, Lu Muxue walked gently to Renesi, held her hand and said, Renis, the glory of the past is certainly worth following, but more importantly, cherishing everything in the present. Are you willing to be with us? Let's regain your glory together? Upon hearing this, Renesi raised her cyan eyes and nodded, I do. Then, she said gratefully, thank you for this. A beautiful lord. Lu Muxue turned around and showed a gentle smile to Chao Xing. Chao Xing was so happy that he didn't expect Lu Muxue to have talent in this area, so he couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Seeing that Renesi gradually regained her fighting spirit, Chao Xing said as usual, then Renesi, please accept the blessing we have given you. Renesi did not refuse and nodded. Chao Xing raised his staff and released 3 buffs, Ice Armor, Ice Healing, and Frost Armor. Then Lu Muxue also released Aurora Blessing and Courage Blessing, one after another, plus Eilena's Scale Armor and Snake Man Madness, a total of 7 permanent status blessings. Everyone could feel that the aura on Rainey's body was obviously much stronger. Her body froze in place. Like other members who had just joined, they had strong shock on their faces. Then, she gently bent down and said respectfully to Chao Xing, thank you Lord for your blessing, your power is as dazzling as the stars. At the same time, a system prompt appeared in Chao Xing's ear. You help territory members, Renai's Hawkeye improve her strength, her loyalty has been improved, and her current loyalty is 74, Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Only then began to look at Rainey's attributes. Ascalon Archer, Rainey's Hawkeye, Race, Human Race, Level 12 1099/30,000, HP 3460, Equipment Bonus, Attack Power 312 331, Protection Armor 107 114, Attributes, Strength 144, Agility 157, Spirit 141, Constitution 140, Skills, Weakness Strike, Aiming at the enemy's weakness, causing critical damage. Wind chaser arrow, shooting an extremely fast arrow, causing damage to the enemy, 135% damage. Eye of the hunt, in the next 10 seconds, open the eye of hunting state for yourself. Increase the critical hit rate by 30%, increase the accuracy by 20%, and have the ability to see through illusions. Talent, none. Bond, archer. When there are more than 3 archers in the team, the critical hit rate increases by 10%, and when there are more than 10 archers, the critical hit rate increases by 20%. Satisfaction, 76. Loyalty, 74. Xiaoxing nodded, not bad. As an elite archer, Renessi's strength can be said to be very powerful. Now, everything is ready. Xiaoxing nodded after asking Neve about the approximate location where she and her sister were separated. Neve said softly, Lord, do you want me to go with the team? Xiaoxing shook his head and said, No, I already know the location, let us leave it to us. Neve has no fighting ability, and besides this time, they also need to open the goblin treasure house, and they may encounter some situations inside. So, I won't take her with me. Xiaoxing looked at the followers below, and then said loudly, Let's go. Target, Borelli's Mountains. Dabai was the first to raise his head and let out a long roar. Muasam and Andrew turned around and walked out of the snow. 3 robots followed. The group of people left in a grand manner. Xiaoxing still left Eilina to guard the territory. Anyway, she could level up just by sitting in the territory. Then, Xiaoxing left behind a ground drilling robot to assist in mining and defend the territory. There is no experience bar for mechanical creations like this, so it doesn't matter whether you bring it or not. Under the gaze of the leaders, Xiaoxing and his party quickly disappeared into the vast snowfield. At the same time, another corner of this snowfield, a group of survivors gathered in a camp. There were actually 40 or 50 people. They seemed to be discussing something. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a black cotton-padded jacket stood in the middle of the team and said, I'll tell you again the plan for this operation. After we arrive at the coordinates later, we will observe the situation first. Let the little monkey go over to investigate. Then we'll all rush forward together after the little monkey sends a signal. Do you understand? The other survivors responded, I understand. The survivor who looked younger said, Boss Ji Jun, don't worry. Many of our brothers have already recruited creatures. The level 5 wild boar warrior, the level 7 Aska monk Long brother Huangwen is even more exaggerated. He actually has a level 8 elite assassin. Including ourselves, there are at least 60 people. As long as this Xiaoxing dares to come out, we can kill him with one kick. He will be trampled to death. After the survivor finished speaking, the other members of the Sing Yinghui on the scene also showed a relaxed smile. Because what he said is indeed correct. At the current stage, with so many survivors, coupled with powerful recruiting creatures, this is a quite powerful force. The middle-aged man wrapped in a black cotton-padded jacket also nodded and said, That being said, we must be careful. This time, it is our Sing Yinghui's battle to establish our power. We must let those guys know that even if it comes in this world, not everyone can mess with the Sing Yinghui. The survivors on the field nodded. Soon, the group of them took action. The target is exactly the coordinate point given by Xiaoxing. At this time, after more than 10 minutes of traveling, Xiaoxing had left the territory about 8 kilometers away. Behind them are their footprints. Especially Dabai, with those thick elephant hooves, every time a foot falls, it leaves a huge footprint. Xiaoxing opened the snowstorm map while moving forward. There is a lot of terrain marked on it, and some places with red X's drawn on them. When Xiaoxing passed one of the marked locations, he saw a frozen lake. Before she got close, Sarah quickly warned, Lord, you can't go any further. That lake is the territory of a terrifying creature. If we disturb it, it will be easily torn into pieces and then killed. Swallow it. Xiaoxing was stunned for a moment, and then took a detour without hesitation. Later, he understood that there were some terrifying monsters entrenched in these marked locations. After that, I tried to avoid these areas as much as possible. Everyone continued to move forward, after traveling for several kilometers in the vast snowfield. Xiaoxing found a blazing bonfire in a snowy field, with several simple buildings next to it. Lumushu said, Axing, that seems to be the territory of other survivors. Xiaoxing took a look and saw that in addition to the Lord's cabin, the Polar People's cabin had also been built above. The campfire is beginning to take shape, and it looks like it has reached level 3 or 4. The level of construction of this territory is pretty good among other survivors. However, the survivors inside have already gone out, leaving only a few Polar people collecting supplies near the territory. Xiaoxing shook his head and said, Let's go. Right now, he didn't want to have any contact with other survivors. In addition, I still have to find Neve's sister, so I can't waste time here. Buzz. The crawler robot moves forward at full speed. Other followers were also spreading their legs or running wildly. Boom! They skirted several mountains and jungles along the way. After advancing for almost 30 kilometers, an endless mountain range appeared in front of them, blocking the path of Chao Xing and others. A system prompt appears. The Borealis Mountains have been discovered. Map introduction. The Borealis Mountains are covered with snow all year round, and there are many races of creatures living on them, such as snow monsters, cavemen, snow trolls, etc. In addition, the Borealis Mountains are also rich in mineral deposits and some strange plants. After reading the map introduction, Chao Xing then understood that this mountain range should be a high-level area, and there might be many powerful creatures in it. Therefore, he needs to be more cautious. Sarah suddenly appeared and reported again, "Lord, about 1 kilometer to the right, there is a trail into the mountain. We can enter from there." Chao Xing nodded, and then lead the team to the place Sarah mentioned. Among the dense silver fir trees, a trail about 2 or 3 meters wide appeared into the mountain. There are still traces of ruts on it. It can be seen that other convoys should have passed this place not long ago. Assam rode the frost wolf and took the lead into the mountains. Chao Xing and others followed. As soon as we stepped into the forest, we heard strange monkey-like sounds. Oh! Oh oh oh! Wu Lu Mushue grabbed Chao Xing's sleeves with some fear. Assam turned around and explained, "Lord, those are the cries of cavemen, a group of creatures with low intelligence. As long as we don't get close to their territory, these cavemen will not attack us." Chao Xingdian he nodded and said, "Okay, let's move on." This time, he wanted to go to a place called Taro Mountain in this mountain range first to find the whereabouts of Neve's sister, Juliet. Then, go deep into the mountains and open the goblin treasure house. Crunch! Crunch! The crawler robot continues to rotate. After a while, they completely entered the mountain range. As the trail climbs, the terrain gradually becomes higher. But fortunately, the crawler robot is an all-terrain robot, and this kind of road conditions will not trouble it at all. Chao Xing and Lu Mushue sat comfortably on the back of the robot. Moreover, Chao Xing took out a handful of nuts from his backpack and gave Lu Mushue half of them. The two of them were chewing nuts while admiring the beautiful scenery of the snow-capped mountains. In this picture, they don't look like they are going on an adventure at all, but rather like they are traveling. Not far away, Chao Xing suddenly saw signs of a battle on the road ahead. 2 or 3 overturned carriages looked like a mess. The pools of blood on the cold snow were particularly dazzling. Aha! Assam was the first to pull out his sword and enter a state of alert. Chao Xing said, "Assam, go check out what's happening ahead." "As you command, Lord." Assam received the order and instantly controlled the frost wolf and rushed over. After a while, he turned back and reported, "Lord, that is a human caravan walking in front of us. They seem to have been attacked and have been wiped out." Chao Xing frowned, confused said, "Chamber of Commerce? Is it Hilton and the others?" Assam shook his head, "No, it's the carriage of the giant Chamber of Commerce. I saw a fist logo on it." Chao Xing nodded suddenly. The Giant Chamber of Commerce is one of the 3 major chambers of commerce along with the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce and the Lunar Chamber of Commerce. Hilton has mentioned it before. Attack? Do you know who did it? Assam nodded. Judging from the battle marks at the scene and the footprints on the ground, they should have encountered a forest snow monster. This is a ferocious, violent monster. When they can't find food in the snow, they will attack humans. Chao Xing frowned. How strong is the forest snow monster? Assam thought, there are strong and weak creatures like the forest snow monster. But most of the snow monsters are not powerful. It is said that they are the guardians of the mountain gods. Chao Xing nodded. After hearing Assam say that these forest snow monsters were not very strong, he gradually felt relieved. Otherwise, he would lead people to run away right now. Chao Xing nodded and said, "Let's go over and have a look." Then, he came to the 3 overturned carriages. When Chao Xing saw what was on the carriage, his eyes suddenly lit up. In the overturned carriage, there were several cargo boxes, which seemed to contain miscellaneous goods. Chao Xing walked directly down and came to one of the carriages. A system prompt appears. "I found the Giant Chamber of Commerce cargo box. Do you want to open it?" Chao Xing clicked yes directly. Open successfully. Obtained Medina Rose Red Wine *32, obtained Vizima Champion Spirit *30, obtained Goat Milk *7 cans, obtained Yak Meat *372, obtained Ceviche *172. Chapter A truck was mostly filled with food and some drinks. In such a world of ice and snow, these materials are extremely precious. If you get it in those towns, you can sell it for a very high price. When Xiaoxing saw the introduction of the two wines, his eyes suddenly lit up. My Tina Rose red wine, after taking it, it can instantly restore 400 points of blood volume and increase 10 points of spirit within 300 seconds, but there is a 50% chance of entering a drunken state. Red wine that is loved by some knights is sold in territorial taverns, and there is a chance that it will attract some powerful knights. Vegema Champion Spirit, after taking it, 300 blood points can be instantly restored, and at 300 increases strength by 10 points within seconds and has an 80% chance of entering a drunken state. The strong liquor that is loved by some polar warriors is sold in territorial taverns and has a probability of attracting some powerful warriors. It can actually increase attributes and attract powerful knights and warriors? Xiaoxing was overjoyed. From these 2 points alone, we can see how precious these two drinks are. And the key is, because I have SS level talent. If you take it, you might be able to permanently increase your attributes. Xiaoxing even wanted to show off 2 bottles on the spot. But drinking these drinks will lead to a state of drunkenness. Therefore, Xiaoxing could only wait until he returned to his territory before testing it again. His first truck proved to be a fruitful experience. Next to it, there were 2 overturned trucks. Xiaoxing couldn't help but look forward to it even more. He came to the second truck and a system prompt appeared. I found the giant Chamber of Commerce cargo box. Do you want to open it? Yes. Open successfully. Obtain complete snow wolf skin *7, obtain complete deer skin *8, obtain woolen cloth roll, white, *12 pieces, obtain linen cloth roll, white, *15 pieces, obtain silk cloth roll, green, *13 horses. Xiaoxing was overjoyed again. My dear, there are actually all kinds of cloths in here. Once you have the cloths, you can batch make some warm weather clothes in the tailor shop. At this stage, the preciousness of a piece of cold-proof clothing is self-evident. In the market, many survivors want to exchange weapons and equipment for clothes, but they may not be able to exchange them. Xiaoxing can completely use these cloths to make clothes, and then exchange them with other survivors for precious resources. However, there are actually green-grade cloth rolls inside. Does it have any special effects? Xiaoxing checked it. Silk cloth roll, green, a kind of cloth roll loved by nobles. It is light in texture and has strong cold protection effect. When made into clothing, there is a greater chance of adding additional charm attributes. After reading the introduction, Xiaoxing nodded and put it away. He came to the third truck and clicked to open it. Open successfully. Get coins *47203, get mana stones *172, get special pet rations *17, green, get refined iron, blue, *72, get amber pebbles, green, *12. Again, a lot of precious materials were brought in, as well as a huge sum of more than 40,000 yuan. I have to say, this feeling of picking up money is really cool. Xiaoxing almost fell in love with this feeling. No wonder those hunters like to rob the Chamber of Commerce. The income is too high. But it's a pity that the resources of this caravan are not as good as Hilton's. You know, Hilton's only has purple equipment. He saw 2 of them, as well as hundreds of thousands of crown coins, potions and so on. After thinking about it, Xiaoxing also felt that it was natural. After all, Hilton brought a large group of guards, plus 2 third-level elite guards. With such a powerful guard force, he won't be killed by a group of snow monsters. Then, Xiaoxing checked the properties of the 2 new materials as usual. Special pet ration, green, especially made ration that adds a lot of animal offal and eyeballs. It is loved by all kinds of pets. After feeding, it can increase 1 point of loyalty. The maximum number of feedings for a single pet is 5 times. Note, although the rations are good, don't feed them multiple times. Amber pebbles, green, can be embedded in weapons to increase weapon attack power by 5 points. The amber buried deep in the ground seems to have some weak power. Can this pet food increase loyalty? Xiaoxing was happy, then took out a piece and pointed it at Dabai. Throw it away. Dabai also subconsciously opened his mouth. The next moment, Dabai's pupils suddenly widened, as if he had encountered some delicacy in the world. He devoured it hungrily. At this time, a system prompt appears. Your pet, Dabai took special pet rations, loyalty +1, satiety +3. Sure enough, loyalty increased. Xiaoxing began to continue feeding. After the 5th feeding, the system prompts, the number of feedings has reached the upper limit, and Dabai's loyalty has reached 95 points, and he will be able to activate the mount function immediately. At this time, Dabai was still looking at Xiaoxing eagerly, as if he was extremely eager to taste the delicious food just now. Xiaoxing touched its head and said, "This thing can't eat too much in one day. I'll feed you next time, be good." Dabai understood what he said and reluctantly turned his head to the side. At this point, all the materials in the 3 trucks have been collected by Chao Xing, looking at the overturned carriage and the blood on the ground. Chao Xing said, "If there is a chance, I will kill those snow monsters for you, just think of it as my reward for taking this batch of supplies." After that, he led everyone to move forward. Along this mountain trail, Chao Xing and the others advanced for about 2 kilometers again. Along the way, I don't know whether they were afraid of Debai's huge size or because of their number, Chao Xing was not attacked by those monsters. Half an hour later, they were almost 3 kilometers deep into the mountains. The terrain here is already very high, with an altitude of at least more than 800 meters. Chao Xing opened the map again and took a look at the distance of Telluo Mountain. Then he said, "Come on, we will arrive at Troshan Mountain soon." This is where Neve and her sister were separated. From now on, observe the surrounding situation to see if there are any signs of fighting or escaping. After all, Neve's sister was being hunted by trolls at the time, and she would probably have escaped from the confines of Mount Troll in order to escape. After hearing Chao Xing's instructions, everyone began to observe their surroundings. Sarah, on the other hand, disappeared and started exploring around. The teen moved forward while searching. Soon we came to Taro Mountain on the map. This is a high mountain covered by thick snow, with some birches and shrubs growing sparsely on it. The terrain is extremely steep, making it impossible for normal people to climb up. This place is so steep, how did those caravans get there? Chao Xing couldn't help but think about this problem. Mount Teo is the only way to pass through the Borealis Mountains. If you can't climb this mountain, you will have to go back the same way, which will take dozens or hundreds of kilometers and waste a lot of time. At this time, Asamhui reported, "Lord, there is a path ahead, and it seems that you can cross the Teo Mountain from that path." Under the leadership of Assam, Chao Xing came to a 2-meter wide path next to Telluo Mountain. This path is built close to the edge of Teo Mountain. Next to it is a cliff of 10,000 feet. If you are not careful, you will fall off. A system prompt appears. Discovering the Telishan Trade Road, this is a trail that a group of businessmen made by offering sacrifices and asking cavemen to help open it. When passing by, you need to take out meat as an offering, otherwise you will be attacked by the cavemen. Chao Xinjiel, you have to offer meat when you cross the road. These cavemen are also a group of bandits. However, because this is the only passage, the Chamber of Commerce can only pass through Teo Mountain from here, and they must abide by the rules here. Neve and the others probably came from here before. At this time, Sarah suddenly appeared and reported, "Lord, we found traces of camping in a nearby forest." Upon hearing this, Chao Xing suddenly brightened up and said, "Take us there." He was worried about looking for it. No clues. Sarah nodded. Then, everyone followed Sarah to a forest, where there was an extinguished bonfire and some destroyed tents. The messy footprints and several fallen birch trees nearby indicate that a battle once took place here. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing ordered, "Search carefully to see if we can find any clues about Sister Neve." Everyone started searching. However, because of the heavy snow last night, many traces were covered. They could barely distinguish the situation at that time based on the footprints on the ground. After a while, Andrew made a new discovery. He said in a calm tone, "Lord, there are footprints here, which seem to lead to the depths of the woods. However, there are too many footprints and they are too messy. I am not sure whether they belong to Neve's sister." Hearing this, Chao Xing nodded, "It doesn't matter, let's search along this footprint first." Andrew didn't say much, but turned around and led the way. The group continued to go deeper. However, the messy footsteps seemed to have traveled a long way, until they passed through the woods and came to a wide area. There seemed to be a cliff here. Not far away, a cliff blocked everyone's way. "Stop!" Chao Xing gestured. This cliff is bottomless and shrouded in clouds and mist, making it impossible to know what is happening below. There were footprints all around. It could be seen that Hilton and the others had also followed this footprint and probably stopped here. Assam said, "Lord, on such a deep cliff, no one can survive after falling unless they are a 4th-level expert." Chao Xing nodded. "All the signs in front of me indicate that Neve's sister, Juliet, probably fell off the cliff here and died." Hilton and the others thought so too, so they gave up the search. However, Neve told Chao Xing that she could sense that her sister was still alive. Chao Xing didn't know if what the little girl said was true, but as a member of the Tree Spirit clan, he might have some special sensing ability. So, Chao Xing ordered, "Keep searching nearby, don't miss any corner." After everyone heard this, they started searching again. Although, none of them had any expectations for this search. The area near this cliff is so bare that there is absolutely no place to hide. If anyone is there, it can be seen at a glance. They quickly searched the nearby area several hundred meters away, and everyone shook their heads with regret. Lord, I didn't find anything. Same here. Assam and Sarah reported one after another. Chao Xing sighed regretfully. Because this means that he cannot find Juliet, and the mission will fail. Lu Muxue beside her also had a sad look on her face. But at this moment, the newly recruited archer, Rainies, discovered something unusual. I felt a faint magic wave near here. Chao Xing asked doubtfully, magic wave? Renes did not answer, but directly activated the hunting eye skill. At this moment, her pupils suddenly changed color, like a pair of real eagle eyes. His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings inch by inch, and then stopped on a patch of grass. Renes directly said, there is something wrong with that patch of grass. Chao Xing was stunned for a moment, then followed her gaze and found that it was just a pile of ordinary weeds. What's the problem? Renesi replied, that's a trap, a hunting trap set by cavemen. Some wild animals will be attracted by the smell above and then caught in the trap. Chao Xing perked up after hearing this. Good guy, you can find out this new member has something. However, there is an introduction on Rainies' hunting eye, which can see through illusions, which is normal when you think about it. Renice, you have a pair of eyes that rival those of a god. You did a great job. Chao Xing complimented casually. Rainies shook her head, her single ponytail tied high swaying slightly. You are exaggerating, Lord. Her expression was very calm, but the corners of her mouth curved. At this moment, a system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Rainies Hawkeye, was moved by your words, and her loyalty has been increased. Current loyalty, 76, Chao Xing was stunned. This was just a casual compliment. He didn't expect it to be possible. Increase favorability. Although the increase is not much, only 2 points, it is not bad. Chao Xing said happily, sure enough, women like to hear words of praise for themselves. It seems that if there is an opportunity in the future, they will praise their subordinates more. For Chao Xing, this is just a matter of words. Gather. Come with me. Chao Xing led the people directly towards the grass. After getting closer, a system prompt appeared in front of him. Caveman hunting trap, armor, 10, durability, 300, effect, lure nearby monsters to fall into the caveman's cave. Chao Xing suddenly became excited when he saw the subsequent effect. There seems to be a caveman's cave down here. And this shows that Neve's sister probably also fell from here. Lu Muxue next to her also became excited. Sarah, dismantle this trap. Sarah immediately began to execute it. Aha! Swish! 3 times and 5 times divided by 2, this hunting trap can be dismantled in just a few times. Dismantle the caveman hunting trap and gain experience points, 20 points. After the trap was dismantled, Chao Xing saw a deep cave entrance below. After throwing a stone down, there was a sound soon. This shows that the hole below is not deep, about 3 or 4 meters. However, the diameter of the hole is so small that it can only accommodate an adult. In other words, the strong Andrew, the mammoth Baymax, and several robots can only stay outside. Chao Xing thought for a while. Fortunately, with his strongest combat power, Sarah can follow him. So, Chao Xing directly ordered, Assam, Sarah, Rainies, come down with me. Others, stay up there. Assam turned over and jumped off the frost wolf's back. Follow your orders, respected lord. He took the lead and jumped directly into the cave. Sarah was the second to go down, followed by Rainies. Chao Xing and Lu Muxue also jumped down in the end. One of them is now level 6 and the other is level 7, and their attributes have been greatly improved. This height is not a problem for them. Plop. After the two landed firmly, they appeared in a dim environment. You have discovered the hidden area, the caveman's cliff cave. Chao Xing's eyes lit up when he saw the system prompt. Hey, this is actually a hidden area. Based on Chao Xing's previous experience, hidden areas mean there may be some special props inside. These special props have some unexpected effects. Lu Muxue also had a happy face, that's great, axing. Little Neve's sister is probably in there too. Chao Xing nodded. The environment in the caveman's cave was very dark, and there were bursts of ape-like cries coming from inside. Oh, Wu Chao Xing didn't waste any time and let the recruited creatures quickly clear the way ahead. Following the passage, they advanced for almost 700 or 800 meters. It can be seen that this cave is really deep. Fortunately, there are no forks in this passage. Also, they didn't encounter cavemen. Chao Xing wondered, it's strange, where have these cavemen gone? At this moment, Chao Xing suddenly saw a small wooden door on the wall next to him. The wooden door is not locked and can be pushed open easily. Creak! As the wooden door opened, a system prompt appeared. Discover the caveman's bedroom. Did you come to the room where the caveman slept? Xiao Xing went in and rummaged around, found some materials in the corner of the cave, and collected them all. Obtain dry food *5, obtain viscous liquid *3, obtain wool scraps *7, obtain caveman totem *1. Xiao Xing nodded. Although they are all debris, those viscous liquids are still its good and can be sold for a good price. In addition, there is a wooden totem with a beast skull carved on it. Caveman totem, accessories, item attributes, increases strength by 2 points after wearing it. This totem is engraved with the mark of the mountain god, and can receive a weak blessing from the mountain god. Increasing strength by 2 points is not bad. Xiao Xing now has an accessory on his body, which is the emblem of the Carlot family. Survivors can equip up to 4 accessories at the same time. Xiao Xing directly equipped it. Then, Xiao Xing walked out of the caveman bedroom and continued to move deeper into the passage. There seem to be many small wooden doors here, and inside are the rooms where cavemen sleep. There should be some gains. But now, Xiao Xing must seize the time to find Juliet and cannot stay here for too long. Therefore, he could only suppress his search mood and continue to move towards the cave. After advancing for about 200 to 300 meters, Xiao Xing saw it faintly. In the passage ahead, 3 hunched creatures with tall and thin bodies and long arms appeared. They are covered in gray hair and look like a gorilla variant. Caveman Warrior LV13, Race, Caveman, HP, 2140/2140, Attack, 243-257, Skills, Giant Strength, increases strength by 20%. Gravel throwing, throws gravel against the enemy, causes 60% attack damage, talent, none. These 3 caveman warriors also discovered Xiao Xing and others. They suddenly opened their mouths. Oh, they are humans. We can't let them disturb the mountain god's sacrifice. Catch them. The caveman immediately raised his weapon and jumped towards them. Seeing this scene, Xiao Xing's mouth twitched. These cavemen cannot run normally and can only rely on jumping to move forward. This method of movement is really abstract. Xiao Xing ordered, "Fight quickly." The next moment, Sarah, Renis, and Assam all launched attacks. Rainy's body was as straight as a strong pine tree, making her already large more rounded and full. The bowstring in her hand was fully pulled, and then she released the arrow. Call out. There was a sound of breaking through the air, and an arrow was shot instantly. A direct hit on the bouncing caveman's chest. -574. This arrow triggered a weak point strike. Ouch! The caveman screamed. And just then, a shadow blade was handed out silently. Whoa! Sarah directly started the continuous slashing mode. -874. -853. 2 terrifying damage figures floated up. The caveman warrior lost all his health on the spot and fell down. Members of your territory, Sarah Blade Dance killed Caveman LV13 and gained 140 experience points. Combatants gained experience points, 70 points. When the other 2 cavemen saw the death of their companion, shock flashed in their eyes. Panama is dead, avenge it. However, before they could rush over, Assam had already taken the initiative to rush over. The Frost Wolf swordsmanship kept dancing with cold light. He directly used his own power to hold down the 2 cavemen. The caveman waved the spear in his hand and stabbed Assam. Bite. -46. -44. After 2 crisp sounds, there were 2 negligible damage figures on Assam's head. At this moment, a burst of cold air suddenly erupted from Assam. Aha! -7 damage number appeared above the 2 cavemen's heads. However, the damage is not the main thing. The main thing is that the caveman is covered with a layer of frost and his mobility is greatly reduced, making it easier for Assam to deal with it. This is the effect of Frost Shield. It is very powerful. Rainy's continued to draw the bowstring from behind, causing considerable damage one after another. There is also Sarah wielding the terrifyingly lethal Shadow Blade in the secret. Less than 10 seconds. The remaining 2 cavemen were also killed by them neatly. With the blessing of a lot of status, they all have the combat power to fight against boss-level creatures of the same level. So this kind of battle has no pressure at all for them. Well done, you are all the best warriors. Xiao Xing complimented casually. Looking at the corpses of these 3 cavemen on the ground, the next step is to harvest the loot. There is a little expectation in the eyes. Xiao Xing collected the loot on the ground. Obtain large pieces of dry food *4, obtain viscous liquid *9, obtain caveman totem *3, obtain book of strength weak *1, obtain stone spear, white *3. The benefits are pretty good, after all. These are just 3 ordinary monsters. Xiao Xing nodded and said, keep going. Assam took the lead and moved deeper into the cave again. The further you go, the wider the passage seems to become. Just then, they seemed to find a cave. In the distance, a bright light appeared inside, and noisy caveman voices came from it. Oh! 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 Praise to the great mountain god, who provides warm caves and delicious food for cavemen. There was a chorus of agreement inside. Praise to the great mountain god. Chao Xing frowned and asked doubtfully, "It seems that some kind of ceremony is being held inside?" He cautiously led everyone closer. At this time, Chao Xing saw a cave appearing in front of him. This cave is very large, and there are at least hundreds of cave dwellers gathered inside. At this moment, all these cavemen were kneeling on the ground, paying homage continuously. The target of their worship is an altar made of stones. On the altar, a young woman with snow-white skin and graceful figure lay quietly. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing's pupils suddenly shrank. Found it! Although I couldn't see the attributes of the woman, it was obvious that she was probably Neve's sister, Juliet. Lu Muxue also had an excited look in her eyes. But she made no other moves. Lu Muxue knew that she had to keep quiet at this time to avoid being noticed by the caveman. Chao Xing continued to observe the situation inside. He noticed that the tree spirit woman who was placed on the boulder was tightly bound by ropes and could not move. And above her head, there was a huge boulder nearly 2 meters high. The boulder was hung by a rope. As soon as the rope was broken and the boulder fell down, the tree spirit woman would be smashed into a pulp. At this moment, the group of cavemen were making strange noises while worshipping. Oh! Oh oh oh! Master Priest! Let's hold a ceremony and sacrifice this woman to the great mountain god. Chao Xing took a glance and found that most of the cavemen were trash fish below level 10. Caveman warriors with combat effectiveness above level 10 are around 20. Among them, there are also 3 elite caveman berserkers. And this is not the most difficult thing. The troublesome thing is that next to the pile of boulders, there is a caveman shaman wearing a grass crown and smeared with blue paint. This is a boss-level creature. Chao Xing took a look at the attributes of this shaman. Caveman Frost Shaman LV15, level, 2nd level boss level creature, HP, 6240/6240, attack, 431-447, armor, 7478, skill, Ice Arrow Rain, summons a small icy rain in the target area, causing 3-6 waves of 88% magic damage to the enemy, with a cooldown of 120 seconds, Ice Cone Spray, sprays ice blasts in the cone-shaped area ahead, damaging enemies and healing allies. The damage coefficient is 112%, the healing coefficient is attack power asterisk 150%, the cooling time is 60 seconds, Frost. Totem, summons a totem with a frost aura, reduces the movement speed of enemies within the range by 25%. Mountain God's Protection, every 30 seconds, forms a layer of Mountain God's shield around itself. The durability of the shield is attack power asterisk 12, talent, Caveman Leader, on the spot. When the number of cavemen on it is more than 20, the skill cooling time is reduced by 20%. This is a magical boss level creature, very powerful. The other 3 elite cavemen are purely melee combatants. They are all level 15 creatures with slightly stronger attributes than Assam. However, Assam has so many status blessings, and in actual combat, he is even more powerful than these 3 elite monsters. Chao Xing was analyzing the combat strength of both sides and quickly formulating tactics in his mind. At this moment, the ceremony is still in progress. The caveman shaman spoke. Theta nu alpha to omicron, epsilon upsilon lambda omicron gamma alpha, delta omicron z sigma to epsilon to omicron nu theta epsilon to omicron upsilon beta omicron upsilon nu omicron. Great mountain god, please accept the sacrifice and bless the caveman to catch more prey. The caveman shaman kept waving his staff, as if he would cut the rope at any time, and then Neve's sister was smashed into a pulp. The tree spirit woman lying on the pile of boulders had panic in her eyes. Chao Xing had almost figured out the battle plan at this time. He gestured to Sarah. Sarah understood and nodded. Just disappear into the shadows. In the dark cave, a shadow silently touched the side of the caveman shaman. Both are boss-level creatures, but Sarah is 5 levels higher than this shaman. The caveman shaman still didn't notice it until Sarah got close to it. Silently, Sarah directly threw a dagger of obstruction. -723, a large damage number floated up, and the caveman shaman's blood volume instantly dropped a lot. Ouch! The caveman shaman screamed and quickly warned. There is an enemy. Cavemen, take up arms. The sudden change caused confusion in the eyes of all the cavemen. They seemed completely unaware that there would be an enemy invasion in their lair. At the same time, the caveman shaman quickly dropped a frost totem. The power of frost spread and reflected Sarah's figure. The blasphemer. It's the damned blasphemer. The blasphemer is here. Caveman warriors, take her down. Oh, 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 oh. 20 or 30 caveman warriors, holding weapons, jumped up and down. He rushed towards Sarah quickly. At this moment, Chao Xing ordered, "Start taking action." After hearing this, Assam rushed out instantly. And Rainey's, who was already ready to attack, shot out the arrow in her hand. Puff! -473. An arrow was suddenly inserted deeply into the back of one of the caveman berserker warriors. "There are blasphemers behind us too. Our sacred territory has been invaded. Kill them." The atmosphere in this cave suddenly became extremely solemn. Dozens of cavemen rushed towards Assam. Although Assam is an elite creature, he cannot resist facing so many enemies at the same time. Of course, Chao Xing would not let him fight alone. He raised his staff and quickly used the special effect on it, Summon Demon Spider. A cloud of black energy flashed through, and 5 underground demon spiders nearly 1 meter in size appeared in front of Chao Xing. He was not in a hurry to let these demon spiders rush forward. Instead, he condenses his mana and quickly releases his skill, Summon Frost Elf. "Frost elves wandering between heaven and earth, I summon you in the name of the goddess Pest." After chanting, a wave of magic power appeared. In front of Chao Xing, 2 frost elves about 1.5 meters tall and all aqua blue appeared. Like the demon spider, these summon creatures are not in a buffed state, so they cannot be boosted by the eternal power talent and will disappear when time is up. Chao Xing said, "Mushue, please improve your status." Lu Mushue nodded immediately after hearing this. "May the light of courage bless you." In an instant, all the demon spiders and frost elves had their attack power strengthened. Then, Chao Xing also equipped one of the demon spiders with frost shield, ice therapy, ice armor, and other conditions. At this moment, Assam was besieged by a group of cavemen, and there was a dense mass of damage above his head. Although the damage was not high, there were too many cavemen besieging him. Assam's blood poured out like water. Chao Xing directly ordered 5 demon spiders and 2 frost elves to rush out to support Assam. Rustling. Then, he looked at the archer next to him and said, "Renice, you should also help Assam fight and share the firepower." Renice rushed directly into the cave without any hesitation. When a group of cavemen noticed Renice, their eyes suddenly lit up. "There is another blasphemer here. It seems to be a woman. Catch her and sacrifice her to the mountain god together." In an instant, more than a dozen cavemen rushed towards Renice, including an elite caveman. The pressure on Assam has been greatly reduced. At the same time, 5 demon spiders and 2 frost elves also fought with the group of cavemen. Now, Assam was fighting against 2 elite cavemen alone, plus a dozen ordinary cavemen, and was not losing at all. On the contrary, after the cavemen could not suppress Assam's numbers, the powerful knight completely exploded. Assam holds the sword in both hands and stands on his chest. "Swear to the death to defend the honor of the Lord. Frost sword chi, kill." Swish! The sword energy flashed across, causing damage figures and bursts of screams from the cavemen. Not only that, Assam emitted a cloud of ice breath, which greatly reduced the mobility of the cavemen who besieged him. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing was determined. "Mushue, protect me." As soon as he finished speaking, Chao Xing took out Barrett. After buying 100 bullets from Hilton, he no longer had to worry about insufficient ammunition. Lu Mushue nodded seriously. She held a shield and guarded Chao Xing. As for Chao Xing, after aiming at the target in Barrett's crosshairs, he directly pulled the trigger. Bang! There was a gunshot, and a hole suddenly appeared on the head of one of the cavemen. -1374. Headshot. The caveman's health points were immediately cleared, and he could no longer die. Successfully kill caveman level 7 and gain 70 experience points. 2 seconds later. Bang! Another gunshot. -1121. Armor breaking. This time, the same exaggerated injury also took away the life of a caveman. Bang! Bang bang! In the empty cave, the sound of gunshots continued to echo. And every time a gunshot is fired, a caveman's life is bound to be taken away. Woohoo! This feeling of suppressed firepower is so refreshing. Chao Xing fired from behind, a smile gradually forming on his lips. After all, these are all living targets. However, Chao Xing's mass killing naturally attracted the attention of those cavemen. The cavemen all set their sights on Chao Xing. The caveman locked his eyes on Chao Xing, then picked up the stone on the ground and threw it at him. At this moment, Lu Mushue held up a shield and stood in front of Chao Xing. Bang! Bang bang! -7, -12, -6, those stones hit Lu Mushue's shield, causing weak damage. Chao Xing was overjoyed. "Haha, what a fool, you still want to hit me with a rock." As soon as he finished speaking, he moved the muzzle of his gun and fired it with one shot. Bang! Successfully kill caveman level 6 and gain 60 experience points. At this moment, the battle gradually got on track. Assam fought against more than a dozen cavemen by himself and was not at a disadvantage. His armor is too high, and there is also a frost shield that erupts cold air from time to time, causing damage to these cavemen and slowing them down. In addition, there were Rainies and 2 frost elves beside him, constantly dealing long-range damage. More and more cavemen fell down as their health points reached 0. Chao Xing watched as his experience value continued to increase. Level 7 16%, level 7 18%, after a while, it reached 36% of level 7. The tree spirit woman who was bound to the stone was watching the battle below with the corner of her eye. I thought that I was certain to die today, but suddenly a few humans appeared, and they were so powerful that they were able to deal with so many cavemen. The hope of life already appeared in her eyes. At this moment, Sarah is unilaterally suppressing the caveman shaman. With a 5-level difference in being an assassin, the caveman shaman had no ability to fight back. The blood volume of this boss-level creature has been reduced to less than 3,000. After Sarah's side resolves the battle, it can support the remaining caveman on Assam's side. It's nothing to worry about, blasphemer. At this moment, the caveman shaman felt very angry. It raised its staff, pointed at Chao Xing in the distance and shouted, Pi Alpha Gamma Omega Tau Beta Lambda Omicron. The next moment, Chao Xing felt that a ball of frost energy suddenly appeared above his head. Oh, are you coming for me? Mushue, run! Chao Xing felt his scalp numb and quickly retreated with Lu Mushue. However, the caveman shaman's attack speed is too fast and the attack range is very wide. Wow! Before Chao Xing could run far, the first wave of ice arrows fell. Puff! These ice arrows pierced Chao Xing and Lu Mushue, and a cold stinging sensation appeared. 374-335, a damage number appeared above the two of them, and their health instantly dropped to less than half. Worry! Chao Xing ignored the pain and stiffness in his body and rolled quickly out of the area covered by the ice arrow rain. Lu Mushue also used a shield and narrowly escaped the blow. However, the scene just now filled Assam and Sarah's faces with fear. They saw that Chao Xing was almost killed by the caveman shaman, and Assam was even anxious to rush over. But after seeing them safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Sarah looked extremely angry at this moment. How dare you offend the Lord, a despicable creature! The next moment, she went into a violent state. Like a tigress, she pounced on the caveman shaman fiercely and slashed down with the shadow blade crazily. Puff, puff, puff! The caveman shaman's, mountain god's protection, was ruthlessly chopped into pieces by Sarah. Terrifying injury figures floated up one after another. Ah! It! The caveman shaman's screams kept coming, and his blood volume continued to drop. After Chao Xing experienced that scene, he became more cautious. At the same time, he held Barrett, always paying attention to the caveman shaman's health, and being ready to grab the head at any time. Before his eyes, the boss's health dropped to less than 1,000. At this moment, the caveman shaman raised his staff and spurted a blast of cold air at himself. A green number plus 650 suddenly appeared above his head. If I wipe it, will blood come back? Chao Xing was stunned. Although there were many replies, for Sarah, it was just a matter of one blow. She slashed out with one stroke. Puff! Minus 773. This time, she stopped attacking without Chao Xing's signal. At the same time, Chao Xing, who had been waiting for a long time, directly pulled the trigger. Bang! Minus 664. The caveman shaman's health is instantly cleared. A system prompt appears. Successfully kill the caveman frost shaman, a second-level boss-level creature, kill monsters by leapfrogging, gain 1000 by 200% experience value, and gain 2000 experience points. Trophy obtained, Heart of Primary Power, obtained, Chill-Covered Shaman Soul *1, obtained, Shaman Necklace, purple, *1, obtained, Ice Arrow Rain Skill Book, blue, *1, obtained, Shire Tribe Shaman Recruitment Scroll *1. Seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing laughed so hard that he couldn't close his legs. Good guy, there are so many rewards for killing a boss, not only a purple necklace, but also a skill book. At the same time, the cavemen were horrified when they saw the shaman's death. Ah! The priest is dead. These blasphemers, they killed the priest. The great mountain god will punish them. The cavemen looked at Chao Xing and the others with hatred in their eyes. However, Chao Xing ignored this look and ordered, Sarah, go help Assam and resolve the battle here. Sarah received Chao Xing's instructions and quickly rushed into the battle group. With the addition of this chopper assassin, cavemen die faster. Chao Xing, on the other hand, aimed at the opportunity to make a last-ditch attack and kept pulling the trigger. Bang! There was a gunshot, and an elite caveman holding a battle axe fell down. Successfully killed the caveman berserker, a second-level elite creature. Leapfrog the monster, gain experience value, 300 by 200%, gain 600 experience points. There are 2 elite-level creatures left on the field. At this moment, Assam slashed out a frost sword energy again, and then stabbed out with a sword. Puff! Minus 466. Minus 314. The second elite caveman died randomly. Members of your territory, Assam killed the caveman berserker and gained 300 experience points. Assam's level has been upgraded, current level, 13, my knight has also been upgraded. Chao Xing said happily. After a while, a white light appeared on his body. Your level has been upgraded, current level, 8, this upgrade, a total of attribute improvements, strength +2, agility +1, spirit +5, physique +2, then, there is Lu Mushue. She also reached level 7. There are a large number of cavemen in this cave, providing them with a lot of experience. When the last caveman was killed, the cave became completely quiet. Now, Assam, who fought battles, returned to Chao Xing and said, "Thank you, Lord." His blood volume had dropped below 20%. If it weren't for so many buff bonuses, Assam wouldn't be able to survive now. Chao Xing nodded. Assam, you are a brave knight, the light of glory shines on you. Now you mend your clothes, and then clean the battlefield. Assam nodded respectfully. Then he, Sarah, and Rainis cleaned up the battlefield. Chao Xing took Lu Mushue to the stone altar. Then, the two began to climb up. When they climbed onto the pile of rocks, the tree spirit woman's eyes widened and she looked at Chao Xing in horror. Her whole body was tightly bound by ropes, and sections of greasy flesh were stretched out. As white as porcelain, her slender legs are exposed, and the picture is a bit fragrant. Chao Xing also saw the other party's attributes. Botanist, Juliet LV8, level, First Order Elite level, HP, 760-760, skill, plant proficiency. I have read various plant-related books since I was a child, and have stored a lot of relevant knowledge in my mind, and can clearly distinguish the characteristics and growth habits of some plants and herbs. Talent, Guardian of the Pale Tree. That's right, this is Neve's sister, Juliet. She is also an elite and seems to have a pretty good skill. This is also a talent. Chao Xing signaled, Mushue, untie her rope. Lu Mushue nodded slightly, then waved the iron sword in his hand and cut all the ropes on Juliet's body section by section. After breaking free from the restraints, this woman from the tree spirit tribe quickly hugged her legs and huddled together. She looked at Chao Xing with a horrified look on her face, trembling all over. What can I say about this picture? It was like a little girl who was captured in a cave and looked at the bad guys. And Chao Xing is the bad guy. Chao Xing coughed twice in embarrassment. Hello. Hearing Chao Xing speak, the woman from the tree spirit tribe became even more frightened. Because she just saw with her own eyes that this man led a group of powerful creatures to kill all the cavemen. This is a being more powerful than a caveman. She seemed to be frightened. Chao Xing said directly, I am Lord Chao Xing. Your sister Neve entrusted me to go to Tren Mountain to find your traces. Now, I want to take you back to my territory. Chao Xing said directly identity and purpose of visit. When Juliet heard Neve's name, she immediately stopped trembling. She asked cautiously, it was little Neve who asked you to come. Is she okay? Chao Xing nodded, she's very well, the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce brought her to my territory, and I took them in. Now Neve is mine. After thinking about it, Chao Xing felt that there was something wrong with this sentence, so he changed his words, Neve has joined my territory. After Chao Xing finished speaking, Juliet believed his words and immediately knelt down. Thank you, the powerful and kind Lord Chao Xing. The pale tree will protect you. Chao Xing nodded and said, this is not the place to talk. Let's go down first. He pointed to the top of his head. Juliet also raised her head and saw the boulder hanging above. If it fell down, the three of them would be crushed to death together. Juliet nodded. Then, they quickly walked down from the giant stone altar. At the same time, Assam and Sarah have also finished cleaning the battlefield. They handed all the loot on the ground to Chao Xing, obtain viscous liquid *312, obtain primary power hard *2, obtain caveman totem *17, obtain caveman berserker totem, blue, *3, obtain large piece of dry food *74, obtain agility book weak *6, obtain caveman berserker hand axe, blue, *1, obtain centaur warrior recruitment scroll *2. A lot of loot, most of which were obtained by the three elite cavemen. Chao Xing nodded, Assam Knight, the number of people in our territory is increasing day by day, and we need a lot of resources to maintain operation. So the resources in those cavemen's rooms cannot be spared. Assam nodded respectfully. Lord, he cares about his subordinates and is always worried about the operation of the territory. Assam will do his best to help the Lord share the pressure. After saying that, he turned around and started to collect resources. Xiaoxing looked at Sarah next to him again. Sarah, scout the area to see if there are any other passages to the outside world. There are so many cavemen living here, it is impossible for them to just rely on that small hole to enter and exit. There must be other places leading to the outside world. Sarah nodded and then disappeared. Renice, help me search the cave to see if there are any hidden areas, such as treasure chests or other things. The tall archer turned around and left, following Chao Xing's instructions to search the cave. Now, there are only 3 of them left on the field. Chao Xing looked at Juliet on the side. Well, Juliet, the situation is what I said. Not only your sister Neve, but also other tree spirit tribe members have joined my territory. Now, are you willing to leave with us? I will take you back to my territory and reunite with your sister. This Juliet is obviously a special NPC, and Chao Xing does not want to let such a talent go. Juliet's face, which seemed to be carefully carved, showed a touched look. I do, thank you, kind Lord Chao Xing. Chao Xing nodded. Now that the most important task has been completed, a big stone has fallen in my heart. The next step is to stop by to open the Goblin treasure house, and then take Juliet back to the territory to end the day successfully. While Sarah and others are searching, Chao Xing began to look at the trophies he had just obtained. Caveman Berserker Totem, Blue Accessory, Equipment Effect, Strength +3, Constitution +3. Blue Accessory, a good thing. Chao Xing put the totem on directly, and then gave one to Lu Muxue. The attributes of both of them have been greatly improved. Then, there are 2 recruitment scrolls. Centaur Warrior Recruitment Scroll, you can use this scroll to summon a Centaur Warrior with level 15 strength. It's just an ordinary recruitment scroll, but it also has level 15 strength, which is pretty good. Chao Xing clicked the summon directly. In front of his eyes, 2 faint blue 6-pointed star arrays appeared. As the 6-pointed star array continued to emit light, 2 strong figures gradually emerged. After the light dissipated, 2 creatures about 2 meters tall, with the body of a horse and the upper body of a human, and holding a sharpened blunt weapon appeared in front of everyone. Centaur Warrior, Kandar. Centaur Warrior, Cantor. Reporting to you. The 2 Centaur Warriors shouted in unison. Chao Xing nodded. Welcome, Kandar, Cantor, let us build a territory full of faith together. The Centaur Warrior held his head high, placed his right hand on his chest, and responded to his words. Then, Chao Xing checked their attributes. Centaur Warrior, Kandar LV15, level 15 672/50,000, second level ordinary creature, HP, 2840/2840, attack, 254-258, weapon bonus, armor, 65-68, attributes, strength 121, agility 117, spirit 98, constitution 147, skills, horseshoe trampling, stomps the ground, stuns and damages enemy units around you. The damage coefficient is 77%, the stun time is 0.5 seconds 2 seconds, collision and challenge, increase movement speed by 100%, run towards the enemy at high speed, causing 112%. Attack damage to enemies along the way. Talent, none, bond, centaur. When the number of centaurs in the team is when there are more than 10 centaurs, the attack power plus 10% and the hit rate plus 10%. When there are more than 30 centaurs, the attack power plus 20% and the hit rate plus 20%. When there are more than 50 centaurs, activate the skill, Victory Charge, Satisfaction, 68, Loyalty, 65. These ordinary centaurs are relatively strong among monsters of the same level. Moreover, after Chao Xing's various buff additions, the combat power of these centaurs can also usher in a qualitative change. At this time, Assam and Rhaenys came over together. Lord, this is the reward found in the caveman's rooms. After saying that, Assam handed a lot of things to Chao Xing. Obtain, thick liquid *117, obtain, large chunks of dry food *324, obtain, wool scraps *74, obtain, caveman totem *8, obtain the book, My Path to Light. The Road of Light. What is this? A thick book appeared in Chao Xing's hand, and items appeared on it. Book, My Path to Light, item attributes. After reading, you can get a spiritual +3 attribute improvement. Reading time required, 4 hours and 20 minutes. Click to read. So that's it, reading can also be done increase attributes. Is this what is called, knowledge is power? And the most important thing is that after reading this book, you can also trade it to others. Chao Xing was happy, and then he put it away. Renissi on the side also reported, Lord, I didn't find the treasure box in the cave, but I found a storage box behind a stone door. Upon hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. The storage box is great. There are more things in the storage box than in the treasure box, and maybe you can get yourself a black diamond, and you'll make a fortune. Rennies, you did a good job, take me over and have a look. After a while, Chao Xing came to the stone gate that Rennies mentioned. At this moment, the stone door has been opened, and a storage box appeared inside. Chao Xing walked over. Caveman storage box, blue, opened successfully. Obtain, thick wolf meat asterisk 272, obtain, copper or asterisk 211, obtain, mithril or asterisk 72, obtain, gold or asterisk 13, obtain, carrot seeds asterisk 74, obtain, beet seeds asterisk 54, obtained, mutated thorn vine seeds, blue, asterisk 32. A lot of materials appeared, and it was obvious that these cavemen had hidden a lot of good things. Chao Xing exclaimed, there is actually gold ore. This is a good thing. Gold is a precious metal no matter which world it is in. Refining these gold ores and selling them to merchants is expected to fetch a very high price. But what is this blue seed? Chao Xing checked the attributes. Mutated thorn vine seeds, blue magic plant, planted near buildings in the territory. The vines will grow rapidly to cover the buildings, which can increase their armor by 50 points, durability by 1000 points, and come with level 2 counter injury. Aura, reflecting 20% of the damage taken. Planted on the city wall, it can increase the durability by an additional 1000 points. Item introduction, don't try to crawl over me, otherwise, I will make you a failed vine. After reading the introduction of this seed, Chao Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. Good guy, it is indeed a blue mutant plant. It can not only greatly increase armor and durability, but also has an anti-damage aura. And more importantly, the novice protection period is about to end. Without the protection of the system, monsters in the snow will begin to attack the territory. At this time, it is necessary to build city walls for defense. There is no doubt that these blue magic seeds can greatly increase the defensive capabilities of Chao Xing's territory. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction and put all these things into his backpack. At the same time, Sarah appeared silently at the side and spoke suddenly. We have found a passage to the outside world, behind a huge rock. This startled the two newly joined centaurs. My god, this dark elf lady's stealth skills are too superb. Second, Kandar. Chao Xing was used to Sarah's elusiveness, and nodded, very good, let's go out first, join up with other companions. Sarah turned around and silently led the way. A group of people followed her. Soon, they came to the place where they had fought the shaman. Behind the wall of the nearby cave, I did see a boulder 2 or 3 meters high. After bypassing the boulder, a deep passage appeared in front of him. Assam pulled out his sword and said, Lord, please let me clear the way for you. Chao Xing nodded, go, brave Assam knight. Assam led the way and walked into the passage. The crowd followed him. In this passage, Chao Xing found several spike traps and rope traps, but they were all demolished. Soon, the group of people came to the end of the passage. There was a faint light at the entrance of the cave, which seemed to be hidden among the bushes. Chao Xing got out of the cave directly, and in an instant, the cold wind on the top of the mountain howled past. The temperature dropped instantly, making people shrink from the cold. Chao Xing looked around and found that the surrounding environment was somewhat familiar. This seems to be the forest they just passed by, and Andrew and the others should still be waiting on the edge of the cliff. Assam, go and call Andrew and Dabai. Assam took the order, and his Mount Frostwolf was also there. After a while, the 3 robots, plus the mammoths Baymax and Andrew, all came over together. Seeing that Chao Xing and others were fine, Andrew said piously, the god of nature is protecting you, my dear lord. When Andrew saw the tree spirits around Chao Xing, he also knew that they had successfully completed their mission. Looking at Juliet, Andrew showed a gentle smile. When Juliet was looked at by the tall Andrew, not only did she not feel scared, but she felt a sense of intimacy. This may be related to the fact that they are both guardians. The team reunited, but there were 2 more centaur warriors than before. Lu Mushue turned her head and asked softly, Axing, are we going back now? Chao Xing shook his head, I won't go back for the time being. I still have something to do in the Borealis Mountains. Zai Lu under Mushue's curious eyes, Chao Xing took out a bronze key. This is. Chao Xing said with a smile, this is the key to the Goblin Treasure House. The location is nearby. Let's see if we can open this treasure house. Hearing this, Lu Mushue's eyes also appeared. With a look of joy, she nodded and said, yeah, it's all up to you. Chao Xing looked at Juliet next to him, seeing how she was shivering from the cold, and took out a complete wolf skin from his backpack, handed it over. Juliet hesitated, but finally took it. She looked at Chao Xing gratefully and said, thank you. Chao Xing didn't pay attention, but said, next, we have to go to a place first. After we come out of that place, we will take you back to the territory to reunite with your sister. Although he has the final say here, there are still some things he needs to tell you. Juliet quickly replied, no, it's okay. Whatever you want to do, just do it. Chao Xing nodded, and then he took Lu Muxue and climbed onto the back of the crawler robot again. As for Juliet, she was placed in the bucket of the forklift robot by Chao Xing. Then, Chao Xing looked at the map. It was not far from the coordinates on the key. Pass through the Taro Mountain Trade Road, and proceed a while further to reach the location of the Goblin Treasure House. So, Chao Xing announced directly, let's set off and continue moving towards the depths of the Borelli Mountains. Boom! Boom! The team began to move on. Assam and Andrew opened the way at the front, followed by two centaurs. Dabai guards Chao Xing's robot. Chao Xing was sitting leisurely on the back of the crawler robot. With these powerful recruiting creatures and pet guards around him, Chao Xing felt a strong sense of security in his heart. While he was on the road, he was going to check what exploded from the shaman. After all, it was a boss-level creature. Last time, a lot of good things were revealed to the leader of the safari, which made Chao Xing look forward to it even more. With a little excitement, a chili soul appeared in Chao Xing's hand. Chill-covered caveman shaman soul, boss level. A soul containing the breath of ice, can be used on an elite follower of level 2 or below, giving it a high probability of evolving into a boss-level creature, with a success probability of 40%-70%. It is indeed a soul that has advanced into a boss. The success rate is about the same as that of a hunter boss. Great! Chao Xing was excited. Now, he already has 2 boss-level creatures under his command. This soul has a high probability of success, which means that he has a high probability of getting a 3rd boss-level creature. However, who to give this soul to is a question. His staff, Assam, Andrew, and Rainies are all eligible for use. No matter who among the 3 of them breaks through to the boss, they can bring a lot of help to Chao Xing. So, who should it be given to? After thinking for a moment, Chao Xing called Assam over. Chao Xing said, Assam Knight, are you ready to have more power? Lord, what do you mean? Assam's eyes were confused. At this moment, Chao Xing took out the soul that exuded the ice breath. The boss-level aura emanating from the soul attracted everyone's attention. This is a soul that can transform us to a higher level. There was shock in his tone, and he clearly knew the powerful power contained in this group of souls. Chao Xing nodded, yes, now, you can use this soul to make a breakthrough. After Assam was initially surprised, he put away the desire in his eyes. He glanced at his companions around him, then shook his head and said, Dear Lord, this is an extremely precious soul. Assam doesn't think he is qualified to possess it yet. Andrew and Rainies are more suitable to use this soul than me. Hearing this, Andrew, Rainies and others turned their heads and stared at the chilling soul in Chao Xing's hand. At the same time, I can't help but admire Assam's personality. He can even give away such an item that can transform himself. He has the true spirit of chivalry. However, Chao Xing shook his head. Although Assam is right, letting Andrew and Rainies make a breakthrough can bring greater help to Chao Xing. But Chao Xing had his own ideas. Although Assam is not the strongest among his men, he is definitely the most loyal and the most daring to fight. For subordinates who perform well like this, of course, they must be rewarded and trained. Chao Xing said directly, Knight of Assam, you are the earliest followers under my command. During this period, you have proved your humility and bravery. Use it, you will have stronger power. Help me better and help our territory. At this moment, Assam's resolute face had a trace of tears. He took it almost tremblingly. Thank you for your respect, my dear lord. You are like the moon in the sky, guiding me forward at night. Member of your territory, Assam, inspired by your generosity, and if you are impressed, your loyalty will be further enhanced. Because your loyalty is full, a special effect will be triggered, Die Loyal. Die Hard Loyal, always stay at full loyalty and will not be affected by any effects. Chao Xing was stunned when he saw this system prompt. Is this a hidden effect triggered? Loyalty will never be reduced, which means there will never be any fear of Assam's betrayal. Seems pretty good. At this moment, Assam was sitting on the back of the frost wolf and took the soul into his body without hesitation. Everyone else had a look of envy in their eyes. Chao Xing cleared his throat at this time, and then said solemnly, My warriors, if you haven't made a breakthrough yet, don't worry. Our territory is gradually developing, and everyone will enjoy the distribution of resources, starting with Sarah, then Assam, and then it will be your turn. Let us work together to contribute our own strength and build a prosperous territory. After Chao Xing finished speaking, Andrew was the first to respond, Dear Lord, we believe in you. Under your leadership, we will definitely be able to build a prosperous territory. A great territory. Sarah and Renice on the side also nodded slightly. They believe Chao Xing because this is their personal experience. Including Sarah, who was also promoted from the elite level. Then, a bunch of system prompts appear. Member of your territory, Andrew was moved by your words, loyalty has been improved, current loyalty, 95. Member of your territory, Sarah Blade Dance is moved by your words, loyalty has been improved, current loyalty is, 95. Member of your territory, Sarah Blade Dance is moved by your words, loyalty has been improved, current loyalty is degree, 93, accept them. Rainey's loyalty increased to 80 points, and the loyalty points of the two Centaur warriors also reached 70 points. Chao Xing was very happy. This wave of pi can be said to have an outstanding effect, and everyone's loyalty has been greatly improved. At this moment, Assam had just photographed the group of souls, which were undergoing a transformation from an elite to a leader. And this takes a certain amount of time, plus the soul still has a chance of failure. Chao Xing, who had no expectations for his own luck, was already prepared for failure. Chao Xing shook his head and began to look at the second thing, which was a black necklace also engraved with the skull of a beast. Shaman necklace, purple, quality, rare, attached attributes, spirit plus 10, agility plus 5, attached special effects, spirit hand, hit rate plus 10%, casting speed increased by 20%, attached special effects, demon breaking, when attacking, ignores 10% of the enemy's magic defense, and has a 15% chance of ignoring 80% of the enemy's magic defense. Item introduction. A necklace with a shaman's blessing contains strong magic fluctuations, be careful, don't let your defense be broken. Chao Xing was heartened. What a strong attribute, it deserves to be a purple equipment. Obviously, this necklace is very suitable for Chao Xing. Just a spirit plus 10 can provide him with more than 30 points. Attack power can also greatly increase the recovery ability of ice therapy. The two special effects on the necklace can also greatly increase Chao Xing's output. He put it on his neck with satisfaction. In an instant, a surge of power emerged, and Chao Xing could clearly feel that his mental power had been greatly enhanced. He looked at his attributes. Name, Chao Xing, race, Blue Star Human Race, level 8 120/7000, detail attributes, click to view. Okay. The mental attribute has reached 57 points. Ice therapy can heal every second 46 points of life, and the ice armor spell can also provide an additional 34 points of armor, which is a huge improvement. Chao Xing also noticed that his attack power also exceeded 200. This is almost comparable to the attack power of a second-level creature. Among the survivors, his injuries were considered outrageous. A wave of ice cone technique, followed by a ice ball technique, can even kill monsters of the same level instantly. At this time, another blue book appeared in his hand. Ice Arrow Skill Book, Blue, Skill Effect, condensing the power of frost in a fixed area, causing 3/6 ice arrow damage to all enemies in the area. The damage coefficient is 112%. And the cooling time is 180 seconds. Click to learn. This thing is the skill that the shaman used to deal with himself at that time. The attack power is quite ridiculous. If Chao Xing hadn't been able to hide quickly, he would have been taken away in a wave. Unexpectedly, Chao Xing now also possesses this skill. He clicked study directly. Successfully learned skills, Rain of Ice Arrows. Woohoo, I finally have my first group attack skill. Now I look like a mage. Chao Xing was very satisfied. At this point, the harvest in the caveman cave has almost been counted. In his hand, there was one last reward, which was a recruitment scroll. Shire Shaman Recruitment Scroll. Through this scroll, a powerful Shire Shaman can be summoned, with a strength of level 15 boss level. It is indeed a boss level recruitment scroll. Chao Xing's eyes moved slightly. This way, he would have a fourth boss level creature. The premise is that Assam can successfully break through. At this moment, Assam, who was sitting on the back of Frost Wolf Winter, suddenly felt a powerful aura on his body. A system prompt appears. Your territory member, Assam, has completed his transformation and has advanced to a boss-level creature. All attributes have increased by 30%, and he has acquired a new skill, Sword of Justice, condensate a 5-10-meter long sword chi, causing 4 slashing damage to the fan-shaped area in front. After each attack hits, the enemy's armor is reduced by 10%. The effect lasts for 20 seconds and the cooling time is 120 seconds. Skill introduction. In the name of justice, the sword edge pointing, invincible. Chao Xing's eyes narrowed when he saw the skill introduction. What a powerful skill. This thing directly turns Assam's attack into group attack damage. Especially when dealing with multiple enemies during siege, the effect is even more outstanding. Assam turned around and said respectfully, Lord, fortunately, I have successfully transformed. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, Assam Knight. Then, he began to check Assam properties. Frostwolf Knight, Assam, race, human race, level 13 17 24/50,000, second order boss level creature, detailed attributes, click to view. Strong joy appeared on Chao Xing's face again. After being upgraded to a boss level creature, Assam's all attributes have been greatly improved. Of course, his health is a bit lower than the other bosses. But this is normal, because Assam is a human race, and naturally cannot compare with the druids or those beasts in terms of health growth. Moreover, Assam has been blessed with so many statuses. Even if he jumps over a level and challenges a level 20 boss, he will not be left behind at all. Very good. If this continues, it will be just around the corner to upgrade all the recruited creatures under my command to the boss level. Chao Xing was full of expectations. As for the recruitment scroll, since he was in a hurry, Chao Xing decided to recruit again when he reached his destination. On the way, he raised his staff and constantly refreshed the effects of Ice Therapy and Ice Armor for each member. Now his Ice Therapy can restore more than 40 health points per second. According to the blood volume of Assam and Andrew, it only takes 2 or 3 minutes to fill up. Survivability greatly increased. As the team passed through the Troy Trade Road, they walked through the cliffs. The coordinates on the key are getting closer and closer. 5 minutes later, they appeared on a forest path. At this time, Chao Xing changed direction and led the team directly into the woods on the left, because the coordinates show the direction on the other side. After twists and turns, they arrived at the foot of an unknown mountain. We're here. Chao Xing looked at the mountain in front of him and stopped the team. Lu Muxue asked softly from the side, Axing, is this here? Chao Xing nodded, yes, the location shown on the coordinates is around here. After everyone listened, they looked around. However, there doesn't seem to be any treasure house door here, just huge boulders sliding down the hillside. After some observation, no relevant clues were found. Chao Xing fell into thinking. Because the system will not make mistakes, according to the coordinates on the key, it is nearby. But they didn't find it. That means that this goblin treasure house is probably also a hidden area. So, Chao Xing ordered, search nearby to see if there are any hidden passages or the like. Andrew, Assam and others received the order and began to search around. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers, and they quickly searched every corner of the area. A moment later, Sarah made the first discovery. She stopped at the foot of the mountain, in front of a pile of collapsed rubble. I sensed weak magic fluctuations here. Upon hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes suddenly lit up, and he controlled the crawler robot and came to Sarah's side with a clop. Perhaps because Chao Xing's level is not high, he did not sense magic fluctuations here. But Sarah wouldn't lie. So, he called the forklift robot over and ordered, shovel this pile of gravel away for me. The forklift robot immediately complied. Buzz. The energy core begins to operate at full power. Huge buckets pick up the rubble and transport it aside. Pieces of gravel were shoveled away by it, gradually revealing the pile of gravel and the scene behind it. Vaguely, Chao Xing seemed to see the corner of a gray door. When the pile of rubble is completely removed, Chao Xing saw a gray stone door about 5 meters high and 3 meters wide. Goblin Treasure House Gate, Armor, 500, Durability, 10000/1000000, with Special Effect 1, Intermediate Damage Reduction, reduces 20% of magic damage and physical damage received, with Special Effect 2, Continuous Detonation, if forced destruction will cause the collapse of the treasure house passage. I'll go, 100,000 points of durability, 500 armor, this gate is really hard. With the strength of Chao Xing's current men. Except for Sarah and Baymax, everyone else's attacks didn't even cause much damage. It would take a long time just to break through this door. Moreover, because of the second special effect, this gate cannot be broken through with brute force. If it is broken open forcefully, it will cause the passage inside to collapse. Fortunately, Chao Xing came prepared. He took out the Goblin Treasure House key from his backpack and approached the treasure house door. The system prompt appears as expected. Do you want to use the Goblin Treasure House key to open the treasure house door? Yes. The next moment, the key in Chao Xing's hand disappeared. Crunch! Crunch! There was a sound of turning keys in Chao Xing's ears. A few seconds later, everyone felt a vibration under their feet. Boom! Boom! Chao Xing saw that the door of the treasure house gradually rose. Then a dark passage behind the door was faintly revealed. With constant vibration, a system prompt appears. The treasure house door is slowly opening. Rumble! The ground shook constantly. After about 30 seconds, the door was fully raised. You have discovered the hidden area, the underground palace of the goblins. Map introduction. A group of goblins who worshipped the ancient gods once lived here. They sacrificed many treasures to the gods of their faith. Until one day, the goblins' sacrifices led them to an unknown disaster has come. In order to curb the spread of this disaster, the goblins inside chose to seal the entrance to the palace. After reading the map introduction, Xiaoxing was stunned. It turns out it's not a treasure house, but an underground palace? Note, the Goblin Palace is a high-level area. It is recommended that at least 4 survivors with second-level strength form a team to explore. Xiaoxing frowned when he heard this system prompt. It requires 4 survivors of level 2 or above to form a team, which means that the level of the monsters inside may be very high. There are 10 second-level creatures under my command, including robots and Baymax. And they all have my buff bonus, so their real combat power is much stronger than ordinary second-level creatures. Through this calculation, my combat power should be stronger than a team of 4 second-level survivors. Xiaoxing's eyes lit up when he thought of this. According to his calculations, his combat power should be enough to challenge this area. Xiaoxing made up his mind, that is, go in. However, before entering, he can still improve his strength. So, he took out the scroll. Do you want to use the Shire Shaman recruitment scroll? Yes. The moment Xiaoxing clicked to confirm, a choking smoke appeared in front of him. This thick smoke seemed to be emitted from a large furnace, carrying a scorching temperature. At the same time, as the thick smoke billowed, a humanoid creature nearly 2 meters tall and with a strong body could be faintly seen in it. Strong magic fluctuations emanated from this humanoid creature. After the smoke dissipated, a creature with a black leopard head, a robe printed with bellflowers, and a long tail suddenly appeared. War will never end, steel, blood, flames. These are the main themes of war, turning everything into ashes. We embrace peace, but war makes us homeless. This lord, shaman of the Shire tribe, brought brimstone, reporting to you. This is the Shire tribe. Xiaoxing has seen it once before. He stepped off the back of the crawler robot, came to the tall seal, and said seriously, "Welcome, brat, let us build a peaceful territory together." This time, Xiaoxing did not say anything wrong. This Shire's eyes lit up immediately when he heard the word peace. My dear lord, do you also advocate peace? Xiaoxing shook his head and said, "Brot, no one likes war, even those powerful knights." After hearing this, the Shire shaman asked excitedly, "Then this distinguished lord, I would like to know whether the future development of the territory can be biased towards scientific and technological research or agricultural planting?" He said it very sincerely, but this was not the case. Xiaoxing fell into thinking. What this shaman meant was to let him farm with peace of mind and not fight often. But obviously, this shaman's idea was naive. In this world where monsters are everywhere and dangers are always present, it is impossible not to fight. Xiaoxing shook his head and said, "Brat, you are wrong. The prerequisite for peace is to have the power to crush the enemy. If you don't even have the power to defend your territory, you will eventually be trampled by the hooves of the invaders. Maybe the war caused you to lose your home, your loved ones and everything, and even made you hate power. But you have to know that power is not terrible, but its owner is terrible." When Shur heard the last sentence, his cat eyes suddenly widened. Power is not scary. What is scary is his master. Power is not scary. He kept murmuring, as if he had understood something. Brent Brimstone said excitedly, "You are right, Lord. If at that time I could have the strength of a 6th-level hero or even a legendary powerhouse, I could fight against the entire Blood Legion and stop everything. A tragedy has occurred. I want to have more power, enough to shake the entire Shire Empire. Thank you for your guidance, my wise lord. Your territory member, Brot Brimstone, was killed by you. Impressed by words, loyalty has been increased, current loyalty, 71. Xiaoxing was stunned for a moment, looking at the surging fighting spirit in Seal's eyes. His eyes were strange. He touched his chin and thought, why does it feel like I turned this peace defender into a war fanatic? He shook his head. This was not a bad thing for Xiaoxing. Then, he checked the shaman's attributes. Black Smoke Shaman, Brot Brimstone, Race, Shire, Level 152731/50,000, second level boss level creature, HP, 6720/6720, Attack, 537/551, Armor, 131/142, Attributes, Strength 217, Agility 204, Spirit 253, Constitution 237, Skills. Black Smoke Totem, place a black smoke totem, and every 10 seconds, cast a thick smoke, making the surrounding area the enemy will be temporarily blinded. The totem lasts for 30 seconds and has a cooldown time of 90 seconds. Resonance Totem, place a resonance totem to increase the critical hit rate and hit rate of all allies by 20%. The totem lasts for 100 seconds and has a cooldown time. 200 seconds, smoke impact, condenses a cloud of smoke, causing 144% damage to a single enemy. If used on a friend, it will restore mental health *15 health points, cooling time 60 seconds, black smokestorm, set off a violent black smokestorm. The enemy in the black smokestorm will receive 88% of attack damage every second, and the enemy's agility will be reduced by 50 points. The duration of the storm is 10 seconds, and the cooling time is 300 seconds. Talent, natural selection, satisfaction, 68, loyalty, 71. So strong. Chao Xing praised sincerely, he is indeed a boss-level shaman. But unfortunately, the 4 skills of the shaman are all biased towards damage or totem skills, and there is no continuous buff skill. As for the 2 totem skills, the first, Black Smoke Totem, is obviously not a gain effect. This thing should not be buffed by Eternal Power. The second, Resonance Totem, although this is a gain effect, because the totem is a domain skill, the effect will only be obtained within the range of the totem. So Chao Xing is not sure whether this thing can become a permanent state. But then I thought about it, even if I can't receive the bonus, it's still pretty good. After all, the Black Smoke Shaman's attributes are there. Moreover, he now officially has 4 boss-level creatures, which can be said to be a surge in strength. Then, as usual, he threw Ice Armor, Ice Healing, and Frost Shield at Brought Brimstone. Then he asked Lu Muxue to bless him with 2 states. Blot, like other territorial members, expressed his gratitude to Chao Xing and increased his loyalty by 6 points. All of a sudden, his loyalty reached 77 points. Thank you, great lord and beautiful lord's wife. Your power is as great as God's. Chao Xing nodded and looked at the time. Distance to nightfall, 5 hours and 32 minutes. Current temperature, -52 degrees Celsius. There are still 5 hours of darkness, which is enough for him to finish exploring the goblin treasure house and then return to the territory. So, Chao Xing ordered, then, let us go in. Then, let's go in. Assam took the lead in stepping into the gate. Baymax follows closely behind. Then, there were Rainies, Brat, and 2 centaur warriors. Chao Xing and Lu Muxue, on the other hand, were sitting on the crawler robot and walking at the back. A group of people entered the passage in a mighty manner. This is also Chao Xing's confidence. He believes that with his current strength, he is enough to deal with the dangers encountered inside. Tread. Tread. The sound of dense footsteps of a group of people was heard, as well as the sound of crawler robots running over bricks and stones. Chao Xing discovered that where they were now was a masonry passage. And as it goes deeper, the space becomes much larger, able to accommodate 2 large whites. Chao Xing started to look around. This look really made him see some good things. On both sides of the passage, there were several burning candlesticks. These candle holders look gorgeous with a golden glow. Seeing the golden light above, Chao Xing's bad habit of picking came back again. Assam, help me take down the candlestick. Assam did as he was told, took the candlestick off the wall, and handed it to Chao Xing. A system prompt appears. Obtain a gilt candlestick *1, good guy, is this gold-plated? Although it was not pure gold, Chao Xing was pleasantly surprised. Because the exquisite carvings on this candlestick alone are worth a lot of money. Gilt candlestick, exquisite handicraft, which can be sold to the Chamber of Commerce for a high price. Ha, it can really be sold. Hilton should like this batch of goods. Even if it can't be sold, it would be nice to get it in the territory and decorate your own lord's cabin. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction and put it away. Then he asked Assam and Andrew to take down all the candlesticks they encountered along the way. Obtain gilt candlestick *1, obtain gilt candlestick *1, obtain. After everyone advanced about 100 meters, Chao Xing had harvested more than 20 gilt candlesticks, which was a great harvest. At this moment, Assam, who was walking at the front, suddenly said with vigilance, I sensed an evil aura. He raised his long sword and stood ready. At the same time, Chao Xing also heard a burst of footsteps in front of the passage. Click, click. The footsteps were weird, like an ice sculpture walking. And as the footsteps approached, Chao Xing could even feel that the temperature in the passage had dropped a lot. Current temperature, -37 degrees Celsius, what the hell? Such a big show? Chao Xing asked confused. Then, they saw the existence that made the sound of footsteps. They were 2 short creatures with pointed ears and short limbs. Their iconic appearance makes it clear that these are 2 goblins. However, the difference is that these goblins are covered with a layer of pale white and grainy frost. Their eyes are empty and their skin is pale, as if they have been dead for a long time. Lord, be careful, there is something wrong with these goblins, Assam said warily. At this moment, The two goblins saw Chao Xing and others and ran over instantly. Seeing the other party taking the initiative to attack, Chao Xing ordered, "Go ahead, kill them." As soon as he finished speaking, Assam rushed over. Soon I came into contact with these two goblins. He waved his long sword and passed directly from bottom to top. Whoa! However, the Frost Wolf sword technique, which had always been invincible in the past, now felt like it was cutting into a ball of ice, making a crisp sound of ding. -274. This damage seems to be quite high. However, compared to Assam's nearly 500 attack power, it was at least reduced by nearly half. In other words, these two goblins, who are as good as ice cubes, have amazing defense capabilities. The two goblins also fought back immediately. They waved their claws and pounced directly. Bang! Bang! -231. -247. The huge force made the Frost Wolf take a few steps back in an instant. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing was surprised and said, "I'm going to be so strong?" At this moment, Assam found the right angle and drew his sword accurately. Puff, puff, -315, -332. The two goblins were directly picked off by Assam. Having just become a boss-level creature, Assam is now terrifyingly strong. Even though the levels of these two goblins were obviously much higher than his, Assam was not afraid. Aha! Swish! The knight's long sword was danced like an airtight ball by him. Every time the two goblins tried to attack the Frost Wolf at his feet, Assam would directly fly them away. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he directly ordered, "Let's go together and kill these two goblins." Dabai was the first to roar. Moo then, it stepped on its heavy elephant hooves and rushed over madly. Bang! With a flick of his nose, the big white nose sent both goblins flying, and they hit the walls on both sides heavily. -512. -507. Two big damage figures floated up. At the same time, Sarah and Andrew, as well as Rainey's next to them, all attacked. Sarah appeared behind a goblin like a ghost, and the shadow blade passed by. Bite. -576. Obviously, Sarah's attack has also been greatly weakened, but it still caused considerable damage. And this blow completely angered the goblin. It quickly stood up from the ground, then stretched out its frost-covered paws and rushed toward Sarah. Aha! Aha! -156, -148. After two claw strikes, two damage numbers appeared on Sarah's head. It only caused over 300 damage. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing was determined. With the blessing of multiple buffs, the damage Sarah received was also greatly weakened. At this moment, as other recruited creatures joined the battle, these two strange goblins can no longer make any trouble. In fact, even Brent Brimstone and Rainey's didn't need to take action. Chao Xing began to check the attributes of the two goblins. Corrupted Goblin, Level 18, Race, Goblin, HP, 3212/6740, Attack, 361-378, Skill, Corrupted Claw, swinging the Corrupted Claw, causing 80% of the attack power to the enemy twice, damage, and add 2 layers of ice corruption marks, Corrupted Shell, covered by Corrupted Ice, armor increased by an additional 100 points. Physical damage reduced by 10%, talent, alchemy. Note, this is a group of goblins guarding the palace. For some reason, they were affected by the ice. Due to the erosion of corruption, while losing his mind, he also gained more powerful power. After seeing the above introduction, a look of surprise appeared on Chao Xing's face. I see. I'm just saying why these goblins are so strong. It turns out it's the reason for these curses. At this moment, the two goblins were besieged by everyone. Assam and Andrew continued to cause horrific damage to them, and there were two boss-level creatures beside them. There is basically no suspense in this battle. Chao Xing also raised his staff and threw 3 ice picks. -74, -75, -77, 3 damage figures floated up. For Chao Xing's attack power, which has exceeded 200, the damage seems very low. Chao Xing sighed, this corrupted shell skill is a bit perverted. It directly increases the armor by 100 points, which is comparable to the bonus of a piece of equipment. However, although Chao Xing's attack power is very low, but the attack power of recruited creatures is very objective. Sarah cooperated with the forklift robot to deal with a corrupted goblin, and the shadow blade kept flashing by. -587. -571. -1129. Terrifying damage figures floated up one after another. After a while, the corrupted goblin's health dropped to less than 1,000. Sarah was also attacked 4 times. Although the blood volume did not drop much, what was a little tricky was that a light layer of white frost appeared on the part of Sarah's body that was attacked. Chao Xing checked Sarah's status. Status: for layers of corruption mark, when the corruption mark accumulates to 10 layers, the maximum life limit will be reduced by 10% until the corruption mark disappears. See the description of this corruption mark. Chao Xing pondered, it's a bit tricky. It actually reduces the upper limit of health by a percentage. If we are besieged by a group of corrupt goblins, how can we reduce the enemy's health to the minimum by just superimposing the ice corruption state? No wonder the system said that this is a difficult area, and the 2 goblins at the door can kill many groups of survivors. At this time, the Aurora Knight needs to appear. Chao Xing looked at Lu Muxue on the side and said, Muxue, remember to observe their condition. If you see anyone with more than 5 layers of corruption marks on their body, throw a purification spell at them. As Lu Muxue's attributes now increase, after coming up, one cast of purification technique can purify 3 layers of negative conditions. Moreover, the cooldown time of this basic skill is not long, only 5 seconds CD. Lu Muxue held a shield and responded solemnly, okay. I will do it, Ah Xing. After saying that, she raised her sword and threw a ball of sacred aurora towards Sarah. At the same time, next to her, Rainice was also attacking 2 goblins. Her body stood as straight as a standing green pine, perfectly presenting her body curves. The bowstring in his hand was slowly pulled open, and an arrow was shot out in an instant. Call out. The arrow hits. -372. This arrow hit the corrupted goblin's head, causing critical damage. Call out. Phew. The shaman also lost a totem skill, which increases the critical hit rate and hit rate of friendly creatures. With the siege of several powerful creatures. Soon, the blood volume of the 2 corrupted goblins at the entrance had bottomed out. Sarah slashed with her sword, and the last goblin fell. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dancer, killed the corruption goblin LV18 and gained 200 experience points. Combatants gained experience points, 100 points. Your territory member, Rainice Hawkeye, killed the corruption goblin level 19, gained 220 experience points. Combatants gain experience points, 110 points. The total combat time is less than 30 seconds. Chao Xing felt happy. Although these goblins are more difficult to deal with, they still provide a lot of experience, which is comparable to killing a level 12 elite monster. Chao Xing looked at his experience bar. Current level, 16% of level 8, Lu Muxue's level has also reached 4% of level 7. Currently, the 2 of them are still ranked 1st and 2nd in the rankings, far ahead. Very good. In this way, we only need to wait until we all reach level 10 and use the rewards on the leaderboard to advance directly. Not only that, there are also 2 recruitment scrolls that can make my territory more powerful. The amplitude is increasing. Chao Xing was full of expectations. But what's more important right now is exploring this goblin treasure house. Then, Chao Xing came to these goblins as usual and started groping for the loot. Obtain a large piece of dry food *1, obtain the book of magic medium *1, obtain corrupted scales *7, obtain primary element crystals *2. Chao Xing checked the properties of the 2 newly obtained materials as usual. Book of Magic Medium increases the mental attributes of friendly units by 2 points. Note, cannot be used on lords. Corrupted scales, a kind of scales contaminated with the aura of corruption. It can be used to make some special equipment, or after collecting a certain amount and turning it over to the Dragon Research Society, you can get rich rewards. Is it related to the dragon again? Chao Xing shook his head and combined the 2 things put away. Then he said, keep moving forward. Along this masonry passage, everyone continued to move forward for about 200 meters. Soon, they came to a wide space that looked like a hall. There are ancient stone pillars and a black altar engraved with mysterious patterns in the middle of the hall. A group of corrupt goblins knelt in front of the altar, as if worshipping something. Their bodies were stiff and covered with frost, and they seemed to have stayed in this position for a long time. Chao Xing took a cursory glance and found that there were more than 10 goblins here. Among them, he also saw a strong goblin wearing armor and holding a black hammer. Take a look at their properties. Corrupted Goblin, Level 19, Race, Goblin, HP, 6840/6840, Attack, 377-384, Armor, 137-154, Extra plus 100, Skills, Corrupted Claw, Corrupted Shell. Corrupted Goblin Warrior, Level 20, Race, Goblin, Level, 2nd Level Elite Creature, HP, 10760/10760, Attack, 554-571, Armor, 215-243, Extra plus 100, Skills, Head-on Blow, delivering a heavy blow to the enemy, causing 150% damage of attack power, and causing the enemy to fall into a dazed state for 2 seconds. Enraged, after receiving 10 attacks, it will enter an enraged state, and the attack speed will increase 20%. Earth-shattering slam, swinging the hammer heavily, causing 80% attack damage to nearby enemies within 5 meters, adding 1 layer of corruption mark, primary corruption shell, armor plus 100, talent, alchemy. Good guy, an elite monster with 4 skills, and also comes with a corrupted shell. Obviously, with more than 300 armors, this guy's defense is absolutely terrifying. In addition, there were 11 ordinary goblins beside him. The goblins here are quite terrifying. It can easily destroy a team of hundreds of survivors. Chao Xing did not rush over immediately, but continued to search for something in this hall. Behind the group of goblins, Chao Xing seemed to see a row of treasure chests. There are 4 treasure chests in total, 2 silver treasure chests and 2 bronze treasure chests. It's truly a goblin treasure house. So many treasure chests appeared all at once. What attracted Chao Xing even more attention was the black altar. It seems to be studded with several shining gems. At the same time, several goblins who were kneeling on the ground also discovered them. They slowly got up from the ground. Click, click. There were sounds of bones dislocating, giving people an itchy feeling all over. Roar, roar. A low roar like a beast came, and before his eyes, the group of goblins was about to attack. Chao Xing directly ordered, "Go!" Mu Dabai was still the fastest. The nearly 5-meter-tall body began to rampage directly in the hall. Boom! Boom! Stone pillars were knocked down by it, and the corrupted goblins encountered along the way were also instantly knocked away. Bang! Bang bang bang! Minus 473. Minus 467. Minus 477. Dabai's attack power is very powerful and invincible. And those goblins quickly got up from the ground. They seemed to have no pain, with beast-like killing intent in their eyes. Roar! The next moment, at least 4 or 5 goblins surrounded Dabai at the same time. After they rushed over, they directly waved their frost-covered claws to attack Baymax. Aha! Aha! The attack fell on the body, immediately arousing a layer of frost shield, plus a layer of snake scales and ice armor. Minus 177. Minus 163. Minus 154. Minus 157. Dabai was attacked 4 times and his blood volume dropped by more than 600 points. But considering it's nearly 15,000 HP, it's not worth mentioning at all. At this moment, the elite goblin holding a hammer was about to rush over and besiege Dabai. However, the Frost shield on Dabai suddenly erupted with a burst of cold air. The surrounding goblins suddenly slowed down. Mood Dabai roared. He raised his upper body directly, and then stepped down hard. Boom! A terrifying vibration came, and even Chao Xing, who was more than 10 meters away, felt a shaking under his feet. Minus 2,264. Minus 2,473. Minus 3,413. Terrifying damage figures floated up one after another, and several corrupted goblins around him suddenly suffered heavy losses, and stood in place one by one. Several whirlpool signs appear above their heads, indicating that they have entered a dizziness state, including the elite goblin, which had fallen into a brief dizziness. Dabai's mammoth trample is extremely effective. Chao Xing was determined. Sure enough, Baymax is now terrifyingly powerful, and his huge size is especially suitable for this kind of battle where one is against many. So he ordered, "Everyone, step up." Assam raised his sword high. "Your order is the direction I am heading in." Andrew said piously, "Follow your order." As for Sarah, she had already disappeared. Body shape and joined the battle group. Then, Chao Xing sent 2 more robots out, leaving 1 robot to protect himself. Including 2 centaurs, they also joined the battle group at this time. Chao Xing looked at the archer on the side again. "Renice, just keep an eye on the guy with the hammer, and direct all your attacks at him. Blot, throw 2 totems, and then pay attention to the health of other companions." Rainies looked straight ahead and said firmly, "The sunken glory still shines on me. I obey your orders, Lord." The shaman brought on the side also obeyed the instructions and dropped the black smoke totem on the spot. And, resonance totem. A cloud of black smoke instantly erupted from the spot, and all the goblins' vision went dark, as if they were in a state of blindness. However, this black smoke will not have any impact on his own people. In the smoke, Chao Xing's strong men fought directly with this group of goblins. Rainies on the side also directly entered the hunting eye state. After being made permanent by eternal power, Rainies can choose to exit or enter the state at any time. Her critical hit rate is already extremely high, and coupled with the bonus of resonance totem, it almost achieves a 100% critical hit rate. At the same time, a system prompt appears. Your territory member, Brought Brimstone, successfully used the skill, Resonance Totem. Affected by the talent, Eternal Power, this skill has become permanent. A look of surprise appeared in Xiaoxing's eyes. Unexpectedly, Resonance Totem was also boosted by Eternal Power. In this way, everyone's critical hit rate and hit rate have been permanently increased by 20%, which in turn increases the damage. Rhaenys fired the arrow in her hand. Call out. This arrow accurately hit the goblin warrior on the battlefield. -473. A considerable damage figure appears. Then, Rhaenys' hands seemed to have a layer of strange red energy. The moment the first arrow was shot, she pulled out the second arrow. Call out. Whoosh. Arrows passed by one after another. The goblin warrior's blood poured out like running water. This is the additional effect of Eilena's Snake Tribe Madness. At this moment, the benefit of attack speed is reflected. On the battlefield, with the giant beast Dabai running amok, these goblins were unable to organize an effective offensive at all. In addition, there is a ghost-like figure next to them, which can inflict heavy damage on these goblins every time it appears. The powerful Assam and Andrew withstood the attack of this group of goblins, trapping them in a fixed area. Although this group of goblins is powerful, it is obvious that Xiaoxing's team is stronger. Lu Muxue on the side also breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she concentrated on Assam's condition. As soon as you see someone with more than 5 layers of corruption mark, throw a purification spell over them. Look at her calves tense up and ready for battle. Han Xing smiled and said, Muxue, don't be so nervous. It's okay even if you don't have time to release the purification technique. Their health is very thick and you can handle it. It's the same if you wait until the battle is over to disperse them. Well, okay, Xing, Lu Muxue responded softly. At the same time, as each goblin fell, system prompts appeared one after another. Your territory member, Andrew, successfully killed the corrupted goblin LV-18 and gained 200 experience points. Combatants gained experience points, 100 points. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, successfully killed the corrupted goblin LV-20 and gained experience worth 240 points. Experience points gained by combatants, 120 points. Xiaoxing almost watched his experience rising. Level 8 18%, level 8 19%, kill all 11 ordinary goblins on the spot. Xiaoxing's experience value has reached 32% of level 8. At this time, Assam's mounts Frostwolf and Andrew both had a white light rising from their bodies. Frostwolf has also been upgraded to level 13. Andrew finally reached level 16. Xiaoxing nodded with satisfaction. At this point, there is only the last elite goblin left on the field. Although this goblin warrior also has over 10,000 HP. But under the focused care of Sarah and Rhaenys, its blood volume has dropped below 3,000. Seeing Assam and Andrew surrounding it, the goblin warrior suddenly raised the sledgehammer in his hand, and then slammed it to the ground. Bang! An invisible shock wave spread instantly. Andrew and Assam, including secretly Sarah, were all attacked by this shock wave. 323, 307, 267, a damage number appeared above the heads of the 3 people at the same time, and they fell into a brief state of dizziness. This skill is actually the same as Baymax's War Trample. It is a group attack and control skill. Xiaoxing instantly reminded, Andrew, get out of the way. Then, the elite goblin rushed in front of Andrew, raised his sledgehammer and was about to smash it down. Andrew, in a dizzy state, was almost powerless to resist. Lu Muxue, who was watching the battle, felt his heart tighten instantly. And just then, Blot suddenly raised his staff and released a choking plume of smoke. Black smoke impact. A cloud of black smoke enveloped the elite goblin's vision and caused it a magic damage. -644. Dabai saw the opportunity and rushed over again. Moo! It flicked its nose and whipped the goblin warrior away. Bang! -673. Andrew's crisis is resolved. Lu Muxue breathed a sigh of relief quietly. Meanwhile, others recovered from their dazed state. Then, a group of powerful creatures swarmed up. There is no suspense in the next battle. When this goblin warrior still had the last few hundred points of blood left, Xiao Xingang wanted them to stop. At this moment, Sarah's shadow blade passed by. -1137. A 4-digit damage number floated up, and the goblin warrior's blood volume was cleared directly, and he fell down. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed the goblin warrior LV-20 and gained 500 experience points. The combatants gained experience points, 250. Xiaoxing was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. After all, in such a fierce battle, it is inevitable that you will not be able to stop in time. The battle in this hall has ended. Looking at the goblin corpses on the ground and several large treasure chests next to them, Chao Xing's face reappeared with joy. Open the treasure chest. Then, he and Lu Muxue jumped down together. Chao Xing first came to the goblin corpses and collected all the trophies on the ground. Gained cumulatively. Large piece of dry food *72, primary element crystal *6, corrupted scales *63, Book of Magic Part 3. On the elite goblin, Chao Xing also found 2 special things. Guardian's Hammer, blue, *1, Bright Goblin Soul *1, a piece of blue equipment with excellent quality. The effect of the other soul is similar to that of the demon spider spirit. It allows ordinary creatures to advance into elite creatures with a 30% probability. The income is still good. Then, Chao Xing came to the 4 big treasure boxes. This was originally a challenge area for at least 4 people. But now, it's just Chao Xing and Lu Muxue. Therefore, these treasure chests are all for his exclusive use. I found 2 unlocked silver treasure chests and 2 bronze treasure chests. Do you want to open them? Yes. Open the silver treasure chest *2, open the bronze treasure chest *2, obtain the mid-level shelter construction blueprint *1, obtain the Book of Life medium *3, obtain the ice crystal sword, blue, *1, get snow mountain robe, blue, *1, get pearl *7, get small resource pack *2, get medium resource pack *2, get medical pack *13. A lot of acquisition prompts appear. A look of surprise appeared in Chao Xing's eyes. Because he saw 2 pieces of blue equipment. Chao Xing took out these 2 pieces of blue equipment. A long sword made of ice crystals and a snow-white robe with patterns printed on it appeared in his hands. Then, he couldn't wait to check the properties of these 2 pieces of equipment. Ice crystal sword LV10, blue, quality, excellent, attack power, 54-58, with special effects 1, strength +5, agility +10, with special effects 2, understanding, increased critical hit rate by 20%, with special effects 3, extremely cold blade. After the attack hits the target, the enemy will enter a deceleration state, and the movement speed will be reduced by 15%. Snow Mountain Robe LV10, blue, quality, excellent, armor, 25-32, with special effects 1, spirit +10, physique +10, with special effects 2, primary magic resistance. When receiving a magic attack, reduce the opponent's mental damage by 20 points, with special effects 3, Shadow of the Snow Mountain, activates ice. When tying magic, there is a 30% probability of releasing the second magic immediately, which only takes effect on ordinary skills. After reading the attributes of these 2 pieces of equipment, Chao Xing was excited but also a little regretful. The attributes are very powerful and can bring a lot of improvement to himself and Lu Muxue. However, both pieces of equipment have level restrictions and cannot be equipped until level 10. Forget it, it won't take long to reach level 10 anyway. At that time, Lu Muxue can also put on that golden shield and match it with this ice crystal sword, and her strength will skyrocket. Chao Xing directly put these 2 pieces of equipment in the backpack. Then, he saw the candlesticks on both sides of the hall and the crystal chandeliers on the ceiling. Collect all these candlesticks and chandeliers, and the system prompt will appear. Obtain gilt candlestick *1, obtain glazed chandelier *1, obtain. These glazed chandeliers, like the candlesticks, are a kind of handicraft. Although it has no special effects, Chao Xing can take it back and decorate his lord's cabin. Or taking it to the town and trading with merchants in the future is a good choice. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Then, Chao Xing came to the place where the goblins were kneeling. There seems to be a small altar. This is where he initially focused his attention. Chao Xing took a look. Magic stone altar, special props. This seems to be some kind of evil thing, which can be decomposed into high-level materials. Magic stone *15, moonflower orb *3. Chao Xing clicked on the decomposition directly. Successful decomposition, obtained magic stone, gold, *15, obtained moonlight orb *3. Huh? It's actually a golden material? This was the first golden material Chao Xing obtained. He checked the 2 items. Properties. Magic stone, golden material engraved with magic patterns, which can be used to make some high-level buildings. Moonflower orb, a special material embedded in equipment, which can increase 5 points of charm, 15 points of spirit, and cast speed. Plus 10%. An extremely rare orb that contains strong magic power fluctuations and is deeply loved by those great mages. Chao Xing's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the introduction of the Yuehua orb. Obviously, the combined value of these 3 orbs definitely exceeds the black diamond. That is a gem that can be exchanged for a piece of golden equipment. Moreover, even if it is not used for sale, inlaying one's own equipment can bring a huge improvement to Chao. This trip was really the right one. As for the magic stone, although it is a golden material, its effect is unknown. Chao could only put it into his backpack first. And just when he was dismantling this altar, suddenly, a thunderous roar sounded in everyone's ears. Roar! This roar contains extremely penetrating power, like a ferocious beast that has been imprisoned for hundreds of years. I'll go. What's so cruel? Chao couldn't help but look at the passage behind the hall. The sound came from inside the underground palace. Everyone realized that there might be a very scary existence here. But this does not stop Chao from exploring. After sorting out the harvest of this hall, Lu Muxue continued to use purification techniques to remove the ice corruption condition from Andrew and others. Their blood volume was back to full, and everyone was back to their peak condition. Chao continued to lead the team forward. Along the long corridor, it was winding and winding, passing by many empty halls. Chao plucked wool all the way. Gilt candlestick +1, glazed hanging lamp +1, golden laid picture frame +1, on both sides of the passage, everything that could be removed was taken away by Chao. He nodded with satisfaction. When I used to play games, I would often enter some special areas, which contained some items that looked very valuable. However, he regretted that these decorations could not be taken away. And in this world, Chao finally realized this wish. After walking for almost 500 meters, he felt as if he had entered the center of the snow-capped mountain. This group of goblins actually dug out such a magnificent underground palace in such a snowy mountain. It was indeed impressive. Soon, they arrived in front of a large hall. A group of corrupted goblins, kneeling on the ground like the previous goblins, numbered more than 20. The direction where they were kneeling seemed to be a gate. Brutal roars were still coming from inside the door. Roar! Roar! Obviously, the sound they heard before came from there. Inside the gate, Chao felt a dangerous aura. He glanced at the information about this group of goblins. In addition to more than 20 ordinary goblins, Chao saw 4 different goblins among them. One of them holds a battle axe and the other holds a staff. There is another one with bare hands, but its body is astonishingly over 2 meters tall. With this size, he is already a giant among goblins. Corrupted Goblin Warrior, Level 20, Race, Goblin, Level 2 Elite Creature, HP 11020/11020, Attack 568-584, Armor 223-254, Extra +100, Skills, Heavy Axe / Flying Axe, Whirlwind / Primary Corrupted Shell. Corrupted Goblin Monk, Level 20, Race, Goblin, Level, 2nd Level Elite Creature, HP 7640/7640, Attack Power 663-691, Armor 204-221, Extra +100, Skills, Corruption Healing, Soul Link, Pain Transmission, Primary Corruption Shell. Corrupted Goblin Warrior, Level 20, Attributes, same as above. In addition to these 3 elite goblins, there is a more terrifying existence. Corrupted Bugbear, Level 20, Race, Goblin, Level 2 Boss Level Creature, HP 14020/14020, Attack 878-91, Armor 312-334, Extra +200, Skill, Bear's Strength, after entering combat state, strength increases by 30%. Bear's Wrath, after receiving 10 attacks in total, the attack speed increases by 20%. Storm Strike, imprisoning the target, then jumping high, causing 300% of the attack power as damage. If the target is too big, it will be knocked down directly, causing 150% damage. Intermediate Corrupted Shell, Armor +200, reducing damage received by 20%. Talent, Brutal Bear Bloodline, health points increased by an additional 20%. A brutal guy. Chao commented Road. This bugbear is almost on par with the mammoth in terms of strength and skills. Although the mammoth has unlimited blood regeneration, the opponent's corrupted shell can increase the armor by 200 points. Based on this calculation, if Dabai fights it in a one-on-one fight, it's hard to say whether he will win or lose. Chao thought for a moment and then came up with an idea. Dabai, you go and fight that bugbear. Sarah, I'll leave the 2 goblin warriors to you. Assam, you go and kill that goblin monk. Andrew, Kandar, Cantor, you 3, my mission is to hold back those ordinary goblins. Others, follow me and kill these ordinary goblins as quickly as possible. Chao tactics were issued. Dabai raised his head directly, activated Violent Charge, and rushed over. Roar! When the bugbear saw Dabai rushing towards him, he stretched out his thick black bear paws and suddenly grabbed Dabai's fangs. It actually wanted to forcefully interrupt Dabai's momentum. However, they are both boss-level creatures. After a moment of stalemate, Baymax's power was still superior. Bang! Bang bang bang! The bugbear was knocked away, and the stone pillars were directly knocked down. Dabai took this boss-level goblin directly away from the battlefield. And Sarah is no longer invisible. Appeared directly in front of one of the goblin warriors, and struck it with 2 swipes. -472. -483. The goblin warrior was about to raise his staff to fight back, but Sarah disappeared like a ghost. When it reappeared, several damage numbers appeared again on the head of the goblin warrior. This goblin warrior was suppressed by Sarah in all aspects. When the goblin warrior next to him saw this, he rushed to help. Sarah made a provocative gesture to it, and then took the 2 elite goblins and also left the battlefield. At the same time, Assam also rode a frost wolf and rushed to the goblin monk. The frost wolf pounced on it and began to bite madly. Assam's long sword struck again and again, forcing the goblin monk back. At the same time, 3 robots, as well as 2 centaurs and Andrew, faced off against the remaining ordinary goblins at the same time. The entire hall fell into a state of melee. Now in every battlefield, Chao Xing's side is superior. Dabai unilaterally suppresses the bugbears, and the 2 of them go back and forth. Although Baymax's attack power has been greatly weakened, and he has the reply of ice healing technique, their blood volume remains at a similar rate of decline. As for Sarah and Assam, there is no need to worry. They were originally boss-level creatures, and they were even more crushing when dealing with elite monsters. Now, as long as they kill these ordinary goblins as soon as possible, they can stabilize the victory. Chao Xing continued to condense the ice cone technique and ice ball technique. -77. -71. -112. The damage was actually not bad, but in order to speed up, Chao Xing took out Barrett directly. After experiencing the battle with the caveman, he still had 82 bullets left, which was enough ammunition. Bang! There was a gunshot. The thick ice shell on one of the goblins was penetrated. -574, this damage is good. Chao Xing was very satisfied, continued to adjust the angle, and then pulled the trigger. On the side of Rainey's, there was an afterimage of her right hand that pulled the bowstring. Call out. Phew! Arrows flew out. Hitting the corrupted shells of those goblins made a crisp sound of ding ding ding. At the same time, Brought Brimstone has also dropped 2 totems. At the same time, clouds of smoke continued to condense and attack those ordinary goblins. Puff! Clouds of black mist hit the goblins, eroding their bodies. -314, -323, compared to Sarah, Blott's damage is slightly higher, but there is a 5-level difference between him and Sarah. This damage is already pretty good. The battle gradually got on track. At the same time, there is a deep valley hundreds of kilometers away from the Borealis Mountains. At this moment, Ji Jun from the Seinyingui led dozens of survivors into the valley.